a child bereft of the innate ability to cultivate inner energy. Driven by a desire for his father's attention and recognition, he resolutely chose the arduous path of external martial arts. As seasons turned and time elapsed, the child matured, transforming into a young man. The catalyst for his destiny's alteration was a mystical crystalline meteorite, the Meteor Tear. Unbeknownst to the youth, the Meteor Tear integrated into his being, and he metamorphosed as if emerging from a chrysalis, with transformative consequences. His father, at last, became aware of the astonishing power possessed by the son to whom he had never truly dedicated his attention. Chapter 1. Qin Yu. It was the heart of winter, and after a heavy snowfall, the entire city of Yanjing was draped in a mantle of silver. Yanjing was a vast metropolis, capable of housing millions, and the residence of Qin, the King Zhen Dong who controlled the three eastern prefectures, was situated within this city. The Zhen Dong king's estate occupied an expansive area, its main gate perpetually open, day and night. The gate itself was immensely wide, allowing 6 or 7 people to enter side by side. Flanking the entrance stood 2 imposing men, each towering at approximately 2 meters in height and bare-chested. These men, sculpted like granite, coldly surveyed the passing throng. Upon their broad backs, they bore gigantic, crimson-hued war blades, each an intimidating 1.5 meters in the depths of winter. With snow blanketing the ground and temperatures plummeting, the rivers had already frozen over, yet these 2 men remained bare-chested. However, this was not the most alarming aspect. Even more disconcerting was the presence of a ferocious tiger beside each of these men. The tiger, resplendent in a fiery crimson hue, measured over 2 meters in length. Its tail, akin to an iron whip, swept through the air, creating a palpable tremor. The cold gleam in its eyes marked it as the so-called fierce tiger. Suddenly, 2 burly men emerged from the residence of the eastern town prince, their upper bodies similarly bared, each leading a ferocious, fierce tiger as they arrived to take their shift. Outside the estate, noble families and commoners alike in the city of Yanjing instinctively veered away from the prince's abode. Within a tranquil courtyard of the prince's residence, a middle-aged man clad in blue sat upon a stone bench, a charming young boy perched upon his lap. Before him stood 12 individuals, a mix of elders, beautiful women, and young men, all adorned in garments of deep purple. "Father, why have you summoned so many teachers?" inquired the 6-year-old Qin Yu, sitting on his father's lap, his tiny hands playfully molding a snowball as he gazed curiously at his father. "Qin." The 12 individuals exchanged glances, and then an elderly man with flowing white beard stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, we have observed from various perspectives, and it appears that the third prince holds only a slight interest in arcane arts. However, he exhibits no inclination whatsoever towards the governance of subordinates or the responsibilities of leadership. Based on our assessment, it is unlikely that the third prince can become a consummate ruler." Qin let out a long sigh, casting a glance at the bewildered Qin Yu. With a wry smile, he remarked, "I can see that, like his mother, Yu harbors no interest in worldly power. However, in the realm of cultivation, he is. Your Highness, we take our leave." The 12 figures clad in purple bowed in unison before gracefully departing from the tranquil courtyard. At this moment, only Qin and his son Qin Yu remained within the confines of the courtyard. Qin fell into a profound silence, occasionally glancing at his son perched on his lap, the meaning in his gaze incomprehensible to the 6-year-old Qin Yu. "What's wrong with father? Why is he silent?" Qin Yu pondered inwardly, yet he showed remarkable restraint, refraining from interrupting his father. Having grown up without a mother, his father and 2 elder brothers were paramount in his heart. Time passed slowly as Qin sat in contemplation, while Qin Yu remained quietly seated on his father's lap. Suddenly, the sound of a crane's call broke the stillness. A white celestial crane descended from the sky, upon which sat a dignified middle-aged man exuding an ethereal aura. In a fleeting moment, the crane landed gracefully in the courtyard. "Brother Feng, is there any way you could assist with Yuer's dantian issue?" Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Qin immediately rose in urgency, imploring him for help. Feng Yuzi, observing Qin's demeanor, understood the plight of his dear friend and sighed. "Your Highness, I have long asserted that Yuer holds no hope in his cultivation journey. His dantian is exceedingly peculiar, incapable of storing internal energy, rendering any form of training futile. This dantian is a congenital anomaly, a rarity found among millions. Alas, there is naught I can do. Upon hearing this disheartening conclusion, Qin Yu slowly took a seat, lost in profound contemplation for an extended period. Father, what is internal energy? And what am I dantian's inability to accumulate it? What did those teachers mean by superior beings? The 6-year-old Qin Yu inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity, recalling the previous conversation vividly. Qin Yu, suppressing a bitter smile, reassured, do not ponder too much. You have never shown much interest in learning this, or that do you not prefer visiting the cloud mist? Villa instead? Instantly, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled, akin to the stars adorning the night sky. Ah, must I truly study those tedious texts? The cloud mist villa, I adore its hot springs, the starlit skies, and the breathtaking sunrises. Qin Yu chuckled. Very well, my dear wearer. Since you cherish it, I shall bestow upon you the cloud mist villa, along with 1,000 elite soldiers to command. Should you desire anything, simply speak to your grandpa. Wonderful. This is amazing. Wow, the cloud mist villa is mine. I can soak in the hot springs every day. It will be so delightful. Qin Yu exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Though Qin Yu's smile was entirely feigned, Qin Yu remained blissfully unaware. Farewell, father. Farewell, Uncle Foam. Qin Yu waved his hand and dashed toward his room. Qin Yu watched with a smile as Qin Yu entered, but his expression suddenly turned somber. In an instant, he transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished from the courtyard, with Feng Yuzi trailing closely behind like a drifting feather. Within the secret chamber of the royal residence, only 3 individuals remained: Qin Yu, Feng Yuzi, and a black-clad scholar wielding a folding fan. Your Highness, have you truly made your decision? The scholar inquired, gazing at Qin Yu with uncertainty. Qin Yu nodded resolutely. It is better for Yuer not to become embroiled in this. He is neither suited to be a leader nor capable of reaching the innate level of mastery, his peculiar dantian. Alas, all I can provide him with is perhaps a decade or so of tranquil happiness. Once we set our final plan in motion, Yuer will no longer have the luxury of a peaceful life. Feng Yuzi pondered for a moment before deciding to voice his thoughts. Your Highness, are you truly prepared to execute this plan? You must understand the consequences it may bring. Qin Yu's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. For the sake of my ancestors and for Jingyi, this plan must be carried out. Though Yuer has issues with his dantian, the 3 sons Jingyi entrusted to Mi Fenger and Zheng, 1 martial and 1 scholarly, are more than capable of achieving great things. Su Yuan, has the first move, Dark Chess, been initiated? The black-clad scholar, Su Yuan, waved his fan twice, closing it with a smile. Rest assured, Your Highness, all is under control. Excellent, splendid. Qin Yu's eyes glimmered with a terrifying intent. In the world where Qin Yu resides, known as the continent of hidden dragons, its vast expanse remains a mystery to all. At the extreme east of this continent lies the boundless wilderness, characterized by towering mountains and dense forests, teeming with countless mythical beasts. The deeper one ventures into this wilderness, the more formidable these creatures become, rendering even the immortals of the continent of hidden dragons incapable of fully explore. Its infinite reaches. To the west of this wilderness lie 3 great nations: the Chu Dynasty, the Ming Dynasty, and the Han Dynasty, collectively boasting a population nearing 100 billion and an astonishing land area. Among these, the Chu Dynasty stands as the most powerful, and within its realm resides a remarkably esteemed family, the Qin family. The Qin family occupies 3 of the 12 prefectures in the eastern domain of the Chu Dynasty, adjacent to the vast wilderness. With a lineage spanning centuries, the Qin family has established an exceptionally solid foundation in these 3 prefectures, making it a formidable challenge for even the emperor of the Chu Dynasty to contend with them. Additionally, the Qin family possesses a unique military force known as the Fiery Tiger Army. These fiery tigers, resplendent in crimson and of considerable size, represent a distinct breed of tiger. The method of large-scale breeding of these fiery tigers is one of the Qin family's most significant secrets. The Qin family commands an army of 600,000, among which 50,000 belong to the Fiery Tiger Army. Each warrior of this esteemed force rides a fiery tiger, whose inherent attack power is already fearsome, and when combined with the prowess of the warriors, they become virtually unstoppable. The mere roar of 50,000 fiery tigers can drastically diminish the morale of their adversaries. This elite force is capable of effortlessly vanquishing over 100,000 ordinary cavalry soldiers. Cloud Mist Villa, perched atop the East Lawn Mountain, stands over 3,000 meters high, truly a majestic peak. 2 years later, at this moment, Qin Yu is 8 years old, having grown considerably taller. Occasionally, a spark of wisdom flickers in his eyes, yet a hint of melancholy lingers in the depths of his gaze. Currently, he walks alone along the mountain path, a black fledgling eagle resting upon his shoulder. Little Black, it's been 2 years. My father has only come to see me once, Qin Yu murmurs, biting his lip as he speaks to the fledgling. This young eagle was discovered by Qin Yu during his exploration of East Lawn Mountain a year prior, and since then, it has accompanied him, alleviating his solitude. Before he turned 6, his father was often by his side, however. The past 2 years have seen him only once. The black eagle flaps its wings gently, brushing against Qin Yu's tender face, eliciting a smile from him. After walking for a while, Qin Yu suddenly notices a pregnant woman struggling to carry a bundle of firewood ahead of him. He turns to the eagle and says, "Little Black, shall we help this lady?" The black eagle flaps its wings in agreement, shifting slightly on Qin Yu's shoulder, prompting him to break into a run towards the woman. "Ma'am, let me help you with the firewood," Qin Yu offers, looking up at her. The woman, hearing his voice, sets down her load, wipes the sweat from her brow, and gazes at the clearly youthful Qin Yu with a smile. "Thank you, little one. I can manage on my own. It's just another mile to our small village," she replies, preparing to lift the wood once more and continue her journey. "Little one, I am no longer a child. I am already 8 years old, and I can certainly carry this wood." Qin Yu gazed at the sweat glistening on the pregnant woman's face, and, without hesitation, seized the timber, hefting it onto his back with determination. For an ordinary person, a bundle of wood may not be particularly heavy, yet for an 80-year-old child, it poses a significant challenge. However, having frequently soaked in the natural hot springs of Cloud Mist Manor, Qin Yu is notably stronger than most children his age, managing to lift the load with surprising her. "Isolve, Auntie, see? I managed to lift it." "Umph, and you still call me a little one," Qin Yu declared proudly, though his youthful visage was now smeared with dirt, looking rather unkempt. The pregnant woman was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "You truly possess great strength, but a mile is quite a distance. You surely cannot endure it. Let me handle it." "Who says I cannot endure?" The woman's face lit up with joy. "This child, I wonder whose little one you are. Your parents must be exceedingly proud." Moments later, Qin Yu's legs suddenly trembled. "Child," the pregnant woman exclaimed in alarm. Thud. Qin Yu toppled to the ground. The pregnant woman rushed over, took the wood from him, and helped him to his feet. Qin Yu, now covered in dust and looking quite disheveled, gazed at her with a mix of embarrassment and determination. "Auntie, truly I can still carry it. I just stumbled on a stone." "All right, dear, I know you can carry it. The village is just ahead." "Thank you very much." Qin Yu gazed at the village, which lay merely 100 meters ahead, and furrowed his brows, remarking, "Xiaohei, we are so close." However, a radiant smile soon illuminated his face. "But Auntie is feeling much more at ease now we have arrived at the village in no time." His smile was truly brilliant, emanating from the depths of his heart. In the shadows, 3 figures exchanged glances, for they were skilled guardians covertly watching over Qin Yu. After all, he was the son of the Eastern Prince, the esteemed third prince. How could they allow him to wander alone in the mountains? The third prince is still but a child, yet his heart is so pure. How could the prince bear to leave him at Yunwu Mountain Villa, only visiting once every 2 years? Each time I see the third prince sitting atop the mountain all night, exposed to the chilling winds, my heart aches, one of the figures whispered with a sigh. Another figure nodded in agreement. Whenever the third prince gazes up at the night sky, that expression fills me with sorrow. The prince. Sigh. Nevertheless, what the prince intends to do is beyond our comprehension. Our duty is merely to protect the third prince. Suddenly, from down the mountain path, A robust man with eyes as large as copper bells rode a ferocious crimson tiger, racing towards them at breakneck speed. Spotting Qin Yu from afar, he called out, "Third prince, the first prince and second prince are coming." The burly man swiftly scooped up Qin Yu and, with a deft command of the fierce tiger, dashed down the mountain, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Chapter 2. Resolve in Wu Villa, nestled upon the slopes of Donglon Mountain, is ostensibly safeguarded by a formidable battalion of valiant soldiers patrolling its perimeters. Yet, the true expertise lurking in the shadows remains unbeknownst to outsiders, and as the estate of the Eastern Prince, it is a domain where few dare to intrude. At the entrance of Yunwu Villa, two grand stone lions stand sentinel, flanking the massive gates, while two warriors clad in ebony armor vigilantly survey the surroundings. They stand tall and resolute like solitary pines, their robust physiques emanating an aura of lethal intent, a hallmark of warriors seasoned in the crucible of battle. "Your Highness!" The two armored sentinels abruptly knelt on one knee, displaying utmost respect. Qin Yu swiftly leaped down from the back of the tiger, his black eagle perched securely upon his shoulder. Evidently elated and exuberant, Qin Yu dashed towards the gates, grinning at the two warriors. "Uncles, please rise." The black-armored warriors stood, their eyes softening with a hint of affection as they watched the diminutive figure of Qin Yu scurry into the villa's courtyard. "He, my elder brothers must be enjoying the hot springs," Qin Yu mused without a second thought, darting towards the hot spring area in the western garden of Yunwu Villa, muttering to himself, "Humph, those two dare to enter the hot springs without my esteemed permission as the master of Yunwu Villa." Moments later, Qin Yu arrived at the western garden of the villa. With hands akimbo, Qin Yu abruptly pointed his right hand, his countenance ablaze with youthful vigor, and rebuked two individuals within the hot spring, exclaiming, "Halt! You two possess remarkable audacity, trespassing upon this hallowed ground without the sovereign's consent." Alas, Qin Yu scarcely completed his resounding proclamation before a sudden, forceful tug destabilized him, precipitating his descent into the thermal waters. "My garments remain unremoved," Qin Yu vociferously protested, yet his lament was abruptly truncated as he plunged into the hot spring with a resounding splash, engendering a delugio. Aqueous spray. The ebony falcon perched upon Qin Yu's shoulder frantically beat its wings, narrowly averting a calamitous immersion, lest the fledgling raptor be transmuted into a bedraggled fowl. Indeed, young Yu, to flaunt such arrogance before your elder brothers is most unbecoming. While your brethren toil relentlessly, you luxuriate daily within the thermal springs of Yunwu Manor. A youthful voice resounded with feigned indignation, though a subtle mirth danced within the depths of its eyes. "Gah!" Qin Yu ejected the imbibed water with vehemence, his person utterly saturated. With a vexed mien, he fixed his gaze upon the youth before him. "Second brother, 'tis indeed you. I harbored no doubt of your culpability, only you would perpetrate such a prank, whereas our elder brother would abstain." With swiftness, Qin Yu divested himself of his upper garments and trousers, immersing himself in the thermal waters clad only in his undergarments, directing a discontented gaze to his second brother, Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng, though but a callow youth of 12 years, perpetually adorned his countenance with an affable smile, exuding an aura of geniality. Only when in the company of his fraternal kin did Qin Zheng relinquish his composure, indulging in the playful antics of youth. "You call him elder brother? Ha ha! He is nearly asleep." Qin Zheng laughed heartily. "Second brother, do you believe your elder brother is akin to a pig, falling asleep so swiftly?" The stern young man, who had been quietly reclining with his eyes closed on the opposite side of the hot spring, opened his eyes and addressed Qin Zheng. He then smiled at Qin Yu and remarked, "Little Yu, the efficacy of this cloud mist mountain manor's hot spring is indeed remarkable. The last time I soaked here, the scars on my body faded significantly, leaving only faint traces. If I were to indulge for a few more days, I dare say my body would resemble yours." This was none other than Qin Yu's elder brother, Qin Feng, who had reached the age of 16. Due to his martial arts training, he appeared as though he were 18 or 19. Qin Feng was someone whom Qin Yu greatly admired the last time they met. Qin Yu had witnessed his brother shatter a wooden post as thick as a thigh with a single punch, which filled him with envy. Upon hearing his brother speak of the hot spring's miraculous effects, Qin Yu stood up proudly, puffing out his little chest and raising his head high, declaring with satisfaction. Of course, the wonders of the cloud, mist mountain manor's hot spring need no further elaboration. Humph. Have you not considered who the owner of this estate is? It is none other than your younger brother, me. You little rascal. Both elder brother Qin Feng and second brother Qin Zheng burst into laughter. Having not seen one another for quite some time, the three brothers engaged in playful banter, with Qin Feng and Qin Zheng showing a degree of deference to their younger brother. They cherished Qin Yu immensely, especially in the absence of their mother, which deepened their concern for him. After a prolonged period of merriment, Qin Yu comfortably settled back down in the hot spring, followed by Qin Feng and Qin Zheng, who also reclined. Dear elder brother and second brother, are you not both exceedingly busy? How have you found the time to visit me? Inquired Qin Yu. I, too, must depart in half a day's time alongside our second brother. Qin Feng replied with a hint of regret. Oh, merely half a day, Qin Yu responded, his earlier excitement and playful demeanor evaporating into a sense of melancholy. Qin Yu had but three kin, his father and two elder brothers. His father was perpetually occupied, visiting only once every 2 years. After finally reuniting with his brothers, he would soon be left to his own devices once more, perhaps accompanied only by the little black creature by the hot springs. Qin Feng and Qin Zheng exchanged glances, both filled with an undeniable sense of helplessness. Elder brother, did our father impart many strategies for leading troops during his time in the boundless wilderness? Qin Yu suddenly brightened, immediately asking, I know our father is quite formidable in command. Even grandfather often speaks of his prowess. Elder brother, Qin Zheng shot a glance at Qin Feng, who felt a sudden pang in his heart, suppressing a bitter smile, aware that he had misspoken. Seemingly unfazed, Qin Yu's face lit up with excitement as he began to engage in lively conversation with Qin Zheng and Qin Feng, recounting their recent experiences. The three brothers conversed for quite some time in the hot springs, and after enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Qin Feng and Qin Zheng prepared to take their leave. Outside Yumu Villa, Qin Yu, clad in a black brocade robe, watched from afar as Qin Feng and Qin Zheng departed, waving his hand repeatedly. Farewell, elder brother and second brother. Qin Yu's eyes shimmered with reluctance. At the foot of the mountain path, Qin Feng and Qin Zheng rode side by side upon their fierce tigers. Brother, you have misspoken this time. Xiao Yu has no interest in conspiracies or the intrigues of power, and due to his dantian issues, he cannot cultivate to become a martial general. Thus, he is inept in both literary and martial pursuits. Our father invests all his energy in us, yet Xiao Yu rarely sees him, living in solitude. You say father has spent half a year practicing military chess with you. How do you think Xiao Yu feels about that? Qin Zheng said to Qin Feng, his irritation evident. Qin Feng forced a smile and replied, Second brother, I was momentarily careless, and I regret my words. Suddenly, Qin Feng's expression turned grave. Second brother, Xiao Yu was born with a defective dantian, rendering him incapable in both literary and martial arts, leaving him with little means for self-defense. We must ensure his safety and never allow him to be bullied by anyone. Who dares to bully Xiao Yu? I will make them regret ever coming into this world. A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Zheng's eyes. The two brothers, accompanied by their guards, quickly departed from Donglon Mountain, making their way toward the capital of Yanjing. In the deep of night, atop Donglon Mountain, a slender figure sat quietly. Perched on his shoulder was a small black eaglet, silently observing the stars above. Qin Yu gazed at the vast expanse of the night sky, his eyes reflecting a maturity far beyond his 8 years. Spending each day alone in the study or lost in contemplation had granted Qin Yu a depth of thought that surpassed that of an ordinary child. Little black, Qin Yu suddenly spoke, yet his gaze remained fixed on the stars. The black eaglet stirred slightly, its beady eyes swirling curiously, unaware of why its young master had called out to it. A radiant and blissful smile graced Qin Yu's countenance as he turned to Xiaohai. Do you know, Xiaohai, in my tenderest years, Father King was ever present, showering me with affection. Later, when the 12 tutors arrived, Father King entrusted me to their tutelage. Though I found little joy in those studies, I endeavored to excel, solely to bring joy to Father King. I mastered those texts with alacrity, earning Father King's praise as a prodigy. But subsequently, Qin Yu lapsed into silence, a somber veil falling over his features. At the age of 6, I recall vividly, within the tranquil courtyard of the royal residence, those 12 tutors declare my unsuitability for a position of power. Subsequently, Uncle Feng elucidated the issue with my dantian, rendering me incapable of accumulating inner force, of cultivating. Thereafter, I was brought to the cloud, Mist Mountain Manor. And subsequently, Father King ceased to hold me in esteem, ceasing his expressions of concern. Initially, I was ignorant of the significance of dantian, ignorant of the implications of a position of power. I naively believed Father King genuinely intended this as a sojourn of leisure, but Qin Yu lowered his gaze, his lips gently gnawing, his eyes brimming with melancholy. In these past 2 years, I have inquired of those royal uncles regarding the meaning of dantian and a position of power. I believe I now comprehend the reason for Father King's waning regard. Qin Yu again fell silent, his head tilted upwards, gazing at the boundless expanse of stars. I harbor a profound aversion for books saturated with stratagems and Machiavellian machinations. Indeed, I have been coercing myself to peruse them. Verily, I yearn to witness my royal sire's countenance adorned with a smile, to hear his affirmations and commendations directed towards me. Yet those tomes replete with insidious lots, venomous schemes, and artful contrivances. I compel myself. I suppress my aversion, and I endeavor to comprehend those intricate machinations, stratagems, and power plays alas, I find myself incapable of emulation. I am unable, dear father, I am genuinely unable. So wailed Qin Yu in a subdued lament, his frail frame trembling with emotion. Nearby, the obsidian eyes of Xiao He, the black hawk, were fixed upon Qin Yu, its diminutive wings employed to tenderly wipe his countenance. Qin Yu turned his gaze towards the black hawk perched upon his shoulder, and with a sudden surge of affection, he embraced the creature, cradling it in his arms. Xiao He remained quiescent in Qin Yu's embrace, as if cognizant of its young master's emotional state. Xiao He, Qin Yu murmured in a hushed tone, I truly yearn to hear my royal sire's commendations, to behold his countenance illuminated by a joyful smile. I yearn for it with every fiber of my being. From their concealed vantage point atop the mountain, the 3 experts covertly safeguarding Qin Yu were visibly moved. Abruptly, a shooting star rent the firmament, its radiance surpassing that of all other celestial bodies in the night sky. A shooting star. Qin Yu's eyes widened with a sudden surge of hope. Forthwith, he released Xiao He from his embrace, stood erect, and tightly closed his eyes, his hands clasped together before him. May my royal sire bestow upon me his care and attention, just as he does upon my elder brothers. Castigate me, discipline me, I shall not cower in fear, provided that I am not met with indifference. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed upon the shooting star as it traversed the celestial expanse. The king once said that making a wish upon a shooting star would ensure its fulfillment. My father would never deceive me, it will surely come to pass. As Qin Yu gazed at the star-studded sky, a resolute expression graced his youthful visage. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Qin Yu's mind. His eyes brightened, and he slapped his forehead in realization. Ah, how foolish I have been! If I cannot excel in literature, then why not in martial arts? Uncle Wang mentioned that there exists a myriad of internal cultivation techniques. Perhaps there is one that suits my dantian. Even if there isn't, is it true that mastering martial arts necessitates internal cultivation? At merely 8 years of age, Qin Yu, despite having matured considerably from his solitary reading, remained but a child. His previous belief, instilled by Feng Yu's assertion that his dantian was flawed and thus incapable of cultivation, had shackled his thoughts. Now, he was awakening to a new understanding. Is it truly impossible to cultivate due to an unusual dantian? Indeed, with perseverance, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. This wisdom, imparted by my father, reassures me that with effort, I shall undoubtedly succeed. Qin Yu nodded emphatically, speaking to himself, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence and an indomitable resolve. I could see that moment. The black eagle perched on his shoulder seemed equally elated, flapping its wings exuberantly. Qin Yu sprang forth towards the cloud mist manor. In the blink of an eye, 3 shadowy figures darted after him like fleeting wisps of smoke.
Chapter 3. Night Conversations. Who goes there? A voice rang out from a black-armored warrior of the Cloud Mist Manor. The other warrior turned his gaze towards the distant silhouette, and after a moment, they recognized the figure as the third prince, Qin Yu. Both were taken aback, yet they knelt on one knee, respectfully exclaiming, "Your Highness." Qin Yu, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, bore bright, sparkling eyes and a flushed face. "Please rise," he urged, flashing a cheerful smile at the two warriors before bounding into the depths of the Cloud Mist Manor. The two black-armored warriors exchanged puzzled glances, and the one on the right shook his head in confusion, evidently unaware of the reason behind Qin Yu's demeanor. Lian Yan, affectionately referred to as Grandpa Lian by Qin Yu, was an elder of the Qin family. The current Duke of Zhen Dong, Qin Da, had been raised by Lian Yan, who held considerable influence within the Qin household. 2 years prior, Qin Da had entrusted Lian Yan with the care of Qin Yu at the Cloud Mist Manor. Like a gust of wind, Qin Yu dashed to Lian Yan's room and promptly began to pound on the door with his small fists. Bang, 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 bang. "Grandpa Lian, please open the door. It's me, Xiao Yu. I have something to discuss with you. Hurry, open up." After a brief moment, the lights within the room flickered on. "Xiao Yu, my dear, you've just woken me from my slumber," came the warm voice as the door swung open. Kind, elderly gentleman, draped in a coat, appeared before Qin Yu. "Oh dear, Xiao Yu, what troubles you? You're all sweaty." Lian Yan gazed at Qin Yu in astonishment. Just as Qin Yu was about to speak, he found himself breathless from their recent vigorous running. Noticing Qin Yu's labored breathing, Lian Yan promptly suggested, "Come, let us retreat indoors. We can discuss matters there." With that, he took Qin Yu by the hand and led him inside. The two seated themselves at a square table. "Rest for a moment, do not rush. We shall converse once your breath steadies," Lian Yan said, observing Qin Yu's eagerness to speak. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu fixed his gaze upon Lian Yan and resolutely declared, "Grandfather Lian, I wish to cultivate." "Cultivate?" Lian Yan responded, momentarily taken aback, before smiling and asking, "What inspired you, my little Yu, to pursue cultivation?" Qin Yu paused briefly before breaking into a grin. "It's nothing much. I just see how formidable the uncles at the manor are, and I wish to cultivate martial arts as well." "Grandfather Lian, may I?" The yearning for paternal affection lay deep within Qin Yu's heart. He merely wished to conceal it while striving diligently toward his aspirations. "Little Yu, do you understand what martial arts entail?" Lian Yan countered with a question of his own. Qin Yu shook his head, responding, "I only know that those who practice martial arts become quite powerful. Beyond that, I am not very clear, although I believe there is also inner strength involved." Despite being an 8-year-old child who had read numerous books, there remained much he did not comprehend. "Then allow me to elucidate it for you," Lian Yan chuckled. Instantly, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with interest as he focused intently on Lian Yan, ready to absorb the knowledge. "Let us begin with the experts. They are categorized into postnatal masters, innate masters, and those transcending the innate, the celestial beings." Lian Yan smiled and remarked that, in the realm of postnatal experts, the number of adept individuals in the Qianlong Continent is as numerous as the fish crossing the river. However, there are only about 100 innate masters within the entire Chu Dynasty. 100? Qin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't the population of the Chu Dynasty nearly 4 billion? How can there be so few innate masters? Does it mean one emerges from several million? Lian Yan sighed and explained, postnatal experts can become proficient as long as they possess the methods for cultivation, but attaining the status of an innate master is exceedingly arduous. To become an innate master, 2 conditions must be fulfilled. First, one must reach the pinnacle of the postnatal realm. Second, one must have a profound comprehension of the Tao of heaven and nature. Qin Yu was immediately perplexed and inquired, "What is this Tao of heaven and nature?" Lian Yan chuckled and replied, "The Tao of heaven and nature is not a tangible entity. Rather, it is a realm of understanding that one must grasp personally, yet it is exceedingly difficult to articulate. Some may achieve the peak of the postnatal realm for decades but fail to comprehend it, thus remaining unable to take that final step and becoming innate masters for their entire lives. Once one does attain the status of an innate master, however, they are bestowed with a lifespan of around 500 years. 500 years. Qin Yu's mouth gaped in astonishment. Lien Yen, noticing Qin Yu's adorable expression, laughed and continued. The path to becoming an innate master is fraught with challenges, yet the benefits are substantial. 500 years is merely the length of life. The innate qi possessed by innate masters is fundamentally different from that of postnatal experts. They exist on entirely different planes. Ah, Grandfather Lien, aren't there beings above innate masters called immortals? How powerful are they? Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. If innate masters are already so formidable, how much more impressive must the immortals be? Becoming an immortal is not a simple endeavor. As Lien Yen sighed, even emperors from various nations pay their respects to immortals, addressing them with the honorific title of immortal. These emperors harbor a deep-seated fear of immortals, for they possess the ability to wield flying swords and soar through the heavens, transcending the realm of mere mortals. Soaring through the heavens? A vivid image formed in Qin Yu's mind, standing upon a flying sword, gliding gracefully amidst the clouds. The exhilaration and freedom of such a pursuit filled Qin Yu's heart with yearning, igniting an unquenchable desire to become an immortal. Within the entire Chu Dynasty, there are nearly 100 innate masters. However, it is a rarity for an immortal to emerge, with only 3 existing at present. Among these 3, 2 ascended to immortality over 3 centuries ago, and in all that time only Uncle Feng has attained such a status. Lien Yen continued, yet, the most effective way to become an immortal is to journey to the overseas immortal islands and seek a mentor to learn the arts. But who knows the way to these islands besides the immortals themselves? Can an ordinary person ever encounter an immortal? Do they possess the right to inquire about the route to the overseas immortal islands? Even if they did, the distance is insurmountable. Countless individuals from Qianlong Continent embark on this quest each year, aspiring to learn and achieve greatness. Yet, the ocean is fraught with peril, and only 1 in 1,000 survives to reach the immortal islands. Lien Yen lamented. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Grandfather Lien, if there are indeed 10 who reach the overseas islands each year, then why are there still so few immortals in Qianlong Continent? According to Qin Yu's understanding, if there are 10 celestial beings each year, then the Qianlong Continent must be home to a multitude of such beings. Yet, in reality, there are scarcely a handful of celestial beings in the entire continent, accumulated over centuries or even millennia, amounting to fewer than 10. Is it truly the case that one can attain celestial status merely by reaching the overseas Isle of Immortals? Lien Yen shook his head, remarking on the extraordinary nature of celestial beings and how it is implausible for everyone to cultivate to such heights. Even if one were to be imparted the methods of cultivation, only 1 in 1,000 possesses the requisite aptitude. Does this not imply that among those who venture to the Isle of Immortals, only 10 survive each year, and it takes nearly a century for a single individual to cultivate into a celestial being? Qin Yu suddenly grasped the immense difficulty of achieving celestial status. Lien Yen abruptly rose, gazing out the window. Celestial being. What a resplendent title! Countless masters across the continent fervently aspire to attain it. With a flick of a sword, one can kill from 1,000 miles away. What extraordinary power that is! A glimmer of yearning shone in Lien Yan's eyes, followed by a sigh. Even your father, he noted, constantly seeks the aid of a celestial being. Should he acquire the assistance of yet another celestial being, perhaps your father's ambitions could indeed be realized. At that moment, Qin Yu felt a tremor within his heart. His father's ambitions? A wave of warmth coursed through him, invigorating his spirit. If I were to cultivate and become a celestial being, surely my father would be overjoyed. In that case, I too would be able to assist him. The thought of becoming a celestial being, of aiding his father, and earning his father's approval and esteem ignited within Qin Yu a fervent desire, dispelling his loneliness and longing for paternal affection. For the sake of my father, I must become an immortal. Qin Yu bit his lip, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. Chapter 4. Father and son. The night had grown deep, the cold wind howling outside, while inside, Qin Yu was ablaze with excitement. Grandfather, please tell me how to cultivate. I am determined to train, and I will surely become an immortal. Even if I cannot attain that, I will strive to become a congenital master. A fierce determination shone in Qin Yu's eyes. In his heart, he began to envision a future where he could bask in the approving gaze of his father. What he craved was not material wealth but simply the love of a father. A father's approval, a father's smile, even a father's criticism or punishment. All of these would affirm the presence of paternal love in Qin Yu's heart. All he truly needed was that love. Qin Yu eagerly looked at Lien Yen. Little Yu, Lien Yen said with a sense of resignation, to become a congenital master, one must cultivate internal energy, transitioning from the acquired realm to the congenital realm. But how can you cultivate internal energy when your dantian is unable to store it? How can you then become a congenital master? My dantian may have issues, Qin Yu responded quickly, but Uncle Wang and the others have mentioned that there are countless internal cultivation methods in this world. Perhaps there is one that I can practice. Even if I cannot cultivate internal energy, there is always external martial arts. I can still become a congenital master. Qin Yu was adamant. He could not bear the thought of not becoming a master. External martial arts? External cultivation merely involves incessantly employing various methods to strengthen the body, enhancing its power and speed. This is but a minor path. Throughout history, even those endowed with innate strength, no matter how rigorously they trained their bodies, have never managed to reach the innate realm through external cultivation alone. Cultivating external skills cannot possibly elevate one to the status of an innate master. Lien Yen, wishing to spare Qin Yu from futile endeavors, spoke candidly. Is there truly no hope? Qin Yu's heart sank, his complexion turning ashen. The final glimmer of hope had extinguished, leaving him engulfed in an icy despair. Observing Qin Yu's pallid face, Lien Yen felt a pang of compassion. He is still but a child. Lien Yen quickly reassured him. Little Yu, external cultivation possesses its merits. It primarily builds muscular strength, offering prolonged endurance, unlike inner strength which depletes swiftly. Moreover, in an effort to comfort Qin Yu, Lien Yen pondered the advantages of external cultivation. Upon hearing Lien Yen's words, a flicker of hope reignited in Qin Yu's eyes. Furthermore, while external cultivation may be challenging, the body remains the foundation of a person. Within the ranks of the fierce tiger army, there exists a man of extraordinary natural strength who, relying solely on external training, can lift an 800-pound stone block with one hand. 800 pounds? With one hand? A renewed hope surged within Qin Yu. He could envision such formidable strength wielding a massive axe with ease, as simple as reaping wheat. Indeed, 800 pounds can be effortlessly lifted with a single hand. His weapon is a one-legged bronze figure, which, on the battlefield, surpasses even the most formidable innate masters of the early stage in terms of ferocity. With a mere swing of that bronze figure, it can bring down a multitude of foes. Lien Yen incessantly extolled the virtues of external martial arts, ultimately concluding that though no one has managed to cultivate external skills to the level of an innate master, achieving the pinnacle of postnatal training can endow the body with terrifying power, rivaling that of an early-stage innate expert. Seeing Qin Yu's expression brighten, Lien Yen quietly exhaled. He had watched Qin Yu grow up and understood his temperament. Could external martial arts, when perfected, truly compare to early-stage innate masters? Qin Yu inquired once more. Lien Yen nodded repeatedly. At this moment he dared not deny it. He surmised that if he were to shake his head, it would only deepen Qin Yu's despondency. Grandfather Lien, you mean to say that no one has ever cultivated external martial arts to the innate realm? Qin Yu asked, his curiosity piqued. Lien Yen hesitantly nodded, but Qin Yu's excitement surged as he clenched his fist and declared, "Good. If no one has ever reached the innate realm, then I shall be the first." Lien Yen was taken aback. Just because no one had succeeded in the past did not imply it was impossible. I believe in myself. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with fervor. Lien Yen could only manage a wry smile. External martial arts? The path to mastery is infinitely more arduous than that of internal cultivation. External training focuses on physical conditioning, and to reach the body's zenith requires enduring countless transformations through various rigorous methods. The suffering involved is not something the average person can withstand, and Lien Yen could hardly bear the thought of Qin Yu enduring such torment. Xiao Yu, diligently practicing external martial arts, endured much suffering, perhaps even more than the pain of receiving 100 lashes daily. As the son of the Lord of the East Town, he was shielded by others and should not have to bear such hardships. Lien Yen spoke with concern, unable to bear witnessing such a young child endure torment. Qin Yu slowly shook his head. No. The single word left no room for discussion. Suddenly, a smile broke across Qin Yu's face. He understood that his grandfather Lien was genuinely concerned for him. Grandfather Lien, do not worry. Perhaps there are internal cultivation methods I can practice. Please find me more internal techniques to try. If it turns out that I cannot cultivate internally, I shall focus on external training later, he said, placing his arms around Lien Yan's shoulders. Grandfather Lien, there's no need for concern. The manor has the finest doctors, various skilled practitioners, and even miraculous hot springs. Why fret? Lien Yan affectionately patted Qin Yu's head, a gentle smile gracing his face. He understood that Qin Yu wished to alleviate his worries. Yet, Qin Yu suddenly looked up and said, Grandfather Lien, please help me find more masters in external martial arts training. Having someone to guide me would be beneficial. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already exited the room. Lien Yan promptly retrieved a brush and paper, beginning to compose a letter. In the capital city of Yanjing, within the study of Prince Qinda, he stood gazing out the window as dawn broke. Clad in black, the scholar Su Yuan entered, holding a letter in his hand. Approaching Qinda, he smiled and said, Your Highness, this letter from Uncle Lien has arrived via carrier pigeon. Concerns young you may wish to read it. Qinda received the letter and gazed intently at its contents, a complex light emanating from his eyes, and he held onto the letter for an extended period without releasing it. Your Highness, Su Yuan called softly, and Qinda instantly snapped back to reality. A surge of fiery energy erupted from his hand, incinerating the letter into ashes. Maintaining his cold demeanor, he calmly instructed, Su Yuan, procure copies of all the internal martial arts texts and external skill manuals within the royal residence, and send them to Yunwu Mountain Manor. Su Yuan was taken aback. He was aware that Qin Yu was incapable of cultivating internal martial arts, and he understood the immense value of these texts. Even when compared to the treasures within the palace of the Chu Dynasty, the internal martial arts collections of the Eastern King were considerably more precious. Wasn't it a waste to bestow such invaluable texts upon someone who could not practice them? Your Highness, all of them? Even the ancestral dragon technique? Little you cannot cultivate internal arts. Su Yuan inquired once more. Did you not hear my earlier words? Qinda replied coldly. Su Yuan nodded, refraining from further discussion, as he sensed that Qinda harbored concerns and could surmise his current emotional state. Furthermore, Qinda exhaled softly, Isn't you aiming to become a master of external skills? Send the 3 foremost external skill experts from the Fierce Tiger Army there, and seek out external skill masters from the 3 counties of the eastern region. Bring them all. Understood. Su Yuan responded promptly. Qinda paused, then suddenly added, Su Yuan, relay a command to the boundless wilderness, instructing General Zhao Yunxing to also proceed to Yunwu Mountain Manor. If Yuer chooses him as a mentor, he shall remain there for a year. General Zhao Yunxing? Su Yuan was astonished. Qinda paused for a moment, responding calmly, no need. He then exited the study directly. Su Yuan observed Qinda's retreating figure, shaking his head with a sigh. Are all the members of the Qin family like this? Each one so stubborn? Have they forsaken even the bond of father and son for the sake of a bygone oath? Su Yuan sighed once more before leaving the study, leaving behind only the ashes of burnt letters on the floor. Chapter 5. The secret of cultivation techniques. The sky was clear and bright at the hot springs in the western garden of Yunwu Villa. Ah, this is truly delightful. Qin Yu lay in the hot spring clad in nothing but his shorts. Regardless of the season, the temperature in the hot springs was always perfect. The springs at Yunwu Villa were distinct from others, possessing wondrous properties. Some skilled healers claimed that the water contained numerous beneficial substances for the body. Xiao He, come down. Qin Yu suddenly reached out, seizing Xiao He and plunging it into the hot spring. Instantly, Xiao He flapped its wings in a flurry, but by the time it managed to escape, it was thoroughly drenched, resembling a waterlogged chicken. Water dripped from Xiao He, which looked at Qin Yu with a mournful gaze, seemingly blaming its young master for the playful torment. Upon seeing Xiao He's appearance, Qin Yu burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Xiao He, you are simply adorable. Come, enjoy the hot spring with me. It feels splendid. You are destined to soar through the skies as a mighty eagle. You must be able to navigate both the heavens and the waters, or you would be of little use. Qin Yu jested with Xiao He, who, in turn, flapped its wings to shake off the water, glaring at Qin Yu with evident dissatisfaction. Xiao Yu, Lian Yan, with a cheerful demeanor, approached from the west corridor, gracefully navigating around the artificial hill to appear before Qin Yu. Upon turning his head, Qin Yu immediately broke into a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Grandfather Lian, I have delightful news to share." With an air of mystery, Lian Yan replied, igniting a spark of joy within Qin Yu. "Could it be that my father has arrived?" He pondered internally, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, his eager gaze fixed on Lian Yan. Lian Yan continued with a smile, "The various manuals you sought have arrived." Though a hint of disappointment flickered within him, it swiftly transformed into exhilaration as Qin Yu sprang from the hot spring, hastily donning his garments. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he implored, "Grandfather Lian, please take me there. Where are the manuals?" Realizing that no one could aid him but himself, he resolved to work diligently. "Follow me," Lian Yan chuckled. Leading the way as Qin Yu, brimming with excitement, trailed closely behind, his determination solidified. Previously, Qin Yu had drifted through life aimlessly, spending his days either perusing books in the study, gazing at the stars during the night, soaking in hot springs, or playing with Xiao He. However, at this moment, a newfound purpose ignited within him, infusing him with vigor and transforming his very essence. In the underground chamber complex of Yunwu Villa, which housed dozens of secret rooms, Lian Yan guided Qin Yu into one of these chambers. Inside, the room was sparsely furnished with a bed, a long table, a chair, and other basic necessities, exuding a sense of simplicity. Atop the long table lay an exquisite black box. "Little Yu, the manuals are contained within this box." Lian Yan pointed at the black box and said. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes immediately lit up as he rushed forward to open the mysterious container. This action startled Lian Yan momentarily. "Little Yu, step back." Lian Yan's hand darted like a phantom, swiftly seizing Qin Yu and lifting him behind him, his tone turning grave. "Little Yu, this box is not an ordinary one. It must not be opened carelessly." Qin Yu looked at Lian Yan in confusion. "You are too young, and you do not yet comprehend the value of these manuscripts," Lian Yan remarked with a smile, shaking his head. "Do you realize that the worth of these manuscripts surpasses even the treasures hidden within the royal palace of the Chu Dynasty? Therefore, the construction of this box is quite peculiar. Forcing it open or tampering with it arbitrarily would result in the destruction of its contents." As he spoke, Lian Yan's hand moved like a wisp, deftly tapping the box 12 times at different locations. With a resounding thud, a keyhole suddenly appeared on the surface of the box. Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He distinctly remembered that there had been no keyhole moments ago. He had assumed the box was merely an ordinary clasp type, oblivious to its intricate design. Even if someone were to seize it, they would be unable to locate the keyhole, nor would they possess the key. Lian Yan then produced a golden key and inserted it into the keyhole. With a satisfying click, the box sprang open. Qin Yu instinctively leaned forward to take a look. At a cursory glance, the black box contained an array of exceedingly thin tomes, each comprising merely a handful of pages, some as few as 2 or 3, while the thickest barely exceeded 20. Remarkably, such slender volumes filled the entire box. Within lay the most prestigious techniques of internal martial arts, totaling 68 secret manuals, alongside 28 external martial arts treatises. "Xiao Yu, from now on, you must study these manuals exclusively in the secret chamber. They must not be taken outside. Do you understand?" Lian Yan stated gravely, fixing his gaze upon Qin Yu. The latter nodded affirmatively. "Well, you have been able to read since the age of 6, and over the past 2 years you have perused numerous texts. You should be capable of comprehending these manuals on your own. Take your time. Grandfather will take his leave now," Lian Yan said with a smile before exiting the chamber. Once Lian Yan departed, Qin Yu meticulously retrieved each manual, arranging them upon the table, 96 in total, which entirely covered the long surface. Gazing at the collection before him, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement. Each internal martial arts manual held the potential to incite frenzy among martial artists. The Qin family, with its deep-rooted heritage, possessed secrets that surpassed even those of the 3 great dynasties. Many of these manuals had been lost to time for centuries. Zulongju, he mused, his mind recalling that his father had once shown it to him in his youth. He regarded the last and thinnest manual, crafted from the most exquisite materials, Zulongju inscribed on golden paper, a title that emanated an overwhelming aura. After perusing the 68 exceptional internal techniques, Qin Yu's attention shifted to the 28 external martial arts manuals. The ancient texts lay before Qin Yu: the iron sand palm, the mighty Vajra palm, the dragon claw hand, the iron cloth shirt, the Vajra shield, the 13 Taibao's horizontal training, and the Overlord's divine fist, among others, 28 distinct external martial arts secrets. Without hesitation, Qin Yu picked up one tome and began to peruse it slowly. In the hidden chamber, he immersed himself in the rich collection of precious cultivation manuals amassed by the Qin family over countless generations. Chapter 6. The sole choice within the confines of the secret chamber. Qin Yu skimmed through the texts with remarkable speed, completing an overview of all 28 external martial arts manuals in just 1 hour. His grandfather's words rang true. The practice of external martial arts indeed appeared to be arduous. A frown creased Qin Yu's youthful face. After examining the manuals, he gleaned a fundamental understanding of external martial arts cultivation, which focused on various methods to enhance physical strength through relentless training that pushed beyond the limits of fatigue. In contrast, internal cultivation merely involved absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, resulting in a refreshing state post-practice, devoid of pain. External martial arts, however, required the exploration of one's physical limits, subjecting the body to the utmost trials, fraught with pain and hardship. These two methods of cultivation were fundamentally opposed. External martial arts were arduous and exhausting, and they did not facilitate the attainment of innate mastery. Typically, only the impoverished, lacking any background, would choose to pursue external martial arts, whereas true scions of illustrious families generally focused on internal cultivation. Yet what of Qin Yu? He possessed 68 esteemed internal cultivation techniques, each remarkable in its own right, but could he truly practice them? First, let us examine the inner cultivation techniques. Although my dantian is rather unique, there may indeed be some inner cultivation methods worth exploring. With a glimmer of hope, Qin Yu eagerly opened the ancient tome, only to find himself utterly astounded. The Shenting by Hui, Fengqi, and Qimeng acupoints. The Sanjiao Han Shaoyang Meridian, Han Taiyin, and Kidney Foot Shaoyang Meridian. This left Qin Yu in a state of bewilderment. He had perused numerous texts and heard these terms before, yet the crux of the matter was that while he recognized Fengqi, he had no idea where it was located within the human body. The illustrations in those books, though present, were merely rudimentary sketches composed of a few lines. This inner cultivation could not be practiced recklessly. Misdirected energy could be fatal. It seemed prudent to first seek out the study to diligently learn about the meridians and acupoints. A sense of helplessness washed over Qin Yu's small face as he carefully stored the texts away and exited the secret chamber. 6 days later, Qin Yu once again entered the hidden room. This time he was brimming with confidence. With 68 tomes before him, he intended to experiment with each one to determine which would facilitate his cultivation. Excitement radiated from his face, for he was merely an 8-year-old child, often dreaming of becoming a master. Over the past 6 days dedicated to studying the acupoints and meridians, Qin Yu had even enlisted the help of the servants from Yunwu Villa to construct a wooden figure. Additionally, he had called upon the esteemed medical expert, Mr. Wang Xian, to clearly mark the acupoints and meridians. By combining the knowledge from the texts, the wooden figure, and frequent consultations with Mr. Wang Xian, Qin Yu finally felt ready to commence his inner cultivation. Which tome should he begin with? This one, perhaps, Commentary on Waterways. Qin Yu muttered to himself as he randomly selected a tome, the Commentary on the Water Classic, which had gained considerable fame centuries ago, though now scarcely anyone remembered this premier cultivation technique. Following the prescribed method, Qin Yu settled into a cross-legged position and commenced his practice. The initial step in cultivating internal energy is to attain an awareness of the subtle sensation of the minuscule amounts of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth that one absorbs. In truth, throughout life, individuals unconsciously absorb this ethereal essence, yet the quantities are so trivial that they remain imperceptible. Cultivation involves a conscious effort to absorb as much as possible. After an hour, Qin Yu's mind became restless, and he found it increasingly difficult to persist. The sensation, he thought, recalling his grandfather's words about those with natural talent who immediately experience this feeling upon beginning their practice. After an entire hour, how can I not feel even a hint of it? Frustration etched on his face. Qin Yu realized that sitting for so long had left his legs numb. He stood to stretch for a moment before resuming his meditation on the commentary on the Water Classic. 2 days later, having finished breakfast, Qin Yu returned to his practice. He was quite stubborn, resolutely continuing with the first chapter of the commentary on the Water Classic, as he understood that merely striving to sense the energy did not significantly vary with the text employed. Again, he settled into a cross-legged position, envisioning the flow of energy coursing through his meridians. Subsequently, he let go of all thoughts, allowing his mind to drift into a state of serene emptiness, and continued in this manner. Suddenly, Qin Yu sensed an exceedingly faint current of energy gently flowing within him. After 2 days of unwavering effort, success had finally arrived. In that instant, a wave of exhilaration surged within him, abruptly shattering the tranquility and emptiness of his mind, and simultaneously, the sensation of the energy dissipated. Calmness, tranquility, Qin Yu murmured to himself, and then once again entered the state as described in the Water Classic. After a brief moment, he indeed felt a faint stream of energy within him. Immediately, following the instructions of the Water Classic, Qin Yu began to guide the energy through his meridians in a small circulation. As it flowed, Qin Yu became increasingly aware of this energy. Upon completing a small circulation, he attempted to control this spiritual energy and draw it into his dantian. According to the teachings of the manual, the energy would settle quietly in the dantian, accumulating there. However, it appeared that Elder Feng had been correct. My dantian is unique and cannot store internal energy. In the practice of internal cultivation, the internal energy is meant to be stored within the dantian. If my dantian cannot retain this energy, what purpose does further cultivation serve? At that moment, Qin Yu finally comprehended. Although there are countless methods of internal cultivation across the world, each distinct in its approach, one truth remains consistent. The energy absorbed and transformed through practice is invariably stored within the qi, that is, the dantian. If the dantian itself cannot hold internal energy, what use is there in continuing to cultivate? Suddenly, Qin Yu casually noticed the golden ancestral dragon scripture. Among these texts on internal cultivation, this singular book, inscribed on golden paper, stood out prominently. Qin Yu reached out and took the ancestral dragon scripture. It was quite thin, consisting of only 3 pages. Yet the characters on the golden paper were minuscule, and there was a substantial amount of content spread across those 3 pages. Qin Yu endeavored to cultivate according to the incantations of the ancestral dragon secret art. After a brief moment, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. Indeed, this ancestral dragon secret art proved formidable, as it absorbed the spiritual essence of heaven and earth far more abundantly than before, and the circulation of energy within his meridians accelerated remarkably. However, when Qin Yu attempted to store his internal power in his dantian, a similar predicament ensued. The dantian resembled a funnel. For every ounce of internal power, an equal amount escaped, rendering it impossible to accumulate any. A bitter smile mingled with resignation graced Qin Yu's face. Yet he soon chuckled. Alas, it seems I cannot afford to be lazy. I had hoped to find a way to cultivate my internal energy without toil, but this dantian acts like a sieve, allowing all my efforts to slip away. How can I possibly cultivate my internal power? Yet, on his countenance, there appeared an air of indifference. In truth, Qin Yu had long prepared himself for this eventuality, for it was Feng Yuzi, one of the 3 great immortals of the Chu Dynasty, who had initially proclaimed his inability to cultivate internal power. Such a declaration from a figure of such stature held little room for error. External martial arts, yes, from this day forth, I shall devote myself entirely to mastering external techniques. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Qin Yu's eyes as he gazed at the 28 volumes of external martial arts manuals. He smiled, contemplating, throughout the history of the Qianlong Continent, no one has ever attained the innate realm in external martial arts. Let me be the first to achieve this distinction. After all, Qin Yu was merely an 8-year-old child, still possessing the innocence of youth. To reach the innate realm through external martial arts was indeed unprecedented. Just how formidable would a master of external martial arts in the innate realm be? This remained an enigma. 2 days later, in the morning within Qin Yu's study, Qin Yu cradled a book, engrossed in its pages. Beside him stood 2 towering bookshelves, each brimming with at least 1,000 volumes of diverse literature. Meanwhile, Xiao He meandered through the study, careful not to disturb its young master. Your Highness, 8 masters of external martial arts have arrived, led by the Vice Chief Steward of the Wangfu, who has come to assist you in selecting an instructor, a servant announced respectfully at the door of the study. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this news. He promptly set down his book, a wave of excitement washing over him. Initially, he had discussed this matter with Lian Yan, who had subsequently communicated with the people of the Wangfu. Knowing of Qin Yu's interest, Duke Qinda had arranged for several formidable masters from the military, as well as renowned external martial artists from the 3 prefectures of the eastern region, to come forth. After a 2-day wait, they had finally arrived. Kong and hurry, lead the way, Qin Yu commanded eagerly. Yes, Your Highness, Kong replied promptly, respectfully guiding the way as Qin Yu exited the study and made his way towards the western garden. Chapter 7. Choosing a master not far from the hot springs in the western garden lay a training ground, which was currently bustling with people. Lian Bo. Each of these 8 masters of external martial arts is exceptional, for hail from the military, while the other 4 are renowned experts from the 3 prefectures of the eastern region. Look, that silver-haired elder is the Eagle Claw King, the Vice Chief Steward of the Wangfu, Li remarked to Lian Yan, his tone slightly obsequious. Lian Yan nodded nonchalantly, casting a cursory glance over the 8 masters. Not a second did his gaze linger on the so-called Eagle Claw King and the others. Practicing martial arts, whether honing one's fingers and claws or training the legs and feet, results in a distinct physicality compared to ordinary individuals. For instance, those who cultivate claw techniques often possess thicker fingers and an abundance of calluses, which are of no merit in the eyes of Lian Bo. Suddenly, Lian Bo's attention was drawn to the last figure among the 8, a cold, austere man clad in black. This man was not particularly robust, his muscles less developed than those of the others, and his hands bore no calluses. He appeared far from a master of external martial arts. Nevertheless, Lian Bo's gaze lingered on this black-clad figure for a full 3 seconds. The cold man abruptly lifted his head and met Lian Bo's eyes, his gaze striking like a bolt of lightning. Zhao Yunqing. It was none other than General Zhao. The prince had the generosity to invite General Zhao here. If Xiao Yu could be accepted as his disciple, achieving mastery would not be a formidable challenge. Lian Bo remarked with a smile, fully aware of Zhao Yunqing's reputation. Zhao Yunqing's expression remained stern. The prince has stated that whoever the 3rd prince chooses as a teacher shall be accepted, relying solely on the prince's discernment. Senior Lian, it would be prudent not to offer covert counsel to the prince. Otherwise, even if I am chosen, I shall not take him as my disciple. I am well aware of that. Ultimately, it is dependent on Xiao Yu's own choice, Lian Yan replied with a smile. Among the 8 formidable practitioners of external martial arts, each possessed remarkable skills, and any choice made by Qin Yu would be commendable. However, Lian Yan harbored a secret hope that Qin Yu would select Zhao Yunqing, for he understood the formidable prowess of this General Zhao. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed outside, and a visibly excited Qin Yu burst in. Upon seeing the 8 formidable masters before him, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Xiao Yu, choose one of these 8 martial experts to be your mentor, Lian Yan remarked with a smile. Qin Yu scrutinized each master carefully. Among the 8, the most striking was a hulking figure resembling a bear, with arms as thick as Qin Yu's waist. He was certain of the immense power behind that fist, which only heightened his excitement. Choose one? Can't I select all 8? Qin Yu inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion as he glanced at Lian Yan. Lian Yan was taken aback, and the 8 masters exchanged surprised looks, including the stoic Zhao Yunqing, whose brow lifted in amusement. Clearing his throat, Lian Yan earnestly explained, Xiao Yu, training in martial arts is not akin to studying. While you can have multiple teachers in academics, it is not feasible in martial arts. For instance, attempting to learn several internal techniques simultaneously could lead to disastrous consequences. But I am studying external techniques, Qin Yu retorted. External techniques are even more complex, Lien Yen continued. They involve rigorous physical training, pushing the body beyond its limits. Each master has their unique methodology, honed through the experiences of countless practitioners, ensuring that you do not overstrain your body. However, if you attempt to learn from several teachers concurrently, their methods will clash, leading to, Lien Yen shook his head with a sigh, the implication clear. Moreover, there was a more significant reason behind this advice. It is likely that none of us would be willing to share a disciple with another. A robust bald man chuckled, and the others nodded in agreement, smiling. These 8 individuals were all masters of external martial arts, each harboring a rather proud disposition. Thus, how could they possibly consent to sharing a disciple with another? However, upon hearing Qin Yu's words, none of them seemed to mind, considering he was merely an 8-year-old child. I understand. Qin Yu nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, a glimmer of mischief flickered in his eyes, causing Lien Yen's heart to leap. He was well aware that although Qin Yu had a kind heart, he also delighted in playful tricks. The guards and servants of Yunwu Manor had certainly been subjected to their fair share of pranks. Dear uncles and grandfathers, Qin Yu said, I have heard from Grandfather Lien that you are all masters of external martial arts, and I would like to select one of you as my teacher. However, you should first demonstrate your skills to aid in my decision. He blinked his big eyes at the 8 external martial arts experts. Isn't that so? Without a demonstration, how can I choose? Haha, that sounds reasonable. I shall demonstrate first. What shall I perform? Boasted the largest among them, a bear-like figure named Mandong. He had a unique copper figure with one leg in his hands. After pondering for a moment, Mandong grinned and declared, Very well, I will showcase my strength. He placed the one-legged copper figure on the ground and quickly set his sights on a massive green stone used for decoration in the west courtyard. This stone stood nearly half a person tall and appeared to weigh 1,000 pounds. With determination, Mandong strode over, grasping it firmly with both hands. Humph! With a cold snort, Mandong emitted a visible breath from his nostrils. Qin Yu observed as Mandong's muscular arms bulged, the sinewy fibers entwining like writhing earthworms, their contours resembling intricately carved stone, imbued with a terrifying divine strength. Up! Mandong bellowed, and the massive piece of green stone was effortlessly hurled into the air by his hands. Qin Yu stared in astonishment. Lifting such a weight, which must have weighed 1,000 pounds, was already a daunting feat. Yet this Mandong had managed to throw it skyward. The strength he wielded was undoubtedly beyond 1,000 pounds. The stone ascended a meter or two before crashing down heavily. Mandong steadied himself in a horse stance, extending his arms to catch the descending stone. The force exerted on him by the falling stone exceeded its own weight, yet he maintained his grip with remarkable stability, showcasing his extraordinary strength. Impressive, Qin Yu gasped, eyes wide with awe. Mandong chuckled lightly, nonchalantly declaring, I possess 800 pounds of strength in one hand. Combined, my 2 hands exceed 1,000 pounds, and it's as easy as child's play. Gifted with innate divine strength, Mandong was one of the 3 foremost external martial artists of the fierce tiger army, known by the moniker Man Bear. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Who else is there? Qin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Witnessing such a display was exhilarating. The mere thought of one day possessing such power thrilled him even further. However, he remained unaware that attaining such a level of strength, like Mandong's innate divine power, would be a formidable challenge. At that moment, a slender man with a hawk-like nose stepped forward, stating, I practice the iron sand palm. Upon observing the man's hands, Qin Yu noted their roughness, distinctly different from ordinary hands, and even tinged with a bluish hue. The hawk-nosed man approached with resolute determination and delivered a powerful strike. The stone trembled violently before shattering into dozens of large fragments, a display of sheer force that was utterly terrifying. Qin Yu stood agape, astonished by the cold demeanor of the hawk-nosed man. Such formidable strength, if unleashed upon a person, would be unbearable. Chapter 8. Zhao Yunxing. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, each of the 8 individuals who had come this time had attained the master level within their respective martial arts schools. Their prowess was formidable, easily surpassing that of the average peak practitioners. Perhaps only someone of innate mastery could contend with them. At such an advanced level, their limbs were as resilient as steel, even surpassing the sharpness of weapons. Thus, shattering the was but a natural occurrence. However, reaching such heights in martial arts required not only diligent effort but also exceptional talent. After all, among the over 1 billion people in the 3 counties of the eastern region, only a mere handful had cultivated their skills to this extraordinary level. Qin Yu widened his eyes in amazement, intently watching as each martial arts expert stepped forward to demonstrate their unique techniques. Bang! This was the performance of the 6th martial artist. A robust, bald man stepped forth, his upper body seemingly shimmering with a golden hue. Iron leg technique. The bald man smiled slightly as he effortlessly swung his leg. Whoosh! The air was abruptly sliced open, producing a sharp, piercing whistle. A visible wave of energy surged forth in a straight line, striking one of the shattered pieces, which was propelled far away by the force of the impact. Merely propelled by the terrifying speed of his legs, the gust of wind generated sent a shattered piece of bluestone rolling far away. One can only imagine the outcome had such legs struck a person directly. Impressive, Qin Yu mused inwardly, then turned his gaze to the final external martial arts expert, a stern man clad in black. Throughout the performances of the other martial artists, this stoic figure maintained a dispassionate demeanor, his eyes betraying no emotion. Why do you not demonstrate your skills? Qin Yu inquired, having waited in vain for the cold man to take action. Zhao Yunqing shook his head nonchalantly, responding, My claw technique pales in comparison to that of the Eagle Claw King, my strength is no match for Mandong, and my leg techniques are inferior to that of this brother. So why should I embarrass myself? Qin Yu was taken aback. Surely you must possess some unique skill? He scrutinized the austere man before him, attempting to discern any distinctive trait, yet he found himself at a loss. There was nothing exceptional about the black-clad figure. A unique skill? Zhao Yunqing chuckled lightly, then composed himself, fixing his gaze on Qin Yu with a glint of coldness in his eyes. My true skill reveals itself only when it comes to taking a life. However, even if I were to take you on as a student, I would never impart to you the art of killing. Yet, rather than being intimidated by Zhao Yunqing's imposing aura, Qin Yu felt a pang of curiosity. If you will not teach me your unique skill, then what will you teach me? Physical conditioning, Zhao Yunqing replied flatly. Suddenly, Qin Yu broke into a smile. Excellent. I choose you as my mentor. At this moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Yunqing's typically stern visage, as the other 7 esteemed martial artists gazed in disbelief at Qin Yu. They could not fathom why he had chosen a mere practitioner of physical training over them. Very well, the 3rd prince has made his choice. From this day forth, Zhao Yunqing shall be the mentor of the 3rd prince, announced Vice Chief Li in a resounding voice. The 7 martial artists approached Qin Yu, their expressions a mixture of surprise and curiosity. 3rd prince, why did you not select me? Boomed the robust Mandong. I could teach you immense strength, capable of wielding a massive axe that could cleave through anything. Observing the intrigued expressions of the 7 martial artists, a mischievous smile graced Qin Yu's face. Ah, that is a secret, he replied playfully. At that moment, Zhao Yunqing approached, a faint smile illuminating his features as he inquired, I too am curious. What prompted you to select me as your teacher, 3rd prince? Could you share your reasoning? With a slight tilt of his head, Qin Yu replied, brimming with confidence, Isn't it obvious? Such foolishness. He turned to leave, as Lian Yan followed closely, asking, Little Yu, why did you choose Zhao Yunqing? In a conspiratorial whisper, Qin Yu responded, Grandfather Lian, can't you see? Just look at their expressions. Among the 8, Zhao Yunqing stands apart, with no one daring to approach him. Furthermore, he appears utterly indifferent to the performances of the others. Isn't that telling? And, Grandfather Lian, notice how Zhao Yunqing's gaze differs from the rest. As he spoke, Qin Yu stepped out of the western courtyard, leaving the 8 external martial arts experts in a state of astonishment. Being masters themselves, their hearing was exceptionally acute, and they had all caught wind of Qin Yu's remarks. The 3rd prince's thoughts were indeed meticulous. He might well acquire an admirable disciple. However, it remained uncertain how steadfast the young man's resolve was. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Zhao Yunqing's eyes. The other 7 masters shared an understanding, marveling at the third prince's sagacity. "Brother Zhao, congratulations on gaining such a remarkable pupil. We shall take our leave now," said the Eagle Claw King and others, bowing slightly in respect. Masters of internal arts formed one circle, while those of external arts constituted another. Throughout the entire Qianlong Continent, with its multitude of external martial artists, Zhao Yunqing was regarded as a figure of imperial stature, earning the reverence of all external martial artists. Furthermore, Zhao Yunqing was also quite formidable in military leadership. King Qin of the eastern town had been willing to let Zhao Yunqing instruct for a year, which had initially left Su Yuan in awe for quite some time. The following day, in the vast training ground of the Yunwu Villa, Zhao Yunqing stood there, clad in a black training uniform, exuding an air of aloofness, utterly motionless. "Master!" exclaimed Qin Yu, who was dressed in a training outfit, as he excitedly approached Zhao Yunqing with utmost respect. Zhao Yunqing nodded slightly and said, "From now on, you must arrive at the training ground by 6 in the morning. It is now 8 o'clock. You are a full hour late. As punishment, you shall run from Yunwu Villa to the foot of the mountain and then return." For clarity, the time on Qianlong Continent is set at 24 hours a day, 30 days a month, and 360 days a year, which is also a way for the author to take a breather. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, and then, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Teacher, this is the first time. You never informed me that I was to arrive at 6. With an unwavering gaze, Zhao Yunqing replied, "Do not harbor any doubt regarding my orders. All you need to do is comply." Qin Yu bit his lip and responded, "Yes, teacher." Upon finishing his words, he began to dash down the path. Observing Qin Yu's departure, a slight smile graced Zhao Yunqing's lips, and he inclined his head slightly before reverting to his stoic demeanor. Zhao Yunqing then followed closely behind Qin Yu, moving with an effortless grace that resembled a leisurely stroll, each stride covering several meters as he trailed Qin Yu. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with determination as he pressed his lips together and commenced his run. Having frequently ascended mountains in the past, particularly from the Misty Mountain Villa to its peak, he was accustomed to running distances exceeding 1,000 meters, which had significantly enhanced his stamina. Coupled with the rejuvenating soaks in the villa's hot springs, his physical condition far surpassed that of his peers. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain after 2 kilometers, the descent had not proved too strenuous for Qin Yu. He finished the distance merely panting. Turning around, he began his ascent. Descending was effortless, yet ascending posed a challenge. After merely a few hundred meters, Qin Yu found himself gasping for breath, each step becoming increasingly arduous. His leg muscles ached with exertion, and every movement felt laborious, yet he sensed Zhao Yunqing's presence beside him. Deep down, Qin Yu possessed a stubborn pride, and with clenched teeth, he resolved to persevere. Pushing his limits, he struggled for breath, his chest heaving as if it were a bellows rapidly drawing in air. "Am I unable to continue?" Reaching his physiological limit, Qin Yu experienced immense suffering. The thought of his father spurred him on, and gritting his teeth, he persevered despite the escalating agony, even feeling as though death was imminent. Suddenly, it was as if he had surmounted a great peak. His breathing became slightly easier. Having surpassed this physiological threshold, Qin Yu maintained a pace close to his limit. After running over 1,000 meters, upon sighting the gates of the Cloud Mist Manor, he encountered his second physiological limit. Arriving at Cloud Mist Manor, Qin Yu felt a wave of relaxation wash over him and was about to stop for a rest. However, as he reached the training grounds, the icy voice of Zhao Yunqing echoed behind him. Zhao Yunqing exhibited no signs of fatigue, his voice unwavering, devoid of any fluctuation. While an ordinary person would be breathless merely from walking or climbing, he remained completely composed. Qin Yu did not respond. Instead, he gasped for breath, finally managing to reach the training ground. Upon arrival, his legs felt weak and exhaustion washed over him, prompting him to sit. "Stand, do not sit," Zhao Yunqing commanded, swiftly positioning himself before Qin Yu, regarding him with an expression unchanged from their descent. Drawing upon his inherent pride, Qin Yu forced himself to remain standing, locking eyes with Zhao Yunqing. Zhao Yunqing nodded and said, "Having run down successfully, you have come to understand your physiological limits. Good. You have completed the run in one go. From this day forth you shall be my disciple, Zhao Yunqing. Zhao Yunqing's words were quite explicit. If Qin Yu could not keep up, it seemed that Zhao Yunqing would simply depart, ceasing his instruction. Qin Yu merely gazed at Zhao Yunqing, not for lack of desire to speak, but because at that moment words eluded him. It was the first time he had run with such intensity. All external martial arts, whether it be iron sand palm or iron leg technique or others, serve to hone specific parts of the body, rendering them as resilient as steel and astonishingly powerful. They are merely methods of attack. Regardless of the external technique, the body remains the foundation, the essence. A person who is as swift as lightning and can lift 1,000 pounds, when practicing any external art, be it the Overlord's divine fist or iron leg technique, will undoubtedly surpass a frail individual. Zhao Yunqing spoke with conviction. At this moment, as Qin Yu's breath steadied, he listened intently to Zhao Yunqing and responded, "Master, I comprehend this, the body is fundamental. A well-conditioned physique is akin to unrefined jade, which can be sculpted into something exquisite, whereas a frail body resembles impure jade. No matter how skilled the craftsman, it cannot become a fine jade carving." A rare smile graced Zhao Yunqing's face. "Excellent. Understanding is key. My time to instruct you is limited to 1 year. Within this year, I will train you in every aspect of your body. Strength, speed, flexibility, explosiveness, and resilience, allowing your physique to undergo a profound transformation. As for the methods of attack, I shall not teach you. My focus will be on guiding you to attain a state of physical perfection. How to wield this body for combat and lethality, that journey is for you to discover. My training methodology is the extreme training regimen. Just now, while you were running, you must have sensed the presence of physiological limits. However, in comparison to my training, that is merely child's play. Of course, you may choose to surrender. If you decide to relinquish, it will bring me ease, for my soldiers are far more resilient than you, a mere child." Zhao Yunqing regarded Qin Yu with an air of indifference. Yet, in Qin Yu's eyes, there resided a firm resolve. Limits? He found himself enamored with the sensation of transcending boundaries. Indeed, he relished it. "Teacher, let us commence," Qin Yu proclaimed with determination, gazing steadfastly at Zhao Yunqing. Zhao Yunqing raised an eyebrow, astonished by the fortitude of his disciple's spirit, a hint of satisfaction gracing his countenance. However, Qin Yu suddenly wore a pained expression, blinking innocently as he implored, "Teacher, might I have a moment's respite? The recent exertions have truly exhausted me. Perhaps a sip of water first, followed by a soak in the hot spring, and then a massage from Grandfather Wang. My muscles are quite fatigued." Zhao Yunqing was momentarily taken aback, his expression frozen in time, a delightful spectacle that could be aptly described as both amusing and exasperating. Chapter 9. The essence. Upon hearing the term essence, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. His focus sharpened as he listened intently. In this vast world, there exist countless methods of external cultivation. Yet, most training techniques have strayed onto misguided paths. Zhao Yunqing spoke with an air of detachment, resembling an emperor surveying his domain, dismissing other external cultivation methods as utterly worthless. "Qin Yu, remember this. To cultivate external skills, one must thoroughly study the healing arts." Zhao Yunqing fixed his gaze upon Qin Yu, emphasizing his point. Healing arts? Although Qin Yu felt perplexed, he nonetheless kept it to himself. Zhao Yunqing continued, "Why do people cultivate? The primary reason is to attain health and longevity, and the secondary is to enhance one's offensive capabilities. Those who practice external martial arts aspire to make their fists and legs as solid as iron. Indeed, they have achieved this. However, can their hardened fists compare to the resilience of a blade forged from mysterious iron?" As Qin Yu listened, his brow furrowed deeply. Mysterious iron is quite precious, and weapons crafted from it are considerably sharper and more durable than ordinary iron weapons. The sharpness of a mysterious iron sword undoubtedly surpasses the strikes of external martial artists. Take that brute, Man Dong, for instance. He has reached the pinnacle of strength training, possessing immense power and formidable muscles. Yet, his speed pales in comparison to that of true masters. All I need is a dagger to swiftly sever his throat. Zhao Yunqing spoke coldly, exuding an aura of menace. At that moment, Qin Yu had no doubt about Zhao Yunqing's words. Instead, His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he focused intently on every word. With his knowledge of medicine, he understood that the human body comprises over 100 muscles, each serving its own purpose. Isolating training to one area could yield adverse results. Great strength but diminished speed, or powerful limbs but lacking agility. Speed may be swift, yet the body lacks resilience. Zhao Yunxing elaborated. Qin Yu now comprehended Zhao Yunxing's message entirely and exclaimed with excitement, "Master, I understand. Is it necessary to train all muscles?" "No," Zhao Yunxing replied, shaking his head. "Even if you wish to train all muscles, do you know how to do so?" Qin Yu was taken aback. With so many muscles in the body, achieving a workout for each one was not merely a matter of practice. It required the cumulative research of countless generations. Moreover, even if such a method existed, it would be impractical. The principle of harmonious balance and the integration of both hard and soft techniques are paramount. One cannot focus solely on one area, nor can one haphazardly attempt to train everything, as this would ultimately lead to a dilution of effort and result in failure to accomplish anything. Zhao Yunxing shook his head in disapproval. Qin Yu found himself in a state of confusion. If concentrating on a single area was wrong, and training all areas was also incorrect, then what was he supposed to practice? To attain a flawless physique, one must possess strength, flexibility, explosive power, speed, agility, and resilience against impacts. Zhao Yunxing enumerated these numerous requirements, leaving Qin Yu momentarily stunned. With so many demands, how was one to cultivate them? Noticing Qin Yu's bewildered expression, Zhao Yunxing smiled gently and reassured him, "Do not worry. I have my methods for training you." Suddenly, Qin Yu recalled the formidable Eagle Claw King and the Iron Leg Master, whose grip could effortlessly crush bluestone. How terrifying their finger strength was. Yet, why hadn't Zhao Yunxing mentioned the importance of training specific areas? "Master, why not train the hands and feet like in Eagle Claw techniques?" Qin Yu inquired. Zhao Yunxing, pleased by Qin Yu's question, replied, "You raise a valid point. For instance, if one wishes to master the Eagle Claw or Iron Sand Palm techniques, it is essential to develop finger strength. Additionally, one must regularly apply medicinal alcohol to allow the palms to absorb its potency. Coupled with continuous training, this will render the hands as strong as steel." Qin Yu nodded in understanding. He had also perused the methods of external martial cultivation, which indeed involved incessantly honing one's strength while applying medicinal alcohol to harden the palms to an extraordinary degree. Such training, in his view, was nothing short of the folly of a fool. Zhao Yunxing suddenly interjected with disdain for this training method. "Master, the Eagle Claw technique is formidable. Why do you consider it the work of a fool?" Although Qin Yu exhibited a maturity beyond his years, he remained a child at heart. Having witnessed the prowess of both the Eagle Claw technique and the Iron Sand Palm, leaving him perplexed by Zhao Yunxing's remarks. With an air of superiority, Zhao Yunxing retorted, "Eagle Claw technique? Iron Sand Palm?" Utilizing those techniques while coating them with even toxic medicinal alcohol ultimately leads to the skin becoming completely rigid, rendering one incapable of feeling pain, transforming the hands into mere gloves. "Qin Yu, observe my hand," he said, extending his right hand. Zhao Yunxing's hand was smooth, even possessing a delicate quality. In an instant, a nearly transparent glove materialized upon Zhao Yunxing's hand. With a casual demeanor, he remarked, "This is a heavenly silkworm silk glove. While it may be considered somewhat precious, it is still an ordinary item, comparable to dark iron. With sufficient expenditure, one can easily acquire it." Having been raised in the royal mansion, Qin Yu was well aware that many items, such as common steel, were rather mundane. Although heavenly silkworm silk and dark iron were less common, they certainly did not qualify as treasures. True treasures were typically procured from the boundless wilderness, often from exceedingly formidable demon beasts that surpassed even innate masters and occasionally exceeded celestial beings. The hides, claws, or horns of such creatures were the epitome of precious artifacts. Although the silk of the silkworm possesses average resilience, it surpasses even the tenacity of the hands of renowned fighters like the Eagle Claw King. Zhao Yunxing seized a piece of blue stone and, with a forceful grip of his right hand, effortlessly crushed it into fine powder, achieving a more thorough pulverization than that accomplished by the Eagle Claw King. Turning to Qin Yu, Zhao Yunxing remarked, "Qin Yu, in terms of finger strength, I am not inferior to the Eagle Claw King. While it is essential to train this strength, one must not allow the skin of the hands to become rigid. Do you grasp my meaning? Qin Yu nodded but, perplexed, replied, Master, are you suggesting that I should protect my hands and avoid training them to be like those who practice iron sandpalm or eagle claw techniques? However, what benefits does this approach yield? And what about the body? Am I to engage in battle clad in armor? Zhao Yunqing's eyes sparkled with approval as he acknowledged. Teaching an astute disciple is indeed a far more effortless endeavor. Many concepts become clear with just a hint. At that moment, realization dawned upon Qin Yu. The essence of attack lies in the use of weapons. Swords and blades necessitate the finesse of one's hands. A hand that achieves a state of perfect sensitivity is far superior to a completely rigid one devoid of pain or touch, allowing for far greater precision in wielding blades. The act of killing may hinge upon the slightest of margins, leaving no room for carelessness. As for the legs, they must possess explosive power, speed, and agility. Whether in a duel or amidst a tumultuous battlefield, if one's legs are exceedingly swift and their agility reaches an alarming level, they can navigate the chaos without sustaining injury. Zhao Yunqing asserted the legs determine a person's movement, speed, explosive power, and of course, the importance of quick reflexes cannot be overstated. At this moment, Qin Yu was increasingly exhilarated. He envisioned himself shimmering like a phantom amidst the throngs of soldiers, effortlessly dispatching foes who could not touch him in the slightest. This was the essence of agility, the quintessence of speed, with the legs being of paramount importance. His hands, nimble and swift, though lacking the brute strength of his legs, wielded weapons with reckless abandon. Conversely, the muscular power of his legs far surpassed that of his arms, delivering formidable strikes and dictating his movement. Both limbs were of utmost significance, while the torso served as the core of his being. On the inaugural day of training, Zhao Yunqing imparted the fundamental essence and primitive principles of her training methodology to Qin Yu. He listened intently, engraving every word spoken by Zhao Yunqing deeply within his mind. In Chapter 10, Extreme Training, Part 1, after nearly an hour of discourse, Qin Yu fully comprehended the underlying principles of his mentor's training approach. His admiration for Zhao Yunqing grew, as he recognized that adhering to her regimen would undoubtedly sculpt a flawless physique. Strength, speed, agility, and flexibility harmoniously coordinated. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Thus, the training commenced. A few hundred meters from Donglan Mountain, beside a picturesque round lake, Zhao Yunqing stood by the water's edge, accompanied by a mechanical pendulum clock, expertly crafted by a master of mechanisms. Due to its intricate design, such clocks were a luxury exclusive to noble families. The clock was divided into 24 hours, 12 double hours, with each hour comprising 60 minutes. Move swiftly, swim faster, Zhao Yunqing commanded coldly. In the circular lake, a figure was swimming tirelessly. It was Qin Yu. According to Zhao Yunqing, although swimming is a common activity, it serves as an excellent method for cultivating bodily coordination and flexibility. Thus, Qin Yu was commanded to swim continuously in the lake. In the past, he often indulged in hot springs at the West Garden, where the center was quite deep, and he frequently swam there, possessing considerable swimming skills. However, the relentless swimming, coupled with the requirement to complete it within a specified time, proved to be excruciating for Qin Yu. His legs ached, his arms throbbed, and his mind felt swollen. Father. The mere thought of his father's smile propelled Qin Yu to grit his teeth and persevere, even as he reached his limits. Faster, a bit faster, Zhao Yunqing urged coldly, devoid of any sentiment. A flicker of determination flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he fixated ahead, compelled by Zhao Yunqing's voice to push himself further. At that moment, a sudden wave of relief washed over his swollen head, and his arms and legs seemed to regain strength. Qin Yu distinctly felt a surge of energy emanating from within him, an inexplicable vitality that arose spontaneously. Excitement glimmered in his eyes as he surpassed his limits. He relished this sensation. Each time he transcended his physiological boundaries, his seemingly exhausted body generated renewed strength from deep within. He even sensed a transformation within himself, a latent potential buried deep inside. You've slowed down by 3 minutes, Zhao Yunqing remarked, glancing at the mechanical clock with an indifferent tone. Qin Yu struggled to reach the shore, utterly spent. His arms were immobile, and his legs felt painfully fatigued. He gasped for breath, striving to inhale the refreshing air, desperately attempting to recuperate. "Do you have any objections?" Zhao Yunxing inquired with a calm demeanor. "I do have objections. While pushing the limits of the human body can enhance physical strength, exceeding these limits excessively can lead to detrimental consequences. I sense I have reached my threshold. I cannot continue training. Teacher, during our swim, I experienced that limit twice in succession, and I feel incapable of enduring it once more," Qin Yu stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Yunxing. Zhao Yunxing replied nonchalantly, "As your teacher, you must obey my commands. If you believe my training methods are flawed and wish to cease, I can depart immediately. I have little regard for a lazy disciple such as yourself." Qin Yu's expression shifted slightly. After a moment, he glanced at Zhao Yunxing, took a deep breath and summoned the strength to run. The first step was excruciating, his legs burning with discomfort. However, after a short while, they began to feel invigorated. Observing from behind, Zhao Yunxing wore a faint smile. "This young man, do I not discern your true limits? While swimming, your arm strength exceeded that of your legs. Yet your leg muscles are inherently more robust. If your arms have persevered, your legs can certainly endure another set of training." Recalling Qin Yu's earlier reproach directed at him, Zhao Yunxing chuckled softly to himself. With an amused shake of his head, he followed closely behind Qin Yu. In the evening, within the warm embrace of the Shiyuan hot springs, Qin Yu reclined, savoring the delightful sensations coursing through his muscles after a day of extreme training. He could even perceive the gradual transformation of his physique. With a countenance of sheer bliss, he spread his arms wide and exclaimed, "Ah, heavens! This is the epitome of indulgence." Beside him, Xiao He flapped its wings joyfully, seemingly sharing in the merriment. Zhao Yunxing, with a stern expression, approached and stood by the hot springs, remarking, "The therapeutic properties of the hot springs at Yunjian Villa are highly beneficial for your body. Moreover, after soaking for 3 hours, you should visit Mr. Wang to apply some medicinal liquor, as it will further enhance your physical well-being." "Yes, I understand," Qin Yu replied, feeling utterly content, waving his hand dismissively. Zhao Yunxing, unperturbed, turned and departed. In the training arena, Zhao Yunxing stood resolutely, while Qin Yu had arrived early, a notable change as he had not been tardy this time. Curiously, despite having reached his limits the previous day, the restorative effects of the hot springs, coupled with the medicinal liquor, had rendered him vibrant and full of vigor. Zhao Yunxing mused to himself about the privileges of those hailing from affluent families, often the ones capable of pushing their external martial arts to the extreme. Training in external martial arts entails constantly surpassing physical boundaries. However, the human body does not merely generate strength. It also requires energy absorption. Wealthy science can indulge in nourishing foods, specialized medicinal meals, and rare herbal liquors, in addition to enlisting the expertise of skilled practitioners to alleviate fatigue through massage. With such advantageous conditions, the pursuit of external martial arts undoubtedly yields different results. Now, we engage in strength training wielding iron bars for deep squats, commencing with 100 repetitions. Zhao Yunxing casually pointed to an iron rod, which was not particularly thick, weighing approximately 10 pounds, an effortless task for an adult. However, for the merely 8-year-old Qin Yu, it posed a different challenge. Humph! With a determined effort, Qin Yu lifted the iron bar to chest height, grinning as he declared, "Teacher, this is quite easy. Complete 100 first," replied Zhao Yunxing with indifference. Immediately, Qin Yu began his squats. Initially, it felt quite manageable. After all, it was merely a matter of standing upright and then descending. Yet, after 30 repetitions, Qin Yu began to feel a pang of soreness in his legs. After enduring another 10, the muscles in his soles seized up. 100, he could barely manage 40 before discomfort set in. Taking a deep breath, he paused for a fleeting moment, allowing the muscles in his feet to recover before resuming his squats. However, with each passing repetition, the pain intensified. A fierce glimmer sparkled in Qin Yu's eyes as he gritted his teeth and persevered. He pushed through to 70 squats, at which point his legs threatened to give way beneath him. With a sudden, low shout, he summoned his strength, rising to his feet once more, a flicker of fervor igniting in his gaze. an exhilarating gleam. Another shout echoed as he stood again. With each bellow, he extracted every ounce of hidden strength from his legs, which gradually grew warm. Waves of power surged forth from deep within his muscles. Remarkably, with one final, resounding shout, Qin Yu accomplished his 100th squat. Although Qin Yu's legs were weak and seemed on the verge of collapsing, his eyes sparkled with excitement and a frenzied intensity. Beside him, Zhao Yunqing nodded silently in approval. "We shall now commence finger strength training," Zhao Yunqing declared, his expression remaining stern, offering Qin Yu no respite whatsoever. This training regimen had been meticulously crafted by Zhao Yunqing. At this moment, Qin Yu's legs were fatigued, yet his hands had not reached their limits, prompting Zhao Yunqing to focus on finger strength exercises. "Teacher, how do we train finger strength?" Qin Yu inquired cheerfully, despite the exhaustion in his legs. He found himself increasingly enamored with the exhilarating sensation of surpassing his limits. In those fleeting moments of transcendence, he experienced a profound zest for life. Indeed, it was passion, a fervent blaze, a wild abandon at the edge of extremity. That sensation was utterly enchanting. Chapter 11. Extreme Training Part 2. The most effective method for finger strength training is to practice single-handed Zen finger stands while inverted. However, your finger strength is still inadequate. For now, we shall employ the iron sand palm technique. This is a set of silken gloves. Wear them carefully to ensure the integrity of your hand's skin and musculature, Zhao Yunqing instructed, tossing Qin Yu the prepared silken gloves. With delight, Qin Yu accepted the silken gloves and donned them. "This is beach white sand. Use all your strength to scoop it with both hands, and do not cease until I command you to stop." Zhao Yunqing pointed towards a nearby pot filled with white sand. "Understood, teacher." Qin Yu regarded this training as a game. However, his legs were indeed sore and painful. Enduring the excruciating agony, he gritted his teeth and managed to reach the iron pot, a mere 10 meters away. Equipped with the silk gloves, he tirelessly scooped the sand, each thrust a testament to his unwavering effort. Qin Yu couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Although the silk gloves shielded his fingers from direct contact with the sand, they merely prevented the grains from touching his skin. The force of each single-handed scoop was undeniably felt. The swift motion and the weight of the white sand gradually inflicted torturous pain upon his fingers. Unable to resist, Qin Yu discreetly reduced the depth of his scoops. Instead of digging to the bottom, he now only reached a moderate depth, which made the task considerably easier. "Dig to the bottom, do not slack off," Zhao Yunqing instructed coldly. A pang of anxiety shot through Qin Yu, compelling him to grit his teeth and persevere once more. While he cherished the sensation of surpassing his limits, the pain radiating from his 10 fingers proved to be unbearable, especially considering he was but an 8-year-old child, the third son of the esteemed Lord of the East. He had never endured such hardship before. Suddenly, as he thrust his hand down, a sharp jolt of pain caused tears to stream down Qin Yu's cheeks uncontrollably. Zhao Yunqing observed coldly, watching the 8-year-old boy weep and struggle to continue shoveling sand, seemingly devoid of any compassion, relentlessly demanding more. Despite the tears, he was still required to dig. Half a year of training had already passed, and with the daily regimen coupled with an increased appetite, Qin Yu's physique had significantly strengthened compared to the past. Beneath the waterfall of Donglon Mountain, he gasped for breath. With a powerful flying kick, Zhao Yunqing sent several massive boulders tumbling down to the base of the waterfall, creating a platform amidst the rocks that could support a person. The waterfall cascaded from a great height, crashing onto the stone surface and sending countless white splashes soaring into the air. Standing firm like a mountain, yet moving with the swiftness of lightning, this waterfall, though not particularly large, was formidable nonetheless. After enduring such an extensive period of deep squat training, Qin Yu's leg strength had significantly improved. Indeed, Qin Yu responded, gradually positioning himself on the edge of the stone. The force of the waterfall was not overwhelming at this point, allowing him to adopt a stable stance with relative ease. "Move to the center," Zhao Yunqing commanded coldly. Feeling a sense of resignation, Qin Yu slowly shifted his footing towards the middle. The closer he approached the center, the more intense the water's impact became, causing his body to sway precariously. Yet, he knew he must reach that central position. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling shift, and before he could regain his balance, he was swept into the lake below. Continue, Zhao Yunxing remarked with an air of indifference. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Qin Yu reclined in the hot spring, his eyes gently narrowing in bliss. Each day spent in the warm embrace of the spring was the utmost indulgence for him. In the past, he had never experienced such a sensation. However, after pushing his body to its limits during training, the subsequent immersion in the hot spring brought waves of delightful soreness and numbness to his muscles. Beside him, the little black creature, having grown only slightly over 6 months, now sported a single golden feather atop its head, while the rest of its form remained cloaked in black. Its growth, however, was markedly slower than that of an ordinary eagle, and at this moment, it meandered aimlessly by the hot spring. Qin Yu had succumbed to slumber, drifting into sleep within the soothing waters. Each day was dedicated to rigorous training, followed by 6 hours of relaxation in the hot spring. He had even arranged a reclining chair in the water, where he would doze off. In the latter part of the night, he would receive massages and medicinal applications from the skilled healer, Wang Xian, allowing him time to peruse books. It could be said that he spared no moment in his pursuit of improvement. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared beside the hot spring, Lian Yan and Zhao Yunxing, both gazing upon the peacefully sleeping Qin Yu. Little Yu is still not yet 9. He is but a child, Lian Yan thought, his heart swelling with affection as he observed the glistening drool at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth and his still youthful visage. Having raised Qin Yu since childhood, Lian Yan regarded him as his own grandson. Zhao Yunxing, rarely seen with a smile, nodded in agreement, remarking, "Little Yu is an exceptionally resilient child. The training I have given him has truly pushed him to his utmost limits. Should he surpass this threshold, his body would surely falter." He managed to persevere. When the prince initially tasked me with military training, I underwent extreme conditioning amidst a colossal army of 100,000, pushing myself to the very limits of an ordinary soldier. Yet only a mere 1,000 were able to endure for an entire year. Zhao Yunxing's military exercises, however, were markedly different. Average soldiers could hardly indulge in the luxurious medicinal meals, soak in hot springs to relieve fatigue, or receive the specialized treatments from skilled healers as Qin Yu did. Moreover, those soldiers were all adults while Qin Yu was merely a child. The fact that a child could endure such trials indeed astonished and delighted Zhao Yunxing. Observing Qin Yu in his slumber, Yan and Zhao Yunxing exchanged smiles before quietly departing, leaving the sleeping boy blissfully unaware of their presence. His small mouth slightly ajar, a sweet and contented smile graced his face, with a delicate line of drool glistening at the corner. Perhaps, in his dreams he was with his father. It had been nearly 2 years since his father had last visited. The training regimen was rigorous. Running with weights, weighted squats, stances beneath waterfalls, explosive exercises against resistance, practicing punches in water to counteract buoyancy, continuously bearing weight throughout the day, flexibility training, grip strength exercises, reflex drills, and speed training. Zhao Yunxing employed a variety of methodologies, adhering to a systematic approach to provide comprehensive training for Qin Yu. Through Zhao Yunxing's guidance, Qin Yu continuously surpassed his physiological limits, witnessing remarkable advancements in his physical capabilities. A year later, 9-year-old Qin Yu, clad in long trousers and bare-chested, exhibited a physique that, while not excessively muscular, possessed an almost flawless streamlined form, reminiscent of a sleek cheetah. He gazed at his teacher before him, harboring a quiet resentment towards the teacher's relentless demeanor over the past year. Each training session had been a tear-laden struggle. However, upon witnessing the teacher's expression of satisfaction today, a profound understanding dawned upon him. "Teacher, I shall not disappoint you," Qin Yu declared resolutely, fixing his gaze on Zhao Yunxing. Zhao Yunxing nodded with a smile, then abruptly turned and strode out of the Yunwu villa. With the resounding roar of a fierce tiger echoing in the air, Qin Yu felt his eyes moisten. He comprehended that from this day forth, he would embark on his self-training journey alone. Chapter 12. Dawn, Part 1. In the boundless wilderness, amidst towering mountains and endless forests, mythical beasts lay hidden within. The vastness of this primitive land was beyond anyone's knowledge. The 3 counties of the eastern region proclaimed an army of 600,000, with 400,000 stationed at the edges of the wilderness, while an additional 200,000 were positioned beyond the Blackwater mountain range. Within those mountains, nearly 200,000 bandits thrived, renowned as the premier bandits of the realm. Their intimate familiarity with the terrain granted them a significant advantage, compelling the Eastern King to maintain his 200,000 troops stationed at the outskirts of the Blackwater Mountains, employing them as a deterrent against the bandits. In Iron Edge City, located at the periphery of the wilderness, within a regimented chamber of a stately residence, King Qin Yu of the Eastern Realm quietly perused a book. "Your Highness," Zhao Yunqing announced, bowing from outside the door. "Yunqing, please enter," the king beckoned. Qin Yu did not raise his head but spoke directly, and Zhao Yunqing bowed and entered the room, standing quietly to one side, awaiting Qin Yu's words. In his heart, Zhao Yunqing held nothing but profound respect for the Eastern Town Prince, Qin Yu. Qin Yu set aside the book he was holding, lifted his gaze towards Zhao Yunqing, and with a slight smile said, "Yunqing, you have been instructing Yuer for a year now. Tell me, does he possess potential in the realm of external martial arts?" "Your Highness, the third prince is exceptionally diligent and hardworking, exhibiting a tenacity that surpasses that of many adults," Zhao Yunqing promptly replied. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yu's face as Zhao Yunqing continued. "However, the third prince's innate talent can only be considered average. Historically, those who reach the pinnacle of external martial arts are typically endowed with extraordinary natural gifts. Yet, with the nurturing from the Wuyun Mountain Villa's hot springs and his regular consumption of precious medicinal cuisine, there is still hope for him to achieve the zenith of external martial arts. The pinnacle of external martial arts signifies a level of postnatal perfection, approaching the innate realm. Attaining such a level means that even when facing early-stage experts of internal martial arts, one could still contend effectively. How many years would this require? Qin Yu inquired in return. Zhao Yunqing pondered for a moment before responding. It is estimated that it would take around 30 years, provided that the third prince remains steadfast in his training. In external martial arts, as one progresses to the later stages, advancement becomes increasingly arduous. For instance, the third prince could easily lift 300 to 400 pounds with one hand after over a decade of training. However, reaching the pinnacle would necessitate lifting 700 to 800 pounds, and the journey only becomes more challenging as time passes. 30 years seems about right. Qin Yu shook his head and sighed. 30 years is too long. However, if he can attain a modicum of self-defense within a decade or so, that would still be commendable. The waterfall cascaded down with tremendous force, while Qin Yu steadfastly maintained a horse stance on the azure stones beneath it. As he felt the impact of the waterfall, Qin Yu silently rejoiced that during his initial training, Zhao Yunqing had emphasized the development of physical resilience and frequently applied medicinal liquor all over his body. This preparation had significantly enhanced Qin Yu's ability to withstand blows. Otherwise, he would have been unable to endure the force of the waterfall. Persevere, he continuously urged himself. With Zhao Yunqing no longer present, there was no one to hold him accountable. Qin Yu had occasionally entertained thoughts of slacking off, especially since he was training alone, with no one to reprimand him. Moreover, he was still a child. However, such thoughts were swiftly extinguished. His elder brother, his second brother, and even his father were all embodiments of diligence. None could be deemed idle or weak. As a scion of the Qin family and the son of the Eastern Town's Prince Qin Yu, he too would not be a weakling. Strive, persist, persist. Feeling his legs grow weak, Qin Yu continually motivated himself, sensing the tremors in his leg muscles. Each time he endured longer, strength surged anew from deep within his muscles. Suddenly, a numbing sensation surged through his legs, and with a loud splash, he was propelled into the lake. In the training ground, several sandbags hung upside down, a total of 6 in number, as Qin Yu stood silently among them. Ha! With a powerful shout, he unleashed a punch upon one of the sandbags. In an instant, he struck 3 or 4 bags simultaneously. They swayed and collided with each other, causing the entire cluster of sandbags to tremble with agitation. Without any discernible trajectory, a sandbag that was initially hurtling forward altered its course upon colliding with another. Thud, 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 thud. Qin Yu's eyes gleamed with intensity as he swiftly struck each incoming sandbag. This exercise was designed to enhance his reaction speed, which is intrinsically linked to both the musculature of the arms and the individual's inherent reflexes. Through rigorous training, one's responsiveness can indeed be refined. In the arena of skilled combat, a mere moment's delay in reaction could spell life or death. As Qin Yu continued his rapid strikes, the sandbags began to sway with increasing velocity, and he soon felt the mounting pressure. Suddenly, his back collided with an unexpected force, causing him to lose his balance, and 3 or 4 sandbags struck him simultaneously. Thud! Qin Yu fell to the ground, but he quickly scrambled back to his feet. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he glanced at his knee, which had been thoroughly scraped, blood seeping from the wound. Scattered stones littered the ground, remnants of his fall, a consequence of the area not being properly cleaned beforehand. With a sense of resignation, Qin Yu recalled having tidied up prior to his training. Yet it was evident that the task had not been completed adequately. Undeterred by his minor injury, he brushed the stones aside and plunged back into the center of the sandbags, resuming his reaction training. Clad only in shorts and reclining on a chair, Qin Yu applied medicinal alcohol to his body in the courtyard, a book held in hand. The courtyard was illuminated by several lanterns, and beside one such lantern, the words on the pages of his book were clearly visible. At this moment, after applying the medicinal wine, it was time for reading. It had been quite a while since Qin Yu last gazed at the stars from the mountaintop. He looked up at the vast expanse of twinkling stars, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Nevertheless, stargazing in the courtyard was still delightful. "Little Black, don't you agree?" he mused. "Oh, Little Black, are you still not a hawk? Why are you growing so slowly, and why is there golden fur sprouting from your head?" Qin Yu remarked, affectionately ruffling the feathers of the nearby Little Black. The creature's eyes gleamed with a flicker of light as it flapped its wings, seemingly disallowing Qin Yu from touching its head. It then lifted its head proudly, exuding an air of arrogance. Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Never mind, I shan't waste time with you. I must focus on my studies. Tomorrow's training awaits." He promptly turned his attention to the slender book in his hands, a tome on medical arts. Qin Yu recalled vividly Zhao Yunqing's words. To become a true master of external skills, one must be well-versed in the healing arts. Nearby, in the shadows by the courtyard entrance, Lian Yan watched Qin Yu with a benevolent gaze. Hearing Qin Yu declare that he would not squander time playing with the Black Hawk stirred a wave of tenderness within him. At merely 9 years old, Qin Yu wasted not a single moment, meticulously planning every minute of his day. All of this relentless training, what was it for? It had been an eternity since Qin De last visited Yunwu Villa. As he perused his book, the sky gradually brightened, and unbeknownst to him, the pastries beside his chair had been entirely consumed. Qin Yu set down the book in his hands and, lifting his gaze, stretched leisurely with a radiant smile gracing his face. "The early morning holds the promise of a new day," he declared. "Qin Yu, strive. With effort comes success." Thus began another day of training. Chapter 13. Dawn, Part 2. In the hot spring, Qin Yu stood resolutely, his eyes filled with determination. Do not mistake his presence in the hot spring for mere relaxation. He was engaged in explosive training with resistance in the water. Such training significantly enhances one's explosive power. Rather than exercising in other bodies of water, the hot spring provided both resistance and nourishment for the body, serving a dual purpose. With each punch, each retraction, each kick, each withdrawal, Qin Yu executed his movements with remarkable speed in the water, unleashing his utmost strength with every strike to attain maximum velocity. Firmly establishing his horse stance, he remained steady amidst the flowing water, a testament to his years of dedicated practice. The currents surged, tracing their unique paths, and with each movement, Qin Yu accelerated the speed of his punches and kicks. Naturally, he began to alter the trajectories of his strikes. What should the path of a punch be? A straight line? A curve? Neither is entirely correct. One must not adhere strictly to absolutes. Straight lines and curves intertwine, all in pursuit of swifter punches, greater force, and reduced resistance. With an unwavering focus on amplifying strength and velocity, Qin Yu relentlessly attacked. At this moment, Qin Yu's arms and legs were still bound with small iron weights. In the training ground, he was clad only in shorts, assuming a horse stance. Beside him stood a burly guard, Yang Shan, wielding a wooden staff. Qin Yu was currently engaged in impact resistance training. His body needed to endure continuous strikes and absorb medicinal wine to become increasingly robust and formidable. With relentless training, he aspired to withstand blades and bullets. Uncle Yang, put in more strength. Qin Yu expressed his dissatisfaction towards the towering Yang Shan. Yang Shan hurriedly replied, Your Highness, that should suffice. We can conclude the strikes now. Observing the myriad of crimson welts adorning Qin Yu's skin, juxtaposed with the youthful indifference etched on his face, Yang Shan felt a pang of sorrow. Since Qin Yu's arrival at Yunwu Manor at the tender age of 6, Yang Shan and his companions had watched him grow over the past 3 years. None could bear to harm the child. Yet, Yang Shan was compelled to strike, for this was an essential component of external martial training. I'll take over. Let me do it myself, Qin Yu declared with a smile, reaching for the wooden staff. Yang Shan, sensing the determination in Qin Yu's eyes, swiftly retreated, refusing to allow him to wield the staff. All right, I shall continue with more strength as you wish, he conceded, aware that if Qin Yu were to strike himself, it would be to the utmost limit. He recalled a day when Qin Yu had even sustained injuries from the blows. Crack, 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 crack. The wooden stick struck Qin Yu's body repeatedly as he stood firmly in a horse stance, lips pressed tight, enduring the pain in silence. Red streaks began to mar his skin, causing a pang of discomfort in Yang Shan's heart. Though he was now a soldier, he remembered the days when he tended cattle at the age of 9. Yet, Qin Yu, the third prince of the Wang family of Zhen Dong, wasted no time, relentlessly honing his body to reach the limits of human endurance. His eyes sparkled like stars, revealing an unwavering determination akin to the immovable Mount Tai. Dear Yu, today's training has been rather excessive. Let's reduce the intensity a bit tomorrow. As Qin Yu lay on the ground, an elderly man with a head full of white hair gently massaged him, expressing his concern. This man, Wang Xian, was a master of medicine, renowned within the Wang family as one of the foremost healers. When Qin De had initially dispatched Wang Xian to Yunwu Mountain Villa, many had marveled at how the prince could part with such a skilled physician. It's nothing, Grandpa Wang. Your unique massage techniques, combined with the medicinal wine, will ensure I feel perfectly fine by tomorrow, Qin Yu replied dismissively, a smirk on his lips. Wang Xian's hands moved deliberately, employing a variety of techniques, striking, kneading, pressing, and caressing, each distinct yet rhythmic. His hands, infused with medicinal wine, worked in harmony with his specialized massage methods, allowing the healing properties to swiftly permeate Qin Yu's body. Observing Qin Yu's indifference, Wang Xian chuckled softly, unconsciously channeling his own vital energy into the massage. How refreshing! Qin Yu felt a wave of warmth coursing through his body, involuntarily letting out a contented sigh. Wang Xian chuckled softly. Had it not been for his own willingness, even the most esteemed outsiders would not have received such devoted attention from him. He was unreserved in his efforts, sparing no effort even in channeling his internal energy. Yet, for Qin Yu, Wang Xian harbored genuine concern. After all, how could he not feel a pang of compassion witnessing a child train so diligently each day? Very well. Little Yu, do not push yourself too hard during training from now on. And that Zhao Yunqing as well, with his extreme training methods. If it weren't for the hot springs of Yunwu Mountain Villa and my daily assistance in clearing your meridians and integrating the medicinal effects into your body, how could a child like you endure it? Wang Xian sighed, clearly displeased with Zhao Yunqing. Qin Yu beamed at Wang Xian, replying, I understand, Grandpa Wang. You are the best. Please get some rest. See you. Wang Xian nodded with a smile and offered some parting advice, and Qin Yu departed from his residence. That night, the sky was a tapestry of shimmering stars, resplendently bright. With the departure of his mentor and the progression of his daily training, Qin Yu felt his body growing stronger. The intensity of his training must increase, and furthermore, he should incorporate additional training methods. Gazing at the stars above, he mused silently. Subsequently, Qin Yu strode into the underground chambers of the northern courtyard, well versed in the mechanisms of their activation. Upon entering the secret room where the manuals were stored, he found a long table adorned with numerous tomes. He had not taken any of these manuals, for the method to access this secret chamber was known only to him and Lian Yan. Qin Yu then turned his attention to the 28 external skill manuals before him. The external martial arts manuals contain various training methods, and Qin Yu seeks to discover suitable techniques among them. Suddenly, his gaze is irresistibly drawn to a singular golden hue within the tomes. Among the 96 manuals, only one is crafted from gold paper, radiating a brilliant golden light, making it extraordinarily conspicuous. It is the ancestral Dragon Sutra. A sudden thought strikes Qin Yu's mind. Although I failed to cultivate internal energy in the past, I have been training my body for over a year now, significantly improving from before. Perhaps the issue with my dantian will resolve itself. Qin Yu muses, for it is often observed that ailments vanish once one commences martial training. Yet, he forgets that his dantian is not like that of ordinary individuals. It is not an ailment but rather an innate condition. Nevertheless, Qin Yu is still a child, harboring a fervent desire for rapid growth in strength, making such thoughts quite natural. Regardless, he decides to give it a try, as it would not consume much time. Without hesitation, Qin Yu sits cross-legged on his bed, takes the ancestral Dragon Sutra, and begins to practice according to the first chapter's content, his mind becoming ethereal, drifting into a realm of transcendence. In mere moments, Qin Yu senses the spiritual energy of the universe being absorbed into his body, transforming into a torrent of warmth that is significantly greater than the flow he experienced over a year ago. Indeed, his robust physique allows him to absorb celestial energy at an accelerated pace. He initiates the circulation of his energy. With focused intent, Qin Yu guides the torrent within him to follow the trajectory of the ancestral Dragon Sutra, as the warmth continuously transforms and eventually merges into his dantian. Excitement swells within him as he meticulously observes whether this small influx of internal power will dissipate. Do not scatter, Qin Yu fervently hoped, his focus intensifying as he devoted all his mental faculties to the subtle stream of inner power. Extreme training cultivates the spirit most rigorously. After enduring such extensive practice, Qin Yu's mental strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals by leaps and bounds, far exceeding his initial attempts at cultivation. He distinctly sensed the inner power gradually dispersing within his dantian, radiating outward through his limbs and bones. Alas, another failure, Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a realization struck him like a thunderous revelation. He concentrated wholly on the dispersing inner power, observing that, while most of it flowed into the surrounding space from his limbs, a portion surprisingly integrated into his muscles and bones. To be precise, Qin Yu's muscles and bones resembled dry earth, with the inner power akin to flowing water. Though the water might traverse the earth, a portion would still be absorbed. This principle illuminated him. Although the inner power might escape into the external world, a fraction of its energy could still be assimilated. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is wonderful, truly wonderful," he exclaimed, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. The medicinal effects of the tonic could replenish his muscles, yet how could that compare to the potency of inner power? Though I cannot accumulate inner power, my muscles can absorb its energy, strengthening them and accelerating my external cultivation. At this moment, Qin Yu was overwhelmed with enthusiasm, even hearing the fierce rhythm of his own heartbeat. "Father, I will undoubtedly succeed," he declared, his eyes radiating a brilliant glow. Never before had he felt such unwavering confidence. On the perilous and dim path of external martial arts cultivation, a ray of dawn is beginning to illuminate. Chapter 14, Swift Transformation, Part 1. The internal energy seamlessly integrates into the muscles, causing Qin Yu's physique to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. Absorbing this internal energy, his muscle flexibility and potential are continuously elevated, allowing his physical training to progress at an unprecedented pace. As time flows, Qin Yu's own strength escalates rapidly. Months later, upon the mountain path of Donglon Mountain, Qin Yu's gaze is as sharp as that of a hawk, unwaveringly focused ahead. He strides forward with great leaps, and outsiders can hardly fathom that each of his arms is burdened with 5 pounds of iron arm guards, while each leg bears 10 pounds of iron greaves, complemented by a 20-pound iron vest. Qin Yu races forward with astounding speed, never pausing. The varying locations of the weights affect the difficulty of his run. While merely carrying the weight on his back allows for a somewhat easier run, the added burden on his arms and legs demands immense strength. This method also serves to enhance the explosive power of his limbs. The summit is now within reach, and a radiant smile involuntarily graces Qin Yu's face. The progress he has made in strength over the past 6 months surpasses that of the previous year of training. His muscle potential and resilience have improved significantly. Moreover, the absorption of internal energy greatly enhances muscle flexibility, far surpassing the effects of other forms of training. Indeed, onward with diligence. In Qin Yu's eyes, excitement was palpable. Over the past 6 months, he had diligently practiced his internal energy late into the night. Although his dantian could not store internal force, his muscles had absorbed a portion of the dissipated energy. At this moment, the elasticity, flexibility, and even potential of Qin Yu's muscles had significantly improved. The 3 internal energy masters who had been secretly following him were equally astonished. They had been covertly protecting Qin Yu, concerned that he might sustain injuries or faint during his solitary training, at which point they could intervene. Yet, over the past 6 months, they had witnessed Qin Yu continuously increasing the difficulty of his training, an escalation so remarkable that even the 3 masters were taken aback. Nevertheless, Qin Yu persevered through it all. Beneath the waterfall, Qin Yu maintained his weight load, adopting a horse stance as he braved the onslaught of the cascading water. "Ha!" he exclaimed, his voice barely audible over the roar of the falls. He unleashed swift, powerful punches, each strike resonating like thunder, as he battered the waterfall. This rigorous training bolstered the striking power of his arms, sending splashes of water flying in all directions, shimmering with a myriad of colors under the sunlight. With his stance unwavering, Qin Yu stood as resolute as an ancient pine tree. The increased weight load placed considerable strain on his legs. He bit his lip, striving to steady his legs even further. At this moment, Qin Yu's legs endured not only the force of the waterfall but also the added pressure of his weight. Maintaining this stance was undoubtedly challenging. However, the presence of the additional weight had also augmented his gravity, lending greater stability to his center of balance. As the relentless cascade continued to pound against him, the pressure on Qin Yu's legs intensified. Reaching such a state of extremity necessitates unwavering perseverance. At the pinnacle of physiological limits, Qin Yu distinctly sensed a surge of warmth emanating from deep within his muscles, rejuvenating his legs with newfound vigor. As his muscles absorbed inner strength, each breakthrough to his limits felt more potent than before, facilitating rapid progress. As night fell, Qin Yu closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged upon his bed, continuously absorbing the ethereal energy of the universe, which he then transformed into inner strength to be stored in his dantian. This inner strength subsequently dispersed, eagerly consumed by his muscles, akin to a weary traveler quenching their thirst. After a night of diligent practice, Qin Yu opened his eyes, finding that, as anticipated, the greater the exertion, the more inner strength his muscles absorbed. Today, he had absorbed approximately 1/5 of his total capacity. His face radiated excitement. The speed at which the inner strength dissipated was swift, with most dispersing into the surrounding space, leaving only a small portion for him to assimilate. Achieving the absorption of 1/5 was already a significant accomplishment. Suddenly, Qin Yu sprang to his feet, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. The inner strength infused into his muscles unveiled latent potential within. With the dawn of a new day, he resolved to continue his training. A smile graced his lips as he dashed out of the room. Day after day of rigorous training subtly transformed Qin Yu's physique. With the passage of time, he found himself entering the exhilarating phase of puberty, an era of rapid physiological enhancement in the human body. Suddenly, Qin Yu's appetite surged, and his bodily functions increased at an accelerated pace. The year between his 10th and 11th birthdays marked the most significant progress in his 3 years of training. During this period, not only did his physique develop with increased bone structure and muscle mass, but the likelihood of his muscles absorbing internal energy also improved considerably. By the time he turned 11, Qin Yu's height reached around 1.60 meters, and his overall strength had multiplied several times over. In the training arena, Qin Yu donned a black practice uniform, casually seated and surprisingly not resting. Clad in his training attire, one could hardly discern that each of his arms bore 10-pound weighted arm guards, while his legs were encumbered by 20-pound leg guards, and he wore a 40-pound iron vest, effectively carrying 100 pounds. However, for Qin Yu, who had endured extreme training for 3 years, this was hardly a challenge. He felt that this weight was still insufficient. Reflecting on the 8 external martial arts experts from earlier, Qin Yu felt a stark sense of inadequacy. The formidable Man Dong could effortlessly lift 800 pounds with one hand and carry 1,000 pounds in total. In comparison, Qin Yu recognized his own shortcomings. Yet, he neglected to remember that he had only been cultivating for 3 years. Had it not been for his discovery of the remarkable benefits of internal energy cultivation after Zhao Yunxing's departure, achieving such a level would have required at least 6 or 7 years. Moreover, Qin Yu's path diverged from that of other external martial arts experts. The human body should be evaluated not only by strength but also by flexibility, speed, explosive power, and resilience to impact, among many other attributes. While Qin Yu may not match Man Dong in raw strength, he surpassed him in speed. The brawny Man Dong could not keep pace with Qin Yu's remarkable quickness. Moreover, his physical flexibility is exceptional, far surpassing that of an ordinary martial artist. A barrel's capacity to hold water is not determined by its tallest plank but rather its shortest. Thus, balance is of paramount importance. At a glance, Qin Yu, seated upon a chair, resembles a powerful leopard brimming with vitality. After 3 years of rigorous training, combined with natural growth, Qin Yu now stands at a height of 1.60 meters, having transitioned from childhood to adolescence, emerging as a youth far more formidable than the average adult. In this moment, he is deep in contemplation. The teacher had once imparted that the foundation of external martial arts lies in the cultivation of a perfect physique, upon which various combat techniques can be mastered. However, the art of battle cannot be grasped in mere days or weeks. It is time for me to commence my journey of learning. A glimmer of wisdom sparkles in Qin Yu's eyes. Over the past 3 years, he has diligently perused numerous texts on medicine and martial arts within the confines of his study. The more he reads, the sharper his logical reasoning becomes, enabling him to dissect matters with keen insight, thereby deepening his understanding of Zhao Yunxing's earlier words. Henceforth, he shall dedicate half of his daylight hours to further physical training, while the other half will be devoted to discovering his unique combat techniques. With a sudden surge of determination, Qin Yu rises and strides out of the training ground, making his way to the study, still adorned with 100-pound weight vest. Throughout the day, he remains encumbered by this weight, save for when he bathes. The nascent form of a perfect physique has already begun to take shape. The question now is how to wield this body for offensive maneuvers. Zhao Yunxing possesses his own methods, and undoubtedly, Qin Yu will devise a strategy uniquely his own. Only through the development of attack methods that are uniquely attuned to one's own physique can one achieve the most formidable and powerful techniques. At this moment, Qin Yu is determined to comprehend and create such a method of attack. Chapter 15. Rapid Transformation Part 2. As time flows inexorably, Qin Yu dedicates the majority of his hours, aside from his physical training, to the understanding of his own offensive techniques. He delineates his pursuit of these methods into 3 principal facets: agility, close-quarters combat, and weaponry. Agility. Agility is intrinsically linked to evasion and defense, as well as to the art of pursuit and escape. Qin Yu's aspiration for agility is to be as swift as lightning and as nimble as a cunning hare. In his study of agility, he delves into the arcane arts of Qimengduanjia and various other forms of movement. Close-quarters combat. During his training, Qin Yu discovers a penchant for pushing his limits and reveling in the fervor of battle. When faced with the choice of attack, he opts for the cultivation of close-quarters combat. In such engagements, life and death can be decided in the blink of an eye. They are perilous yet brimming with the vitality of existence. Weaponry. To this day, Qin Yu remains undecided on which weapon to wield. Each of the 18 varieties of arms, from blades to staves, possesses its own unique characteristics. However, he finds a greater affinity for utilizing his fists and feet, at least for the time being, without a definitive choice of weapon. In his study, Qin Yu holds a tome titled I Ching. As he reads, various principles of movement and other esoteric arts drift through his mind. The 6 instruments, the 3 wonders, the 8 gates, the 9-star formations, all coalesce into the strategy of Qimengduanjia, with the 8 gates manifesting as Du, Shang, Jing, Xiu, Shang, Si, Jing, and Kai. The principles of Qimengduanjia, encompassing the celestial, terrestrial, and human realms, have taken root in Qin Yu's mind. Although these concepts are fundamental, they serve as the very foundation from which innumerable formations and techniques have evolved. Various esoteric martial arts, to varying degrees, are influenced by these basic tenets. As Qin Yu practices external martial arts, devoid of internal energy, he finds himself unable to cultivate conventional lightness techniques, compelling him to forge a unique path of his own. Among the 68 internal martial arts manuals, each typically accompanies corresponding techniques in boxing, swordsmanship, and agility. Moreover, the 28 external manuals also encompass diverse offensive methodologies. Qin Yu, with an open mind, absorbs the myriad attack strategies and movements from the 96 internal and external texts, subsequently integrating this knowledge with the overarching principles of Qimendunjia and the I Ching, in pursuit of the profound truths hidden within these movements. This endeavor proves to be exceedingly arduous. Nonetheless, Qin Yu dedicates himself tirelessly to his studies, devoting every moment following his physical training to research. To attain the pinnacle of external martial arts, a thorough understanding of medical principles is imperative. This was the insight shared by Zhao Yunxing on the first day of his teachings to Qin Yu. Presently, Qin Yu immerses himself in medical literature, having explored a multitude of texts over the past 3 years, gaining considerable insight along the way. Every ounce of power, every strike must exact the utmost toll on the adversary. A palm strike to the abdomen may merely induce discomfort, yet the same strike, if directed at the throat, could be fatal. As Qin Yu closes the book, his eyes gleam with determination. In essence, his principle of attack is to ensure that every ounce of force maximizes its destructive potential, leaving no energy wasted. With a single hand possessing a strength of 100 pounds, one aspires to attain the striking power of 200 pounds or even greater prowess. To achieve this, one must exert effort through various means, mastering footwork, targeting vital points, harnessing the advantages of the surrounding environment, and capitalizing on the psychological fluctuations of the opponent. Qin Yu exudes confidence. He boasts a body that harmonizes speed, explosiveness, and flexibility, complemented by an array of secret techniques for his reference. At noon, in the training arena, a series of mechanical wooden dummies are arranged, forming a corridor of wooden figures. This is the pinnacle of the craftsman's ingenuity. To navigate through this wooden alley poses a formidable challenge, one that surpasses the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, Qin Yu has resolved to utilize the wooden corridor to refine his close combat techniques. Standing unwaveringly before the wooden alley, he suddenly charges forward. The moment he contacts the first wooden dummy, a chain reaction ensues, activating all the wooden figures in the corridor. Qin Yu's eyes reflect nothing but composure. Bang, 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 bang. Shedding the burden of 100 pounds, Qin Yu moves with remarkable speed. However, the sheer number of wooden figures proves overwhelming, and he is struck on the head by one of them. Following this initial blow, he endures several consecutive hits, forcing him to perform a roll and swiftly retreat. In Qin Yu's strategy, the wooden corridor serves merely as a manageable training method. Beyond the wooden alley lies the copper alley, which does not consist of statues cast in bronze, but rather features a layer of copper and iron skin affixed to the wooden figures. This enhancement significantly elevates both the offensive and defensive capabilities of the copper figures. In the depths of the night, Qin Yu found himself grappling with the choice of weaponry, pondering over the various attack techniques detailed within the tomes before him, which predominantly featured swords and knives, along with a handful of peculiar armaments. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his countenance as he recalled the mention of the Yu family sword in the 3rd page of the Ancestral Dragon Manual. Having previously perused the Ancestral Dragon Manual with great care, he remembered that nearly half of its 3 golden pages were dedicated to inner strength techniques, while the remainder encompassed the agile movements of Cloud Dragon's 9 appearances, the formidable strikes of Flame Dragon Fist, and the swordplay of 9 suns shattering the heavens. The reference to the Yu family sword had merely been a cursory mention, one that Qin Yu had overlooked at the time. Now, he comprehended that the seemingly inconspicuous Yu family sword within the Ancestral Dragon Manual was, in fact, the legendary swordsmanship of the foremost assassin. The inner strength cultivation method outlined in the Ancestral Dragon Manual was exceptionally adept at absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, surpassing all other methods in efficacy. While the techniques of Cloud Dragon's 9 appearances, Flame Dragon Fist, and 9 suns shattering the heavens were undeniably formidable, they required the synergy of the Ancestral Dragon inner strength for cultivation, leaving Qin Yu as a mere observer, unable to practice. As he turned to the last page, Qin Yu discovered some insights regarding the cultivation of the Yu family sword. A glimmer of hope sparked within him, and he felt a rush of elation at the unexpected revelation that the ancestral dragon manual contained the methods for mastering the Yu family sword. Yet, as he delved deeper into the text, his expression grew increasingly pallid, and by the end, a faint hue of green tinged his visage. Chapter 16. Rapid Transformation, Part 2. The Yu family sword represents an exceedingly brutal method of cultivation, a traditional practice passed down through generations of the Yu clan, and its inexplicable appearance within the ancestral dragon technique raises questions. Every male infant born into the Yu family is designated as a candidate for the inheritance of the Yu family sword. Upon their arrival into the world, these infants are subjected to the grotesque act of facial disfigurement. Subsequently, the Yu family discreetly dispatches servants to transport each infant to impoverished districts. The training regimen is starkly straightforward. It revolves around the art of killing. Initially, the candidates are trained using corpses, relentlessly thrusting short swords into the vital points of the lifeless bodies. Each corpse must be pierced and mutilated until it decomposes beyond recognition before it is discarded. Once the candidates can effortlessly strike at the vital areas of an adversary with their eyes closed, they are thrust into a cycle of relentless missions. The Yu family sword operates on a simple principle: one strike to kill, encapsulated in two fundamental steps: conceal the sword, unleash the sword. The sword remains sheathed until it is time to kill. When it strikes, death is inevitable. This method is alarmingly simplistic, yet it is hailed as the foremost technique in the realm of assassination. The disfigurement suffered in infancy leads to a life of torment and societal disdain, devoid of familial affection or assistance. As these individuals mature, they are condemned to a life spent amidst corpses, continuously stabbing and mutilating the dead until they rot. Such a regimen is undeniably perverse and revolting. Qin Yu's countenance darkened at the thought of the disfigurement inflicted upon the infants and the abhorrent training with corpses. The so-called Yu family sword filled him with profound revulsion. The cultivation of assassins through such grotesque means is utterly depraved. The aura of murderous intent surrounding the Yu descendants is as eerie as it is terrifying. The final judgment regarding the Yu family sword in the Grand Dragon's secret left Qin Yu momentarily stunned. After pondering for a moment, he comprehended the terrifying nature of the Yu family sword and why it is heralded as the foremost weapon in assassination. A look of shock adorned Qin Yu's face. It is truly fearsome. Indeed, the individual who devised the training method for the Yu family sword is exceedingly formidable. Those infants, disfigured from a young age and subjected to discrimination, devoid of familial affection, find their psyches completely distorted. As they mature, they are trained to stab and mutilate corpses, spending their days in the company of the dead. Eventually, they are compelled to execute tasks, harboring profound resentment from their earliest years. Living in the constant presence of death only amplifies this malice. Once they take a life, the sheer intensity of their fury unleashed in that fleeting moment can disorient their adversaries. Qin Yu took a slow, deep breath to regain his composure. Accustomed to solitude, he often finds himself reflecting on various matters. The Yu family sword earns its title as the premier weapon in assassination due to two key aspects: the cultivation of a terrifying aura and the simplicity of striking. Qin Yu quietly concluded that the deeply embedded malice, nurtured from infancy, becomes immensely daunting upon reaching adulthood. When it comes time to kill, this malice is likely to disrupt the opponent's state of mind, allowing for a swift and decisive strike. The Yu family sword encompasses two essential steps: conceal the sword and draw the sword. This is of significant importance. Conceal the sword must render its presence imperceptible, while draw the sword ensures that the opponent is caught entirely off guard, delivering a lethal blow without the slightest margin for error. Cultivating a formidable aura indeed enhances the confidence in wielding one's sword. However, in reality, there exists no terrifying presence, for the Yu family's swordplay remains a formidable technique of assassination. Qin Yu marveled at the simplicity yet profound essence of the concept of concealing the sword, drawing the sword. Nevertheless, he understood that devoid of that dreadful malice, the Yu family's sword technique could at best be deemed a rather powerful form of assassination. Yet it could not claim the title of the foremost assassination sword. I have no desire to embody such extremes, Yet the notion of concealing the sword, drawing the sword resonates deeply with me. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy. Typically, he concealed his sword, engaging in close combat, and when absolutely necessary, he would draw it forth. Thus, I have chosen to wield a short sword. Engaging in combat with fists and legs is Qin Yu's preferred method. The reason for selecting the short sword lies in its suitability for close-quarter slaughter, allowing for swift, lethal strikes. In an instant, life and death are determined. This exhilarating combat style ignites a fervor within him, stirring his very blood. In close combat, he seeks to dislocate joints and strike at vital points with his fists and feet. Hands can transform into fists, claws, palms, or blades. Legs can become whips, knives, staffs, or axes. Within the West Garden hot springs, Qin Yu glided through the water like a dragon, both hands delivering a flurry of punches, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of shadowy strikes beneath the surface. His speed was astonishing. Nearly 3 years of rigorous training had allowed him to master the properties of water. Within its depths, he harnessed the current, rendering it no obstacle. In the water, Qin Yu was akin to a fish, effortlessly gliding. Little Yu, Lian Yen chuckled as she entered the West Garden. With a sudden burst, Qin Yu leapt from the water, soaring above the surface. He gracefully landed after executing a flawless somersault, a smile illuminating his face as he approached his grandfather, Lian Yen. However, an unexpected gust of wind swept through, causing Qin Yu to sway slightly, and in an astonishing instant, he found himself beside Lian Yen, his speed rendering him almost ghostly. Lian Yen gasped in surprise. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly ignited with a brilliant light, his body frozen as if struck by lightning. Just moments ago, he had been utterly astonished by what transpired. While submerged, he had ingeniously harnessed the momentum of the water to accelerate his speed. Upon breaching the surface, the wind brushed against him, and in his thoughts of Lian Yen, he unconsciously attempted to utilize the momentum of water once more, not realizing it was the wind instead. The resistance of water, wind, and air all are forms of resistance, yet the resistance of water is far greater. If I can leverage the momentum of water, why cannot I also harness the force of the wind, transforming the fierce gusts into an ally rather than an impediment during rapid movement? Qin Yu's heart swelled with exhilaration. Xiao Yu. Lian Yen was taken aback by the scene, yet Qin Yu remained undistracted, waving his hand dismissively. Grandfather Lian, let us discuss this later. With that, he fully immersed himself in his reflections, closing his eyes to more acutely perceive the resistance of the wind. Speed. The velocity of an individual is indeed a fascinating concept. When one walks at a normal pace, the resistance of the air is scarcely perceptible. However, when one moves at an unprecedented speed, the resistance increases significantly. At the pinnacle of velocity, the force of air resistance becomes quite formidable. With eyes closed, as one ambles slowly, one can feel the resistance of the wind, reminiscent of the experience of encountering water resistance. Yet, the resistance of air is evidently less than that of water, making the endeavor of moving with the wind increasingly challenging. Qin Yu, with his experience in water, now perceives the swiftness of his movements to be vastly greater, simultaneously integrating the art of Qimendunjia into his practice. As days pass, he endures the pressure of waterfalls, engages in weighted long-distance running, cultivates finger strength, practices reflexes amidst sandbag formations, and hones his physical prowess with wooden rods. In the alley of wooden men, he refines his close combat skills, demonstrating the Yu family sword against human models, and contemplates the utilization of air currents to enhance his agility. He absorbs internal energy, fortifying his muscles and unlocking latent potential. Gradually, his agility approaches completion, and as Qin Yu accelerates, the air resistance he encounters diminishes. In the eastern estate of Iron Peak Town, where Lord Wang resides, Qin scrutinizes a military map affixed to the wall, adorned with various markings. The 3 counties of the eastern domain are indicated in black, while the remaining territories of the Chu Dynasty are marked in red. As Qin gazes at this strategic map, a glimmer of murderous intent sparkles in his eyes. He spends nearly 2 hours each day in emotionless contemplation of this map. My lord, a message has arrived from Yunwu Mountain Manor, announces Su Yuan, clad in black, as he enters the room. Upon hearing the term Cloud Mist Manor, Qin De's attention was finally drawn away from the map. He turned his head and spoke. Speak. What information do you possess? Qin De could not help but feel perplexed. He was well aware of the capabilities of the three individuals in question. Although they were merely post-celestial experts, their combined offensive prowess was formidable, and their loyalty to him was unwavering. They would never dare to defy his commands. What is the reason? Qin De inquired coldly. Su Yuan glanced once more at the letter he held, his expression growing somewhat peculiar as he said, "The letter states that the prince originally dispatched these three internal martial experts to covertly protect Xiaoyu, but... Su Yuan seemed at a loss for words at this point. What is the reason? Speak quickly. Qin De urged, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yuan. With an oddly strained expression, Su Yuan finally managed to say, My lord, the letter indicates that the three internal martial experts selected by you are currently unable to keep pace with Xiaoyu's speed, thus rendering them incapable of providing covert protection. What? Unable to keep up? How is that possible? Even Qin De, usually composed, widened his eyes in disbelief. This year, Qin Yu had only just turned 12. Chapter 17. The fish intestine sword. Qin De found it hard to accept this conclusion, and Su Yuan shared his incredulity. Yet, how could the people from Cloud Mist Manor dare to deceive Qin De? My lord. Su Yuan looked at Qin De. Should we involve Xiaoyu in the plan? Su Yuan suggested suddenly. Qin De's expression turned icy, and without a moment's hesitation, he replied, No, although Yu possesses considerable strength, in the midst of an army of hundreds of thousands, even millions, if surrounded, an individual would be utterly powerless. Unless one possesses innate strength to reach the primordial realm, it is nearly impossible to survive amidst a myriad of adversaries. Moreover, Yu has never commanded troops, thus, unless he attains the primordial realm, he must not be permitted to partake in the scheme. Indeed,
Su Yuan responded affirmatively.
Su Yuan, it is soon the anniversary of Jingyi's passing, is it not? Qin De suddenly expressed a sense of melancholy, to which Su Yuan merely nodded in silence. Qin Yu diligently trained day and night, tirelessly practicing the ancestral dragon technique, allowing his internal energy to permeate deep into his muscles and bones, fortifying his entire physique. During the day, he engaged in rigorous physical conditioning while honing his close combat skills, continuously refining his agility and mastering the Yu family sword. The only respite he allowed himself was nearly 3 hours in the hot springs, which served as his sole rest. In the midst of such intense training, time flew by, and before he knew it, Qin Yu had turned 13. On a starry night, Qin Yu, for once, refrained from cultivating his internal energy and instead gazed up at the celestial bodies. Beside him was a fearsome black eagle, distinctly unlike any ordinary bird of prey, exuding an aura of fierce majesty. Its golden crown-like feathers atop its head, glossy black plumage, and a beak and talons capable of effortlessly shattering stone radiated an intimidating presence. Qin Yu marveled at the prowess of Xiao He, yet he could not discern which species this extraordinary bird belonged to. Xiao He, I took you in when I was 7, and now 6 years have passed. Yet, throughout this time I remain uncertain of your true nature. Are you an eagle? Qin Yu gently stroked Xiao He's head, speaking affectionately. Xiao He relished the caress of Qin Yu, his keen eyes radiating a profound attachment towards him. After 5 grueling years of extreme training, Qin Yu underwent a remarkable transformation. If Zhao Yunxing were to appear, he would undoubtedly be incredulous, for the integration of internal energy into his muscles accelerated Qin Yu's metamorphosis. 5 years of rigorous training equated to a decade's worth of effort for an ordinary individual. Coupled with the unique hot springs of Yunwu Villa, the skilled massage techniques of the medical expert Wang Xian, and the various precious medicinal dishes procured through the formidable influence of the Eastern Prince, Qin Yu's progress was formidable. Yet, the cornerstone of it all remained Qin Yu's relentless dedication. Regardless of the environment, personal effort is paramount. With unwavering resolve, Qin Yu trained tirelessly for 5 years, transforming the 13-year-old into a master of external martial arts. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, his physique was a harmonious blend of muscle, showcasing an aerodynamic form. The mere sight of Qin Yu's body evoked thoughts of explosiveness and speed. Xiao He had been at Yunwu Villa for 7 years, with his father visiting 4 times. Gazing at the vast starry sky, Qin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The 5 years of extreme training had also forged his temperament. Even an ordinary person would experience psychological maturity in such an environment. As he matured, Qin Yu gradually began to understand his father and discern certain truths. His father cared for him, a sentiment he could genuinely feel. Throughout the years, his father had been diligently managing a plan, leaving little time to spend with him, while his elder brothers were also involved in this endeavor. Only I, alone and carefree, am reveling in the beauty of the misty mountain manor. A hint of helplessness flickers in Qin Yu's eyes. What is that plan? I am unaware. My father does not divulge it to me. Observing my father's weariness, I feel utterly powerless to assist. Qin Yu shook his head, offering a wry smile. How could he possibly lend a hand when he does not even know the nature of the plan? Moreover, his father, Qin De, has not shared a single detail with him. His father is over in the wilderness with the army, and his elder brother is there too, along with his second brother. They are all diligently engaged in that mysterious endeavor, while I remain utterly incapable of contributing. Qin Yu recalls the last time Qin De visited, he said, "Do not inquire. Once you become a congenital master, father will allow you to partake in this plan." Congenital. Qin Yu sighed heavenwards, and then he smiled again, dismissing it all. Whether or not he participates is of little consequence. What truly matters is to strive diligently in his training. Though Qin Yu's face betrays indifference, what thoughts linger in his heart? He gazes upward at the myriad stars, with Little Black beside him, equally transfixed. As the long night unfolds, the man and the eagle sit in serene observation, when suddenly the sky ignites with brilliance. Streams of meteors streak across the heavens. Upon a fleeting glance, one can see dozens of them, a rare meteor shower. A meteor shower, Qin Yu exclaimed in delight, his face alight with excitement. Meteor showers are a rare spectacle. At least in the past, he had never witnessed one. He recalls how Lian Yan once spoke of the allure and splendor of meteor showers. Indeed, the meteors are so captivating, so resplendent. Their brilliance utterly eclipsed all other stars. Each meteor burst forth with the final radiance of life, consuming its last reserves of energy, emanating a dazzling light that stirred the soul. Qin Yu gazed quietly, his eyes reflecting an array of mysterious hues. Though fleeting, meteors radiate the most intense brilliance, captivating and resplendent. In this mortal existence, even the most gifted beings endure but a few centuries. Rather than living a mundane life, one might emulate the meteor, igniting the passion of existence within the finite span of life, allowing the fervent blood that courses through one's veins to shine with unparalleled luminescence. Thus, one may depart without regret. As Qin Yu observed the meteors gradually fading, he could not help but express his sentiments. The rigorous training had intensified the flame of passion within him, enhancing his affinity for the exhilarating rush of vitality. This was precisely why Qin Yu favored close combat. Witnessing the meteor shower at this moment deepened his understanding. Little Black, it has been over half a year since I last visited Yen capital. Tomorrow, we shall venture into the city, and I will retrieve the short sword, Yuchangjian, from the Wang residence, Qin Yu remarked while stroking Little Black's head. Little Black looked at Qin Yu and let out a resounding cry that echoed through the sky, clearly delighted. Yuchangjian, a short sword forged from celestial iron, was most suitable for Qin Yu after mastering the Yu clan sword. Having heard about Yuchangjian from Lian Yan, he resolved to retrieve it from the Wang residence. The sky gradually darkened, a prelude to dawn. Come morning, Qin Yu would set off for Yen capital. Chapter 18. A Fury That Kills, Part 1 Go. Dressed in a sleek black outfit, Qin Yu gallops on a magnificent black steed along the Grand Avenue, making his solitary way toward the vibrant city of Yanjing. Above him soars a majestic black eagle, his beloved pet, affectionately named Little Black. As the brisk wind caresses his face, Qin Yu is enveloped in sheer delight. This sensation is truly exhilarating. Shedding that burden of 200 pounds makes my entire being feel as light as a feather. With an exuberant flourish, he propels himself into a high somersault on horseback, arms outstretched to embrace the rushing wind, before landing deftly back on the saddle. Having dedicated 8 years to his training, with the last 5 years devoted to intense cultivation, Qin Yu has squandered not a moment. His muscles, continuously absorbing internal energy, have undergone a remarkable transformation. His 5 years of relentless practice equate to a decade of extreme training for an ordinary individual. Qin Yu has undoubtedly evolved into a formidable master of external martial arts. His movements are as graceful as a whisper, his speed akin to that of a cunning hare, and his explosive power and strength are beyond the reach of average practitioners. Go, go! Qin Yu exclaims, urging his horse to quicken its pace. The steed gallops with renewed vigor, leaving behind a swirling cloud of dust as Qin Yu's silhouette vanishes into the horizon. As the horse races forward, the scenery blurs past in a dizzying rush. Abruptly, Qin Yu decelerates and leaps off his mount, sprinting towards a nearby village. Each year, he makes a pilgrimage to the city, and it was during his very first venture from Yunwu Mountain Villa that he had quenched his thirst in this village, forging friendships with several local children. Deshan, Xiao Lu, Qin Yu calls out as he reaches the village entrance. Xiao Yu, a robust young man, emerged joyfully, wielding a shovel in his hand, his bare torso showcasing rippling muscles, each a testament to latent strength. This was none other than Qin Yu's close friend, the 16-year-old Taizhan.
Yu.
A little girl with a ponytail dashed out, suddenly embracing Qin Yu. This girl was Tieshan's younger sister, the mere 8-year-old Tai Xiaolu. Little Yu is here. The surrounding villagers greeted him warmly, for they were quite familiar with Qin Yu, who had visited several times before. Though his attire was unlike that of an ordinary person, his amiable demeanor endears him to the villagers. Xiaolu, Dashi, it has been over half a year since my last visit. How have you been? Qin Yu inquired affectionately, gently ruffling Xiaolu's hair. We are all well, Taizhan replied with a smile, while Xiaolu's bright, sparkling eyes suddenly lit up, exclaiming, You must be thirsty. I'll get you some water. Without waiting for a response, she dashed toward their home. It was during his first visit to this village that Qin Yu had sought water to quench his thirst. Dashi, I am heading to the city soon. Is there anything you wish to buy? I can help you, Qin Yu asked. After a moment of thought, Taizhan shyly replied, I would like to purchase a decent battle knife. I've saved up enough for it. Saved up? What do you mean by that? I will buy one for you. Consider it a gift. Qin Yu patted Tieshan's shoulder and smiled. Taizhan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly replied, That one do. A fine battle blade is indeed quite expensive. How can we? Brother Yu, water. Xiaolu came rushing over with a bowl of water. Qin Yu accepted the water, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Xiaolu. Your unsolicited kindness suggests you have something on your mind. Speak up. What is it that you wish for me to assist you with? Qin Yu had effortlessly discerned the mischievous intentions of the little girl. I've been found out. Xiaolu blinked her big eyes twice, her cheeks flushing, and then shyly said, Brother Yu, I would like a cloth doll, the kind with a big red flower embroidered on its head. Qin Yu chuckled and playfully pinched Xiaolu's nose. Understood. A cloth doll adorned with a big red flower. Correct? Rest assured, I shall procure it for you. Qin Yu held a fondness for Xiaolu. When he first arrived, she was merely 4 or 5 years old. Here is the money, Taizhan said, holding out a handful of copper coins, uncertain of what to say. But Qin Yu had already dashed towards the horse, leaping effortlessly 2 to 3 meters to land directly on its back. With a joyous neigh from the steed, Qin Yu vanished from their sight. Brother Yu, goodbye. Xiaolu waved her little hand vigorously. Upon entering the capital of Yanjing, Qin Yu made his way straight to the royal mansion. Uncle Li, please take care of the horse. Qin Yu sprang off the horse, executing a swift somersault in midair before landing gracefully. From the skies, a black eagle swooped down, landing directly upon Qin Yu's shoulder. It was none other than the black eagle itself. The 2 guards at the Wang residence of Zhen Dong knelt respectfully upon seeing Qin Yu, greeting him as the third prince. Qin Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, yet with a smile he addressed, Grandfather Gu, please take me to the armory. Follow me. Gu Min replied with a smile. The armory is not a place accessible to just anyone. The residence comprises several confidential areas, such as the armory and the secret library. However, only a select few may enter these locations. Prince Qin De, the 3 princes, Su Yuan, Lian Yan, and the chief steward of the residence. Even the deputy chief steward lacks the qualifications to gain entry. The residence, with its pavilions, intricately carved beams, winding corridors, and layered courtyards, sprawled across an extensive area. Qin Yu followed Gu Min for quite some time before they finally arrived at an underground vault, the so-called armory, where every weapon was indeed extraordinary. Little Yu, feel free to select any weapon you desire. I shall take my leave now, Gu Min said with a grin. Grandfather Gu, please have someone prepare a battle knife, a black iron battle knife. Also, prepare a cloth doll, and remember, the doll's head must be adorned with a large red flower. Qin Yu instructed Gu Min earnestly. The vastness of Yanjing City made Qin Yu aware of where to procure a battle knife. Yet he was uncertain about where to find a cloth doll. It was easiest to have someone from the residence handle it. Gu Min was momentarily taken aback. A cloth doll? With a large red flower? He scrutinized Qin Yu several times, finding it hard to fathom that the boy, now of his own height, had a fondness for dolls. Nevertheless, since Qin Yu had made such a request, he would not refuse. Well, Xiao Yu, since you enjoy dolls, particularly those adorned with large red flowers, I shall promptly send someone to procure one, Gu Min said with a smile before directly exiting the weaponry vault. This, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Did I truly express a fondness for dolls, especially those embellished with large red flowers? It took Qin Yu some time to regain his composure, and he quickly turned, exclaiming,
Grandpa Yi.
Yet at this moment, Gu Min had already departed. Qin Yu felt helpless. What a peculiar situation it was. He had been mistakenly assumed to favor dolls, especially those with large red flowers. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off with a smile and began to meticulously search for the Yuchang sword. Within the weaponry vault, there were dozens of weapons, all classified as immortal grade. Most were refined from superior minerals discovered in the primordial era. Weapons were broadly categorized into mortal grade and immortal grade. Mortal grade refers to the easily obtainable minerals and materials found in the Qianlong Continent, while immortal grade weapons are exceedingly rare, crafted from materials sourced from the primordial realm or from the bodies of primordial beasts. Of course, both categories have their subdivisions. The Yuchang sword is classified as a lower-tier immortal grade short sword. However, among all the short swords in the vault, it was the sole one of its kind. Qin Yu observed the short sword before him. It was an inch wide and slightly over 7 inches long, appearing rather unremarkable in its matte black finish. Such a dark short sword was indeed a rarity, likely crafted from the unique material of extraterrestrial iron. As Qin Yu held the sword, he noted that the pitch-black Yuchang sword did not reflect light at all. In the darkness, it would undoubtedly render one's intentions undetectable. Whoosh! With a flick of his hand, Qin Yu made the fish intestine sword vanish completely, disappearing from his grasp. The art of the Yu clan sword encompasses the concepts of concealing the sword and drawing the sword. After nearly 2 years of dedicated practice, Qin Yu had mastered the art of concealment to perfection. The short sword was hidden so expertly that it eluded the notice of any outsider. Moreover, the fish intestine sword measured merely a little over 7 inches, which posed no hindrance to Qin Yu in close combat. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his right hand, 2 sharp sounds pierced the air. Remarkably, his hand remained empty, just as it had been at the outset. However, to an accomplished practitioner, it would have been evident that in that fleeting moment, the fish intestine sword had materialized in Qin Yu's hand, swiftly slicing through the air twice before vanishing once more, its speed astonishing. This exemplifies the extraordinary swiftness of the concealment of the sword. Indeed, the technique described in the Ancestral Dragon Sutra for achieving such a level of concealment traditionally requires a decade of rigorous training. Yet Qin Yu had accomplished it in merely 2 years. It appears that the descriptions within the Ancestral Dragon Sutra are not entirely accurate, Qin Yu mused. Yet, Qin Yu was mistaken. For an average practitioner, it indeed necessitates a decade of effort. However, his muscles absorbed internal energy with remarkable efficiency, exhibiting exceptional flexibility. Furthermore, Qin Yu frequently trained to enhance the agility and speed of his fingers, which significantly augmented his control over his muscles. This superior muscle flexibility, combined with his heightened control, allowed Qin Yu to effortlessly conceal the fish intestine sword within his muscles. It is indeed rare for an ordinary practitioner to reach such a level of physical mastery. Thus, for Qin Yu to achieve in 2 years what would typically take a decade is entirely reasonable. From this, It is evident how accurate Zhao Yunxing's assertion is: first cultivate a perfectly coordinated body, and then train in the methods of attack. The principle of sharpening the axe does not hinder the cutting of wood illustrates this truth perfectly. The armory contains various weapons, swords, spears, clubs, and more, yet Qin Yu does not spare them even a glance. An update is expected tonight. Chapter 19. A fit of rage leads to murder, Part 2. After searching for a while, Qin Yu regretfully gave up. Within the concealed armory, there was only a pair of boxing gloves, completely enveloping the hands. Such gloves did not appeal to Qin Yu at all, as donning them would hinder several of his attacks. Never mind, he thought. He would forge better equipment once he acquired superior materials. Thus, he consoled himself before exiting the armory. Hoofs thundered as over 100 riders galloped swiftly along the broad road, led by a colossal figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with an exceptionally muscular frame. This barbaric giant donned a black robe that shrouded him entirely, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, exuding an air of foreboding. Stop! The leading barbarian suddenly waved a hand, issuing a sharp command that brought the entire cavalry to an abrupt halt. Third brother, take a team and seize all the wealth and women from that village. You have 5 minutes. Second brother and I will proceed first and await you at Luoting Mountain. The commanding barbarian issued his order decisively. It's just a small village. 5 minutes is more than enough. Don't worry, brother. Let us go, brothers. A lean, one-eyed man, equipped with a slender, curved blade, charged alongside 50 others towards the nearby village with a resounding shout. Meanwhile, a robust barbarian led the remaining 2 squads directly towards Luoting Mountain. Amidst the toil, Taizhan, displaying his powerful physique, was diligently digging the earth at the village's edge, beads of sweat trickling down his muscular back. Beside him, Xiaolu gazed at the flowers by the roadside, her eyes darting about in whimsical thought. Taizhan, with a smile, reassured her, "Do not fret, Xiaolu. Xiaoyu will not forget." At that moment, Tieshan's mind wandered to the battle blade he had asked Qin Yu to procure. He had always preferred wielding spears and staffs, yet his greatest aspiration remained that of owning a sharp war knife. "Ah, it's a horse! Brother Yu is coming!" Xiaolu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she peered into the distance. Taizhan, sensing the violent tremors beneath his feet, furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. It was not just one individual. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a group of several dozen riders galloping towards them at breakneck speed. A chilling thought surged through Taizhan's mind, sending shivers down his spine. Bandits, more formidable than ordinary thieves, possessing swift steeds, appearing and disappearing like shadows, and exhibiting a far greater thirst for blood. While common thieves would merely plunder a village for sustainable gain, marauding horsemen frequently annihilated entire settlements. The bandits are coming. Panic swept through the village as adult men hastily armed themselves with weapons, shovels or axes in hand, while children, the elderly, and women sought refuge behind them. Go! The one-eyed man urged his horse to hasten, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The steed galloped swiftly, soon closing in on Taizhan, while the villagers anxiously worried for the siblings yet dared not approach. Taizhan was still 100 meters from the village, and the one-eyed man on his swift mount was merely 10 meters behind him. In an instant, a gleaming, slender, curved blade appeared in the one-eyed man's grasp, and a bloodthirsty glimmer flickered in his gaze. Stop! Suddenly, a burly figure surged forward. It was Taizhan's father. A chill crept across the one-eyed man's lips as he flicked his wrist, the curved blade transforming into a streak of lightning aimed directly at Taizhan. Ever vigilant, Taizhan noticed the impending danger and executed a rapid roll, narrowly evading the lethal strike thanks to his rigorous training. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Taizhan hastily tumbled, just escaping the deadly arc of the blade. However, a pained scream pierced the air. Ah! Taizhan glanced down and saw that Xiaolu's right arm had been severed, the dismembered limb lying beside her, her face pale with agony. In his attempt to evade, Taizhan had inadvertently left Xiaolu's arm exposed, resulting in her grievous injury. At that moment, Taizhan's father finally arrived, and upon witnessing the horrific scene, his rage ignited. Puff! In a flash, the curved blade struck, and Tieshan's father's head was severed, his life extinguished in an instant. How could a mere farmer contend with the third in command of a band of horse thieves? Listen closely. The one-eyed man commanded, "Surrender all your wealth and young women, and I shall spare your quaint village. Otherwise, it will be cleansed in blood." The one-eyed man sneered, gripping a blood-soaked, curved blade in his hand. The other bandits advanced on horseback, casting disdainful glances at the villagers below. To death, a fierce gust swept through, and a shovel, imbued with tremendous force, struck one of the bandits squarely on the head, producing a thunderous sound that echoed in the air. The blow shattered the bandit's skull, blood gushing forth. Iron Mountain, his grotesque face twisted in rage, clutched the shovel tightly, seething with hatred as he glared at the bandits before him. "Oh, you've slain one of our brothers. Brothers, let us annihilate this village. Spare only the women." The one-eyed man spoke coldly, his fury now palpable. The other bandits, equally incensed, viewed the ordinary village as mere prey, their anger stoked further by the loss of a comrade. "Father." Xiaolu. Iron Mountain's father had been slain, and his sister lay unconscious with a severed arm. His mind ignited with rage, he yearned for vengeance. His gaze fixated with murderous intent upon the one-eyed man. The severed arm flew through the air, blood splattering. The one-eyed man effortlessly dispatched the villagers, their desperate strikes posing no threat to him. How could an ordinary person contend with a martial arts master? Familiar faces of villagers, his uncle, his aunt, were brutally slain before his eyes, and Iron Mountain's vision turned crimson, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. "Come on, kill me." Taizhan seized the battle knife from the slain bandit and charged towards the one-eyed man. Yet the man seemed to revel in the pursuit, sparing Taizhan's life while effortlessly dispatching others with his remarkable agility, leaving Taizhan in a frantic chase. Witnessing familiar faces fall one after another filled Taizhan with unbearable anguish. "Stop!" A thunderous voice reverberated throughout the courtyard, momentarily stunning everyone into silence. With a hand wielding a dark iron blade and the other clutching a rag doll, Qin Yu emerged onto the scene. The one-eyed man glanced at Qin Yu, narrowing his eyes slightly before grinning. "Ah, my friend, I am Bai San, the third of the Black Wind Bandits, known as the Curved Blade. May I ask your name?" Bai San, a master of internal martial arts, quickly discerned that the youth before him was no ordinary individual. Xiaolu. Upon seeing the pale-faced Xiaolu, who had lost her right arm, Qin Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Fortunately, being adept in the healing arts, he promptly applied acupressure to halt the bleeding from her severed limb. Xiaolu slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Qin Yu, a faint smile flickered across her ashen face. "Brother Yu," she murmured. However, as her gaze fell upon her deceased father and other familiar villagers, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Father, uncle." Xiaolu wept, her sobs interspersed with violent shivers, as the agony of her injury was far too harrowing for a young girl to bear. As Qin Yu beheld the lifeless bodies of villagers who had greeted him warmly just hours before, the bloodlust rooted within the Qin Yu lineage surged to life, igniting a fiery resolve within his eyes. Qin Yu cautiously placed the cloth doll beside Xiaolu, then suddenly stood up and hurled the Xiantai battle knife directly to Taishan, exclaiming, "Deshan, catch the knife." Taishan promptly grasped the Xiantai battle knife. At this moment it proved to be quite useful in the fray. Qin Yu noticed the small severed limb beside him and realized it belonged to Xiaolu. From this day forth she would forever be disabled. At that moment, the one-eyed man, Bai San, hastily remarked with a grin, "My friend, you are indeed a skilled fighter. How can you engage in battle with us Black Wind over a mere group of ordinary people? Perhaps you could select one of these women for yourself. What do you say?" Bai San perceived that Qin Yu was a formidable opponent, and generally such skilled individuals had a mentor. He did not wish to offend someone without cause. Moreover, in his estimation, the young man before him possessed considerable strength. Eliminating him would result in significant losses for the bandits, which was not worth the risk. "You all." Qin Yu coldly glared at the dozens of bandits before him, muttering, "Deserve to die." Suddenly, he appeared beside one of the bandits, his hand transforming into a claw as he seized the bandit's throat. Qin Yu's icy gaze met the bandit's, which was filled with sheer terror. With a swift, forceful grip of his claw, a sickening crack echoed as the bandit instantly ceased to breathe. In the next instant, Qin Yu darted like a bolt of lightning towards another bandit. His leg moved with the ferocity of thunder, cutting through the air and striking the bandit's head with a resounding crash, shattering it upon impact. Yet another bandit fell lifeless. Brothers, show no mercy. Kill. At this moment, Bai San's fury erupted, prompting all the bandits to charge towards Qin Yu. Yet, with remarkable speed, Qin Yu vanished in an instant, reappearing some distance away. With a swift motion, Qin Yu delivered a powerful kick that sent one assailant flying, followed by a high-pressure split that shattered the opponent's skull. Crack! Qin Yu then soared into the air, his toes striking the throat with lethal precision, ending a life with a single blow. With a thunderous shout, Qin Yu unleashed a punch that penetrated deeply, striking the adversary's abdomen and rupturing their liver. The bandit's eyes widened in shock, yet he was already beyond saving. Qin Yu's movements were enigmatic, akin to a whirlwind, as he unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks with his fists and legs. Each bandit found themselves utterly defenseless against his onslaught, often falling to a single strike, and at most two, as he targeted their vital points with formidable force. The training regimen Qin Yu had followed was executed flawlessly. Now, he possessed the strength to effortlessly lift over 100 pounds with one hand, and under normal circumstances, he could bound with a load of 200 pounds with ease. His striking power was immensely potent, capable of dispatching foes with ease. Moreover, Qin Yu's agility rendered the wind a mere triviality. His mastery of the mysterious art of evasion, combined with his innate explosive speed, placed his movements beyond the reach of those who dared confront him. How could this be? How could this be? The one-eyed man, wielding a curved blade, stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. A figure moved with terrifying speed, fists striking like lightning and legs bearing the weight of mountains. Each punch sent an enemy tumbling. Each kick sent them soaring. In a mere 30 seconds, nearly half of the 50 bandits had perished.
Halt!
Fight me! The one-eyed man shouted as he pursued with all his might. Yet, Qin Yu's movements were too profound, too enigmatic. With a graceful shift, he effortlessly distanced himself by several meters, far beyond the reach of his pursuer. The one-eyed man, Bai San, brandished his curved blade, relentlessly pursuing his target. Yet he could not even grasp the hem of Qin Yu's garment. He chased on, helplessly witnessing the demise of his fellow bandits one by one. Fight me! If you have the courage, do not flee. Do not run away. Bai San bellowed in a frenzied rage, but his cries fell on deaf ears as his comrades fell before him. Even those who attempted to escape on horseback were futile in their efforts. 4. Qin Yu's speed far surpassed that of any horse. With a swift, spiraling kick, Qin Yu struck the temple of a startled bandit, the impact shattering the skull and sending the man crashing to the ground. Lifeless, Qin Yu descended gracefully, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the last remaining bandit, Bai San. In a mere minute, from a band of 50, only he, the third in command of the Black Wind Bandits, remained. Clutching his curved blade, Bai San's solitary eye flickered with trepidation, a low growl emanating from his throat. In that brief span, his entire crew had perished, resulting in a significant loss of a third of the Black Wind Bandit strength, leaving Bai San in a state of deep dismay. Prepare to meet your end. He unleashed his lightness skill, propelling himself towards Qin Yu with astonishing speed, his blade gleaming with a chilling luminescence. Qin Yu remained motionless, observing Bai San's advance. With bloodshot eyes and all his internal energy unleashed, Bai San's blade radiated ominous brilliance as he reached the pinnacle of his speed, closing the distance to Qin Yu in the blink of an eye. The surviving villagers, witnessing Qin Yu's stillness, grew increasingly anxious. In that fleeting moment, Qin Yu's figure flickered, and he appeared at Bai San's side, delivering a decisive kick to the bend of his knee. Crack! The resistance at the side of the knee is feeble, and in an instant it is shattered. A piercing scream escapes from Bai San, and the human body sways as Qin Yu simultaneously transforms his right hand into a claw, seizing Bai San's wrist with formidable force. With a sudden crack, Bai San's right wrist is irrevocably broken.
Bang!
The fist strikes directly at Bai San's throat, delivering the entirety of Qin Yu's strength into that singular point, unleashing an unparalleled penetrating power. A crisp sound echoes as Bai San, eyes wide in shock, collapses to the ground, never to rise again. Within a minute and a half, the entire contingent of 50 members from the Black Wind bandit group lies dead. Chapter 20. Life and Death, Part 1. The sound of horses whinnying echoes continuously as the bandits fall, causing the horses to become restless, galloping away in a frenzy. This uproar stirs a cloud of dust across the battlefield, enveloping Qin Yu at its center. The surviving villagers gaze in astonishment at the indistinct figure of Qin Yu amidst the swirling dust. To them, he was merely a kind and courteous youth. Who could have imagined that this very boy had just annihilated the bandits, whom they deemed utterly fearsome, in a matter of moments, without the slightest resistance from them? All eyes are fixed on Qin Yu, who, at this moment, bows his head, panting heavily. No one knows what thoughts race through his mind as he gasps for breath. Hidden from their view, they cannot fathom the turmoil within him. Despite his unwavering resolve in taking lives, this marks his first encounter with murder. The first time, Qin Yu treated others with utmost sincerity, finding it difficult to harbor murderous intentions towards anyone. However, upon witnessing the charming Xiao Lu having her arms severed and the brutal slaughter of dozens of innocent villagers, his heart filled with rage. In a fit of anger, he annihilated every last one of his adversaries. Was this the right course of action? A sense of unease gnawed at Qin Yu. Despite his resolute spirit, he was merely a 13-year-old boy, a tender youth who had just taken the lives of 50 individuals. No matter how steadfast one's mind, such an act would induce trepidation. Uncontrollably, Qin Yu felt his body tremble. Xiao Yu, Taizhan approached, placing a reassuring hand on Qin Yu's shoulder. Qin Yu looked up, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of uncertainty. Xiao Yu, I understand your feelings, for I too have taken a life for the first time. Yet you must comprehend that they are demons. They deserve to die. If you do not vanquish them, our village will face annihilation. To slay one villain is to save 100 lives. Such wicked beings warrant extermination, and we must do so with fervor. Taizhan's gaze bore into Qin Yu, his heart still brimming with hatred. His father's death and his sister's dismemberment fueled his fury towards those marauders. Qin Yu shuddered slightly. To kill one villain is to save 100 lives. He murmured, keeping his gaze lowered. Taizhan, unable to discern the expression on Qin Yu's downcast face, remained oblivious to his thoughts. After a moment, Qin Yu finally lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with renewed determination. He turned to Taizhan and said, "Thank you, Deshan. I believe. I understand now." Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. "Deshan, why are you not hastening to assist in rescuing the injured?" "Ah, indeed." Taishan, blinded by vengeance, was spurred into action by Qin Yu's reminder, promptly joining the other villagers in aiding the gravely wounded. In Xiao Lu's household, had he acted more swiftly, perhaps Xiao Lu would not have suffered the loss of her arm. Abruptly, Qin Yu rose to his feet, a chilling light igniting in his eyes as he gazed intently out the window. A resolute brilliance emanated from his determined visage. "Father and my elder brothers are right. In the land of the hidden dragon, there are countless souls, each unique. One must not extend kindness indiscriminately. Sincerity towards others is commendable, yet those harboring malevolence must be eradicated, thoroughly and without hesitation." A flame of resolve burned fiercely within Qin Yu. Qin Zheng, Qin Feng, and King Qin De of the eastern town harbored concerns for Qin Yu, for they understood the inherent goodness of his heart. Such a disposition, in a realm where strength reigns supreme, could lead to dire consequences. Nonetheless, they believed that Qin Yu would ultimately grasp the ways of the world. Throughout history, no member of the Qin family had exhibited such profound kindness. Yet, deep within their bloodline lay a fierce and ruthless nature. However, the recent battle had truly ignited a fervor within him. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance as his mind replayed every moment of the confrontation. Utilizing minimal force to strike at the most vital points, unleashing the maximum potential of each ounce of strength, and executing swift, decisive actions that could extinguish life in an instant. In close combat, life and death were determined in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Taizhan entered the room and walked directly to Xiaolu's side, gazing at her delicate face. Their mother had tragically perished during Xiaolu's birth, and now their father was also gone, leaving Taizhan with Xiaolu as his sole family member. "Xiaolu, I am truly sorry. I apologize, dear sister," Taizhan murmured, caressing Xiaolu's face. His eyes filled with profound sorrow. Dashan, alongside Qin Yu, approached Taizhan and gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The two of them compassionately observed the still slumbering Xiaolu, unable to fathom how she would cope with the harsh realities upon awakening. Meanwhile, the Black Wind Bandits were resting not far from the village in Luoting Mountain. "Brother, something feels amiss. Why hasn't that scoundrel Baisan arrived yet? A considerable amount of time has already passed," remarked a middle-aged man shrouded in a black robe, frowning as he approached the burly brute. This man was Jiang Meng, the second-in-command of the Black Wind Bandits, possessing profound internal strength, rumored to have reached the late stage of acquired mastery, far surpassing the third-in-command of the bandits. The hulking brute, with his imposing stature and exceptionally developed muscles, would typically be perceived as a simple-minded individual. Yet, even Jiang Meng harbored a deep-seated fear of this leader, not solely due to his formidable strength but also because of his ruthless disposition. The leader of the Black Wind Bandits, Wu Tuan, had attained the pinnacle of acquired mastery, boasting a terrifying level of internal power. The third-in-command, Bai San, could not withstand even a single strike from Wu Tuan. Humph! With a cold snort, Wu Tuan rose to his feet and struck the massive boulder beside him, which trembled momentarily before shattering with a resounding crash, scattering countless fragments across the ground. The immense strength of Wu Tuan was incomparable to the 8 external martial experts previously chosen by Qin Yu, far surpassing Qin Yu's current abilities. The infamous reputation of the Black Wind Bandit group was forged single-handedly by Wu Tuan. Concealed beneath his dark cloak, Wu Tuan's eyes glinted with a frigid light. "Incompetent fool. Baisan, that waste has squandered so much time. Everyone, follow me to see what has transpired." Clad in his black robe, Wu Tuan mounted his horse and issued a chilling command, to which 100 bandits, including the second-in-command, Jiang Meng, promptly obeyed. "Move out." With Wu Tuan's command, the band of 100 bandits spurred their horses into a rapid gallop, racing towards the village that had just suffered a calamity. Chapter 21, Life and Death Part 2. The bandits are coming again. A wave of terror echoed from outside the village, causing Qin Yu to furrow his brow as he felt the subtle vibrations of the ground beneath his feet. The bandits are back. Beside Xiao Lu, Tai Shan sprang to his feet, seizing the mysterious iron blade that lay nearby, while Qin Yu had already stepped out of his dwelling. "Deshan, there are many people approaching, approximately 100. Before his words could fully resonate, Qin Yu vanished, his black eagle soaring skyward. With determination, Taishan gripped his iron blade and charged fiercely towards the village's outskirts. Outside the village, the imposing figure of Wu Tuan, shrouded in black, approached the body of Baisan, observing it with meticulous scrutiny. "Ah, I had not anticipated that such a remote place could harbor a master of external arts." A faint smirk graced Wu Tuan's lips as he cast a disdainful glance at the villagers ahead, who trembled in fear, their hands shaking around their axes and knives. With a scoff, Wu Tuan's gaze swept across the scene until it suddenly fixated on the newly arrived Qin Yu. Upon inspecting Qin Yu's attire, Wu Tuan chuckled. "My dear friend, it appears you do not hail from this village." Though Qin Yu's clothing seemed unremarkable, Wu Tuan's discerning eye recognized the exquisite fabric, indicating that it was not something an ordinary person could afford. "Indeed," Qin Yu retorted, "you must be the leader of the Black Wind Bandits." "Astute," Wu Tuan replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards the lifeless body beneath his feet. "You were the one who killed Baisan, weren't you?" Qin Yu nodded slightly, and upon witnessing this acknowledgement, a broad grin spread across Wu Tuan's face, though a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. "Knowing that we are the Black Wind Bandits, do you still dare to make a move?" The energy emanating from Wu Tuan surged, causing his dark cloak to billow dramatically, revealing his formidable physique. "Brothers, what do you suggest we do?" Wu Tuan inquired of those behind him. "Kill the remaining bandits." Incensed at the sight of the 50 fallen comrades, brandished their weapons in fury. Wu Tuan turned to Qin Yu. "Let us engage in a contest. The loser shall meet their demise." Qin Yu's body shifted slightly, producing a series of sharp sounds. With his fingers gently clenched, a spark ignited in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Wu Tuan. "You should be stronger than that, Baisan. Do not disappoint me." "Second brother," annihilate the village. I shall entertain myself with this youth, Wu Tuan commanded casually. Understood, brother. Jia Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Brothers, destroy the village. Remember, we must spare a few women. Ha ha. Let's get to work. Jia Ming brandished a soft sword, standing by to observe Wu Tuan and Qin Yu, seemingly uninterested in partaking in the slaughter. In his view, the common folk of the village were hardly worthy of his prowess as a late-stage practitioner. What? Destroy the village? Qin Yu's heart jolted, panic surging within him. No matter what, he could not allow them to raise the village. Capturing the leader was paramount. He must eliminate that chief first. Like a wisp of breeze, Qin Yu darted forward, tracing a remarkable trajectory right before Wu Tuan. Such incredible speed, such exquisite agility. Wu Tuan was taken aback, yet remained motionless. With a swift, ground-hugging sweep, Qin Yu unleashed his full power, honed through relentless training beneath the waterfall, combined with weighted squats and long-distance runs. His legs were his greatest asset. In that instant, Qin Yu executed his most formidable attack. With a resounding thud, his right leg struck fiercely against Wu Tuan's foot. What? Suddenly, a profound change swept over Qin Yu's countenance as a terrifying force surged from Wu Tuan's foot, effortlessly deflecting Qin Yu's assault while simultaneously launching a counterattack. Seeking death, Wu Tuan executed a powerful downward kick, akin to a massive cleaving blade. Instinctively, Qin Yu braced himself with both hands and soared into the sky like a bird, performing a graceful roll to evade the strike. Wu Tuan's legs struck the ground with tremendous force, producing a deafening roar as dust billowed into the air. Once the dust settled, a colossal crater lay before the onlookers, a testament to Wu Tuan's formidable might. That detestable youth! Wu Tuan's fury erupted. Crack! He extended his hand into a claw, ruthlessly tearing into a bandit's spine. Qin Yu's figure flickered, agile as willow catkins dancing in the breeze, moving with the swiftness of lightning. His exceptionally flexible physique, honed through rigorous training, allowed him to navigate seamlessly among the bandits. A single lethal strike, wasting no time. Wherever Qin Yu appeared, a bandit was destined to meet his demise. That individual is terrifying. Having cultivated his internal power to such a level, he must indeed be one of those masters my grandfather spoke of, who have achieved the pinnacle of internal martial arts. He is undoubtedly on par with the 8 external martial arts experts from the past, truly formidable. My assaults are utterly ineffective against his defenses. Qin Yu, astounded, resolved to eliminate these common bandits first. Initially, he had planned to capture the ringleader before subduing the rest. But after that strategy faltered and fearing excessive casualties among the villagers, he opted to dispatch the ordinary bandits first. All the bandits were struck with fear. The young man was indeed terrifying, capable of annihilating them with a single strike. They were not masters of internal martial arts, and despite their strength, these ordinary bandits could not compare to Bai San, who had been effortlessly slain by Qin Yu. The remaining bandits had no chance to fight back. Brothers, let us unite and kill him, one bandit shouted, awakening the others from their stupor, who promptly abandoned their assault on the villagers. They surged forth in a collective attack against Qin Yu. Be careful, Taizhan exclaimed urgently, as the onlooking villagers grew anxious for Qin Yu's safety. Yet, Qin Yu merely smiled, unfazed. A joint attack? With his speed and agility, he could navigate through a sea of adversaries without sustaining a single scratch. There were only a few dozen bandits left. What were they compared to him? Qin Yu moved like a bolt of lightning, diving into the throng of bandits. Though they swung their weapons frantically, he effortlessly evaded their strikes, dispatching each bandit with every kick and punch. Kid, if you have the ability, don't hide. Wu Tuan rushed forward. The foe was too formidable. It was wise to avoid direct confrontation for now. Qin Yu expanded his movements, attacking the bandits from the periphery. Although Wu Tuan was immensely powerful, he seemed to lack the same finesse in movement as Qin Yu. Second brother, charge ahead, Wu Tuan commanded. Jiang Li immediately followed suit. Jiang Li's agility was slightly superior to Wu Tuan's, yet he too found himself helpless against Qin Yu's unpredictable maneuvers. In one moment, he was directly in front of Qin Yu. In the next, he was several meters away to the side. Ah! A bandit stared wide-eyed, letting out a piercing scream as his head was sent flying. Qin Yu's swift kick had severed it with a single strike. This marked the last of the ordinary bandits. In a mere 5 minutes, nearly 100 bandits had been slain. It was primarily due to the presence of the two formidable masters, Wu Tuan and Jia Ming, that Qin Yu had moderated his pace. With a sudden thrust of his foot, Qin Yu soared into the air, landing upon a branch outside the village, where he stood, coldly observing the two masters below. This scoundrel had slaughtered all my brothers. He must be torn apart. Filled with rage, Wu Tuan unleashed his full power, causing his black robe to explode into tattered shreds that scattered through the air. Visible currents of energy swirled around him, as his muscles quivered with intensity. The brawny bull technique, although a form of internal martial arts, was an amalgamation of muscular strength and inner power. Naturally strong, Wu Tuan had cultivated this technique, merging internal and external forces, which had propelled him to the pinnacle of postnatal mastery, rendering his strength formidable. "Boss, let me flay him alive." Jia Ming's eyes glinted with cold fury as his internal energy surged. In terms of internal power, he stood on par with Wu Tuan. Wu Tuan's superiority stemmed from the fusion of his inner strength and physical prowess, distinguishing these two masters from ordinary individuals like Baisan. As Qin Yu beheld the two formidable figures, he silently lamented. The bandit leader had already reached the pinnacle of postnatal strength, comparable to the 8 renowned masters of external martial arts from the past. The second bandit, wielding a flexible sword, was not far behind, and with the peculiar nature of his weapon, once infused with internal energy, his attacks would be extraordinarily unpredictable. Chapter 22, Life and Death, Part 2. Regardless of whom he faced in combat, the odds were not in his favor. Qin Yu quickly assessed the disparity in strength and found himself at a loss. After all, he was merely 13 years old. Although he could be considered a skilled practitioner of external martial arts, he was still far inferior to masters like Zhao Yunxing. The only assets he could rely on were his agility and the close-quarter combat techniques he had developed. "Prepare to meet your demise," roared Jia Ming, his eyes gleaming with icy determination. With his soft sword drawn taut, he lunged at Qin Yu like an arrow released from its bow, soaring directly toward the branch upon which Qin Yu perched. In an instant, Qin Yu sprang into action, his movements reminiscent of a nimble monkey as he gracefully descended to the ground. "Do not attempt to flee," Jia Ming shouted, leaping down from the branch. Yet, Qin Yu merely scoffed. How shameless for the leader of bandits to resort to ambush. As he spoke, he had already distanced himself 10 meters away, while the spot he had vacated was left with a deep crater from the force of Wu Tuan's strike. "So, you are aware of my stealthy approach," impressive, Wu Tuan remarked, raising an eyebrow. However, Qin Yu felt a surge of confidence within. What was the principle behind his practiced agility? It was the ability to sense the winds, transforming their resistance into assistance. Indeed, he could perceive the surrounding airflow even with his eyes closed. The movements of those around him would inevitably alter the wind's patterns, which Qin Yu would detect. This was the secret that allowed him to evade attacks effortlessly, striking down foes with a mere flick of his hand amidst the chaos of battle. To think that they could catch him off guard, such a notion was utterly preposterous. Qin Yu fixed his gaze upon his two formidable adversaries, his heart ablaze with indignation. "The second one, this fellow's movements are peculiar. Let us attack together." With a commanding shout, Wu Tuan and Jia Ming channeled their inner strength, propelling themselves toward Qin Yu with astonishing speed. The force generated by their rapid approach stirred up a powerful gust of wind. In stark contrast, Qin Yu appeared to glide effortlessly, his form shifting with the dexterity of a skilled butcher carving through meat. Though their speed was impressive, the sound of the wind they created was minimal, only discernible when one drew near. His technique was not yet perfected. Had it been, his swiftness would have rivaled lightning, eliciting not even a whisper of wind. Qin Yu sighed inwardly, yet at that moment, the two pursuers were closing in on him with a sharp rush of air. With a dismissive smile, he surged forward, quickly distancing himself by several hundred meters, leaving them far behind. "Don't run." Wu Tuan and Jia Ming seethed with rage, yet found themselves powerless. Before them, Qin Yu moved with the strength of a leopard and the grace of a cunning rabbit, his movements so swift that they generated no sound of wind. You two old geezers, if you have the ability, then pursue me. Qin Yu taunted. Faced with a 2-on-1 scenario, he had no hope of winning and could only rely on his agility. As he fled, the two behind him grew increasingly furious and exasperated. No matter how hard they tried, they could not close the gap, and the distance between them only widened. Qin Yu continued to mock them, suddenly exclaiming, "If you run again, I shall lay waste to the entire village." Wu Tuan's voice boomed, causing Qin Yu to halt as if struck by lightning. "What do you intend to do?" Qin Yu slowly turned, his expression icy as he regarded the two not far away. "Haha, at last you have stopped fleeing." With his head thrown back in a hearty laugh, Wu Tuan fixed his gaze on Qin Yu like a venomous scorpion. "What do you still wish to ask? You have slain over 100 of my brothers, and yet you dare to question my intentions? Ha! What a grand jest." Jiang Li stood by, casting a scornful glance at Qin Yu. "Continue to flee if you wish. You may evade capture, but those villagers are not so fortunate. This small hamlet harbors hundreds, and annihilating them would be all too effortless. Why do you hesitate to escape, boy?" Wu Tuan inquired, seemingly perplexed by Qin Yu's demeanor. Witnessing the twisted expression on Wu Tuan's face, Qin Yu could only think of one word to describe his psychopathic mindset. "Xiao Yu, hurry and flee. Do not concern yourself with us. Just run." Tai Shan shouted, his face flushed with urgency. Having just witnessed Wu Tuan create a massive crater with a single kick, and observing Qin Yu's reluctance to confront these bandit leaders, it was evident that Qin Yu was no match for them. Qin Yu's expression remained inscrutable as he stared unwaveringly at Wu Tuan and Jiang Li. "Quite impressive, are you not? A noble heart indeed? You choose to remain for the sake of these worthless individuals instead of fleeing." Wu Tuan clenched his fists, a cacophony of cracking sounds erupting as he coldly regarded Qin Yu. "Young man, I am nothing if not forthright. I do not wish for your surrender. I simply desire that you do not flee, but rather engage me in combat. Should we fight, then let us do so without further ado." Qin Yu replied, his countenance still devoid of emotion. Wu Tuan paused, then erupted into laughter once more. "I admire your spirit, so young yet so resolute, so chivalrous. Alas, those who possess such noble hearts often meet their demise." With that, Wu Tuan began to stride purposefully towards Qin Yu. In Qin Yu's heart, a profound tranquility enveloped him, his entire focus directed towards Wu Tuan. He understood that Wu Tuan's prowess far surpassed his own, compelling him to maintain his composure and seize any opportunity for an advantage. He could only wait for his opponent to reveal a flaw before delivering a decisive blow. "Ha! Taste my fist." Wu Tuan charged forward, his form resembling that of a wild bull. The full force of his innate potential, the mighty bull strength, erupted within him, his muscles bulging and veins protruding. Qi energy swirled around his right fist, leaving no doubt about its devastating power. "Humph," Wu Tuan sneered. "What?" Qin Yu felt a powerful and rounded surge of energy strike his fingers, sending a tingling sensation coursing through them as if he had been electrocuted. "This is not good." Qin Yu had no time to continue his assault. He quickly crouched down, striking the ground with his left hand, propelling himself sideways to evade. Whoosh! Wu Tuan's heavy kick whistled past the spot where Qin Yu had just been standing. Had Qin Yu been a moment slower, he would have been struck by Wu Tuan's powerful leg. That was close. Qin Yu fixed his gaze on Jiang Li, but his left shoulder throbbed painfully, blood seeping from the wound. Just as he had narrowly escaped Wu Tuan's attack, Jiang Li had readied himself for a sneak attack. As Qin Yu steadied himself, Jiang Li's soft sword lunged towards his back, aiming for his heart. Fortunately, Qin Yu swiftly sidestepped and crouched, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike, which merely pierced his left shoulder. His reflexes are impressively quick. It seems I have not met my demise just yet. Jiang Li extended his tongue and tasted the blood on the soft sword. Suddenly, his eyes widened with excitement as he exclaimed, "The taste of blood is truly delightful, remarkably fresh, devoid of any impurities. You must still be a virgin." However, Qin Yu was preoccupied with devising a strategy to confront the two individuals. Though his own strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to Wu Tuan, who had perfected the brawny bull strength to its utmost limits and possessed innate divine power. Jiang Li resembled a venomous serpent, with his soft sword poised to strike at any moment. There was no escape. Should he attempt to flee, Wu Tuan would slaughter the villagers. Wu Tuan approached with a sinister grin. Qin Yu observed the menacing figure of Wu Tuan and then looked at the pitiable villagers, who possessed almost no means of resistance. His fists clenched involuntarily, yet a searing pain radiated from his left shoulder, indicating that his left-hand attacks would be compromised. Speed, Wu Tuan was not faster than me. I must rely on my swiftness, Qin Yu concluded inwardly. Boy, prepare to die. Wu Tuan sneered coldly, his large hand sweeping down like a fan. Qin Yu, agile as a monkey, swiftly dodged to the side and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Wu Tuan's armpit. Wu Tuan merely retracted one arm and effortlessly blocked the strike. Crash! Qin Yu's right fist collided with Wu Tuan's shoulder, but it felt akin to striking stone. Your attack is far too feeble, Wu Tuan scoffed. Indeed, the brawny bull strength was an internal technique that fused with muscle, offering formidable defense, akin to the pinnacle of the 13 Protectors' martial arts. Qin Yu's strikes could not breach his defenses. Boom! 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 In a sudden moment, a chilling light flickered in Qin Yu's eyes as he faced Wu Tuan. The assassin within him finally emerged. He had been patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike at the vital points. The Yushir sword must deliver a lethal blow in one swift motion. Should the first attempt fail, the enemy would undoubtedly be prepared for a second. What? Wu Tuan felt a dark flash. The Yushir sword was unleashed. In an instant, a black dagger materialized in Qin Yu's right hand, which had initially been poised for a palm strike. Without affording Wu Tuan a moment to react, the Yuchang sword transformed into a streak of black light, slicing directly towards Wu Tuan's throat. Within Wu Tuan, the power of the wild bull surged forth instinctively. But alas, the Yuchang sword was no ordinary blade. It belonged to the celestial grade, albeit of the lower tier. The blade effortlessly pierced through Wu Tuan's wild bull strength, severing his throat. Blood gushed forth, and Wu Tuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had initially thought he could easily dispatch this boy. He had merely been toying with Qin Yu, believing that the lad would not breach his defenses. Yet, in a twist of fate, it was he who lost his life, slain by a mere youth. At that moment, Jiang Meng, who had long awaited the opportunity, let out a fierce roar. Just as Qin Yu's Yuchang sword had cut through Wu Tuan's throat, Jiang Meng's soft sword was already poised at Qin Yu's back. There was no time for Qin Yu to evade. Death loomed imminent. Jiang Meng's eyes glinted with a savage, bloodthirsty delight, while the villagers stood in stunned silence. At that instant, Qin Yu's mind was devoid of thought, for Jiang Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was certain that the young man before him was destined to perish by his hand. Suddenly, a pair of talons descended from the heavens, viciously tearing apart Jiang Meng's entire head. Jiang Meng was flung away, meeting a tragic demise on the spot, accompanied by a piercing cry of an eagle that echoed across the sky. At this moment, Qin Yu gazed upon the lifeless body of Wu Tuan, whose throat had been cut, and then at the mangled remains of Jiang Meng. A wave of dread washed over him. Raising his head, he found the sharp eyes of Xiao He fixed intently on him. Thank you, Xiao He. Qin Yu exhaled deeply, feeling a chill of sweat trickle down his back. His heart stirred with tumultuous emotions. He had narrowly escaped death. The sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death was ineffable, and Qin Yu's heart began to undergo a transformation. Perhaps it is time for me to alter my cultivation methods. As he surveyed the boundless sky, a silent resolution took root within him. In this battle, Qin Yu had slain 150 foes, and he had nearly fallen himself. Outsiders could scarcely fathom the profound impact this conflict had on him. Time flowed on, and 3 years had passed since the fierce battle against over 100 bandits in the small village. Qin Yu had evolved from an 8-year-old boy, who gritted his teeth in arduous training, into a true master of external martial arts at the age of 16, which marked the age of adulthood in the Qianlong Continent. A gentle breeze stirred, rustling the fallen leaves at the entrance of Yunwu Mountain Manor, where 2 guards engaged in light-hearted conversation. The elder guard shook his head and said, Xiao Tian, you are unaware, having only been here for a few years. You still do not comprehend the extent of the third prince's rigorous training. When he was merely 8 years old, his training was so intense that even we seasoned soldiers found it unbearable to witness. at the tender age of 8. It is unimaginable that while children of similar age indulge in play, His Highness has dedicated himself from dawn till dusk to rigorous training. The intensity of this regimen surpasses even that of the fierce tiger army. The young guards nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, the elite soldiers and servants of Yunwu Villa showered young Qin Yu with affection and care. However, as Qin Yu pushed his limits through relentless training, their admiration for him grew profoundly. In the past 3 years, Lord Qin of Zhen Dong has graced Yunwu Villa with his presence only once. High above, a colossal black eagle soared majestically, its size surpassing that of any ordinary eagle by a significant margin. The golden plumage adorning its head resembled a regal crown, while its piercing, electric gaze surveyed the lands below with an imposing ferocity. Its talons glimmered with a chilling brilliance, leaving no doubt about their razor-sharp nature. Such a magnificent creature, upon landing, would tower above even a tall man. Perched upon the back of this magnificent black eagle was a young man clad in dark attire, though the eagle flew at such heights that one could not discern his features. Suddenly, the enormous bird swooped down, prompting the youth to rise to his feet. At that moment, the guards below were able to clearly behold the young man's visage. He stood approximately 6 feet tall, his angular face always adorned with a warm and inviting smile. Clad in a specially designed black vest and matching trousers, the vest accentuated his well-defined muscles. "Little Black," he said, "you may go and hunt for your own food now." The young man affectionately patted the back of the black eagle and, at an altitude of approximately 100 meters, he abruptly plunged downwards from the eagle's back, his form darting like a bolt of lightning, landing on the ground in mere moments. Remarkably, such a swift descent produced not a whisper of wind. "Greetings, Third Prince." 2 guards immediately knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. "Uncle Lon, Atian, it is your turn to stand watch today." "Very well, I shall take my leave for now. We shall talk later," Qin Yu said with a smile to the familiar guards, not insisting they rise, fully aware that it was the custom of the royal residence. Qin Yu proceeded towards the western garden, encountering servants along the way who expressed their surprise upon seeing him. "Enduring hardships outside is no match for the comfort of the manor," Qin Yu remarked, removing his black vest and tossing it onto the ground with a resounding thud, akin to the sound of steel striking the earth. This vest, woven from black gold silk, was astonishingly heavy. Black gold is exceptionally precious, valued 100-fold more than gold itself. Master artisans had drawn the black gold into threads and crafted it into this vest. Weighing 100 pounds, this invaluable treasure was a gift from Qin De during his last visit to the Cloud Mist Manor. The black gold vest not only provided protection but also served as an excellent weight training apparatus, which delighted Qin Yu. After shedding his arm and leg guards, he felt an immediate sense of relief. The combination of a pair of dark iron arm guards, a pair of dark iron leg guards, and the black gold vest amounted to a total weight of 300 pounds, which he wore even while enduring training or resting. At this moment, it was time to indulge in the hot springs and wash away the burdens of 300 pounds. Qin Yu felt immensely relieved. "Ah, hot springs, how I have longed for you." He laughed heartily, clad only in his shorts, revealing his well-built upper body as he leapt into the warm waters. "Ah, refreshing, truly refreshing." Qin Yu exhaled deeply, relishing the comfort. Though the mystical hot springs of Yunwu Mountain Villa had the power to alter one's physique, his frequent visits in childhood had rendered any further enhancement impossible. Nonetheless, their efficacy in alleviating fatigue remained unparalleled. After lounging comfortably in the water for half an hour, Lian Yen approached from the west courtyard. "Grandfather Lian, please wait a moment." Qin Yu rinsed off his black gold vest and protective gear by the spring's edge and swiftly made his way to a nearby changing room.
Moments later.
He emerged clad in a fresh set of clothes. Lian Yen regarded Qin Yu with a kindly gaze, filled with warmth as he watched the child grow into a young man, his heart swelling with pride. "Rest assured, I would never forget my own birthday. The coming-of-age ceremony will undoubtedly attract a daunting crowd at the Wang residence," Qin Yu mused, recalling the overwhelming throngs that had attended his elder brother Qin Zheng's coming-of-age ceremony 4 years prior. Beside the training ground lay several slabs of blue stone, their weights progressively increasing from a mere 100 pounds to over 1,000. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. With a low shout, he deftly flicked his foot, sending a 300-pound stone soaring to a height of 7 or 8 meters. He extended his right hand, effortlessly supporting the hefty stone with just one hand, maintaining his grip for nearly 10 seconds before he gave a forceful shake and cast it aside. Draped in weighted attire, Qin Yu assessed within himself that lifting 300 pounds with one hand was nearly the pinnacle of human capability. The sheer force behind a punch descending with such strength could indeed be formidable, easily surpassing 1,000 pounds, for the weight one can lift and the power of a strike are fundamentally disparate. Should Qin Yu confront the formidable Wu Tuan once more, he would undoubtedly be capable of vanquishing him without resorting to the fish intestine sword. Enveloped in his burdens, Qin Yu approached the center of a cluster of sandbags, each bag swaying in unison. Any movement he made elicited a ripple of kinetic energy, demanding remarkable agility. Suddenly, with a swift, explosive motion, Qin Yu unleashed a punch, causing a chain reaction among the sandbags, all colliding with one another. With a serene smile, he closed his eyes, effortlessly striking each encroaching sandbag with his fists. In truth, Qin Yu's speed at that moment was not particularly swift. However, he adeptly countered the onslaught of the sandbags. This exemplifies the finesse of his technique. Every incoming attack stirred the air, and by attuning himself to the subtle shifts in the wind, Qin Yu skillfully thwarted each assault. Realistically, even if he wished to accelerate further, the weight of 300 pounds rendered such agility nearly impossible. Boom! 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 A sudden cacophony of explosions erupted as each sandbag succumbed to the force of Qin Yu's punches, bursting apart. At last, he opened his eyes, a trace of satisfaction gracing his features, for the martial art he had devised, the Beidou 7 Stars Moonlight Dance, had proven remarkably effective in its perfected form. At this moment, Qin Yu vividly recalls that fateful night, when he vanquished his opponent under the moonlight with his fish intestine sword. This technique, a fusion based on the mysterious art of Qimengduanjia known as 7 Stars, attained its zenith beneath the moonlit sky, earning the name Beidou Qixing Moonlight Dance. This remarkable skill not only confounds adversaries with the enigmatic powers of Qimengduanjia, but also allows him to move without the slightest resistance from the wind, producing no sound in his wake. A month later, on the deserted streets of a city, the night had deepened. The chill of the wind cut like a blade, causing Houtian, dressed in resplendent attire, to squint involuntarily as he stood at the center of the street. His full attention was fixated on a man before him, adorned with a silver mask. The masked figure, standing at approximately 1.75 meters, remained still, revealing only his mouth, nose, and eyes through the silver facade.
Autan.
Prepare yourself. I shall strike soon. The voice of the masked man was cold and indifferent. Oh, when did the silver-ranked assassin of Tianwang become so brazen? Houtian retorted with a sneer. A silver-ranked assassin is only bestowed such a mask after eliminating a master of post-heavenly limits. Yet, how unfortunate. Assassins are typically shadows lurking in the darkness. If you were to ambush me, perhaps you might succeed. But to confront me openly in the street. Houtian felt a surge of confidence. He had reached the pinnacle of post-heavenly limits, and silver-ranked assassins were generally of the same caliber. The assassin before him, unaware of the folly of his actions, had chosen to confront him directly, which emboldened Houtian. Yet, a sense of foreboding crept in. Who could possibly harbor a grudge against him to have issued a kill order through Tianwang? If that were the case, it would spell disaster. Cold sweat trickled down Houtian's forehead. The Sky Network, the unequivocal foremost assassin organization, boasts a history spanning over a millennium, with its influence permeating the entirety of the hidden Dragon Continent. Its roots run so deep that even the 3 great dynasties cannot rival them. None can truly ascertain the identity of the leader of the Sky Network. The might of the Sky Network has never been questioned. It is divided into 2 factions, the internal network and the external network. The internal network comprises assassins trained by the Sky Network itself, who exhibit unwavering loyalty to it. In contrast, the external network consists of various skilled individuals seeking profit, who, preferring not to pledge allegiance to the Sky Network, become part of the external network. The members of the external network are exceedingly diverse, and it is possible that a master among them is one of the elite. However, regardless of their identity, None are privy to the true affiliations of external network members. Even the Sky Network refrains from probing into the actual identities of these external operatives. Assassins are categorized into gold, silver, and bronze tiers. Bronze assassins can eliminate those at the peak of the acquired realm. Silver assassins can dispatch those at the limit of the acquired realm, while gold assassins have the capability to slay innate masters. The dual systems of the internal network and external network render them a profoundly fearsome entity. The largest of the three great dynasties, the Chu Dynasty, possesses merely close to 108 masters, whereas the external network alone houses over 20 gold assassins, and the exact number of gold assassins within the internal network remains a mystery. Yet, there is no doubt regarding the terror of the experts within the internal network. This is the Sky Network, a clandestine super-assassin organization with a legacy of over 1,000 years, its influence stretching across the three great dynasties of the Hidden Dragon Continent. It is only upon seeing his name on the Sky Network's mission board that Houtian felt a sense of trepidation. "Are you prepared?" The man clad in a silver mask spoke with a faint tone, prompting Houtian to focus all his attention on the silver-clad assassin before him, as his internal energy surged, ready to unleash his most formidable attack. Suddenly, a subtle smile graced the lips of the silver-masked man. Illusions. The silver-masked figure manifested two afterimages, one in front and one behind, one to the left and one to the right. In an instant, a powerful force surged towards Houtian, causing his hair to billow as he instinctively squinted his eyes. Such astonishing speed! A wave of shock coursed through Houtian's mind. He could only barely discern the figure by concentrating his vision. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a frenzied assault at the fleeting shape before him, his legs creating a flurry of strikes aimed at the silver-masked man's entire body. Ah! Houtian suddenly felt a searing pain in his right foot, his eyes widening as a cry of agony escaped his lips, accompanied by the ominous crack of breaking bone. In that moment, he was violently propelled backward, crashing against the wall beside the street. The silver-masked man's indifferent voice echoed, "Your speed is commendable, but your explosive power is lacking." Humph! Houtian braced himself against the wall, rising with a glare of resentment directed at the silver-masked man before him. Indeed, his finger strength was formidable, and his speed remarkable. Yet it was insufficient to take my life. Houtian could feel the intensity of his opponent's finger strength, which had effortlessly pierced through his defensive energy. "Is that so?" The silver-masked man's lips curled into a smirk once more, as he flickered, creating yet another afterimage. Houtian's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being surging with fierce energy as he focused intently on the figure of the man in the silver mask. Even at the cost of a diminished lifespan, he resolved to unleash that one ultimate move. A hint of ruthlessness flickered in Houtian's eyes, and his complexion began to turn ashen. The man in the silver mask seemed to notice Houtian's transformation, yet he continued his assault.
Destruction close.
Houtian bellowed, his face contorting into a fierce grimace. With incredible speed, his claws lunged towards the silver-masked man, the velocity reaching a terrifying peak, even interlinking with strands of dark energy. Both combatants were exceptionally skilled in claw techniques, but Houtian's destruction claws appeared more devious. In terms of speed, he was outmatched by the silver-masked man, barely able to lay a finger on him. However, he had been ensnared. A surge of black energy unexpectedly bound the silver-masked man's hands to Houtian's chest. Ecstatic, Houtian laughed triumphantly. "I see your speed, but can you match my destruction silk? With your hands bound, prepare to meet your demise." His laughter echoed, but then he paused. Why aren't you using your internal energy to resist?" Confusion flickered across Houtian's face as he regarded the man in the silver mask. "You celebrate too soon," came a swift flash of black light. "How is this possible?" Houtian's eyes widened in shock before he collapsed helplessly to the ground. The claw technique was indeed marvelous, generating an energy akin to silken threads. As the silver mask was removed, a stranger's face emerged. Suddenly, the man's form began to crackle and shift, his stature rising and his features gradually transforming. Moments later, the silver-masked assassin, standing approximately 175 meters tall, astonishingly transformed into the towering figure of Qin Yu, who measured around 180 meters. Should anyone have witnessed this spectacle, they would undoubtedly have been left in utter disbelief. What Qin Yu had just executed was the art of shape-shifting, a pinnacle of disguise techniques. Shape-shifting involves the mastery of one's musculature and skeletal structure to alter one's visage and stature. Typically, only those of innate prowess can barely employ innate true energy to modify their appearance, leading outsiders to believe that only such exceptional individuals could wield shape-shifting. However, from a young age, Qin Yu had dedicated himself to the rigorous control of his entire musculature and skeletal framework, training for 8 years and frequently absorbing internal energy into his muscles and bones, achieving an extraordinary resilience. Through sheer will and mastery over his physique, he was capable of executing shape-shifting. Those who engage in malevolent deeds will inevitably meet their demise. After claiming the head of the greedy Hao, Qin Yu soared into the sky, where his companion, Little Black, awaited. On Little Black's back rested a small chest, into which Qin Yu placed the severed head before taking his seat. Little Black, let us depart. Qin Yu affectionately patted the creature's neck. Instantly, Little Black emitted a joyful cry, ascending swiftly into the heavens. Perched upon the back of the eagle, Qin Yu gazed down upon the vast expanse of land below, then lifted his face to embrace the invigorating night breeze. In this manner, he not only eradicated some of the dregs of society but also honed his true close combat skills. In the eastern Wang town, the Wang residence is adorned with vibrant lanterns and decorations. Even though it is merely dawn, the area is already bustling with activity, as merchants of affluence and noble scions from the entire Chu dynasty greet one another warmly, bearing gifts and invitations as they enter the estate. Today marks the coming-of-age ceremony for the third young master, Qin Yu. In the realm of Qianlong Continent, the significance of a coming-of-age ceremony is scarcely distinguishable from that of a wedding. Contrarily, birthdays hold little importance. When Qin Yu turned 10, the celebration within the Wang residence was rather modest. In stark contrast, the coming-of-age ceremony entails widespread invitations, with the Emperor of the Chu dynasty himself likely to attend. 8 years prior, during the coming-of-age ceremony of Qin Yu's elder brother, Qin Feng, Emperor Xiang personally extended his congratulations. As dawn broke, the three brothers, Qin Feng, Qin Zheng, and Qin Yu, approached their father Qin's chamber to pay their respects. The eldest brother, Qin Feng, stood tall at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, exuding an aura of coldness, seldom smiling except in the presence of his siblings. Qin Zheng and Qin Yu, on the other hand, shared a similar height, appearing quite average in stature. Your sons pay their respects to you, father, they announced as they knelt on one knee before Qin De. Observing his 3 sons, Qin De felt a wave of pride. Each son was a paragon of excellence. The eldest, Qin Feng, had immersed himself in martial arts, not only serving as a general in the army, but also having achieved the status of a congenital master at the age of 23. A rare accomplishment, given that there are scarcely 100 congenital masters throughout the Chu dynasty. The second son, Qin Zheng, displayed a keen aptitude for governance, surpassing even his father in political acumen, managing nearly all affairs in the 3 counties of the eastern region. As for the third son, Qin Yu, Qin De cast his gaze upon Qin Yu, and an inexplicable pang of guilt surged within him. No matter how diligently one cultivates external skills, one can only reach the pinnacle of the acquired realm, ultimately falling short of becoming a congenital master. It is merely a path of limitations. Qin De inwardly lamented that, in his eyes, his third son, Qin Yu, would never achieve anything significant, no matter how hard he strived. If he could attain a level akin to Yun Xing, although not congenital, his offensive power would rival that of early congenital experts. Regrettably, reaching such heights requires 30 years. Currently, Yu has only practiced for 8 years, leaving him with another 2 decades of toil ahead. Little did Qin De know that Qin Yu's ability to absorb internal energy through his muscles allowed him to progress far more swiftly than Zhao Yunqing had initially anticipated. Please rise, Qin De said with a smile, then turned to Qin Yu. Today marks your coming-of-age ceremony, a monumental day in your life. After today, you shall face all matters as an adult, relying on your own efforts. Rest assured, father, Qin Yu nodded, smiling. Facing life independently? 3 years prior, Qin Yu had already ventured forth alone, soaring across the land on his black eagle, traversing nearly the entirety of the Chu Dynasty thanks to the bird's swiftness. Having experienced numerous events, Qin Yu had developed his own understanding of life. Very well, many guests have already arrived outside. Let us greet them, Qin De declared, leading the way out with the three brothers Qin Feng, Qin Zheng and Qin Yu, following closely behind. On that day, the Wang residence of the eastern town was resplendent with noise and festivity, as nobles and affluent individuals gathered to offer their congratulations, all of whom displayed utmost respect towards the eastern town king. Among those wielding power equal to that of the Prince of Zhen Dong, there were two others, the Prince of Zhenan and the Prince of Zhenbei. The Prince of Zhenan, Mulan, personally extended his congratulations, while the Prince of Zhenbei, Shangguanhong, also honored the occasion with his presence. In contrast, the four prefectures of the western region were entirely under the control of the imperial Xiang family. This time, Emperor Xiangguang did not attend in person, instead sending his younger brother Xiang Shua to offer his felicitations. The banquet was vast, with an unknown number of tables set, and the exact count of guests remained a mystery to Qin Yu. However, he was aware that the congratulatory gifts filled 2 entire rooms, a testament to the numerous attendees, especially considering it was the coming-of-age ceremony for the heir of the Prince of Zhen Dong. As the day turned to night, the lively atmosphere faded, and the guests departed, leaving the royal residence in serene silence. In a hidden chamber, a place Qin Yu had never visited before, only 5 individuals remained: Qin De, Qin Feng, Qin Zheng, Qin Yu and Su Yuan. Except for Qin Yu, who appeared perplexed, the others seemed to harbor some understanding of the situation. They took their seats, with Qin De occupying the Grandmaster's chair, gesturing for the others to sit. Qin Yu and the others gathered around the long table, while Su Yuan, still holding a fan, offered Qin Yu a gentle smile. "Father, you summoned me here for what purpose?" Qin Yu inquired, still shrouded in confusion. Qin De nodded calmly and replied, Have you not been curious about what I have been doing, what plans I have been formulating? Indeed, I have kept many matters from you. Today, as you turn 16 and reach adulthood, I shall reveal some secrets to you." At this, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had long been aware that his father was engaged in certain plans, and though he was perplexed, Qin De had never divulged the details to him. Now, hearing his father's words, it appeared that there were many matters of which he was still unaware, and today, his father had finally resolved to enlighten him. Are you aware if there was ever a dynasty that unified the entire Qianlong Continent throughout its history? Qin De inquired of Qin Yu. With a smile, Qin Yu replied, "Is that even a question? A long time ago, the Qianlong Continent was in a state of disarray until a millennium ago, when it was unprecedentedly united under the Qin Dynasty. The name of Qin Shi Huang, Zheng, still resonates powerfully today. Regrettably, the Qin Dynasty was short-lived. Mere centuries after its unification, it fragmented, and the Ying clan was thoroughly exterminated." Qin De nodded slightly and said, "The first secret I wish to impart to you today is that our Qin family is a direct descendant of Qin Shi Huang." Qin Yu felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, momentarily rendered speechless. It took a considerable time for him to regain his composure, gazing incredulously at his father, then at his elder and younger brothers, as well as Uncle Su Yuan, yet all eyes were fixed upon him, and he comprehended the implications behind their gazes. Isn't the direct lineage of Qin Shi Huang the Ying surname? Despite his inner suspicions, Qin Yu still posed the question. Qin De shook his head with a sigh, explaining, "After the fall of the Qin dynasty, the world pursued the Ying clan relentlessly. How could we dare to retain the Ying surname? We adopted the surname Qin as a reminder that our ancestor is Qin Shi Huang. Do you know that our family's ancestral martial art was originally called the Ancestral Dragon Technique, but it was renamed the founding emperor's Ancestral Dragon Technique? Remember that the blood coursing through our Qin lineage is the same as that of Qin Shi Huang." A sharp light glimmered in Qin De's eyes. In the 4th episode, Secrets, Part 2, Qin Yu felt an involuntary surge within his heart. Qin Shi Huang represents the utmost status in the hearts of every individual in the Qianlong Continent. Not only did Qin Shi Huang unify the realm, but his cultivation was also exceptionally high. He achieved the pinnacle of both power and mastery, a feat incomparable by any other. The revelation that he was a descendant of Qin Shi Huang was nothing short of astonishing for Qin Yu. Where, as a descendant of the first emperor, do not forget the brilliance of the Qin dynasty. Do you know how the first emperor met his demise?
In the inquired.
His gaze fixed intently on Qin Yu. Indeed, it was at the hands of the Western Chu overlord Jiang Li. A piercing light emanated from Qin De's eyes. The 4 prefectures of the western regions were the stronghold of the Xiong family, thriving for over a millennium and launching their campaigns from there. At that time, the most renowned among the immortal-level experts was none other than Xiang Yu. The Western Chu overlord Xiang Yu killed our ancestor. Had the first emperor not perished, how could our Qin dynasty have been extinguished? However, Qin De scoffed, yet that Western Chu overlord was slain a year later by 2 of the Qin dynasty's immortal-level experts. His golden core shattered, plunging into the river and meeting his end. Although the Chu dynasty was founded by Xiang Yu, he himself did not enjoy the splendor and riches of a peaceful emperor. As descendants of the first emperor, we must restore his glory, yet we must not act with undue haste. We must identify a target. The downfall of the Qin dynasty was initiated by the Xiong family. Thus, our foremost task is to eliminate the Xiong family and seize the entirety of the Chu dynasty. A terrifying light shimmered in Qin De's eyes. The demise of the Xiong family and the conquest of the entire Chu dynasty loom on the horizon. At this moment, Qin Yu strives to maintain his composure. The revelations from Qin De today have profoundly shaken him. Xiang Yu assassinated the first emperor of Qin, leading to the downfall of the Qin dynasty. Yet, the most formidable masters of the Qin dynasty united to vanquish the Western Chu overlord, Xiang Yu. Otherwise, given Xiang Yu's formidable strength and the might of the Xiong family's army at that time, annihilating the other 2 major powers and unifying the entire Qianlong Continent would not have been an insurmountable task. This has resulted in the current tripartite division of the Qianlong Continent. Qin Zhang placed a hand upon Qin Yu's shoulder, prompting him to turn and face his second brother. With a solemn gaze, Qin Zhang addressed Qin Yu. "Third brother, for many years, I, along with our elder brother and father, have tirelessly labored towards this goal. Remember, we are descendants of the first emperor of Qin, and we must strive to restore his former glory." Qin De, Qin Feng, Qin Zhang and Su Yuan, who stood nearby, all fixed their eyes upon Qin Yu. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu, moved by the gazes of his kin, finally nodded in agreement. "In 5 years, everything will be in readiness. At that time, the Qin family shall act decisively to eradicate the Xiong family and unify the entire Chu dynasty." A palpable aura of menace radiated from Qin De, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. However, Qin Yu furrowed his brow, fully aware of the intricate dynamics within the Chu dynasty. The Chu dynasty is predominantly divided among 4 prominent families. The first is the royal Xiong family, which exerts complete control over the 4 prefectures of the Western territories, commanding an army of 800,000, with the renowned 200,000 strong cavalry striking fear far and wide. The second is the Qin family, governing the 3 prefectures of the Eastern territories, with a military force of 600,000, including the fearsome 50,000 Flaming Tiger army that instills trepidation among all factions. However, with 200,000 troops stationed in the Blackwater Mountain Range to intimidate the most notorious bandit stronghold, the Qin family can only truly deploy 400,000 soldiers. The third family, the Mu clan from the 3 southern counties, commands an army of 600,000. The fourth family, the Shangguan clan from the 2 western counties, boasts a force of 400,000. This was a stipulation set forth by the royal family, the Xiong clan, which allowed each county to muster only 200,000 soldiers. The entire Chu dynasty, comprising 12 counties, is indeed divided among the 4 prominent families. However, the other 2 families, situated near the Xiong clan, maintain a cordial relationship with them. "Father, if we aim to eradicate the Xiong clan, will the other 2 families not intervene? Moreover, even if they do not obstruct us, should we succeed in vanquishing the Xiong clan, the 2 families might seize the opportunity to attack us while we are weakened. What then shall we do?" Qin Yu quickly grasped the crux of the issue.
Qin smiled gently.
Yet Qin Zhang addressed Qin Yu, saying, "Third brother, do not fret over this matter. The Mu clan is fiercely loyal to the Xiong clan. However, The Shangguan clan from the two northern counties is rather fickle and should be easier to persuade. Furthermore, our Qin family has not merely relied on the surface strength of 600,000 troops over the years. Qin Yu shook his head, replying, "No, second brother. Since the Xiong clan is of royal lineage, they undoubtedly possess a comprehensive intelligence network monitoring the realm. Our Qin family's 600,000 soldiers. Should we wish to summon additional forces, even an extra 100,000 would require a substantial amount of provisions, armor, and weaponry, making it exceedingly difficult to evade the scrutiny of the Xiong clan's intelligence apparatus. Additionally, the Mu clan's loyalty to the Xiong clan, combined with their forces, totals 7 counties. While the Shangguan clan may waver, there is no guarantee they will align themselves with us. After all, our strength pales in comparison to that of the Xiong clan." Qin Yu harbored doubts regarding the unification of the Chu dynasty under their banner. Moreover, the Blackwater Mountains serve as the primary stronghold for the notorious bandits. While these marauders boast of their numbers reaching 200,000, the true count remains a mystery to outsiders. We possess an army of 200,000, which must instill fear in them. Otherwise, should such a multitude of bandits descend upon various regions like a swarm of locusts, chaos will surely ensue in the 3 counties of the eastern domain. Thus, the forces at our disposal amount to only 400,000. Even if we covertly muster another 100,000, we would total merely 500,000. How shall we contend with the Xiong family? Our fierce tiger army is formidable, yet 5,000 of them can hardly match the strength of 23,000 troops. The 20,000 iron cavalry of the Xiong family are not to be underestimated. Qin Yu continued, identifying numerous concerns. Furthermore, in the event of civil strife within our Chu dynasty, can we expect the Han and Ming dynasties to remain passive? Should these 2 great dynasties take action, true disorder would follow. Qin Yu pondered, grappling with the daunting prospect of unifying the entire Chu dynasty. Qin De, Qin Zheng, Qin Feng, and Su Yuan exchanged approving smiles as they regarded Qin Yu. Indeed, it is impressive that you possess such a broad perspective, considering so many factors in such a short span of time. However, warfare is not as straightforward as you perceive. It involves intricate dynamics beyond mere comparisons of strength, including logistics and strategy. Moreover, the 4 prominent families of the Chu dynasty are not as docile as they appear. Rest assured, our Qin family has been preparing for centuries, with various plans long established. In 5 years' time, you shall witness how we shall vanquish the Xiong family, Qin De asserted resolutely. Yet, Qin Yu gazed at his father with a hint of confusion. He could not comprehend the immense confidence his father harbored, especially considering the alliances between the 4 great families, with the Mu and Xiong families, and the uncertain loyalty of the Shangguan family towards the Qin family. What significance does it hold to prepare for centuries? Can the preparation of hundreds of years transform an army of 600,000 into 800,000? Moreover, the troops across the Heishui Mountains remain immobile. Should chaos ensue in the 3 eastern counties, it would spell disaster, for that is the foundation of our very existence. Fear not, for your father has accounted for everything, Qin De remarked with a smile. Qin Yu was unaware of his father's thoughts. However, from his perspective, unifying the entire Chu dynasty seemed an arduous task for the Qin family. After all, the Han and Ming dynasties were not to be underestimated. Yet, upon witnessing his father's gaze, Qin Yu felt a sense of reassurance. The Qin family had refrained from taking action as vassals of the Chu dynasty for hundreds of years. Why, then, had they decided to act only after such a prolonged period? Contemplating this, Qin Yu turned to Qin De with a puzzled inquiry. Father, why must our Qin family wait 5 years to strike after remaining inactive for centuries? Is it truly necessary to prepare for hundreds of years to eradicate the Xiong family? If action is to be taken, should it not have been initiated long ago? Naturally, Qin Yu found this notion difficult to accept. My dear Yu, Qin De's expression suddenly grew wistful. Since you have asked, I shall reveal another secret. At that moment, the countenance of elder brother Qin Feng turned even more frigid, while second brother Qin Zheng wore no hint of a smile, and Su Yuan ceased fanning himself. Qin Yu sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere of the chamber, understanding that what his father was about to disclose was of utmost importance. With eyes that seemed to traverse time and space, Qin Yu spoke in an ethereal tone. My dear Yu, 14 years ago, when your elder brother turned 10, on the day your mother passed away, a great fire broke out. I have always told you that your mother perished in a fire. However, the truth is, she was murdered. The muscles on Qin Yu's face trembled. His eyes filled solely with pain and hatred. Boom! A deafening noise echoed in Qin Yu's mind, his face suddenly turning ashen. His mother was killed by someone? Qin Yu's thoughts spiraled into chaos. He had lost his mother when he was merely 2 years old. At that tender age, he was far too young to retain any memory of her visage. When he thought of his mother, the first image that surfaced in his mind was that portrait, painted shortly after his birth, depicting a young woman cradling an infant. The woman gazed lovingly at the child in her arms, her eyes radiating the brilliance of maternal affection. In his youth, Qin Yu had stood before that portrait countless times, naively whispering to himself, "This is my mother," desperately trying to imprint her likeness in his memory. Many times, the image of his mother graced his dreams. Each time he witnessed other children in Yanjing City with their mothers, he longed for his own. How he yearned to have his mother by his side. In his childhood, he would often weep beside his father, pleading for his mother. As he grew older, the little Qin Yu ceased to cry for her. Instead, whenever he missed her, he would gaze at the stars, for even his grandfather had once said that the deceased ascend to the heavens and become stars, which was one reason why Qin Yu cherished stargazing. Now, at once small Qin Yu had reached adulthood, and at this moment he was shockingly informed that his mother did not die in a fire, but was instead murdered. Who was responsible for my mother's death? Qin Yu stared at Qin Yu, his eyes turning a fiery crimson. The only mother he had, the emotions that stirred within the depths of his soul, and the image of his mother in his mind shattered like fragile glass. A surge of rage erupted from the depths of his being, filling his chest entirely. An overwhelming hatred, an uncontainable fury. Who, pray tell, was responsible for my mother's demise? Qin Yu's hands trembled with muscle tension, his entire being ignited with fervor. Qin Feng and Qin Zheng also exuded glances brimming with animosity. Could it be? A sudden flash of insight illuminated Qin Yu's mind as he speculated a dreadful possibility. He fixed his gaze upon his father, questioning whether the ones who caused his mother's death were indeed from the Xiong family. Yes, it must be so. Without a doubt, it was the Xiong family, with the culprit being none other than the current emperor of the Chu Dynasty, Xiongguang. He was the one who brought about your mother's demise, and this scene was witnessed by your elder brother. Qin Yu's voice was icy and indifferent. In that instant, the secret chamber fell into an oppressive silence. Xiongguang believed that by forcing Jing Yi to her end and then orchestrating a fire, he could escape detection. He thought he could shed his skin like a cicada and remain forever undiscovered. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that at the tender age of 10, Feng had been hiding in Jing Yi's chamber.
Qin de S. Murdrou insurged.
Had it not been for Uncle Feng, I would likely have perished, and the truth of my mother's death would have remained forever concealed. Qin Feng spoke coldly. All truths are now laid bare. Everything has become unequivocally clear. Although the descendants of the Qin family are the bloodline of Qin Shi Huang, they have lived leisurely in the eastern regions for centuries. Many ancestors of the Qin family advocated for a peaceful existence, recognizing the immense difficulty in seizing the Chu Dynasty, which could potentially lead to the downfall of the Qin family instead. For hundreds of years, the Qin family hesitated to abandon their comfortable life in pursuit of the Chu Dynasty. However, the death of the current patriarch Qin Yu's wife galvanized him into action. Thus, 14 years ago, Qin Yu began to implement plans that had been set in motion centuries prior. Father, I wish to lead the army. I must avenge my mother. Qin Yu declared resolutely to Qin Yu. There are only two methods for revenge. The first is assassination, and the second is to annihilate the Xiong family with a grand army and subsequently eliminate Xiongguang with ease. Assassinate Xiongguang? Qin Yu dismissed the thought almost immediately, for Xiongguang is the emperor of the Chu Dynasty, surrounded by countless skilled warriors. Even a master of innate power would have little hope against him, let alone someone like himself who practiced external martial arts. Therefore, he felt compelled to join Qin Yu's plans. Nonsense! Qin Yu scolded, glaring at Qin Yu. You, A mere boy, have never learned the art of commanding troops or managing subordinates. You wish to lead an army? I can serve as a vanguard, as a foot soldier. Qin Yu quickly replied, fully aware of his ignorance in military affairs. However, he could not bear the thought of remaining idle while seeking vengeance for his mother. A vanguard? A foot soldier? Qin De shook his head. In warfare, to eradicate the Xiang family, we must mobilize forces in the tens of thousands. In battle, the ranks stretch far beyond sight. In the midst of such a fierce conflict, what role can you truly play? Lacking the innate prowess of a master, one would scarcely be able to safeguard their own life amidst the throngs of warriors. Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words, yet he felt compelled to argue. Qin De approached Qin Yu, placing a reassuring hand upon his shoulder, and spoke earnestly, You must comprehend that you are a descendant of the Qin family. The bloodline of the Qin clan is not to be trifled with. Your elder brother, as a general and a man who has attained the innate realm, is a source of comfort to me. Your second brother, managing affairs from the rear, also brings me peace of mind. You are to take the lead in battle. If you were to perish, how could I face our ancestors? How could I justify your loss to your departed mother? Do not be willful. Your enlistment in the army would only heighten your father's concerns. You are now an adult. It is time to consider the bigger picture. Qin De gazed intently at Qin Yu as he spoke. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu came to a realization. He understood that managing affairs might lead to unintended complications. If he were to serve as a mere foot soldier, his father's strategic maneuvers could potentially be hindered by the need to account for his presence in a particular regiment. Moreover, his individual combat prowess would be negligible amidst the vast multitude of soldiers. With this understanding, he concluded that his involvement would be of no benefit and might, in fact,
Prove counterproductive.
Father, I understand. I will not be a burden to you, Qin Yu affirmed with a nod before turning to leave. Witnessing his resolve, Qin De felt a pang of sorrow, while Qin Feng, Qin Zhang, and Su Yuan rose to observe Qin Yu's retreating figure. As Qin Yu approached the door, he suddenly halted, turning to address the others. Father, elder brother, second brother, Uncle Su, I entrust my mother's vengeance to you. Rest assured, third brother, we shall undoubtedly eradicate the Xiang family, asserted second brother Qin Zhang with unwavering resolve, while Qin Feng nodded solemnly in agreement. The gazes of Su Yuan and Qin De towards Qin Yu conveyed their understanding of the situation. Thank you, Qin Yu expressed, then departed the secret chamber without a backward glance, emerging into the corridor. It was now deep into the night, the sky adorned with a myriad of stars, and the cold night breeze caused Qin Yu to shiver slightly. Abruptly, he turned to gaze at the room beside the corridor, directly beneath which lay the secret chamber. Perhaps father and the others are deliberating on some significant plans, yet here I am, utterly unable to assist. A faint smile of self-deprecation crossed Qin Yu's lips before he turned and left. During his days back at Yunwu Mountain Manor, Qin Yu trained with even greater diligence, reducing the time he had originally planned to spend on assassin assignments. Instead, he devoted most of his hours to self-improvement. Upon learning this news, Qin De could only manage a wry smile, saying nothing further. On a moonlit night half a month later, Qin Yu stepped out of his room and stood in the center of the courtyard. Suddenly, he exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself to the rooftop in a single bound. Perched atop the roof, Qin Yu gazed silently at the boundless starry sky. Beside him, the black eagle remained quietly by his side. The Yunwu Mountain Manor was situated on the mountainside, and from the rooftop, Qin Yu could even see the nearby cliffs. The chilling winds from the depths of the ravine swept through, yet he remained oblivious. Little Black, I feel utterly superfluous, exceedingly so, Qin Yu whispered to the nearby Black Hawk, whose lustrous eyes were fixed upon him. The great wings of the Black Hawk draped over Qin Yu's shoulders, seemingly offering him solace. Gazing up at the starry sky, Qin Yu's voice carried a wistful tone tinged with bitterness. In my youth, I believed that my father was indifferent to me, which drove me to diligently practice, hoping to gain more of his company. Yet, as I matured, I came to realize that deep down my father did care for me. It was simply that he had his own affairs and little time to spare on me. Eradicating the royal Xiang family and avenging my mother is indeed a formidable challenge. My father, along with my elder and younger brothers, has been striving tirelessly, while I feel utterly useless. I lack expertise in state affairs, and I am untrained in leading troops. My meager strength is of no consequence amidst thousands of soldiers. Qin Yu's fists clenched in frustration. In truth, I long to aid my father, to prove my worth in some capacity, however small. I despise my own ineffectiveness. Throughout my life, I have felt profoundly isolated. Though I sensed my father's concern for me, the time we spent together from the ages of 6 to 16 barely exceeded a month. I do not harbor resentment towards my father. I only loathe my own inadequacy. Now, I understand what my father is engaged in, and I yearn to contribute. However, I fear I am but a burden to him. In my current state, I am merely at the innate level. When will I reach that point? Given my current pace of progress, it will take at least 5 or 6 years to attain the pinnacle of external cultivation. Qin Yu sighed deeply. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he suddenly rose, taking a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. Elder brother, second brother, father, you are all tirelessly preparing for the great battle 5 years hence. I too shall devote these 5 years to rigorous training, within at least 5 years. I must reach the realm of Master Zhao Yunxing, achieving the utmost in postnatal cultivation. Qin Yu set this goal for himself. One must possess value in this world. At the very least, I should hold some worth in my parents' eyes. Otherwise, my existence would be mere survival. Qin Yu abhorred the idea of living as a debauched scion, relying on his father's status. He yearned for accomplishments, if only to assist his father. The continent of hidden dragons is vast, yet the ocean beyond it is magnitudes larger. Suddenly, the boundless sea began to heave violently, without a storm or any apparent cause, surging abruptly. At the same time, the spiritual energy of the entire realm trembled, and towering waves rose to 100 feet before crashing down. All cultivators sensed a chaotic disruption in the spiritual energy, rendering it impossible to absorb for a time. Whoosh! In the sky, an extraordinarily bright meteor appeared out of thin air, hurtling towards the continent of hidden dragons in a diagonal line, emitting a sharp whistle.
Moments late.
The meteor vanished. The spiritual energy of the realm stabilized instantaneously, and the once turbulent ocean resumed its usual state. A meteor. From a distance, Qin Yu observed a meteor streaking down from the lofty heights of the sky. Perched atop the roof, he watched intently as the meteor seemed to be heading directly towards him. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, he chuckled. Could it be that this meteor is destined to land at the Yunwu Villa? Qin Yu was well aware that many celestial iron fragments originate from meteors that have fallen, and perhaps he might discover a substantial piece of extraterrestrial iron. However, to his slight disappointment, the meteor vanished from sight long before it reached him. Nevertheless, he mused, witnessing a meteor is still a stroke of good fortune. With a faint smile, he prepared to leap down from the roof, but just as he did, something caught his eye. What was that? He discerned a faint glimmer of light illuminating the western courtyard, piquing his curiosity. Without hesitation, Qin Yu dashed towards the western courtyard. Upon entering, he scrutinized his surroundings but found nothing unusual. Taking a few steps by the hot spring, he suddenly noticed a reflection on the ground. What could it be? He caught a glimpse of a crystalline object, and as he crouched down for a closer inspection, he discovered a red crystal, resembling a pendant. Picking it up, he found that it resembled a tear, a blood-red crystal that surely was a form of quartz. Gazing at this gem in the palm of his hand, he felt an unbidden fondness for this crystal. Designing it into a pendant would be delightful, a perfect gift for little Lu, who would surely adore it. But what would it be called once completed? Qin Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation, and then, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, his eyes brightened. Since it was seen after witnessing a shooting star and resembles a tear, let us name it Meteor Tear. He was quite pleased with this appellation. He gently tested it against his chest, nodding in satisfaction. However, suddenly, he felt a peculiar lightness in his palm. The crystal had inexplicably vanished. It had simply dissipated from his grasp, as though it had never existed. Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Was he witnessing some supernatural phenomenon? A wave of unease surged within him. He had never encountered such an eerie occurrence. The object in his hand had vanished into thin air, as if it had never been there. Yet he was utterly convinced that just moments ago, he had indeed discovered a blood-red, tear-shaped crystal, which he had named Meteor Tear. How could it have disappeared? Could it be that a transcendent master or celestial being had surreptitiously taken it from afar? Qin Yu pondered, but something felt amiss. He had been holding it firmly in his palm. Even if it were taken from a distance, he should have felt the crystal shift. Could it truly have vanished without a trace? The very thought was unfathomable to him. To make an object disappear without a trace required extraordinary powers. Surely, even celestial beings would not possess such abilities. And why would such a formidable entity choose to toy with him in the dead of night? Qin Yu was engulfed in confusion. In the Western Garden, he mulled over this perplexity for quite some time, and unable to uncover any explanation, he reluctantly departed, carrying this enigma with him. Yet he felt invigorated, as though in an unprecedented state of well-being. Qin Yu stretched languidly, inhaling a breath of fresh air. Suddenly, a sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes. It was time to begin his efforts. He was determined to reach the pinnacle of his potential within 5 years. Filled with unwavering resolve, Qin Yu commenced his morning exercises. As per his usual routine, he would not cease running until exhaustion rendered him unable to continue. Though fatigue enveloped him at that moment, Qin Yu felt an undeniable joy. Today he was in remarkable form. If he could progress at such a rate daily, the goal of lifting 800 pounds with one hand and attaining an invulnerable state seemed within reach. It appeared that fate was indeed favoring him, eliciting a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Qin Yu distinctly sensed the response of every muscle in his body, aware that he had reached his first physiological limit. Suddenly, an extraordinarily pleasant sensation surged through him, flowing to every corner of his being, akin to a parched traveler in the desert discovering a source of fresh water. He felt his muscles, which had previously reached their limits and were weary and sore, eagerly absorbing this revitalizing current. Qin Yu stood in astonishment, acutely aware that his fatigued muscles were rapidly recovering. He could feel their strength returning and even augmenting. It was profoundly strange. In 8 years of training, he had never experienced anything like this. Each time he reached his physiological limits, he had to summon the willpower to push through. Yet today, an enigmatic energy had emerged. He could not sense its presence within his meridians. It seemed as though this refreshing current transcended the pathways, radiating throughout his entire body, rendering his muscles even stronger as they absorbed its essence. Qin Yu furrowed his brow deeply, pondering the sudden emergence of this clear stream. Despite his extensive contemplation, he remained perplexed as to why it occurred. Resolute in his determination, he continued to exert himself, eager to discover the state of his body upon reaching his physiological limits once more. Without hesitation, Qin Yu began to run again, and to his astonishment, he covered a distance greater than the first. Today's morning exercise was unprecedented in its length. At last, it had arrived. Qin Yu felt himself once again touch the edge of his physiological limits. Though his legs propelled him at breakneck speed, the majority of his focus was entirely centered within. A surge of energy began to manifest, originating from his chest. Qin Yu's eyes brightened as he discerned that the source of this mysterious energy lay in his breast. He could distinctly sense the comfort that enveloped his entire being, a sensation far more pleasurable than bathing in a hot spring, even surpassing the soothing effects of Mr. Wang's massage. Suddenly, Qin Yu tore open the black gold vest he wore, his gaze fixated on his chest. There, he noticed a faint mark, nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. This insignia bore an uncanny resemblance to the shape of a meteor tear. Qin Yu was acutely aware that he had never possessed such a mark before. He recalled clearly that he had not noticed it even during his soak in the hot spring yesterday. Yet now it had materialized. The meteor tear, the very one from last night. Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, the shock within him defying expression. The abrupt disappearance of the meteor tear had left him bewildered for quite some time, but the emergence of the meteor tear mark on his chest compelled him to consider a certain possibility. However, Qin Yu was no simpleton from the countryside. He was the heir to the Eastern Town King, well aware that some of nature's rare treasures could indeed integrate with one's body. That weapon surpasses the ordinary and even transcends the celestial. Typically, a weapon of a common immortal can be integrated into the body. However, Qin Yu had never heard of a crystal merging with one's being. Yet, upon reflecting on the recent events, he realized he had struck gold. Extreme training entails repeatedly pushing the human body's limits. Each breakthrough places significant strain on the muscles and bones, necessitating various recovery methods. In the past, after enduring such extremes, Qin Yu would resort to hot springs or medicinal balms for recuperation. Yet, with that miraculous stream, he no longer needed to waste time on recovery. He could continually surpass his limits, and the essence of the spring seemed to enhance his muscular capabilities. Fortune favors me, indeed. Clenching his fists, a fierce light gleamed in Qin Yu's eyes, as if heaven itself were assisting him. What he once believed would take 5 or 6 years to reach the level of his mentor, Zhao Yunqing, could now be achieved in merely 2 years, thanks to this Meteor Tears. The spark of excitement blazed in Qin Yu's eyes. Throughout his life, he had always been overshadowed by his elder brothers in his father's eyes. The eldest commanded armies and was a natural expert, while the second excelled in governance. As for him, the third son, he was deemed useless, unable to cultivate inner strength due to a congenital deficiency. However, that Meteor Tears represented a turning point, a chance to alter his destiny. Father, I am not worthless. I refuse to hide behind you and merely survive. I shall prove to you that I am just as exceptional as my elder brothers. A resounding declaration echoed in his heart, filling him with ambition. Very well, let the training commence. Qin Yu immediately resumed his rigorous training. The fervent training has escalated to unprecedented levels. Zhao Yunqing's personal involvement would likely leave him dumbfounded upon witnessing Qin Yu's regimen. Presently, Qin Yu's training disregards the limits of physical endurance, reducing his body to a mere vessel for torment. Yet, outsiders remain oblivious to this reality. Each time Qin Yu reaches his physiological threshold, a mysterious flow permeates his muscles, alleviating fatigue. The resultant strength from surpassing these limits only intensifies. With each successive breakthrough, Qin Yu's progress ascends to astonishing heights. That night, Qin Yu sat cross-legged in his chamber. Each evening, he would channel the principles of the ancestral dragon technique, transforming the celestial energy into internal power, which he would then allow to radiate outward while urging his entire body to absorb this newfound energy. This night was no exception, as he activated the ancestral dragon technique once more. Before him, torrents of celestial energy spiraled rapidly, an overwhelming quantity that coalesced into a misty azure haze, enveloping Qin Yu entirely. His figure appeared ethereal within this cerulean fog. The phenomenon of materialized spiritual energy, the legendary materialization of spiritual energy. If any internal martial artist or innate master were to witness this scene, they would be rendered speechless. The velocity at which one absorbs spiritual energy directly correlates to their cultivation progress. Reaching the state of materialized spiritual energy signifies an alarming rate of advancement. It is said that celestial beings could achieve such absorption rates, a feat unattainable even by innate masters. Yet now, this phenomenon unfolds within a mere 16-year-old youth dedicated to external martial arts. At this moment, Qin Yu's face was flushed, and his body trembled slightly, as if he had been subjected to an immense shock. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his expression conveyed a mixture of agony and astonishment, while a torrent of spiritual energy continued to surge into his being. How could this be? So much spiritual energy? The astonishment within Qin Yu was beyond words. As he activated the ancestral dragon technique, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth obediently rushed towards him. Yet it was alarmingly compliant, far too easy to harness. Consequently, Qin Yu found himself absorbing an unprecedented amount of spiritual energy, exceeding 10 times his usual intake. Could it be due to the influence of that Meteor Tear? This thought crossed his mind, but it was quickly followed by a wry smile. Heavens, are you trying to take my life? Currently, the surging spiritual energy flowed into Qin Yu's meridians as if a pathway that typically accommodated 3 individuals was now overwhelmed by 10, ceaselessly pouring in, creating an unimaginable congestion. His meridians felt excessively crowded, far surpassing the previous influx of spiritual energy, resulting in a complete blockage. Absorbing such an abundance of spiritual energy was not without its drawbacks. What was to be done now? Qin Yu experienced waves of searing pain as his meridians felt as if they were being torn apart. He struggled to guide the spiritual energy through his meridians, yet the sheer volume made it exceedingly challenging. It was akin to a commander managing the movements of 100 individuals with relative ease, but attempting to direct 1,000 was utterly unmanageable. The pain was excruciating. Was he destined to have his meridians shattered and perish? Qin Yu's heart was heavy with a bittersweet smile. He had originally believed that the mysterious Meteor Tear was a treasure, but it now seemed to be his undoing. The overwhelming surge of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was potent enough to rupture his meridians. He could distinctly feel a throbbing pain emanating from every part of his body. Having accustomed himself to a certain volume of this energy, the sudden increase by tenfold left his meridians struggling to cope. They felt entirely filled to the brim, as if on the brink of bursting, and Qin Yu could only watch helplessly as events unfolded before him. With a hissing sound, one meridian finally succumbed to the pressure and tore apart. This was disastrous. Qin Yu's complexion turned ashen. In mere moments, more meridians began to rupture one after another. Father, I once believed I could still be of some assistance to you, but it appears that I remain utterly useless. A wave of despondency washed over Qin Yu. However, in the face of death, he felt neither dread nor sorrow. Perhaps, he mused, his demise would bring sadness to his father. He could not fathom why such thoughts invaded his mind. Yet, just as Qin Yu was lost in these tumultuous reflections, the Meteor Tear upon his chest emitted a stream of pure energy. This ethereal flow coursed through his body, an enigmatic force that seemed to mend the torn meridians with ease. Remarkably, the newly formed channels were significantly wider than before. Qin Yu was taken aback, staring in disbelief at this astonishing spectacle. It appeared that the Meteor Tear was far more complex than he had initially imagined. However, in the face of spiritual energy that was tenfold greater than before, if not more, the newly formed meridians remained excessively narrow. After a moment, as the circulation became sluggish, the obstruction intensified, leading to yet another rupture of the meridians. This time, Qin Yu did not succumb to despair. He eagerly anticipated the mysterious cleansing flow of the Meteor Tears. Indeed, the Meteor Tears did not disappoint him, as another stream of pure energy radiated from it. Effortlessly, wherever this flow traversed, the meridians experienced a palpable and rapid restoration, and soon, they were reformed, broader than ever before. Tear. Mend. Even if the world was abundant with spiritual energy, the meridians, after undergoing this cycle of tearing and mending repeatedly, could ultimately withstand it all. Qin Yu succeeded at last. Yet the agony of the meridians tearing apart time and again was far more harrowing than the torment of cultivating external skills. A surge of robust internal power flooded into his dantian, then dispersed throughout his limbs and bones. It was as if his entire musculature and skeletal structure were parched earth, relentlessly absorbing the internal force. The more internal power his muscles and bones absorbed, the more profound the transformation became. However, as time passed, the amount of internal power absorbed diminished. 2 hours later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. Indeed, as I had anticipated, the greater the training volume, the stronger the muscles and bones, leading to an even greater absorption of internal power. The previous day's training was more than tenfold compared to the past. Now, although he had only absorbed for 2 hours, the quantity of internal power gained was likely equivalent to that of the past tenfold. Qin Yu's face was drenched in sweat, the earlier agony from the ruptured meridians having thoroughly soaked him. The muscles and tendons absorbed an immense amount of internal energy, and now he felt Qin Yu unleashed a powerful kick with both legs, producing a whistling sound as the air was sliced through by his fists, which struck relentlessly. At this moment, he felt his entire being brimming with strength. A glimmer shone in Qin Yu's eyes, filled with exhilaration. After a day's training, he could distinctly perceive the rapidity of his improvement. Was 2 years truly necessary? A hint of confident smile graced Qin Yu's lips. How long would it take to reach the pinnacle of postnatal limits? Speculation was futile. Only through genuine training could one attain tangible results. As time flowed on, Qin Yu embarked on an intense regimen, disregarding all limits in his pursuit of strength, pushing the boundaries of human endurance. Even the most gifted practitioners would likely be horrified by such a madman's fervor. This training bordered on the lethal, transcending the realm of human imagination. Was this truly within the capacity of a mortal? Yet, Qin Yu thrived, his muscles growing increasingly resilient and flexible with each passing day, his speed accelerating, and his gaze sharpening. He consistently trained with a 300-pound weight to test his single-handed strength, which escalated from 300 pounds to 400, then 450, 500, 550, 600 and 700 pounds. However, as he progressed, it seemed as though there was no ceiling to Qin Yu's single-handed power. Was the postnatal limit merely 7 or 800 pounds? In summary, within merely a year, Qin Yu's one-handed strength has transcended the so-called limits of one-handed power. His strength, speed, and even overall resilience against impacts continuously challenge the theoretical extremes of external martial arts in the Hongmeng Continent. Qin Yu remains on an accelerated path of improvement, showing no signs of slowing down. Furthermore, he perceives no trace of innate spiritual energy, indicating that he still stands as an acquired master. The extent of Qin Yu's innate limitations remains a mystery, as he has become incomprehensible by conventional standards. A miracle in external martial arts is being forged by him. Mount Donglan, towering over 3,000 meters, boasts lush greenery, and within its dense forests, wild beasts roam. At this moment, in a particularly secluded thicket on the mountain's rear, a figure darts swiftly, as agile as a panther and as nimble as a monkey, leaping effortlessly over 10 meters to grasp a tree branch, then gracefully transferring to another branch. Most astonishingly, despite the figure's incredible speed, it stirs not the slightest whisper of wind. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, the figure plunges down from a height of several meters, splashing into a small lake nestled within the depths of the forest. The lake, as clear and beautiful as jade, ripples delicately, revealing the pebbles on its bed. Exhilarated, Qin Yu bursts forth from the water, shaking his head vigorously and sending droplets flying in every direction. Qin Yu has possessed the Meteor Tear for a year and a half. 6 months ago, his strength reached the level of the naturally endowed brute force of Mandong, and his speed became unparalleled. Ordinary blades and firearms could scarcely inflict any harm upon him, and his flexibility was beyond question. Even without gloves, Qin Yu could effortlessly tear apart bluestone with his fingers, which remained entirely unyielding. This phenomenon starkly contradicted Zhao Yunqing's theory, which posited that human fingers could maintain both sensitivity and extraordinary toughness. Logically, Qin Yu should have attained Zhao Yunqing's realm, or even surpassed it, thereby reaching the so-called acquired limit. However, his physical abilities continued to improve at an astonishing pace, leaving him in awe of his own terrifying progress. To avoid drawing attention from the people of the manor, he ventured deep into the forest for training. In the depths of the forest, massive boulders were ubiquitous, providing an ideal setting for practicing the Northern Dipper 7 Stars moonlight dance technique. After all, the forest lacked pathways and was rife with various obstacles, which proved beneficial for agility training. In just a year and a half, his one-handed strength had reached 1,000 pounds. If this were to be disclosed. A smile crept across Qin Yu's face. The strength required to support oneself with one hand differs fundamentally from that of a punch. The former is significantly more challenging. With a one-handed lift of 1,000 pounds, it is assured that a punch could exceed 10,000 pounds. Such formidable power would likely leave even Mandong, reputed for his external martial prowess, astounded. Over the past 6 months, he had consistently trained with an additional burden of 300 pounds, and he pondered what his speed would be like without this weight. In Qin Yu's mind, he mused that others would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. Just moments ago, he had darted through the jungle with a swiftness unmatched even by seasoned martial artists, all while burdened with an additional 300 pounds. With a resounding thud, his dark iron arm guards, leg guards, and black gold vest were cast aside. "Ha! Feel this." Suddenly, Qin Yu shot upwards like an arrow released from its bow, leaping from the water and, in mid-air, he effortlessly swayed, achieving a state of suspension. Yes, suspension, albeit for merely 2 or 3 seconds. This was the marvel of Qin Yu's agility, harnessing the power of the wind. With a swift motion, he dove down, landing forcefully on the ground. Thud! With a single push from his foot, he vanished in an instant, leaving behind a tremor among the towering trees, accompanied by a blurred sound that zipped through the forest like lightning. Upon landing, Qin Yu abruptly appeared beside the lake, his face alight with exhilaration. With the 300 pounds lifted, his speed had surged to an entirely new echelon. It was simply astonishing. Yet, Qin Yu furrowed his brow, for such velocity brought with it a daunting resistance from the wind. Even with his current mastery of the Big Dipper moonlight dance, he could not completely dissipate that resistance. The faster one moves, the greater the wind's opposition becomes, and though he had reached unprecedented speeds, he could no longer perfectly neutralize the forces against him. Indeed, it seems I have yet to attain the strength I desire. I must persist in my endeavors and discover the limits of my capabilities. Excitement and passion ignited in Qin Yu's eyes as he continued his rigorous training deep within the forest of Donglan Mountain. In the late hours of the night, within the royal palace of the Qin Dynasty, at Huayang Palace, the residence of the favored consort Yu, the Emperor Xiang had graced her chambers. After a tumultuous evening, both Xiang and consort Yu succumbed to slumber, while two palace maids outside fought to keep their eyes open, despite the encroaching fatigue. Suddenly, Xiang body convulsed, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as he appeared to be engulfed in a state of extreme panic and agitation. "No, do not," he mumbled incoherently, his voice low and chaotic, rendering his words indecipherable. Yet, his entire being trembled, awakening consort Yu beside him. "My emperor, what troubles you?" she exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing Xiang flushed countenance. Xiang shouted suddenly, his eyes still closed, as he flailed his arms, striking consort Yu with a force that sent her tumbling from the bed. With a gasp, she spat blood, her expression one of disbelief, for she was the emperor's most cherished consort. As Xiang regained his composure, he gazed indifferently at the injured consort Yu. "Summon the imperial physician," he commanded, before disregarding her plight entirely. He donned his garments and strode past her, not sparing her a second glance. Moments later, he appeared in the imperial study, where a man clad in black with a hooked nose stood respectfully at his side. "In the eastern region's 3 prefectures, Jiang Li is in charge, isn't he?" Xiang voice was cold. "Yes, your majesty," replied the man with a hooked nose respectfully. "Indeed," he asserted, kneeling on one knee. "Go." With a wave of his sleeve, Xiang dismissed him. The hooked-nosed man bowed and then vanished in an instant from the imperial study. Xiang gazed ahead, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Until the matter concerning Qin was fully investigated and understood, he would find no peace, neither in sleep nor in sustenance. Nightmares had plagued him, visions of his own demise at the hands of Qin. His greatest fear was that Qin would uncover the events of that fateful year. He harbored intentions to eradicate the Qin family, yet they had firmly established themselves in the eastern region's 3 prefectures for centuries, their roots deeply entrenched, making their annihilation far from a simple task. Currently, Xiang strategy was to ascertain Qin's true intentions. Should there be any sign of rebellion, he would mobilize the full might of the nation to obliterate the Qin family. If Qin remained oblivious to past events and posed no threat, then all would be well. Jiang Li, that fool, proved utterly useless. However, Shinsu would undoubtedly uncover the truth. You had best remain unaware of those bygone events and contentedly fulfill your role as the prince of the eastern town. Should you dare to rebel, then, a fierce glimmer shone in Xiang eyes. In the depths of the East Lawn Mountains forest, beside a small lake, Qin Yu had spent a full 10 days. Leaning against a massive stone, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, he gazed at the lake with an expression of resignation. "It appears I have finally reached my innate limit." Suddenly, Qin Yu laughed. "While others at their innate peak might lift 700 or 800 pounds with one hand, I, burdened with 300 pounds, can still raise 1,400 pounds. If I were to shed this weight, perhaps I could lift even 1,500 pounds. Speed, in contrast to strength, is undoubtedly Qin Yu's strongest attribute. With the body technique he has comprehended, even the fierce winds of resistance are effortlessly mitigated. When Qin Yu moves at full capacity, he appears as nothing more than an ephemeral shadow, leaving those of lesser prowess unable to even perceive his silhouette. His mastery over strength, speed, agility, and bodily resilience has reached an extraordinary level, surpassing that of even innate experts. However, should these innate masters harness their internal true energy, achieving victory over them would prove challenging for Qin Yu. Possessing innate true energy categorizes one as an innate master. Irrespective of circumstances, they embody the essence of the innate realm. The innate and acquired realms are fundamentally distinct. Surpassing the limits of the acquired realm heralds the entrance into the innate domain. Yet, I cultivate external martial arts. How can one attain the innate state through such means? Qin Yu pondered aloud, momentarily at a loss for any solutions, as no one had ever cultivated their physicality to the innate realm before. Suddenly, a piercing cry of an eagle reverberated through the air, followed by the sharp whistle of wind rushing towards Qin Yu. A colossal black eagle descended from the heavens, appearing beside him. "Little Black, you've returned. I thought you might have forgotten about me after 3 whole days." Qin Yu affectionately stroked the eagle's crown, a gesture that only he was permitted, as others could not even dare to touch it. The black eagle had grown even larger than 2 years prior, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters. When it spread its wings, Qin Yu could lie across its back and easily roll over. The once golden crown now bore a hint of red at its center, resembling a flickering flame. The black eagle looked at Qin Yu with a sense of grievance, eagerly flapping its wings. Upon seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Over the years, he had spent much time with the black eagle. He could easily decipher its expression. All right, you haven't forgotten me. I misunderstood you, didn't I?" Qin Yu said with a smile. The black eagle nodded in response, prompting another smile from Qin Yu. "Little Black, come here. It has been a while since we sparred. Let us compare our skills." As he spoke, Qin Yu's figure darted forward, his hand transforming into a claw as he aimed a fierce strike at the black eagle. The eagle swiftly shook its head, seemingly quite pleased, and effortlessly deflected Qin Yu's attack with a flap of its wings. The sound of Qin Yu's claw meeting the black eagle's wing resonated like steel colliding. Yet despite Qin Yu's formidable strength, it could not penetrate the eagle's defenses. "Your black feathers are as tough as mysterious iron," Qin Yu remarked, stepping back and observing the faint mark left by his powerful grip on the outermost layer of feathers. Feeling a sense of helplessness, the black eagle's feathers gleamed with a dark luster, exceptionally sharp. Although its wings were covered with a thick layer of feathers, Qin Yu's strength could not even tear a single feather, illustrating the terrifying nature of the black eagle's defenses. The black eagle proudly shook its head and flapped its wings in delight. "Don't be too pleased. It seems I must resort to my old tactics." Qin Yu swiftly removed his mysterious iron arm guards, leg guards, and black gold vest, feeling as light as a feather in an instant. The black eagle's defenses were simply overwhelming. The assault was utterly terrifying. Those talons could effortlessly rend even the toughest iron, undeniably comparable to divine weapons of celestial origin. Qin Yu's physical defenses struggled against iron weaponry, let alone the claws of the black eagle. "Ha! Prepare to be struck by me," Qin Yu exclaimed as he began to move with breathtaking speed. Indeed, his only recourse lay in velocity. The black eagle soared swiftly through the skies and maneuvered adeptly on land, yet it paled in comparison to Qin Yu's extraordinary swiftness. To surpass the black eagle in speed, Qin Yu had to shed all burdens. With a sudden push, he transformed into a mere shadow, darting from tree to stone, changing directions with astonishing rapidity, launching a barrage of attacks from all angles. The black eagle, flapping its wings, also moved with great speed, effortlessly altering its course, its body meticulously designed for agility, minimizing the resistance of the wind. Thus, the man and the eagle engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. "Feel the might of my diamond finger." Qin Yu's index finger, akin to a sharp arrow, pierced through the air and struck the black eagle's chest. Despite the tremendous force, it merely dislodged a single feather, as the black eagle's chest was shielded by a thick layer of plumage. The black eagle, seemingly infuriated, surged forward with renewed velocity. In an instant, only fleeting shadows remained visible. "Wow, it's really ramping up," Qin Yu shouted, pushing his own speed to its absolute limit. Employing the Big Dipper 7 Stars moonlight dance, he moved like a dancer bathed in moonlight, effortlessly gliding beside the black eagle, his hands relentlessly launching attacks. Though the black hawk is swift, Each of its attacks is invariably detected by Qin Yu well in advance. The foundation of Qin Yu's agility lies in his ability to sense the movement of the wind. As the Black Hawk strikes, the air stirs, alerting Qin Yu to its presence. Suddenly, a piercing hawk's cry resounds, signaling the Black Hawk's fury. With a furious flapping of its powerful wings, the Black Hawk generates a tempest that bends the surrounding trees, snapping branches with a cacophony of sound. The terrifying wind speed significantly hampers Qin Yu's movements. A smile graces Qin Yu's lips as he muses. Is this truly your only tactic? He swiftly darts northward. The encounters between the man and the hawk have rendered them intimately familiar with each other's techniques. In response to the Black Hawk's maneuver, Qin Yu makes his way towards a specific location, the stone forest. As the name suggests, it is an area dominated by towering stones. However, during their previous clashes, the smaller rocks have long been swept away or destroyed, leaving behind colossal boulders weighing thousands, even tens of thousands of pounds. Within the stone forest, Qin Yu effortlessly weaves through the rocky terrain, while the Black Hawk, like a streak of ebony lightning, pursues him closely. In terms of sheer speed, the Black Hawk is not significantly inferior to Qin Yu. However, it lacks the latter's agility. Qin Yu possesses the remarkable ability to change direction with ease while in motion, capable of shifting from an eastward dash to a westward sprint in an instant. Thud, 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 thud. Qin Yu alternates between palm strikes, iron fists, and precise finger jabs, while the Black Hawk relies on its beak and wings for its attacks. Yet, its sharp talons remain inactive, as they can only be employed when airborne. Once it took flight, Qin Yu could only passively endure the blows, as he was incapable of flight himself, rendering the conflict rather futile. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Black Eagle struck, and Qin Yu narrowly evaded. Yet the wing crashed against a nearby colossal rock. The sheer hardness of the Black Eagle's wings was formidable, shattering the boulder upon impact. In a swift motion, Qin Yu aimed a forceful palm strike at the eagle's neck, but the creature deftly evaded, causing his strike to land heavily on the stone instead. Naturally, the boulder disintegrated under the force of Qin Yu's palm, which possessed a strength surpassing even that of the renowned iron sand palm masters among the 8 great external masters, both in power and resilience. As the man and the eagle clashed, the entire stone forest suffered, with boulders bursting into fragments in their wake. Ha! With a resounding shout, Qin Yu launched himself skyward, then aimed a downward strike at the Black Eagle, which found itself trapped against a massive rock, with no escape in sight. Yet, with effortless grace, the eagle glided sideways several meters, evading the blow as Qin Yu's palm struck the rock behind it. Boom! The boulder shattered into pieces, yet Qin Yu remained rooted in place. Little Black, hold on a moment. The instant his palm descended, he sensed something amiss. The stone responded with a fierce recoil. While striking other boulders had resulted in a typical rebound, the resistance from this particular rock was overwhelming, causing his hand to tingle. Hearing Qin Yu's voice, the Black Eagle tilted its head in confusion, pondering, "What is this?" Qin Yu stood in astonishment before the fiery red crystal, which could hardly be classified as a mere stone. One might wonder if a stone could truly emit such a vibrant crimson glow. After shattering a colossal boulder weighing 10,000 pounds, he discovered within it this magnificent red crystal, nearly as tall as himself, taking the form of an almost perfect cylinder. To be precise, it resembled a stout staff, albeit considerably thicker and shorter than an ordinary rod, approximately the girth of a thigh. As Qin Yu grasped the crystal with both hands, he felt a wave of warmth emanating from it. "How extraordinarily heavy!" he exclaimed, realizing that this crystal possessed an unusual weight. With a surge of strength, he summoned all his might and, with a low grunt, managed to lift the fiery red crystal. His eyes widened in disbelief. This seemingly small cylinder weighed nearly 2,000 pounds. What on earth is this? Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu scrutinized every inch of the crimson gem held between his hands. The crystal was astonishingly heavy, radiating a fiery glow, and retained a gentle warmth. Having encountered numerous treasures in the royal treasury and perused various tomes at the Cloud Mist Manor, he was familiar with some artifacts from the dragon-subduing continent. However, the nature of this fiery red crystal eluded him completely. He set the crystal down with a resounding thud, the weight indeed formidable. Let me test its hardness, he pondered. Given its immense weight and the fact that it remained intact despite the boulder shattering beneath his strike, it must possess remarkable durability. Qin Yu extended his hand, forming a claw, and unleashed his eagle claw technique, striking towards the fiery red crystal with fervor. The sound of metal striking metal resonated, and the fiery red crystal bore not a single mark. Qin Yu inhaled sharply, feeling a tingling in his fingers from the force of his attack. His full strength left no trace whatsoever. One could only imagine the hardness of this crystal. Frowning in contemplation, Qin Yu suddenly turned and said, "Little Black, come and test this crystal's hardness." Little Black, brimming with excitement, shook its head twice and flapped its wings, soaring into the sky before diving down, its sharp claws striking fiercely against the crystal. Once again, the sound of metal echoed, and the crystal remained unscathed. As Little Black landed, it blinked at Qin Yu, displaying a sense of dejection, as if disheartened by its own failure to pierce the crystal. Qin Yu stared in astonishment, and after a moment, his eyes lit up with excitement. Ha! What a fortune! Little Black's talons can effortlessly rend even Shen iron as if it were mere paper, and yet, this crystal is as resilient as a divine weapon. If even its claws cannot tear it apart, this crystal must be a rare material for refining. Let us try with the fish intestine sword. With a swift motion, Qin Yu summoned a flash of black light that struck the fiery red crystal with a resounding clang. Gripping the fish intestine sword tightly, he gazed at the magnificent crystal before him, exclaiming, "Such an immense top-tier ore is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Perhaps it can be forged into a superior divine weapon." The fish intestine sword is classified as a lower-grade divine weapon. It must be refined through numerous intricate processes to transform the ore into a weapon, which is significantly harder than the raw material. For instance, the meteorite that was originally used to forge the fish intestine sword could never withstand the sword's powerful strikes. The vibrant crimson crystal left no trace even against the fish intestine sword, its hardness reaching an astonishing level. Even ores of mid-grade celestial quality would likely show signs of damage under the might of the fish intestine sword, yet this fiery red crystal? It might very well belong to a superior class of celestial ores, perhaps even beyond that. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled. The pursuit of a supreme weapon by a seasoned cultivator is a fervor beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Naturally, Qin Yu yearned for a weapon of unparalleled prowess. This crystal, in and of itself, surpassed the fish intestine sword in hardness by an unfathomable margin. If forged into a weapon, it would be extraordinary. Cradling 2,000 pounds of crystal, Qin Yu hastened towards the Cloud Mist Mountain Manor. Perhaps only someone with his exceptional prowess could maneuver such a crystal. Within the Cloud Mist Mountain Manor, Qin Yu emerged from the underground chamber with ease. He smiled as he made his way to Lian Yan's residence, when suddenly, two figures approached from the shadows. A young man slightly taller than Qin Yu and a delicate young girl clad in green. The young man was robust, while the girl possessed exquisite features, her most captivating trait being her fragile demeanor. "Brother Yu," the girl in green exclaimed upon spotting Qin Yu, her eyes sparkling as she hurried towards him. "You've been away for nearly several days on your cultivation journey, and you haven't even looked my way," she pouted. "Xiao Lu, once I have some free time, I promise to spend more with you." Qin Yu fondly ruffled Xiao Lu's hair. This girl in green was indeed Xiao Lu, and the young man beside her was Tai Shan. They had both taken Lian Yan as their master. Unlike her brother, Xiao Lu shunned violence, preferring to cultivate her internal skills and often playing the flute, the jade flute at her waist being a gift from Qin Yu. One often speaks of leisure, yet remains perpetually busy. "Brother Yu, can't you take a moment to rest?" Xiao Lu expressed a hint of dissatisfaction. Her brother Yu frequently mentioned wanting to spend time with her, yet when had he ever truly found the time to do so? Rest? Qin Yu paused slightly. From the tender age of 8 to now 18, the moments he could genuinely call his own could be counted on one hand. His mind was always preoccupied with the relentless pursuit of cultivation, striving to assist his father and to become his father's right hand. "Xiao Lu, do not be foolish," Tai Han admonished, then turned to Qin Yu with a smile. "Little Yu, you are off to see your teacher, correct? He is resting in the courtyard." "Very well. I shall seek out Grandfather Lian first," Qin Yu replied with a nod, making his way towards Lien Yan's residence. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu furrowed her brows as she gazed at Qin Yu's retreating figure, her nose crinkling slightly. Brother Yu is always so busy. I wonder when he will find the time to rest. Having been at Yunwu Villa for nearly 5 years, Xiao Lu was acutely aware of Qin Yu's arduous training. Taizhan looked on with awe. Shoveling iron sand, the pain in my fingers is akin to being pricked by needles. The agony is beyond what you can comprehend. Xiao Lu. Yet, daily training and strengthening his fingers were merely facets of his extensive regimen of extreme training. From dawn until dusk, every aspect of Little U's practice pushed the limits of the human body, subjecting him to relentless challenges since he was 8 years old. Taizhan watched Qin Yu's silhouette, filled with admiration, while Xiao Lu observed him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. In her heart, Brother Yu is forever cheerful and exceptionally kind to others, radiating warmth akin to the sun. This very Brother Yu, the heir to the Eastern King's estate, has endured extreme physical trials since the tender age of 8. Despite the tears of a shooting star, to harness their power, Qin Yu must push himself to the brink of his physical limits. His fingers are subjected to excruciating pain. Squats cause his leg muscles to cramp, overwhelming his mind with agony. Only by reaching such physiological extremes can the tears of the shooting star unveil their miraculous effects. To attain anything of worth, one must make sacrifices. Qin Yu has indeed paid a hefty price to reach this pinnacle. In the courtyard, Lien Yan reclines on a chair, sipping tea and relishing the serene atmosphere. Suddenly, Qin Yu strides through the courtyard gate, clutching a vibrant red crystal. What he seeks now is a master craftsman, and naturally, his first thought is to consult Lien Yan. Grandfather Lien, I have obtained a remarkably rare ore, which I estimate to be of superior celestial grade. Qin Yu's opening words cause Lien Yan to spring to his feet in astonishment. His eyes are wide with disbelief as he gazes at Qin Yu, and it takes a long moment before he can respond. Little Yu, this matter is no jest. Superior celestial grade ore is coveted by innate masters. The weapons forged from it are undoubtedly divine artifacts. How could such a top-tier ore be so easily acquired? For the inhabitants of the Qianlong Continent, weapons are simply categorized into mortal and celestial grades, with celestial items further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers, and the same classification applies to ores. Even with the formidable power of Lord Qian Zhen Dong, the armory houses merely a few dozen items, predominantly of inferior celestial quality, with only a couple of intermediate celestial artifacts among them. Grandfather Lien, would I deceive you? I tested the fish intestine sword upon it, and not a single mark was left, Qin Yu promptly clarified. The fish intestine sword left no trace? If even that sword cannot leave a dent, it must undoubtedly be a superior celestial ore. Little Yu, what does this ore resemble? How large is it? Is it the size of a fist? Lien Yan inquired. The more precious the ore, the smaller it typically is. If it were indeed fist-sized, it would suffice for crafting short swords or daggers. A fist? Qin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. The fiery red crystal he possessed stood nearly a meter tall and was as thick as a thigh, far exceeding the size of a mere fist. You mean to say it is not even fist-sized? Then it could only be fashioned into daggers or similar weapons. Yet, that is still commendable, for it is at least a superior celestial weapon, Lien Yan remarked, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Qin Yu grasped Lien Yan's implication and could not help but chuckle. That is incorrect, Grandfather Lien. The ore I obtained is quite substantial. It is cylindrical, nearly a meter high and as thick as a thigh, far surpassing the size of a fist. Qin Yu gestured excitedly. Lien Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, and his complexion flushed with excitement. Cylindrical and a meter tall? Unlike Qin Yu, Lien Yan's thoughts ran deeper. Such a large ore, especially one of superior celestial quality, could yield dozens of war blades, translating into numerous supreme celestial weapons. Dozens of items? What does this signify? Of course, it is true. Must one even ask? Qin Yu felt a sense of helplessness at Lien Yan's incessant inquiries, unaware that Lien Yan's disbelief in the authenticity of the situation prompted such questioning. The notion of a pie falling from the sky is, at first, difficult for anyone to accept as reality. Quick, take me to see it, Lien Yan said promptly to Qin Yu. Qin Yu nodded in agreement and led Lien Yan towards the underground chamber. Within the subterranean vault, Lien Yan's eyes sparkled as he beheld the fiery red crystal. The gem radiated a mesmerizing, faint crimson glow, its clarity allowing one to discern the intricate patterns within. Upon witnessing the crystal's appearance, Lien Yan immediately recognized it as an invaluable treasure, rendering pearls and agates pale in comparison. With a swift motion, Lien Yan drew a purple soft sword from his waist. As he flicked his wrist, the sword straightened instantly, transforming into a streak of purple light that struck the fiery red crystal. Indeed, Lien Yan's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the gem before him. Even my purple core soft sword could not inflict a scratch upon it. Undoubtedly, it is an upper-tier celestial artifact. Turning to Qin Yu, he spoke solemnly, "Xiao Yu, such a precious treasure must be promptly delivered to the royal residence. Should you wish to forge any divine weapon, please enlist the aid of the master craftsman, Mr. He. With this abundance of crystals, you can forge weapons, armor, and more, ensuring a surplus to be bestowed upon your father. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing Lien Yan's words, Qin Yu felt a sudden clarity envelop him. Such a precious, or the weapons forged from it, are undoubtedly divine artifacts. When these divine weapons are presented to the king, he shall surely unleash their formidable power in the midst of battle. Qin Yu is indifferent to wealth and treasures. "It's all right. I only require 1/10 of this fiery red crystal. The rest shall be bestowed upon the king," Qin Yu remarked with a smile. Lien Yan regarded Qin Yu with admiration, saying, "Little Yu, at such a tender age, you remain untempted by such a precious treasure. Your character truly transcends that of ordinary individuals. A person who can disregard such a valuable gem possesses a temperament beyond the reach of common folk. For a martial artist to break through, one must have a corresponding state of mind." Noticing Lien Yan's gaze, Qin Yu replied, "Grandfather Lien, please do not look at me that way. It makes me feel quite bashful." He feigned shyness, which elicited hearty laughter from Lien Yan. The nature of a person requires refinement. When one has endured experiences akin to those of Qin Yu, each breakthrough represents a test of character. From the tender age of 8, Qin Yu's resilience has far exceeded that of ordinary people. Solitary individuals often possess an independent spirit and a distinctive personal style. Frequent solitude naturally leads to contemplation, pondering life's meaning, one's intrinsic value, and through such reflection, many truths become clear. Qin Yu, too, has spent much of his youth in solitude, gazing at the stars. After enduring various experiences, he has now achieved complete mental maturity and fully comprehends how to navigate life. The most vital aspect of existence is the bond of kinship, as blood is thicker than water. Regarding wealth and treasures, they merely serve to ensure a basic standard of living. What more could one desire? 1,000 taels of silver would suffice for a lifetime. What then is the purpose of 100,000 taels? Thus, he naturally harbored no greed. Every individual possesses dreams, and so too does Qin Yu. Family and emotional bonds take precedence, while dreams follow closely behind. Life, without familial ties and aspirations, existence becomes a mere shadow of vitality. During each extreme breakthrough, Qin Yu found himself enamored with the exhilarating sensation that followed transcending limits. He developed a fondness for close combat, relishing the fervor of life and death decisions. Qin Yu's aspiration is to ignite his life with passion, burning brightly like a meteor. Indeed, life demands such fervent intensity. Even grandfather is prepared to send that crimson gemstone to the royal residence? Qin Yu remarked with a smile. Indeed, I, Mashan, shall arrange for it. Lien Yan hurriedly interjected, emphasizing the significance of the matter, leaving no room for complacency. He promptly set about organizing the necessary arrangements. Qin Yu cast a glance at the fiery gemstone and mused, "I never anticipated this stone would be so beneficial to father. It is indeed a fortunate acquisition." With that, Qin Yu turned with a smile and exited the chamber. At the Wang residence of Zhen Dong, a gathering took place in a separate courtyard, where many were assembled. The 3 heirs of Zhen Dong Wang, Lien Yan, and Chief Gumin, along with 3 burly men clad only in their upper bodies and a middle-aged man in black, all directed their attention towards the central crimson gemstone. "Mr. He, do you possess any means to refine it?" Lien Yan inquired of the middle-aged man in black attire. The middle-aged man in black remained silent, his gaze fixated upon the crimson crystal, eyes wide with intensity as he scrutinized every facet of it. thoroughly absorbed in his observation. Noticing his fervor, Qin Yu and the others instinctively refrained from interrupting the master craftsman. "It's merely luck," Qin Yu remarked with a smile. The man in black turned to Lien Yen and inquired, "Senior Lien, since such a precious treasure exists in Donglan Mountain, have you searched around this crystal again?" "Of course, I have searched," Lien Yen sighed, shaking his head. "However, such treasures of heaven and earth are destined for the fortunate. Xiao Yu stumbled upon this marvel by chance. Yet I dispatched hundreds of skilled individuals to scour the entire stone forest, shattering every boulder, and we found not even the slightest trace of ore." Qin Feng interjected, "We should be satisfied with this crimson crystal alone. Xiao Yu's acquisition signifies a connection with it. There is no need to feel disheartened if further searches yield nothing. Indeed, I have never heard of such an exquisite mineral," the middle-aged man in black mused, his eyes riveted on the crimson crystal, akin to a cat entranced by fish. "Mr. Hey, do you possess the confidence to refine this crimson crystal?" Qin Yu inquired from the side, all eyes turning to the master craftsman. The art of refinement is not a trivial matter. It requires not only quality materials but also a skilled artisan. Mr. He was a master whom King Qinda had summoned at great expense years ago, having spent over a decade in the royal residence. Mr. He shook his head, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. "Without attempting, I cannot claim certainty." Mr. He swiftly discarded his black garment, revealing a well-defined torso. Unconsciously, a subtle smile graced the corners of his mouth, an expression born of sheer exhilaration. It had been quite some time since he had unleashed his full potential. "Bring forth the blue flame water," commanded Mr. He. As he received the crystal vial, his hands suddenly flushed crimson, a wave of heat radiating outward. The three burly men, their upper bodies bared, gazed on with rapt attention. "Master is finally about to make his move. It's been ages since we've witnessed such solemnity in him," they murmured among themselves. "Master's heavenly flame technique has ascended to an extraordinary realm. One can only wonder how formidable his strike will be." These three men were none other than Mr. He's closest disciples, chosen for special cultivation by the Eastern King's residents. Qin Yu, Qin Feng, and Qin Zheng. Qin Yan and Gu Min also watched intently as Mr. He uncorked the crystal vial. As he slightly tilted it, the blue flame water cascaded down, falling directly onto the fiery red crystal, accompanied by a hissing sound as the blue liquid underwent a violent transformation. This fiery red crystal is truly remarkable. Not even the blue flame water leaves a trace, one of Mr. He's disciples exclaimed in astonishment. In a moment, the blue flame water coalesced into a thin membrane, entirely enveloping the fiery red crystal. "Humph," Mr. He scoffed, his eyes suddenly ablaze with intensity. He unleashed two streams of searing flames, directing them at the membrane formed from the blue flame water. Yet, astonishingly, the fiery red crystal showed no signs of change whatsoever. "Senior brother, how is it possible that even Master S burning heaven flame combined with the blue flame water leaves no trace whatsoever?" A disciple of Mr. He was astonished. Even a crystal of the highest celestial grade could not possibly remain unscathed under Master S burning heaven flame. Another disciple began to express his confusion as well. The excitement in Mr. He's eyes intensified, but suddenly, his complexion turned crimson and then shifted to a deep shade of blue. Simultaneously, the flames in his hands diminished, yet the temperature within the courtyard soared dramatically. Remarkable, Qin Yu thought, utterly astonished by the terrifying nature of the flames. He felt an overwhelming sense that he was no match for Mr. He. It seemed as if the air in the courtyard was vibrating due to the intense heat. Qin Yu's conjectures were indeed accurate. Not only was Mr. He a master of artifact refinement, but he had also reached the pinnacle of innate talent, ranking among the most formidable experts under the command of King Zhen Dong. The flames produced by his unique innate true energy were far more potent than ordinary fire, capable of melting even the most exceptional celestial-grade ores. Qin Yu marveled inwardly, but upon glancing at the fiery red crystal, he was taken aback. In such circumstances, the fiery red crystal showed no signs of change whatsoever. "Humph, Mr. He's expression darkened suddenly. With a resounding roar, flames erupted from his entire being, incinerating his garments entirely. Yet, He remained clad in a pair of underpants woven from black gold threads. It was clear that Mr. He's sect had mastered the technique of channeling energy to its limits, allowing flames to envelop their bodies. Hence the legacy of the black gold underpants had been preserved. Woven from black gold threads, this exquisite piece was a remarkable endeavor, crafted from the years of accumulation by the esteemed elders of Mr. He's lineage. The fabric of those shorts appeared to be of the same material as my black gold vest. Qin Yu mused internally. Simultaneously, the flames in Mr. He's hand diminished yet intensified, sending waves of heat rolling through the courtyard, causing those nearby to instinctively retreat. Such flames could reduce even the bodies of innate masters to mere ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. These flames could melt even celestial-grade ores, let alone the flesh of ordinary mortals. Qin Yu and his 3 brothers, along with the other 3 disciples, fixated their gaze upon the fiery red crystal, yearning for it to liquefy. If it could not even melt, how could it be refined? As time ticked away, the crowd's attention remained entirely captivated by the glowing crystal. Suddenly, a soft poof escaped Mr. He's lips as he coughed up blood, his countenance shifting from a dark hue to a pallid white, and the flames surrounding him vanished in an instant. Master! One disciple swiftly offered a garment, and Mr. He donned it, gazing at the fiery red crystal with a deep sigh. He then turned to Qin Yu and the others, stating, "Alas, I find myself powerless regarding this fiery red crystal." Witnessing the once mighty master of weapon forging now pale, the onlookers understood he had exerted every effort. How could this be? Just a few years prior, Mr. He had forged for me a celestial-grade divine weapon. How could he now be unable to even melt this crystal? Holding the battle knife at his waist, Qin Feng inquired of Mr. Black. Upon reaching the innate realm, Qin De rewarded him with a piece of superior celestial grade ore, which he refined into a divine weapon for Qin Feng. Mr. Black gazed at the battle knife, shaking his head with a smile, and said, "Foolish child, you have yet to comprehend. This fiery red crystal has transcended the superior celestial grade." Qin Yu was taken aback, expressing his confusion. Isn't the ore the highest tier of celestial grade? In Qin Yu's mind, weapons were categorized into mundane and celestial grades, with superior celestial grade ostensibly being the pinnacle. How could there be something surpassing even that? "You know nothing," Mr. Black proclaimed, an air of arrogance emanating from his eyes. In the realm of weapon forging, he undoubtedly stood at the apex of the pyramid. The classification of weapons into mundane and celestial grades is merely a perspective of us mortals. Let me ask you, what weapons do the immortals wield? Humph! Even a superior celestial grade battle knife would be as fragile as paper against the flying swords of the immortals, easily pierced through. A hint of pride graced Mr. Black's lips, causing a ripple of shock among those present. Indeed, what level of weaponry do those immortals, who soar through the heavens and can slay foes from 1,000 miles away, possess? Qin Yu and the others had heard tales of the flying swords that could strike from afar, weapons that even superior celestial-grade armaments could not withstand. The distinctions of mundane and celestial are merely constructs of our limited perception. The world of the immortals is far beyond our imagination. If I am not mistaken, this fiery red crystal is likely the material used to forge weapons for the immortals. Mr. He gazed intently at the fiery red crystal, his conviction unwavering. Qin Yu directed his gaze towards the crystal, which remained unscathed, emanating a soft crimson glow. What good is this exquisite red crystal if it cannot even be melted? How can it be forged into a weapon? Qin Feng shook his head, and the expressions of Qin Yen and the others mirrored his sense of helplessness. Indeed, if it cannot be melted, how can it be fashioned into a weapon? Qin Yu chuckled. Forget it, if even Mr. He cannot melt it, there are few in this world who can. Ah, third prince, why so disheartened? While I may be incapable of melting it, there exists a true master of crafting who can indeed melt and forge it. Mr. He replied with a smile. Upon hearing his words, everyone, including his 3 disciples, looked at him in confusion. A true master of crafting? Is there anyone more formidable than Mr. He in the art of crafting? Qin Zhang questioned, and the crowd regarded Mr. He with curiosity. With a confident smile, Mr. He continued, "You are unaware of this. So allow me to share a secret but do not spread it indiscriminately. In truth, every immortal is not only an unparalleled master but also an absolute master of crafting. Oh, the attendees were aware of the invincibility of immortals, understanding that their flying swords could effortlessly take lives. Yet they were ignorant of the crafting prowess of these immortals. Each immortal possesses a unique flame, far more powerful than my own vital energy flame. With such flames, forging a weapon becomes a trivial task. In fact, if you think about it, you'll realize that all immortals wield flying swords, but where do you think their flying swords originate? Isn't what is naturally fallen also a product of refinement? Mr. He enigmatically addressed the crowd, prompting a collective realization among them. Indeed, I shall immediately dispatch someone to summon the esteemed Feng Yuzi, Lian Yan promptly declared. However, Qin Yu raised his head and let out a piercing cry, then turned to the gathering and proclaimed, Little He possesses incredible speed. I shall accompany him to invite Uncle Feng. In an instant, a beam of black light descended from the sky, revealing the presence of a black eagle. Qin Yu swiftly ascended, and the eagle let out a cry before soaring rapidly towards the outskirts. The continent of hidden dragons is teeming with a myriad of wild beasts, and many individuals have tamed various avian and terrestrial creatures. However, these creatures typically remain loyal solely to their masters, rendering them inaccessible to others and making large-scale domestication exceedingly difficult. Usually, communication and summons are undertaken in the manner of Qin Yu. In the event of a grand battle, those possessing tamed creatures often serve as scouts or members of aerial assault teams. The warfare on the continent of hidden dragons is diverse and multifaceted, with the utilization of various beasts adding both excitement and unpredictability to the conflicts. Moreover, within the military ranks, individuals generally cultivate internal martial skills. For instance, a soldier under the command of the Eastern King, having served for merely a year, is already eligible to train in the most rudimentary aspect of the 5 marvels of military arts. The prowess of a single soldier is sufficient to vanquish 7 or 8 ordinary men. The higher one's military achievements, the greater their status, allowing for the cultivation of more advanced levels of the 5 marvels of military arts. When a large-scale war erupts on the continent of hidden dragons, the hastily recruited soldiers from emergency conscription are vastly inferior to the regular troops, lacking in quality by an immeasurable degree. A standard legion of 200,000 can annihilate a hastily assembled army of 1 million ordinary soldiers. Seated upon the back of the black eagle, Qin Yu gazed downwards, and in mere moments he had already exited the city of Yanjing. In terms of speed, I have yet to encounter any bird that can rival the black hawk. Qin Yu smiled as he gently stroked the neck of the black hawk. The creature was remarkably swift. At least to Qin Yu's knowledge, no avian could match its velocity. After all, hawks are inherently fast, and Qin Yu's black hawk was an exceptionally unique breed, outpacing ordinary hawks by 2 or 3 times. The black hawk swooped down directly towards a thatched cottage, which served as Feng Yunzi's usual abode. Nestled beside a tranquil lake, the area was serene and devoid of human presence, ensuring no interruptions. At that moment, a celestial crane gracefully soared above the lake nearby, serving as Feng Yunzi's mount. Feng Yunzi himself stood outside the cottage, gazing up at the descending Qin Yu with a beaming smile. Uncle Feng, Qin Yu exclaimed excitedly as he leapt down from the black hawk. Little Yu, what brings you here? Feng Yunzi replied with a smile. Though Feng Yunzi was considerably older than even Lian Yan, he treated Qin Yu as a brother, for he held no regard for age. Just as Qin Yu was about to speak, he noticed Feng Yunzi's gaze was entirely fixed upon the black hawk. Uncle Feng, is something the matter? Do you recognize what little black is? Qin Yu inquired with a sense of perplexity, while Feng Yuzi fixated his gaze upon the black eagle, which, in turn, paid no heed to Feng Yuzi at all. After a prolonged silence, Feng Yuzi shook his head and remarked, How peculiar. Observing its crown, it resembles the golden flame eagle, the sovereign among eagles. However, the golden flame eagle not only possesses a crest akin to golden flames, but its plumage is also resplendently golden, accompanied by flames that engulf its form. Yet, this black eagle is entirely shrouded in darkness, its talons as frigid as the night. For a moment, Feng Yuzi found himself utterly confounded. Furthermore, the golden flame eagle is renowned for its formidable strength. Even a mere few years after birth, Its protective golden flames could contend with cultivators at the golden core stage. In stark contrast, this black eagle evidently seemed to measure only against an innate level mortal, significantly weaker than the golden flame eagle. Furrowing his brows, Feng Yuzi continued to ponder aloud. Upon hearing Feng Yuzi's words, Qin Yu grasped that Feng Yuzi too was unable to discern the true nature of the black eagle. Uncle Feng, what is this golden core stage cultivator you speak of? It seems to imply a power surpassing that of innate experts. If those above innate experts are considered immortals, then what does this mean? Qin Yu asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Uncle Feng? Qin Yu's expression suddenly tightened. In his mind, innate experts were already exceptionally formidable, and those above them, the immortals, were invincible entities. Now, hearing Feng Yuzi mention merely a golden core cultivator, what could that possibly imply? What exactly is a cultivator? What does the golden core stage entail? Feng Yuzi chuckled and replied, very well, we shall discuss this matter another time. By the way, what brings you here to seek me? Surely, it is not merely to visit Uncle Feng. At this moment, Qin Yu recalled his own affairs, casting aside the term golden core cultivator and earnestly stating, Uncle Feng, I have obtained a fiery red crystal. It is exceedingly hard. Even Mr. He could not leave a single mark on it despite exerting all his strength. What? Feng Yunzi exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Yu was taken aback by Feng Yunzi's shock. In his mind, Feng Yunzi always appeared calm and composed, seemingly unperturbed by anything, but now this immortal was staring wide-eyed at Qin Yu. Even that brat from the Wang family couldn't leave any trace? Feng Yunzi hastily sought confirmation. Qin Yu could only nod, uncertain of Feng Yunzi's intent. Feng Yunzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. That young lad's heavenly flame technique has reached an exceptionally high level, combined with the blue flame water specially concocted by their sect. Even decent ores could be effortlessly melted. Yet, there is not a single trace left on this fiery red crystal. What precious mineral could this fiery red crystal possibly be? Where is this fiery red crystal? Feng Yunzi fixed his gaze on Qin Yu. In the Wang family, Qin Yu promptly replied, very well, let us depart immediately. Without summoning the celestial crane, Feng Yunzi summoned a flying sword beneath his feet. The sword expanded, allowing Qin Yu to stand upon it as they soared directly toward the flame capital, disregarding the black eagle entirely. Uncle Feng, they want me to. Qin Yu hurriedly interjected, as he had yet to mention that he had requested Feng Yunzi to refine the fiery red crystal. With a smile, Feng Yunzi said, do not speak further. I understand your purpose for coming. That precious ore is beyond your capacity to refine. Only the true fire of a cultivator can accomplish such a feat. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu grasped the situation, though he found himself perplexed by the notion of true fire. In but a moment, his attention was wholly captivated by the flying sword before him. As for the black eagle, he bore no concern, for he knew that the creature could effortlessly locate him. No matter where Qin Yu ventured, the black eagle was always capable of finding him. This, perhaps, was the unique bond forged over the past 11 years between man and beast. Such is the nature of the flying sword. Qin Yu gazed in awe at the magnificent blade, which bore intricate talismans and emanated a fierce aura. He was certain that if Feng Yuzi intended to take a life, the razor-sharp sword energy alone could vanquish a master of innate level. The flying sword could vary in size, showcasing remarkable versatility, and its speed surpassed that of the Black Eagle by a considerable margin. In an instant, the two arrived at the royal manor. Without the need for Qin Yu to utter a word, Feng Yuzi descended directly into the courtyard. Upon seeing him, Qin Feng, Qin Zhang, Lian Yan, Mr. He, and the others promptly bowed, greeting him with, "We pay our respects to the revered immortal." However, Feng Yuzi's gaze was entirely fixed upon the fiery red crystal before him, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Yet, the ember iron within that stone was but a fraction of the size of the radiant crystal before him. "Whose is this?" Feng Yuzi inquired, surveying the group. "This was inadvertently obtained by Xiao Yu in the Donglan Mountains," came the reply. Lian Yan promptly responded, while Feng Yuzi turned to Qin Yu, filled with disbelief. He had spent several years searching through the boundless wilderness, finding only ordinary ores. He never anticipated that the potential dragon continent harbored such precious stones beyond the wilderness. "Very well, I shall refine this crystal." Little Yu, you are the owner of this crystal and possess the right to command it. Please, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Feng Yuzi enveloped the fiery red crystal in a surge of profound energy, causing the 2,000-pound gem to ascend into the air. Understood. Despite his lingering doubts, Qin Yu followed suit. Feng Yuzi led him into a series of secret chambers within the royal mansion, where even the Eastern King, Qin De, could not enter without Feng Yuzi's permission. At that moment, Feng Yuzi brought Qin Yu into a chamber specifically designed for refining spiritual artifacts. Holding a teacup in hand, Qin De gazed out the window, his thoughts elsewhere. Su Yuan, the northern king, Shangguan Hong, should have arrived by now, Qin De remarked slowly. Standing behind him, shrouded in darkness, Su Yuan nodded in agreement. According to our intelligence, the northern king Shangguan Hong has indeed arrived. Tomorrow marks the day of negotiations, and given Shangguan Hong's cunning nature, he would never delay his arrival until the final day. Su Yuan suddenly interjected, Your Highness, with 3 years remaining until this significant event, why the haste to meet with Shangguan Hong? He understood well that the southern king of the Mu clan was extremely loyal and would undoubtedly side with the imperial Xiong family. Qin De held no hope of swaying the southern king, leaving only the northern king, Shangguan, as a potential ally. This endeavor was aimed at winning over the Shangguan family. Qin De set down his teacup, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Su Yuan, it seems there is no other choice. As far as I know, the leader of the Xiong family's intelligence organization in the eastern region's 3 counties has been replaced by Zhensu. Zhensu. Instantly, a pair of cold, piercing eyes flashed in Su Yuan's mind. Yes, it is indeed Zhensu. I am well aware of the previous leader's limited capabilities. He could never uncover the true strength of our military. However, Zhensu is not the incompetent fool he once was. I estimate that, given half a year, he would be more than capable of discerning the actual number of troops in the eastern region's 3 counties. Qin De's expression grew serious. Su Yuan, being an astute individual, quickly grasped Qin De's intention. Your Highness, does this mean that your bargaining chip in this negotiation is? Su Yuan couldn't help but admire Qin De's strategic mind. Indeed, it is as such. Qin De wore a smile, merely awaiting the aftermath. I must ascertain whether Shangguan Hong has truly allied with them. Of course, we cannot place all our hopes on him. Su Yuan nodded and replied, As long as we can ensure that Shangguan Hong does not aid either side, that will suffice. Your Highness, I bring you good news. Su Yuan's face was alight with joy as he handed Qin De a letter. Oh! Qin De exclaimed as he took the letter, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He then burst into hearty laughter. Yuer has rendered me a tremendous service. Such a substantial ore, and of the highest celestial quality, can forge countless divine weapons. This truly is splendid news. Yes, I take my leave, Your Highness. Su Yuan bowed respectfully before exiting the room. Qin De held the letter in his hand, a paternal smile softening his features. In the East Wang mansion of the blazing capital town, within the exclusive artifact refining chamber of Feng Yuzi, the space is characterized by a domed ceiling and a square floor, subtly embodying the concept of heaven and earth. At the center of the chamber lies a golden-hued bagua, radiating a myriad of luminous energies that circulate between its trigrams, filling the entire room with an overwhelming aura. Surrounding the bagua are 3 meditation cushions, upon which Feng Yuzi sits cross-legged in the central position, while Qin Yu occupies a nearby seat. Go! With a single gesture, Feng Yuzi summoned the stone fire iron, which soared directly to the center of the bagua. As he withdrew his true essence, the stone fire iron astonishingly hovered above the bagua, as if the golden emblem possessed an extraordinary power to sustain it. Witnessing this marvel, Qin Yu felt a profound shock, his curiosity about the world of the immortals intensifying. The flying swords, the golden core cultivators, the samadhi true fire, and the enchanting bagua before him. All of these elements piqued Qin Yu's intrigue about the realm of the immortals. Xiao Yu, since you discovered the stone fire iron, it rightfully belongs to you. However, I would like to request a small piece, about the size of a fist. If that is permissible? Feng Yuzi spoke with a hint of embarrassment. As an immortal addressing a junior for a treasure, he felt a touch of shame. Yet, the allure of the stone fire iron was undeniable. Although his flying sword was commendable, its materials could not compare to the coveted stone fire iron. For cultivators, elixirs and quality crystals hold immense allure. Of course, Uncle Feng, please feel free to take some. Qin Yu was no longer the child he once was. He was acutely aware of this fact. Feng Yuzi was an absolute master on his father's side, and with an even better flying sword, his prowess was undoubtedly enhanced. The size of the Shizanjian Chidi mattered little to him, as it was merely the size of a fist. Any request is permissible? Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Feng Yuzi smiled and nodded. Indeed, as long as it is within my capability. Then might you enlighten me about the realm of immortals? You mentioned cultivators and the mysterious three calamities true fire. I am exceedingly curious. Qin Yu eagerly inquired. Is that your sole request? Feng Yuzi was taken aback for a moment. Qin Yu chuckled. Yes, that is my only request. In truth, what I desire most is for my dantian to return to normal, enabling me to cultivate inner strength, so that I may become a congenital master, or even ascend to the ranks of immortals. Feel free to choose between these two requests, Uncle Feng. Feng Yuzi shook his head with a wry smile. As for your dantian, I possess no means to assist you. Very well, I shall expound upon the world of cultivators. Feng Yuzi gathered his thoughts and began. In reality, the so-called immortals of the Qianlong Continent are not true immortals. They are merely cultivators who aspire to attain that status. Cultivators? Qin Yu queried, perplexed. Indeed, Feng Yuzi replied. For a mortal to become an immortal, they must endure countless tribulations. The first step is to reach the congenital realm. Upon achieving the pinnacle of the congenital stage, one will encounter the 4-9 minor heavenly tribulation. If one successfully navigates this minor tribulation, they will enter the ranks of cultivators, becoming a golden core stage cultivator. Your Uncle Feng am precisely such a cultivator. For 9 minor heavenly tribulation? Qin Yu was completely perplexed by these terminologies. Feng Yuzi chuckled, explaining, cultivation is a defiance against the heavens. Thus one must inevitably face tribulations. The minor tribulation of 4-9 is relatively mild compared to the 2 major tribulations that follow. The realms of cultivators are classified as golden core stage, nascent soul stage, void piercing stage, empty void stage, tribulation crossing stage, and great completion stage. Each of these realms is further divided into early, middle, and late phases. Only by enduring countless calamities and reaching the great completion stage can one ascend and ultimately become an immortal. To be candid, I have merely just embarked on the path of cultivation, yet I am referred to as an immortal in the Qianlong Continent, which is quite embarrassing. Qin Yu then realized that those esteemed individuals, regarded as immortals in the Qianlong Continent, were merely golden core cultivators, far from attaining true immortality. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Upon overcoming the 4-9 minor tribulation and reaching the golden core stage, one's lifespan increases by several thousand years, while a nascent soul cultivator can extend their life by an additional 5,000 years. Upon reaching the latter stages of the nascent soul stage, at the critical juncture, one will provoke the 6-9 major tribulation. Only by surviving this formidable trial can one enter the void-piercing stage. At that point, the nascent soul can merge with the spirit, allowing for the emergence of the nascent soul from the body, achieving true immortality. Feng Yuzi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Unfortunately, the 6-9 major tribulation is exceedingly terrifying, and not everyone is destined to encounter it. The transition from the nascent soul stage to the void-piercing stage represents the fundamental metamorphosis of the soul. Many adept practitioners, after reaching the late stages of the nascent soul for thousands of years, ultimately perish without any breakthrough to face the 6-9 major tribulation. Feng Yuzi sighed. Meanwhile, Qin Yu's heart was tumultuous. A millennium? The years of a cultivator are measured in millennia, and upon reaching the Dongshu stage, they attain a form of immortality. What kind of world is that? Under the influence of the elders in his sect, the concept of the 9-9 calamity is painted as an absolute catastrophe. A survival rate of 1 in 10, the soul scattered to the winds? Qin Yu was utterly astonished, and at that moment, he comprehended the true nature of cultivators. They are a group that defies the heavens, striving to reach the limits of humanity, battling against both heaven and earth. They fear nothing. When the heavens unleash tribulations, cultivators can only resist with all their might. Success allows them to continue their pursuit of the great Tao, while failure leads to the scattering of their souls. Qin Yu fully grasped this and could not help but exclaim. The Golden Core stage, the Nascent Soul stage, the Dongshu stage, the Hongmeng stage, the Tribulation stage, the Great Accomplishment stage. Each realm appears exceedingly difficult to transcend. To step into the Golden Core stage, one must endure minor tribulations. To enter the Dongshu stage, one must face major tribulations. Upon reaching the Tribulation stage, one must withstand the 9-9 calamity. The three great tribulations serve as formidable barriers, and those who can ultimately attain enlightenment and become immortals on the path of cultivation are likely to be exceedingly few. Feng Yuzi, upon hearing Qin Yu's words, seemed to be stirred by a sense of indignation and coldly remarked, "Not just few, but exceedingly rare. To transcend the 9-9 calamity and become an immortal requires not only exceptional talent but also the protection of top-tier spiritual artifacts and an abundance of elixirs. Yet how could an ordinary person possibly acquire such extraordinary spiritual artifacts or a wealth of elixirs? When I reached the Golden Core stage, my sect bestowed upon me a flying sword, which was merely a low-grade spiritual artifact. Without a high-grade spiritual artifact, dreaming of overcoming the major tribulations in the future is utterly futile. However, without a proper background, how could a disciple as insignificant as I attain a superior spiritual artifact within the sect?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu comprehended fully and mused inwardly. It seems that Uncle Feng was also overlooked during his cultivation on the Immortal Island. "Uncle Feng, what exactly are these spiritual artifacts and spiritual pills?" Qin Yu inquired further. Feng Yuzi took a deep breath to calm his emotions and replied, "Little Yu, the cultivation of a practitioner is akin to a martial artist's inner strength. As for spiritual artifacts, they are comparable to weapons. Possessing a fine spiritual artifact undoubtedly enhances one's power." This analogy resonated with Qin Yu. He recalled when he was 13, battling the bandit leader Wu Tuan. His strength was evidently inferior to that of Wu Tuan. Yet, with the fish intestine sword, he pierced through Wu Tuan's protective aura and ultimately vanquished him, demonstrating the advantage of a weapon. Spiritual practitioners possess numerous spiritual artifacts, predominantly flying swords, though other unique weapons are also utilized. Collectively, these are referred to as spiritual artifacts. They are categorized into 4 tiers: inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional. As for spiritual pills, they are elixirs with various effects, particularly beneficial during tribulations, when the consumption of one's true essence is most severe. Thus, consuming pills to replenish energy is most advantageous. Spiritual pills are similarly classified into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades as Feng Yuzi elaborated. Qin Yu absorbed all this knowledge, meticulously organizing it in his mind. The strength of a practitioner is delineated by their personal cultivation and the efficacy of spiritual artifacts and pills. He recalled distinctly the 3 great tribulations and the 6 realms from the Golden Core stage to the Great Completion stage. True essence? Could it be the term denoting the inherent power of a practitioner? Qin Yu inquired. Indeed, upon forming the Golden Core, the energy within transitions from innate true qi to true essence. Feng Yuzi replied with a smile. Then, with a sigh, he added, "Little Yu, the world of cultivators is not as idyllic as you might envision. Within the realm of cultivation, individuals may resort to lethal conflict over treasures of heaven and earth. A valuable mineral, such as the fiery iron found within stones, can provoke fierce battles among practitioners. When cultivators clash, especially those of extraordinary prowess, such as those at the Dongshu or Hongmeng stages, the chaos can be cataclysmic, wreaking havoc upon the very fabric of the world. Heavenly treasures, elixirs, spiritual artifacts, and flying swords can drive cultivators into a frenzy." Qin Yu felt turmoil within his heart, vividly imagining the scenes of cultivator battles. A single Golden Core cultivator possesses such formidable strength, reigning supreme on the Qianlong Continent. What then of those at the Nascent Soul, Dongshu, or even Hongmeng and Tribulation stages? The terror of their conflicts is beyond comprehension. When cultivators unleash their wrath, the earth quakes and the seas rage, leaving countless mortals in their wake. Should a cultivator take to the skies on a sword, they would soar through the heavens, unreachable by mere mortals. In essence, cultivators and mortals exist on entirely different planes of existence. Regardless of the circumstances, mortals possess no means of resistance. Perhaps, in the eyes of cultivators, Those who inhabit the continent appear as ants to a human, two worlds utterly apart. The world of cultivators is one of unending pursuit of the celestial path, seeking transcendence and ascension, while mortals chase power and engage in mutual slaughter. Qin Yu reflected solemnly on this dichotomy. He fully comprehended the essence of being a cultivator. While Qin Yu's perspective expanded significantly, the celestial beings of the Qianlong Continent were merely a handful of the most ordinary golden core cultivators residing on remote immortal islands. In the realm of cultivators, the golden core stage represented merely the most rudimentary level. Yet, these few golden core cultivators were revered as celestial beings on the Qianlong Continent, regarded as entities of absolute supremacy. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Yu. Uncle Feng, it seems to me that cultivators are in pursuit of the human limit, striving against the heavens and the earth. However, in order to attain this limit, must one solely tread the path of entering the golden core stage, as you mentioned, followed by the refinement of the nascent soul? Is there truly no other avenue? Qin Yu expressed his bewilderment. In his view, if the pursuit was of the human limit, then surely there were myriad methods to achieve it. Uncle Feng pondered for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. Little Yu, do not overthink. I do not even know who the first cultivator was. It is estimated that cultivators have existed for millions, if not billions, of years. As for the different paths you mentioned, they do exist. Humans may cultivate either the path of immortality or the path of demonic arts. Most beasts and birds cultivate demonhood. Although the paths diverge, they all culminate in the golden core and the nascent soul. As for the beasts, they attain the inner Dan, but I am not too familiar with the intricacies of demon cultivation. Is it absolutely necessary to form a golden core and refine a nascent soul? Qin Yu murmured. Could this be the notion that all paths lead to the same destination? Right. Feng Yuzi suddenly interjected. Little Yu, long ago, indeed, at a time when I had yet to be born, an extraordinary event transpired on the Qianlong Continent, the Battle of the Immortals. It is quite possible that the enigmatic figure behind this great conflict did not adhere to the path of forming a golden core and refining a nascent soul. Battle of the Immortals? Qin Yu inquired, puzzled. Feng Yuzi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, Indeed, this is a tale I heard from the elders of my sect while training on the overseas immortal island. Several scattered immortals participated in that great conflict, alongside dozens of experts at the void and tribulation stages, and surprisingly, it was led by a consummate practitioner. Wait a moment, what exactly is a scattered immortal? Qin Yu interjected anxiously. Feng Yuzi chuckled and shook his head, saying, I almost forgot to mention that. During the 9-9 tribulation, some practitioners, realizing they could not succeed in their ascension, devoted themselves to preserving their primordial spirit. With their physical bodies destroyed, they could only cultivate as scattered immortals. It's important to note that scattered immortals possess formidable strength, often surpassing those at the tribulation stage. Are scattered immortals truly that powerful? A consummate practitioner who has successfully navigated the tribulation, several scattered immortals, and dozens of experts at the void and tribulation stages, all for what purpose? Qin Yu pressed further. To kill a single person, solely to kill one individual. Feng Yuzi's expression turned grave. To kill one person with such a multitude of experts, all for that sole purpose? Qin Yu struggled to comprehend, bewildered by the thought that so many would gather for the demise of a single individual. Who could this person possibly be? The notion of an immortal crossed Qin Yu's mind. Feng Yuzi nodded affirmatively. Yes, according to legends within the realm of cultivation, that enigmatic figure was not even a practitioner of the primordial essence. In the end, that mysterious individual went into a frenzy, unleashing a power so intense it resembled the sun itself. It incinerated everything in its path. Even the consummate practitioners were annihilated in that cataclysm. Feng Yuzi became animated as he recounted this. Little Yu, do you know what transpired next? Are you aware? Feng Yuzi was overwhelmed with excitement, placing a hand on Qin Yu's shoulder and gazing intently at him. Qin Yu quickly shook his head, unable to fathom the existence of such a formidable individual who had slain both accomplished masters and scattered immortals. Those cultivators, who had dared not approach from afar due to their inferior strength, had discovered that after the mysterious figure had taken so many lives, he began to undergo the tribulation, a 9-fold calamity. My goodness, this being, who had vanquished accomplished masters and numerous scattered immortals in the tribulation phase, had yet to face his own tribulation. Feng Yuzi was beside himself with excitement. If one possessed such immense power without having undergone tribulation, what might transpire if he were to succeed? Qin Yu was equally astounded. Here was an individual who had not yet faced tribulation, yet had killed accomplished masters, as well as countless scattered immortals and dozens of empty void and tribulation phase experts. Such a phenomenon was beyond comprehension. How could those who cultivated the golden core and refined the nascent soul exhibit such vast disparities? Countless predecessors would agree that this mysterious figure was indeed a cultivator. Yet he was neither a practitioner of demonic arts, immortal cultivation, nor spirit cultivation. He belonged to an entirely new category. The pure, sun-like force that erupted from his being was not something a tribulation phase master could emit. Even an accomplished master would meet their demise in the face of such overwhelming power. Feng Yuzi seemed to envision the epic battles of immortals from years gone by, and Qin Yu found himself lost in similar thoughts. After a considerable time, Feng Yuzi gradually calmed, looking at Qin Yu with a smile and saying, "Little Yu, the tale of this battle among the immortals has been passed down through generations. Nearly everyone on the overseas immortal islands is aware of it. Even the inhabitants of the Hidden Dragon Continent are aware of this matter." "Oh, many on the Hidden Dragon Continent know?" Qin Yu's heart stirred. If it were not for the tales of cultivators, how could the people of the Hidden Dragon Continent possess such knowledge? Feng Yuzi nodded and continued, "Do not be anxious. In the past, many elders from the overseas immortal islands observed from afar and witnessed that mysterious expert facing the tribulation. He endured it." A sense of concern for this enigmatic figure welled up in Qin Yu's heart. Feng Yuzi shook his head and said, "He failed. Under the trials of the 99 heavenly tribulation, that mysterious individual was entirely transformed into the sun. He relied solely on his own cultivation to withstand the tribulation, rather than using spiritual artifacts alongside other cultivators. After battling with dozens of cultivators, he barely had a moment to rest before confronting the heavenly tribulation. When the 9th bolt of heavenly thunder descended, he could not withstand it. His physical form shattered, and his power was severely diminished. Traversing the vast universe, experiencing the evolution of existence, drifting for thousands of years, traversing countless celestial bodies. Yet today his soul is to disperse. Heaven does not aid me. The transformation of the stars, the blazing sun is not the end. Alas, alas! All on this continent listened as I convey the 3 maps of ascendancy. When someone comprehends the mysteries contained within the 3 maps, they shall receive my legacy of cultivation.
A fortuna, misfortuna.
Feng Yuzi's voice was ethereal as he uttered these words. Qin Yu pondered the significance behind them, contemplating the concepts of the universe, celestial bodies, and the transformation of stars. Though he could not grasp the meaning of celestial bodies, he understood the implication of the mysterious individual's final words. Evidently, the 3 maps of ascendancy encapsulated the entire legacy of the enigmatic figure's cultivation technique. However, what do the terms blessing and disaster signify in this context? Does acquiring this technique also bring misfortune? Before the mysterious individual perished, they harnessed immense energy to create 3 illustrations, known as the 3 celestial diagrams. These diagrams have scattered across the Qianlong Continent, and for countless years, even those from the distant immortal isles have managed to collect them. Over the years, many have simultaneously gathered the 3 diagrams, yet not a single soul has comprehended the profound secrets they hold or received the inheritance of that enigmatic figure. Feng Yuzi sighed, remarking that collecting the 3 diagrams is not a challenging endeavor for cultivators. However, none have been able to unravel the mysteries of the 3 celestial diagrams. Even your ancestor, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, once possessed all 3 diagrams, yet he too failed to grasp their significance. Had he succeeded, perhaps he would have evaded death. Feng Yuzi chuckled. Within Qin Yu's heart surged a wave of yearning, a deep-seated desire for the world of cultivators. Cultivators soar with swords to the heavens or plunge into the boundless depths of the sea, exploring the infinite wilderness or battling ferocious beasts. They regularly absorb the essence of heaven and earth, striving for the ultimate human form, engaging in fierce combat with equals, disregarding life and death. Such a life is exhilarating. Qin Yu reflected on this, feeling an intense longing for the realm of cultivation. He took a deep breath, acknowledging the need for steadfastness. Those elusive 3 celestial diagrams seemed intangible, and at present, his greatest assets were the Meteor Tears and his own diligence. With the miraculous Meteor Tears and his relentless efforts, he aimed to elevate his external skills to an unprecedented innate realm. Little Yu, what spiritual weapon do you desire? I shall assist you in forging it. Feng Yuzi inquired of Qin Yu. The affairs of the cultivation realm seemed like an ethereal legend, still a distant notion for Qin Yu at this moment. He was merely the heir of the Eastern King of the Chu Dynasty on the Qianlong Continent, an ordinary adept who struggled through the arduous path of external cultivation, yet had not even reached the innate realm. Spirit weapon? Qin Yu was taken aback. Crafted from the fiery iron within stones, it certainly constituted a spirit weapon. However, lacking true essence, one could only wield the innate sharpness of the spirit weapon without the ability to alter its size or employ specialized attacks. Feng Yuzi shook his head, stating, nevertheless, the spirit weapon can be assimilated into the body, and its sharpness far surpasses that of mundane weapons. With such a spirit weapon, your protection is assured. I hope you can forge a suit of armor as well. Is that all? Feng Yuzi expressed disbelief. A short sword and a pair of gauntlets? That requires so little of the fiery iron. After all, it was Qin Yu who had procured the fiery iron. That is sufficient. When practicing external cultivation, excessive reliance on external objects can hinder one's own development. Uncle Feng, I shall not disturb you any longer and will take my leave, Qin Yu said, bowing deeply before turning to depart. As Feng Yuzi observed Qin Yu's retreating figure, he regained his composure and remarked, forging spirit weapons requires considerable time. I estimate it will take 3 to 5 days. Once Qin Yu had left, Feng Yuzi sighed, realizing that the young man might only forge this small quantity to reserve more of the fiery iron for his father. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Qin Yu gazed up at the sky. It had turned dark, and a biting wind swept through the air. In the depths of his thoughts, Qin Yu let out a long whistle, and moments later, a black eagle descended swiftly. He leaped onto its back, departing from the royal residence and leaving the city of Yen. The Chu Dynasty, the foremost nation of the Qianlong Continent, housed the heads of the 4 prominent families, Qin and Shangguan, within a tranquil courtyard. Qin De sat calmly at a stone table, while Su Yuan stood quietly nearby, awaiting developments. Ha ha! Brother Qin De, it has been quite some time, boomed an elderly man with flowing silver hair, approaching with confident strides. Adorning his ears were golden earrings, and his cold, piercing eyes were now filled with warmth. Qin De rose and gestured with a smile. Brother Shangguan, please take a seat. Shangguan Hong, the northern king of the Chu Dynasty, held dominion over 2 prefectures in the northern region. In this secluded courtyard, only 4 individuals were present. Qin De, Su Yuan, and the aforementioned Shangguan Hong alongside his subordinate, Zhuang Jun outside the courtyard. Numerous skilled warriors remained on high alert. Brother Qin De, what brings you to seek out this old man? Shangguan Hong inquired, adjusting his silver hair before finally taking a seat, clearly mindful of his appearance. Zhuang Jun stood attentively behind him. Qin De replied with a smile, I shall not beat around the bush. I need your assistance in seizing control of the Chu Dynasty. Shangguan Hong was taken aback, not expecting such forthrightness from Qin De. Though he had surmised the purpose of this secret meeting, he chuckled awkwardly and said, Ah, Brother Qin De, you must be jesting. Such a proposition could cost us our heads. I would prefer to pretend I never heard this. Qin De slowly shook his head. I ask you, will you join me or not? However, Shangguan Hong remained silent for a considerable time before finally raising his head to inquire. Even if we join forces, how confident are you? 80%, Qin De replied nonchalantly. Shangguan Hong chuckled and said, Brother Qin, do not deceive me. The Mu family has an army of 600,000, and the 4 prefectures of the western region boast an additional 800,000, totaling 1,400,000. In contrast, our northern region has merely 400,000, and your forces amount to only 600,000. How can you claim an 80% certainty? If I intend to annihilate the Xiang family, it requires more than just the surface numbers of 600,000. Qin De smiled and replied, Ah, but there are actually 200,000 more in secret. Shangguan Hong narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Oh, it seems Brother Qin has amassed quite a few troops in the shadows. However, the combined forces of the Xiong and Mu families total 1,400,000. How can you assert an 80% confidence? Moreover, with such a sizable hidden army, how could you evade the Xiong family's intelligence network? Shangguanhong clearly harbored skepticism. The hidden forces number 20,000. Qin smiled again. Altogether, that makes 80,000. While my Liahu army consists of only 50,000, its actual offensive capability is equivalent to that of 200,000 to 300,000 troops. Shangguanhong's eyes brightened. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the Liahu army and, after some contemplation, remarked, indeed, if we consider the quality of the troops alone, your forces from the 3 prefectures of the eastern region are the strongest. If you truly possess 20,000 in secret, there is indeed a glimmer of hope. However, as far as I know, the bandits of the Heishui mountain range still require your 200,000 troops to keep them at bay. Otherwise, the bandits would wreak havoc upon the 3 prefectures of the eastern region, disrupting your stronghold. Qin, seemingly unconcerned, remarked, there is no need for worry. They are merely bandits. Although the Blackwater mountain range is vast, eradicating them is indeed a formidable challenge. However, it is worth noting that the bandits of the Blackwater mountain range are simply that, bandits. With a little negotiation and the right incentives, they can be pacified. Qin's eyes suddenly gleamed with determination. In that case, my army can certainly launch an offensive. You must understand that my 3 prefectures in the eastern region are in close proximity to the wildlands, and my troops frequently engage in military exercises there, facing the ferocious beasts of the wildlands. This is not comparable to the armies of the 4 prefectures in the western region, which have not seen battle for decades or even centuries. Qin exuded confidence, to which Shangguanhong nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the 4 prominent families each commanded their own armies, the combat effectiveness of the forces from the eastern region was indisputably the strongest. This was due to their base of operations being situated at the very border of the wildlands, where they regularly clashed with formidable beasts, gaining first-hand experience in the heat of battle. In contrast, the armies of the Xiong, Mu, and Shangguan families had not engaged in significant warfare for many years. Shangguanhong pondered this for a moment before raising his head to inquire, what benefits do I stand to gain? How can you assure me that once the Xiong family is eliminated, you will not turn against me? Qin smiled faintly and replied, it is quite simple. The 2 prefectures adjacent to the Northern Ocean in the western region will belong to you, in addition to your original 2 prefectures. This totals 4 prefectures, all closely situated together and backed by the ocean. With these 4 prefectures under your control, you need not fear my potential treachery in the future. What do you say? The prospect of controlling 4 prefectures by the ocean ignited a spark in Shangguanhong's eyes, clearly indicating his growing interest. The 4 counties are in close proximity to one another. Should they all fall under the control of Shangguanhong, even if Qin were to seek his demise, it would prove quite arduous. After all, with the natural barrier of the sea at his back and the possession of 4 counties, his self-preservation would be assured. Furthermore, following the great battle, the Qin family would likely be left with insufficient strength to contend with him. But what if the Han dynasty seizes the opportunity to attack? Shangguanhong inquired further. Qin rose to his feet and waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, the Han dynasty will find no opportunity to strike. As for the Ming dynasty, a dynasty so weak that it is prone to attack yet dares not retaliate hardly requires much consideration. Shangguanhong fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he nodded. I agree. However, the forces from my 2 northern counties shall not serve as the vanguard. Very well, it is settled. Qin and Shangguanhong clasped hands in a pact. A hearty laughter erupted between them, yet neither could fathom the true thoughts harbored within the other's heart. Is a pact sealed by a handshake truly binding? In the land of Qianlong, few would place their faith in such oaths. The following day, within a manor, Shangguanhong sat at his writing desk, diligently penning his thoughts, while Zhuangjun stood respectfully nearby. After a moment, Shangguanhong completed his writing and, upon reviewing it carefully, felt a sense of satisfaction. Humph, that fool Qin dares to rebel and seeks to drag me into his schemes. Am I not better off as the stable prince of the north? Although, the allure of the 4 counties is considerable. What a pity, Shangguanhong mused, gazing at the sheet of paper before him, a smile creeping upon his lips. Zhuangjun remarked from the side, Your Highness, The terms proposed by the Qin family are rather appealing and seem sincere. Are we truly not offering them any hope? Shangguanhong turned to look at Zhuang Jun, breaking into a smile. Zhuang Jun, we cannot afford to lose. Do you understand? Therefore, we must place our bets on both sides. Regardless of whether the Qin family or the Xiang family prevails, we must reap the benefits. Zhuang Jun appeared bewildered. Yet, Shangguanhong smiled knowingly. Zhuang Jun was his most loyal subordinate and the second in command in the two prefectures of the northern region. Zhuang Jun had saved Shangguanhong's life on 2 occasions, making him someone of great importance. Zhuang Jun, I have my own plans for this matter. You need not worry. You may leave, Shangguanhong said with a calm smile. The subordinate took his leave immediately. Once Zhuang Jun exited the room, Shangguanhong's expression suddenly turned icy. Deliver this letter to the emperor. In an instant, a shadow darted forth, and the letter on Shangguanhong's desk vanished. He narrowed his eyes and gazed out the window, reflecting inwardly, Qin de, you could never fathom the intricate relationship between my Shangguan family and the Xiang family. It is merely your misfortune. Even if I choose not to assist either side, how can your family contend against the Xiang and Mu families? When the 3 prefectures of the eastern region are annihilated, I might even manage to secure a few benefits. Shangguanhong's thoughts were delightfully optimistic. However, would the Qin family truly place their hopes upon him? In the imperial study of the capital, Xiangguang chuckled heartily while holding 2 letters. Ha ha! Jinsu has indeed lived up to expectations, amassing an additional 200,000 troops. Such a vast military presence incurs significant expenses. If Qin de is not plotting a rebellion, why would he gather such forces? Does he have an abundance of wealth? Xiangguang sneered. Zhensu, responsible for intelligence gathering in the 3 prefectures of the eastern region, had uncovered much in merely half a year. Your Majesty, it appears that Qin de has secretly recruited an additional 200,000 troops. However, he is constrained by the Blackwater Mountain bandits. He dares not mobilize his entire army, lest the bandits wreak havoc upon his stronghold, which poses no significant threat. The hawk-nosed man spoke from the darkened corner behind. Xiangguang set aside the letter in his hand and inquired, What do you know? Although the bandits are numerous, they remain mere brigands. With some incentives, they will not cause disturbances. Thus, Qin de can still unleash his army of 800,000 against me. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty. The hawk-nosed man bowed respectfully. Zhensu has reported that there are signs of preparations for supplies and provisions in the 3 counties of the eastern domain. Coupled with the clandestine recruitment of an additional 200,000 troops, who have been mustered for over 5 years and have become elite soldiers, all this indicates that Qin de is indeed plotting rebellion. A cold glint flashed in Xiangguang's eyes. The hawk-nosed man fell silent, intimidated. Very well, a rebellion, is it? A smirk of satisfaction crept onto Xiangguang's face. Make a note of this. Immediately dispatch someone to negotiate with the Blackwater Mountain bandits. Offer them gold, silver, jewels, or other resources, and ensure that they create chaos in Qin de's stronghold when the great conflict begins. The hawk-nosed man pondered for a moment and said, What if those bandits become too greedy? Fool! Xiangguang suddenly turned to glare at the hawk-nosed man. At any cost, we must secure their agreement. We may even promise them a county in the event of our victory. A county? The hawk-nosed man was taken aback, but soon comprehended. His subordinate understood that even if they were granted such a reward, it would depend on whether they had the fortune to enjoy it. Having followed Xiangguang for many years, he was well acquainted with his temperament. Xiangguang nodded in satisfaction. Clever. Once the matter with Qin de is resolved, they are merely a group of insignificant black water bandits. With a single command from me, they will be reduced to ashes. For now, we merely require their cooperation. The emperor is wise. I understand what must be done, replied the hawk-nosed man promptly. Xiangguang then glanced at another letter, stating, Uncle Shangguan's correspondence also corroborates everything Zhensu has investigated. The hawk-nosed man's eyes darted around before he suddenly proposed, Your Majesty, why not capture the ringleader first? We could secretly send someone to assassinate Qin de. This way, without a leader, if we were to send our troops, we could easily annihilate the Qin family. Foolish! Xiangguang retorted coldly, causing the hawk-nosed man to tremble. If I were to dispatch someone for an assassination now, regardless of success or failure, the Qin family could swiftly replace their master. To my knowledge, aside from the third son, who is mediocre, the other two are exceptional individuals. Moreover, the Qin family would undoubtedly retaliate with ferocity. Their army of 800,000 is not to be trifled with. Xiang Guang sneered. Furthermore, should we proceed with the assassination, the Qin family would surely deduce that it was Shangguan Hong who betrayed them. This would be a costly miscalculation for us. Do you understand? Xiang Guang fixed his gaze on the hawk-nosed man. I am dull-witted, the man quickly acknowledged. A hint of pride appeared on Xiang Guang's face. For now, we shall refrain from assassination, allowing the Qin family to rebel, while the Shangguan family aids them. When the Qin family was completely unprepared, at the crucial moment of the great battle, the Shangguan family suddenly turned against them, delivering a devastating blow from behind. Humph! I believe the Qin family is doomed. The man with the hooked nose immediately brightened with excitement and exclaimed, Your Majesty is truly wise. At such a pivotal moment, a strike from behind will allow our iron cavalry to easily annihilate the Qin family. Xiang Guang, pleased with his scheme, nodded and calmly instructed, Very well, you shall now carry out your task. Do whatever it takes to win over the mountain bandits of the Blackwater Mountains. Gold, silver, jewels, beautiful women, anything will suffice. Ensure they create chaos within the very lair of the Qin family during the battle. As for the Qin and Shangguan families, we shall feign ignorance. Understood, my lord. I take my leave, the man with the hooked nose replied with a bow, before swiftly vanishing. Moments later, he appeared in a courtyard. Upon entering the room, a beautiful woman quietly inquired, My dear, has the Emperor tasked you with another mission? When will you be able to cease this? It always leaves me feeling unsettled. The man with the hooked nose affectionately embraced her, responding, My lady, do not worry. I am acutely aware of the dangers inherent in this endeavor, yet I possess too much knowledge of the Emperor's secrets to simply walk away. Rest assured, with Xiang Guang's limited intellect, I am confident in my ability to handle him. The man with the hooked nose suddenly furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Given Xiang Guang's temperament, if he were aware of Qinda's rebellion, he would have undoubtedly dispatched assassins long ago. Why, then, has he maintained such composure this time, feigning ignorance and allowing the Shangguan family to make a last-minute betrayal? As the leader of Xiang Guang's clandestine operatives, he could not possibly be so naive. Everything in the imperial study was merely an act. To instill confidence in Xiang Guang, he must allow him to perceive his vulnerabilities. Yet it was imperative that the emperor never truly discern his weaknesses. Thus, feigning certain frailties would be the optimal strategy. The man with the hooked nose speculated accurately. There were indeed others behind Xiang Guang. If Xiang Guang were truly sagacious, he would not have committed such foolish acts in the past. In the manner, Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing up into the vast sky. Given Xiang Guang's disposition, he would likely strike directly at me. He mused with a smile. Qin held little respect for Xiang Guang. Although not a fool, he was far from a master strategist. Su Yuan interjected, Your Highness, should Xiang Guang send assassins, it does not necessarily imply that the Shangguan family is untrustworthy. Jinsu may uncover certain matters, and Xiang Guang could deduce our intentions to rebel from what Jinsu discovers, leading him to send assassins after you. Indeed, even if an assassination were to occur, it would not confirm that the Shangguan family had betrayed them. Do we truly need to ascertain whether the Shangguan family has sold us out? Qin chuckled. Su Yuan laughed in agreement. Yes, do they really need to clarify this? The purpose of this negotiation is not to win over the Shangguan family, but rather to create a smokescreen, sufficient to achieve the objectives desired by the Qin family. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, our arrival is merely to cast a veil of confusion. Regardless of whether the Shangguan family betrays us, their fate is already sealed. We will not afford them the opportunity to strike us from behind during the war. No matter the circumstances, the Qin family cannot afford any missteps, and we shall grant no chances to the Shangguan family. I estimate that Xiang Guang intends to provide some resources to the Blackwater bandits, remarked Qin with a smile. Su Yuan chuckled in response. At that moment, a man entered the courtyard bearing a confidential letter. He presented the missive to Su Yuan. who promptly accepted it and passed it to Qin De. What news from the royal palace? Qin De inquired as he opened the letter, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Ha! Fortune smiles upon me. Yu has rendered a remarkable service this time. I have been troubled by the two celestial beings of the Xiang family, but now with such a precious treasure in hand, I feel assured. Truly splendid. Qin De's exhilaration was beyond expression. Is there a joyous event? Su Yuan asked curiously from the side. Qin De immediately shared the letter for Su Yuan to peruse. Upon reading, Su Yuan too was filled with delight, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Highness! Rejoice, Your Highness!" Indeed, Su Yuan bowed respectfully, while Qin De could not help but smile broadly, never having anticipated such a profound surprise from his third son, Qin Yu. What he initially believed to be merely superior-grade celestial or now appeared to be a treasure capable of forging spiritual artifacts. Spiritual artifacts. Beside him, Su Yuan fully comprehended the significance of the fiery iron within the stone to Qin De. Its importance was rivaled only by that of 200,000 soldiers. How could such a revelation not drive Qin De into a frenzy of excitement? Within the grand confines of the eastern town king's mansion, intricately carved railings and jade structures adorned the pavilions and towers, exuding a magnificent aura. Each guard, leading fierce tigers, surveyed their surroundings, revealing the rigor of their defense. At this moment, deep into the night, atop one of the pavilions, sat a man and an eagle. Although the guards were aware of their presence, they chose to disregard it. After 3 days of arduous cultivation, Qin Yu lamented the slight increase in his own strength. He was acutely aware that he had reached the limits of his acquired abilities. Little Black, he mused, in the realm of inner strength cultivation, there are numerous methods from predecessors to transition from acquired to innate. Yet, what approach should I take to break through in external techniques? I possess no such references. He spoke to Little Black, though his inquiry was as much directed at himself. Little Black gently flapped his enormous wings against Qin Yu, gazing intently at him. Qin Yu felt a sense of solace from Little Black's presence and smiled, realizing that the creature sensed his emotional low. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. Reference, of course. His eyes brightened as he smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Qin Yu, you are quite the fool. While I cannot draw from predecessors of external techniques, I can learn from those who excel in internal cultivation. How do they transcend to the innate realm?" In that moment, the words of Lien Yen echoed in his mind. An adept in the acquired realm can become one with the right methods, yet ascending to the innate level is exceedingly arduous. To attain the pinnacle of innate mastery, 2 prerequisites must be fulfilled. First, one must achieve the realm of consummate postnatal perfection. Second, one must possess a profound understanding of the natural order of the heavens. Qin Yu murmured to himself, "As for postnatal perfection, my external cultivation has indeed reached that level. Yet, regarding an understanding of the heavenly path, that remains an enigma. What it truly means to grasp the heavenly way eluded Qin Yu's comprehension. Such insight is inherently ineffable. Were it otherwise, innate masters would not be so scarce and precious across the entire Qianlong Continent." Qin Yu's mind was in a constant state of contemplation. To comprehend the heavenly way and the essence of nature, very well, I shall endeavor to discern what nature truly is. Suddenly, Qin Yu closed his eyes, akin to the moment he first sensed the energy within him, surrendering his entire being to a state of emptiness. However, he refrained from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, remaining in this void-like state, attuned to the flow of natural energy. Time flowed by second, yet Qin Yu remained utterly still, both body and mind at rest, unheeding, unheard, unseen. Unbeknownst to him, as he immersed himself in this state of oblivion, streams of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth began to consciously converge towards him. More precisely, they gravitated towards his meteor tears, positioning Qin Yu at the eye of a swirling vortex. The sensation was exquisite, akin to reclining in warm water. Surrounding him, the spiritual energy felt so intimately familiar, evoking an irresistible longing. As Qin Yu lost himself in this enchanting warmth, he became aware of the gentle, nurturing energy emanating from the meteor tears. Unlike the ethereal energy of the past, it was a warm vitality, akin to a gentle stream flowing softly into Qin Yu's mind. Deep within his consciousness lay an energy resembling a disk, surrounded by serpentine flashes of lightning. This represented the very essence of the human soul. The soul, strengthened through rigorous training, had become significantly more formidable than that of an ordinary person. For Qin Yu had undergone extreme training since childhood. This warm energy swiftly permeated his mind, and upon contact with the soul, it seemed to awaken in exhilaration, voraciously consuming it. In mere moments, the hue of the disk deepened, taking on a more substantial form. What had once appeared somewhat ethereal now radiated a vivid spectrum of colors, becoming distinctly tangible, while the surrounding lightning grew increasingly potent. Second brother, now that Xiangguang has appointed Zhen Su to oversee the intelligence operations in the eastern region, our endeavors have become rather arduous. Zhen Su commands a formidable team, skilled in reconnaissance. As our actions escalate, evading his scrutiny proves to be a significant challenge. Brother, do not fret. Our father, upon his departure, surely possesses a strategy to address this matter. However, Zhen Su is indeed quite a nuisance, akin to an adhesive that clings to us. Suddenly, Qin Yu jolted awake. In the fleeting moment of opening his eyes, the ethereal essence of the world returned to its familiar state, leaving Qin Yu unable to distinctly perceive it. Simultaneously, the meteor tears resumed their usual appearance, and the warm energy dissipated entirely. However, Qin Yu himself had undergone a remarkable transformation. His senses were heightened. He could hear with clarity and see with remarkable distance. Yet, he momentarily overlooked the presence of his elder and younger brothers, as his mind was overwhelmed with their words. Qin Yu was aware of his father's plan to annihilate the Xiang family and seize the throne of the Chu Dynasty. It appeared that the Xiang family's leader in the eastern region was a formidable adversary. In an instant, his mind raced with thoughts, connecting the dots of his brother's conversations. The departure of his father, the intricate relationships among the four great families, and the intelligence leader all lined up in his mind with startling clarity. A wave of astonishment washed over Qin Yu as he realized the extent of his newfound mental agility. When had his mind become so sharp? He finally recognized the magnitude of his transformation. Gazing around in disbelief, he pondered what had transpired to bring about such a significant change. It took him a moment to regain his composure. Lowering his gaze to the meteor tear's mark on his chest, he shook his head and leapt from the rooftop of the pavilion. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind only fleeting shadows as he landed gracefully. His awareness of the wind was vastly enhanced, and he felt a remarkable improvement in his agility and flexibility compared to the past. Outsiders may find it difficult to discern, yet Qin Yu was acutely aware of how natural his recent movements had been, how effortlessly his body had executed them, as though he were merely strolling through a serene garden. He sensed a profound transformation within himself. Had he, perhaps, grazed the threshold from acquired limits to innate potential? Qin Yu pondered silently, though he refrained from confirming it, for he had yet to feel the emergence of innate true energy within him. Suddenly, his gaze drifted toward the distant courtyard, where a hidden chamber resided, the very sanctum where Feng Yuzi forged artifacts. Just moments ago, he had distinctly heard the sound of the chamber door opening. Had the spiritual artifact been successfully crafted? Qin Yu immediately made his way into the courtyard. As he stepped into the courtyard, Feng Yuzi emerged from the hidden chamber, and upon seeing Qin Yu, he paused in astonishment before breaking into a smile. Little Yu, what a coincidence! I have just finished forging your weapon. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart surged with excitement. A spiritual artifact. Such weapons were the privilege of celestial beings. Just as Qin Yu was reveling in his exhilaration, Qin Feng and Qin Zheng, who had been in an adjacent room, rushed out, their faces alight with enthusiasm. Uncle Feng, has the weapon for little Yu truly been forged? The gauntlets were a deep crimson, their surface flickering with faint flames, while the short sword was obsidian black, the fiery essence wholly contained within, exuding a sword chi reminiscent of a flying sword. Thank you, Uncle Feng. Qin Yu managed to suppress his overwhelming excitement as he accepted the gauntlets and short sword. Feng Yuzi sighed and said, Xiao Yu, due to the limitations of Uncle Feng's own cultivation level, the quality of the three realms' true fire is insufficient. Thus, The precious stone of flame and fiery iron can only be refined into a mid-grade spiritual weapon. If it were a master at the Void Realm, they would have the confidence to forge it into a superior grade spiritual weapon. Moreover, spiritual weapons are distinct from ordinary mortal weapons. You merely need to drop your blood to absorb the spiritual weapon into your body, allowing it to appear at your will. The stone of flame and fiery iron is indeed a rare refining crystal, but Feng Yuzi himself is merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and his 3 realms true fire remains at its weakest level. Naturally, he cannot fully harness the efficacy of the stone of flame and fiery iron and can only refine it into a mid-grade spiritual weapon. This is sufficient for me. A mid-grade spiritual weapon is adequate. Qin Yu understands the significance of a mid-grade spiritual weapon in the realm of cultivation. In the past, Feng Yuzi's own flying sword was merely a low-grade spiritual weapon. What excites Qin Yu the most is the ability to absorb it into his body at will after acknowledging it with his blood. Xiao Yu, why don't you forge a piece of battle armor? Qin Zheng furrowed his brow slightly. The 2 brothers, Qin Feng and Qin Zheng, held their 3rd brother in the highest regard, especially since their mother had passed away early and Qin Yu was unable to cultivate. Naturally, they were deeply concerned about him. Xiao Yu only wished to use a little less of the stone of flame and fiery iron, saving some for their father. Feng Yuzi remarked from the side, causing Qin Feng and Qin Zheng to tremble in shock, rendering them speechless as they gazed at Qin Yu. Their eyes slightly reddened. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Eldest brother, second brother, there is nothing to worry about. You know that when cultivating external skills, the presence of battle armor would naturally slow my progress. It is better this way. Moreover, possessing both the gauntlets and the short sword is more than sufficient. It is mere self-deception." Qin Feng and Qin Zheng, being extraordinary individuals, would not be easily misled by Qin Yu's simplistic words. Those are spirit weapon armors. If one desires to forego their protective capabilities, they can simply absorb the armor into their being. In the face of unavoidable peril, one can always don the protective armor. Both Qin Feng and Qin Zheng could see through Qin Yu's intentions. "Little Yu, what you have discovered belongs to you. You may forge as many spirit weapons as you wish, and none shall object." Even father would remain silent, Qin Zheng remarked, gazing intently at Qin Yu. Qin Yu shook his head and smiled, choosing not to respond. Indeed, spirit weapons are remarkable. With a hearty laugh, Qin Yu deftly shifted the topic. At that moment, he had already dripped his blood onto the gauntlets and short sword. In an instant, a thought crossed his mind, and the gauntlets and short sword vanished completely from his grasp. Qin Feng and Qin Zheng's attention was swiftly drawn to the spirit weapons. Truly impressive. If, during battle, one were initially unarmed and weapons were to materialize from thin air, it would undoubtedly catch the opponent off guard. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled as he quickly discerned the advantages of the spirit weapons. Qin Yu felt a distinct awareness that the gauntlets and short sword were nestled within the boundless space of his dantian. Though the dantian is merely a small part of the body, the concept of one grain of sand, one world applies here. It is akin to the sun and moon within a pot. The gauntlets and short sword merely occupy a corner of the dantian. Suddenly, a flash of black light surged forth, and Qin Yu's hands remained empty. In that fleeting moment, a black short sword abruptly materialized in his hand, only to vanish once more. Since it is forged from the fiery iron found within the stone, this glove shall be named the fiery gauntlet, and the short sword shall be called the fiery blade. Qin Yu said with a smile, his heart brimming with excitement. For a martial artist, acquiring their favored weapon is undoubtedly a moment of great joy. With the fiery iron in hand, the previously low-grade spiritual weapon, the flying sword, could be easily discarded. Xiao Yu, Qin Feng and Qin Zheng turned their gazes towards Qin Yu. Exchanging a glance, Qin Feng and Qin Zheng felt a sense of helplessness. We have shown too little concern for Xiao Yu. Qin Feng sighed deeply, and Qin Zheng remained silent. As elder brothers and with Qin De as their father, they had been preoccupied with their own affairs, never finding the time to care for their younger brother. Had it not been for Qin Yu's significant discovery of the fiery iron, it was likely that Qin Feng and Qin Zheng would still be engrossed in their own matters. 3 days later, Feng Yuzi emerged from his seclusion, his face alight with joy. He had finally succeeded in forging his own flying sword, a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Although the difference between mid-grade and low-grade was but a single tier, the power disparity was several-fold. With this mid-grade spiritual weapon, Feng Yuzi felt emboldened to contend with late-stage Golden Core experts, provided they wielded low-grade spiritual weapons. The dark red flying sword circled above Feng Yuzi's head before merging seamlessly into his body. Haha, Your Highness, we must extend our gratitude to Xiao Yu. It is thanks to the fiery iron that I possess this treasure. Feng Yuzi expressed his elation, to which Qin De nodded in agreement. Feng Yuzi continued, Your Highness, have you not been troubled by the two prominent immortals from the Xiang family faction? These two old fellows, one at the mid-stage of the Golden Core and the other at the late stage, possess the stone of fiery iron, which equips me sufficiently to contend with that scoundrel wood. As for the mid-stage Golden Core practitioner Wu Xing, I can have several innate-level experts assault him with middle-grade spiritual weapons, which would surely prove effective, Wind Yuzi remarked with a smile. Whether one is a master of the Golden Core or the nascent soul, once the physical form is destroyed, the soul that clings to it will naturally dissipate. Only upon reaching the Void Realm can the soul reside within the nascent soul, thus allowing for infinite lifespan. However, even those at the void, empty, or tribulation stages, once devoid of a physical body, can only cultivate to become scattered immortals. Hence, the physical body holds immense significance for cultivators. Wind Yuzi suggested employing several innate experts to launch a surprise attack on the mid-stage Golden Core Wu Xing using middle-grade spiritual weapons. Should we obliterate his physical form, it would be a monumental success. The true essence energy of cultivators protects their bodies, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective, yet middle-grade spiritual weapons can breach such defenses. The stone of fiery iron that Qin Yu acquired is of paramount importance, comparable to an army of 200,000. Indeed, Little Yu has accomplished a great feat. I had been troubled by the two formidable immortals on the opposing side, but now I feel a sense of assurance, Qin De expressed in admiration, before realizing, where is Little Yu? Why has he not yet arrived? Nodding, Qin De asserted, we must surely reward Little Yu handsomely for his contributions. Suddenly, he turned to Wind Yuzi and inquired, Brother Wind, how much of that stone of fiery iron remains? Is there still half left? The amount that Little Yu and I have utilized is scarcely 1/5 of the total. With a single motion of his hand, Feng Yuzi directed a surge of true essence toward the concealed chamber, followed by the sound of the chamber door creaking open. The fiery stone, known as the flame iron, floated forth, revealing the remarkable prowess of a cultivator. Upon closer inspection, the flame iron appeared slightly diminished in height, yet otherwise unchanged. What has Xiao Yu refined? How can so little be utilized? Qin De pondered. In Qin De's estimation, the flame iron must have been procured by Xiao Yu himself, likely requiring half of it for his own use, leaving a commendable portion for him. However, the scant amount employed by Qin Yu left Qin De utterly astounded. The individuals present were all elites, well aware that mid-grade spiritual weapons could be assimilated into one's body. Furthermore, throughout history, the greatest practitioners of external arts boasted formidable physical defenses, rivaling that of mid-grade spiritual armor. If the pinnacle of external training could not surpass the protective capabilities of such armor, why then did Qin Yu exhibit such restraint? The answer was evident. It was all for the sake of his father, Qin De. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin De's face. Xiao Yu, he murmured softly, rendered momentarily speechless. He recalled vividly the day of Qin Yu's 16th birthday, when he had revealed a secret to his son in that very chamber. Qin Yu had fervently requested to join the military and engage in battle, a plea that Qin De had denied. He could still picture the lonely silhouette of his son as he departed. From childhood to adulthood, this son had undergone relentless trials, enduring hardships far greater than those faced by his elder brothers. Alas, it was a cruel twist of fate. No matter how diligently he cultivated, Qin Yu could not ascend to the realm of innate masters. According to Yunxing's estimation, the current external martial prowess of Xiao Yu is likely only at the mid-stage of the acquired realm, a level inadequate for self-preservation, Qin De silently lamented. While the mastery of internal energy can be gauged by outsiders, assessing the strength of an external martial artist remains an elusive endeavor, even for practitioners of the mystical arts. The potency of muscular strength is notoriously difficult to discern, often reduced to a mere measure of how much weight one can lift with a single hand. This enigma is precisely why many are unable to perceive Qin Yu's true capabilities. In Qin De's mind, his third son, Qin Yu, was merely a child laboring at external cultivation, yet failing to achieve any significant results. Once I locate Yuer, he shall seek me out. As for what Shi Zhongyan's blazing iron is being forged into, we shall deliberate on that later tonight. With that, Qin turned and departed, instructing Su Yuan to follow him, as he had matters to discuss. Regardless of the circumstances, annihilating the Xiang family remained the utmost priority. In the depths of night, Qin Yu sat cross-legged upon the back of the Black Hawk, which soared amidst the clouds and mist. The biting cold wind howled, cutting into Qin Yu's face like a blade. Yet he remained utterly still, enveloped in a dense, formidable mist of ethereal energy. The essence of heaven and earth continuously permeated his entire being. Following the principles of the Zhulongju, the ambient spiritual energy transformed into internal force, seeping into every part of his body. His muscle fibers, even down to the cellular level, underwent a metamorphosis beyond the comprehension of others, evolving in ways that defied understanding. This transformation began after that fateful day on the rooftop of the Wang residence in the eastern part of the town, where he absorbed the warm essence of Meteor Tears. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes flew open, radiating an intense brilliance that was utterly astonishing. This sensation was simply sublime. His eyes sparkled with a light that conveyed an unprecedented experience. It was a feeling he had long pursued through his cultivation of external techniques. Now he felt a harmonious unity within himself. Flexibility, strength, agility, all integrated into one. Everything was within his grasp. Control, this was the essence of Qin Yu's current experience. No matter how well he trained his body, how immense his strength, or how resilient his bones, if he could not wield them effectively, they would be of no use. Qin Yu had relentlessly worked on his flexibility to master every movement with ease. However, after that inexplicable metamorphosis, his flexibility and resilience had reached a level he deemed to be perfection. His body felt as though it was a single entity. When he unleashed a punch, all his strength could converge into a single point, and his mastery over his body had reached a novel pinnacle. Xiaohei, descend. Qin Yu suddenly chuckled, and the black eagle promptly dove downward. Gradually, Qin Yu beheld a colossal city below, within which he had previously acquired a residence under a different identity. Abruptly, his bones and muscles began to shift slowly. Even the muscles in his face twitched slightly. In mere moments, Qin Yu transformed from a tall, sunlit youth standing at 1.8 meters into a stern man of only 1.75 meters, a metamorphosis of form and essence. Little Black, go play on your own, but do not reveal my identity, Qin Yu said with a smile before leaping from a height of several hundred meters. In the past, such a jump would have been unthinkable for him. However, he now possessed unwavering confidence in his physical abilities. Closing his eyes, he savored the exhilarating rush of the wind as he plummeted. Suddenly, his body swayed and floated like a leaf, and the terrifying speed of his descent abruptly diminished. With another shift, his velocity surged again, alternating between rapid descent and a gentle glide, yet there was not a whisper of wind accompanying his fall. With eyes still shut, Qin Yu suddenly opened them. Whoosh! Like an arrow, he shot straight toward the ground in a perfect line, the air around him creating a sharp whistling sound. At that moment, he did not employ any techniques. Upon landing, he descended as gracefully as a cat, using one hand to lightly brace against the earth. The muscles in his legs and arms effortlessly absorbed the impact, entirely dissipating the force of his dive. Indeed, he could control every muscle in his body with exquisite precision. Gazing at his palm, Qin Yu's face lit up with joy. If Zhao Yunqing were present, he would fully comprehend the prowess of this maneuver, which represented the pinnacle of external martial arts in Zhao's vision, a realm that Zhao had been unable to reach for decades. The ability to mitigate such a force through the simple coordination of leg and arm muscles exemplified an extraordinary level of muscular control. The innate sensation was indeed unparalleled. Qin Yu smiled faintly, but suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly as he distinctly heard the sound of a thief sprinting towards him from hundreds of meters away. Not wishing to encounter this individual, Qin Yu swiftly vanished from the dimly lit streets of the night. In the realm of innate mastery, Qin Yu had speculated since his departure from the royal palace that his sudden transformation might signify his entry into the threshold of innate potential. However, he could not confirm this himself. Later, he recalled a particular ability possessed by those at the pinnacle of innate prowess, the ability to perform innate breath-holding. Without hesitation, Qin Yu plunged into the depths of the lake, holding his breath. Unbeknownst to him, he had merely grazed the edge of that threshold. The effort left his face flushed, and ultimately he relied solely on his willpower to endure. As he lingered at the lake's bottom, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he lost all sense of direction. In a state of bewilderment, he finally felt a jolt coursing through his body, and it seemed as though every pore of his being was wide open, absorbing the ethereal energies of the universe. At last, Qin Yu transcended that boundary. What he did not realize was that, due to the formidable strength of his soul cultivated through extreme external martial arts, combined with his inexplicable entry into a state of void tranquility, the wondrous meteoric tears emanated a mysterious warmth. His soul absorbed this energy, resulting in an astonishing metamorphosis. Thus, Qin Yu became the first master of innate external martial arts in the history of the Qianlong Continent. How powerful is an innate external martial arts master? The inhabitants of Qianlong Continent, including Qin Yu's father, Qin De, remained unaware. Even at this moment, Qin De, swayed by Zhao Yunxing's assessment, believed that Qin Yu was merely an ordinary external martial artist capable of lifting around 300 pounds with one hand at most. The master of external martial arts possesses formidable muscular strength, to such an extent that even cultivators are unable to ascertain the true measure of another's physical power. This is especially true for Qin Yu, whose muscles have absorbed both internal energy and the miraculous essence of Meteor Tears, resulting in a strength that is entirely reined in. To the untrained eye, Qin Yu exudes an aura of power reminiscent of a leopard. Standing before an opulent mansion, he dons a silver mask. Thud, 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 thud. After a few knocks, a figure promptly opened the grand door. Upon seeing Qin Yu with his silver mask, the individual stepped aside, allowing him entry into the premises. This mansion serves as a significant branch of the notorious assassin organization, Qianlong. Such impressive prowess is manifested here, with 5 innate masters in attendance, alongside numerous acquired masters. As Qin Yu stepped inside, he immediately sensed the presence of several formidable individuals within the mansion. Ever since absorbing that enigmatic power in the royal palace, his perceptive abilities have vastly improved. Within a radius of several hundred meters, no one can evade his awareness unless their own perception surpasses his. Unbeknownst to him, this remarkable ability to perceive is akin to the spiritual awareness possessed solely by cultivators. Qianlong has several publicly acknowledged significant branches, and this is one among them. However, throughout history, for over a millennium, no one has ever discerned the location of Qianlong's headquarters. At this moment, merely within this crucial branch, the presence of 5 innate masters is enough for Qin Yu to fathom the immense strength of Qianlong. As he marveled at the might of Qianlong, he found himself entering a small courtyard designated for task assignments, where, at its center, stood a strikingly beautiful woman. Silver-ranked assassin, here is the list of tasks. Which one do you wish to undertake? The voice of the striking woman was chillingly cold as she placed a task list before Qin Yu. He immediately opened the document. As a silver-ranked assassin, he was eligible to accept any golden task, and upon successful completion, he would ascend to the status of a gold-ranked assassin. Typically, however, silver-ranked assassins do not gamble with their lives, as golden tasks are deemed achievable only by those with innate prowess, as recognized by the Celestial Network. Today, Qin Yu directly navigated to the section for golden tasks. There were not many, merely 13 in total. Among them, only 5 tasks pertained to the Chu Dynasty, while a single task was designated for the 3 prefectures of the Eastern Domain. Zhensu. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. He was reminded of a conversation he inadvertently overheard between his elder and second brother, indicating that this Zhensu was indeed the reconnaissance leader of the Imperial Xiang family within the Eastern Domain's 3 prefectures. However, the information regarding Zhensu on the task was rather scant. After reviewing the details, Qin Yu furrowed his brow slightly. This task indeed presented considerable difficulty. Logically, upon recently attaining the innate realm, he should first tackle a simpler assignment. But after a moment's contemplation, he coolly declared, "I choose the 12th golden task." Upon hearing this, the striking woman's eyes sparkled with interest, and she smiled. "Please hold on a moment. I apologize, but I do not possess information regarding Zhen Su's whereabouts. Almost immediately after her words, an elderly man appeared, glancing at Qin Yu before placing a letter before him. This contains the locations where Zhen Su is likely to be in the coming days. TSK. Undertaking a golden task, how unfortunate, for this mission is fraught with peril. A gold-ranked assassin has already met their demise in this endeavor. Are you considering giving up? The old man fixed his gaze upon Qin Yu. Qin Yu accepted the secret letter, casting a cold glance at the elder before turning away without a word. A strikingly beautiful woman produced a black notebook, upon whose surface were inscribed the two characters, Meteor, at precisely 2:10 in the deep night of November 8th. The assassin Meteor received a gold medal task to eliminate Zhen Su. A series of elegant small characters appeared on the pristine page. Chapter 23. The Gold Medal Task, Part 2. In a dimly lit room of an ancient mansion, a solitary candle flickered upon the desk, casting a feeble glow that illuminated only one side of the man seated there. As the flame danced, the contours of his face appeared blurred. Yet, his eyes, a pair that gleamed with a chilling, icy light, captivated and unsettled the observer. At that moment, those eyes were fixed intently on the desk before him, as he held a pen and continued to write tirelessly. After a brief pause, he set down the pen. Suddenly, the candle's flame flared brightly, revealing the man's strikingly handsome yet pallid features. At first glance, one might assume he was in his 40s or 50s, yet he exuded an aura of delicate beauty intertwined with fragility. However, paired with those penetrating eyes, his entire demeanor transformed. This man was none other than Zhen Su, an unparalleled genius within the intelligence division of the royal Xiang family, a figure so formidable that even the head of the intelligence department felt a shiver in his presence, and simultaneously, a person whom Xiangguang held in the highest regard. Zhen Su withdrew a square piece of jade from his bosom, which emanated a gentle, iridescent light. It appeared that some markings adorned the surface of the jade. Upon closer inspection of these inscriptions, Zhen Su shook his head slightly and remarked, "The celestial map. This is indeed the first fragment of the celestial map. Alas, after 6 months of contemplation, I have achieved not a shred of progress. It is best to present it to the Emperor. He has likely grown impatient waiting for me." Zhen Su then retrieved an iron box from the side of the table, placing both the secret letter and the square jade within, before sealing the box with a key. Suddenly, he tapped the surface of the iron box several times, producing a series of crisp sounds. Miraculously, the lock vanished, functioning on the same principle as the iron chest used by the Qin family to store their secrets. If one were unaware of the unlocking method, it would be utterly useless. At that moment, outside the house, standing in the center of the courtyard of this ancient residence was an individual adorned with a silver mask. Qin Yu stood with his eyes closed. The celestial map, a flicker of awareness sparked within him. His extraordinary perception allowed him to sense everything within the house, even from a distance of several meters, including the precise location where Zhen Su had tapped the iron box. Qin Yu's soul, strengthened by the benefits of Meteor Tears, rivaled that of a cultivator, endowing him with remarkable perceptive abilities akin to the spiritual consciousness of a practitioner. As his soul grew ever more potent, the range of his spiritual awareness expanded correspondingly. He moved silently, holding his breath, rendering Zhen Su completely oblivious to his presence outside. "Brother, the iron box must be delivered to the palace immediately. We must act swiftly. This key must be well concealed. Inside lies the celestial map, and we cannot afford to be careless," Zhen Su suddenly remarked. A man, who had been lurking in the shadows, stepped forth. To the untrained eye, he appeared to be a youthful lad. However, Zhen Su knew that this seemingly boyish figure had already crossed the threshold of 40 and had been by his side for over 2 decades. Zhen Su commanded 2 formidable generals, the Nalan siblings, Nalan Feng and Nalan Dan. The Nalan siblings were indeed peculiar. Despite their age, both appeared to retain the looks of youth. They speculated that their youthful appearance was linked to a mystical fruit they had consumed in their early years. The siblings obeyed Zhen Su's orders without question, dismissing even Emperor Xiangguang with indifference. "Rest assured, brother. I will attach this key to my keyring," Nalan Feng declared as he retrieved a set of keys and deftly threaded the key for the iron box onto it. Suddenly, he drew another key from the ring, placing it solemnly against his chest. "Ah, you are ever so cautious." Jinsu responded with a slight smile. Raising an eyebrow, Nalan Feng replied, "Brother, it is better to be prepared. Even if someone were to slay me, they would likely assume the key at my chest is the true one, unaware that the actual key lies among the others on the keyring. Moreover, I keep this keyring on my subordinate." "Feng, you are ever the clever one," a chilling voice interjected. A cold woman emerged from the dark recesses of the room, her tongue flicking across her palm, revealing a heart. Outside the house, Qin Yu suddenly trembled, a flicker of sternness flashing across his eyes. His spiritual sense clearly discerned the object nestled within the palm of the woman, a diminutive heart, likely not that of an adult. Nalan Feng furrowed his brow and remarked, "Dan, could you perhaps reconsider your habit of consuming infant hearts? Must you indulge in such practices before us? I have implored you countless times over the years, yet to no avail. It seems you have persisted in this for over 20 years, which is quite tiresome, Feng." Nalan Dan retorted coldly, "Friend, what brings you to my abode at this late hour?" Jinsu's voice rang out, clear and composed, echoing throughout the estate. Strangely, the other servants appeared to be in a deep slumber. Not a single one stirred. Qin Yu offered a slight smile. Having sensed the infant heart in the woman's hand moments earlier had startled him, disrupting his composure, which Zhan Su had promptly noticed. "What brings me here? I am but a killer from the heavenly net. What do you presume I am here for?" Qin Yu replied with an air of indifference. He had never engaged in covert assassinations. His method had always been to confront his adversaries openly, and this occasion would be no different. Despite recognizing that both Nalan Feng and Nalan Dan were innate masters, he remained undeterred. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a beam of black light shot skyward before descending into the courtyard's center, revealing a youth clad in dark garments. Simultaneously, another surge of black light ascended and then settled beside the dark-clad youth, a girl dressed in black. Then, a strikingly handsome, middle-aged man in a flowing white robe emerged, his pallid complexion suggesting frailty. Yet, the chilling intensity of his eyes resembled that of a solitary wolf, evoking a sense of dread. A silver-tier assassin? Zhan Su furrowed his brow as he regarded Qin Yu. More accurately, a silver-tier assassin known as Meteor, Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. He had never been concerned about revealing his assassin moniker, for killing his adversary also meant ensuring they were aware of their executioner. Did it not? Meteor? Zhan Su's lips curled into a slight smirk. To dare to attack me, and to have remained undetected for so long in the courtyard, you must be a congenital master. Yet, it is peculiar that I cannot discern your true abilities, Zhan Su remarked, visibly astonished. Qin Yu cast a glance at the Nalan siblings before shifting his gaze back to Zhan Su, stating, "I too find it remarkable that a mere intelligence chief from the eastern 3 prefectures is a congenital master, and yet you command 2 more of such caliber. The entire Chu dynasty boasts only 100 congenital masters, and you possess 3. You speak excessively," Nalan Dan interjected abruptly. "Assassins ought not to be so loquacious. Assassins should also not kill so brazenly, should they? Especially one who relishes the taste of infant hearts." "Dear Miss," Qin Yu quipped. By the way, your actual age must exceed what is appropriate for a lady. Should I not refer to you as Madam?" Nalan Dan's expression shifted dramatically. She detested having her true age disclosed. Qin Yu cast a glance at the open doorway of the house, aware that within lay an iron box containing the celestial map on the desk. To acquire the celestial map, he knew he must eliminate the 3 individuals before him, all of whom were innate masters. Nalan Dan exchanged a glance with Zhan Su, who gave a slight nod. Assassins like shooting stars, alas. The lives of shooting stars are always fleeting. Nalan Dan scoffed, and then, with a swift motion, she transformed into a chilling gust of wind, completely enveloping Qin Yu. In an instant, there appeared several afterimages around him. This was Qin Yu's first encounter with an innate master in a life-and-death battle, with 2 other innate masters observing from the sidelines. Chapter 24. The name of the shooting star today's 2 updates are combined for the reader's enjoyment. Nalan Dan adeptly utilized her signature movement technique to circle around Qin Yu at an astonishing speed, aiming to obscure her form from his perception. Yet, Qin Yu stood still, motionless, Beneath the cold silver mask, no one could see the faint smirk at the corner of his mouth. Comparing speed, Qin Yu's physical training had honed his speed to perfection. At the tender age of 13, he had weighed merely 100 pounds yet surpassed the typical limits of postnatal masters in speed. Now, having ascended to the ranks of innate masters, his muscle cells had undergone a transformation. When he reached the peak of postnatal strength, he could lift 1,500 pounds with a single hand. Now, his strength surely exceeded 2,000 pounds. What level of speed had he attained now? Moreover, when it came to control, muscle was far easier to manage than innate energy. In terms of endurance, muscular strength also surpassed that of innate energy in longevity. I detest being addressed as Aunt. Nalan Dan's cold and unfeeling voice pierced Qin Yu's ears, while her delicate hands, akin to a blossoming lotus, transformed into countless phantoms that assailed him. Throughout history, how formidable must a master be who has cultivated external martial arts to the innate realm? Qin Yu pondered, then smiled as he gazed upon the myriad of approaching illusions, thinking to use them for his experiment. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed a powerful punch without the slightest reservation. A straight line, the piercing sound of air slicing through the atmosphere resonated sharply as Qin Yu's right fist, imbued with the weight of a mountain, surged directly towards Nalan Dan. Hearing the terrifying whistle, both Nalan Feng and Zhen Su's expressions shifted, and Nalan Dan found herself caught off guard. The force of the punch was already upon her, the wind it generated pricking her face like needles. In a moment of desperation, her hands, previously spread like a blooming lotus, abruptly converged, channeling her innate energy into her palms. Yet, she could hardly gather more before the fist struck. Boom! It was as if a colossal hammer had descended, crashing squarely against Nalan Dan's palms. She was sent reeling backward, her countenance growing increasingly grim. The force surpassed 2,000 pounds, a full-powered blow. Nalan Dan, who was not adept in strength and merely at the early stage of the innate realm, felt her arms go numb from the impact, leaving her hesitant to continue the assault. This individual is a monster. His strength is overwhelming, she coldly remarked.
Zhen Su smiled finely, observing.
Such power suggests he has cultivated a martial art focused on strength, like the mighty bull technique, reaching the level of an innate master. If the world were devoid of Qin Yu, Zhen Su's conjecture might indeed hold some truth. After all, even innate masters find it exceedingly difficult to attain such terrifying strength. You two, brothers and sisters, attack together, Zhen Su commanded. Nalan Dan, having circulated his innate true energy, found that his arms no longer throbbed with excruciating pain, though a subtle discomfort lingered. He was still prepared to continue the fierce battle. Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng exchanged a glance and instantly transformed into two fleeting shadows, launching their assault on Qin Yu once more. At this moment, both wielded curved sabers, their blades glimmering with a chilling light, resembling crescent moons. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a sudden grip of his hands, he struck out with iron fists toward both directions, akin to a dragon emerging from the water, imbued with the immense power of an innate martial artist. With a resounding impact, Qin Yu's fists collided forcefully with the edges of the sabers. Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng both staggered from the shock. How could this fellow, merely a silver-ranked assassin, be considered among the upper echelons even within the gold-ranked assassins? Nalan Feng communicated telepathically, as he too felt the terrifying force behind Qin Yu's punch, which left his chest feeling heavy. Speed is our only option, came Nalan Dan's voice. Both Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng were deeply troubled. Qin Yu's fists were unbearably heavy. Being struck by him felt worse than being crushed by a massive boulder. A 2,000-pound stone might at least have a broad contact surface, but Qin Yu's fists concentrated over 2,000 pounds of force entirely upon his fists, delivering an even more formidable impact. Qin Yu remained utterly motionless, allowing the two figures to dart swiftly around him. Bang, 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 bang. With effortless strikes, each punch from Qin Yu landed with the force of a massive hammer, driving Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng to the brink of madness. Every time they attempted to close in for an attack, they were sent sprawling by a single blow, forcing them to maintain their extreme speed at a tremendous cost to their innate energy reserves. Zhen Su observed coldly, his gaze fixated solely on the fleeting images of Qin Yu's attacks, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. I have just entered the innate realm, which technically places me in the early stages. However, as a martial artist skilled in external techniques, I surpass you who are merely adept in internal skills at this level. Qin Yu mused. Yet he deemed them too weak. Very well, let us conclude this. Qin Yu was merely toying with them, relishing the opportunity to spar with innate internal martial artists for the first time. However, he was mistaken. It was not the opponent's weakness that was evident, but rather his own extraordinary prowess as an external martial artist. While others might reach a terrestrial limit of 7 to 800 pounds of force, Qin Yu's limit was a staggering 1,500 pounds. Upon reaching the innate realm, his strength surpassed that of ordinary early-stage innate practitioners. Let us end this. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly glowed with intensity. Alarm bells rang in Jiansu's mind, yet it was already too late. In an instant, Qin Yu's figure shattered into multiple afterimages, only to coalesce back into his original form, as if he had never moved at all. Meanwhile, Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng stood frozen like statues. Suddenly, bang!
Bang!
Nalan Feng and Nalan Dan fell to the ground with remarkable abruptness, for in that fleeting moment, Qin Yu struck with the swiftness of lightning, shattering the throats of both men, who were now lifeless. In truth, my greatest asset lies not in brute strength, but in unparalleled speed. Qin Yu's calm voice resonated through the stillness of the courtyard. Little brother, little sister. Jiansu gazed upon the deceased Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng, his voice a low murmur laced with profound sorrow. He then raised his head, fixing his icy glare upon Qin Yu, sending a chilling shiver coursing through Qin Yu's body. Simultaneously, Jiansu's aura surged with a sudden intensity. Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng had been by his side for over 20 years, during which they had shared a bond akin to that of blood siblings. Yet, Qin Yu's strike had been executed with such speed that Jiansu had been unable to react in time. A deep, furious roar erupted from him. The air vibrated violently as Jiansu's headband snapped, his long hair billowing wildly. An incredibly formidable force erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic eruption, as his innate true energy enveloped his entire being. Under this fierce aura, Jiansu appeared somewhat indistinct, yet his cold, piercing gaze instilled an icy dread in the hearts of those who beheld him. Though Jiansu was not the head of the intelligence department of the royal Xiang family, his status was scarcely inferior to that of the leader. Throughout the years, he had never once disappointed Xiang Guang, who placed unwavering trust in this enigmatic general. However, the extent of his power remained a complete enigma to outsiders. Just how formidable was this seemingly frail individual? Jiansu's eyes, resembling those of a venomous serpent, were fixated upon Qin Yu as he uttered a singular phrase. Prepare to perish. A sudden, intense tremor coursed through the air, creating chaotic ripples, as Jiansu's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear directly before Qin Yu. Boom! Qin Yu, overwhelmed with astonishment, instinctively retreated at an astonishing speed. A violent force struck him with full force, causing the mask on his face to shatter with a resounding crack, while his outer garment disintegrated into fragments scattered across the sky. He retreated far, eyes wide in shock as he regarded Jiansu before him. In but a single move, Qin Yu was left clad only in a black gold vest, his mask utterly obliterated. Such swiftness, the potency of his vital energy was fearsome. The protective aura surrounding him was remarkably robust, indicating Jiansu's mastery at the peak of the innate stage. Qin Yu was resolute in his assessment. Even combining the strengths of Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng, they would likely be vanquished by Jiansu in just 1 or 2 strikes. He was undeniably formidable. 2 practitioners at the initial stage of the innate realm could not hope to contend with one at its peak.
Jiangsu Ritger Qin Yu.
A cold smile curling upon his lips, and remarked, Your speed is commendable, yet regrettably, your utmost velocity pales in comparison to mine. Though your strength is respectable, my attacks infused with innate vital energy possess a greater impact than your fists. In terms of attack, speed, and defense, you fall woefully short of my capabilities. This time, you are destined to die. Jiansu proclaimed his judgment. Was speed merely commendable? A sudden smile graced Qin Yu's face. My apologies, but please hold on for a moment. Under Jiansu's astonished gaze, Qin Yu unfastened the mysterious iron gauntlets from his arms and the iron greaves from his legs. Bang! With a resounding thud, Qin Yu cast the heavy black iron leg and arm guards onto the ground, producing a sound reminiscent of a thunderous clash of metal. The weight was indeed considerable. Zhen Su was taken aback, realizing that Qin Yu had been moving at such remarkable speed while encumbered by the heavy guards. How swift must he be without them? Shedding a burden of 200 pounds would render him half as heavy. Even if his speed did not double, it would surely increase by at least 50%. It would be sufficient to rival this opponent. The black gold vest would remain on. Alleviating 200 pounds was ample, and the vest's formidable defense was an additional advantage. Qin Yu mused to himself, contemplating the need to reassess Zhen Su's capabilities. Zhen Su's pupils reflected Qin Yu's form, while his mind meticulously calculated the situation. Meanwhile, Qin Yu remained entirely focused on Zhen Su. Suddenly, both figures vanished in a blur, and the air was filled with the sound of rushing winds, though, in truth, it was but a singular, fierce gust. While Zhen Su's movements were swift and his techniques deft, the fierce winds posed significant resistance. Qin Yu, however, darted with an almost ghostly silence. The two pursued one another, with Qin Yu gaining a slight edge in speed despite the wind's hindrance. "Break!" Qin Yu shouted sharply, executing a lightning-fast kick with his right leg, channeling 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of force directly into the side of Zhen Su's left leg. Yet, to Qin Yu's astonishment, Zhen Su's protective energy emanated a tremor, successfully absorbing the impact of the kick. The air erupted with a series of sharp explosions, causing Qin Yu's expression to shift. Hidden weapons. This was Qin Yu's initial reaction. However, his spiritual sense distinctly perceived the source of the air-shattering sound. Zhen Su's claw-like fingers. Resembling the talons of an eagle, the tips of Zhen Su's 5 fingers shimmered with a golden radiance, piercing through the air as they launched an assault. Retreat. Qin Yu swiftly propelled himself backward with one hand. Whoosh! 5 piercing shrieks resonated. As Qin Yu's spiritual awareness clearly discerned that the golden projectiles emanating from Zhen Su's fingertips had detached and were now hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. Although Qin Yu was swift, he could not outpace the oncoming projectiles. He barely managed to evade one. 2 of the projectiles missed their mark, while 3 struck his abdomen. The black gold vest, a formidable protective artifact, withstood the impact as the projectiles collided with it, failing to penetrate its defenses. Nonetheless, the tremendous force of the impact reverberated through the vest, causing Qin Yu's body to tremble. Impressive strength. "It seems I must resort to my weapon," Zhen Su remarked nonchalantly, as a massive crimson claw materialized in his right hand. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The claw was unmistakably that of a demonic beast, not merely forged from steel or other ores. There was but a single opportunity, and it must be seized. Qin Yu mused inwardly. "Haha! Allow me to demonstrate my most formidable technique." 10,000 claws piercing the heart. In an instant, Zhen Su's eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, mirroring the color of the blood-soul claw, while the tips of the claw gathered a multitude of golden projectiles. Puff, 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 puff. The most peculiar aspect was that these finger beams seemed to be under the control of Zhen Su. What kind of trick is this? Qin Yu was utterly perplexed. Regardless, there was no time to ponder. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yu suddenly dashed off at an angle, then abruptly halted, swiftly darting in another direction. He moved with astonishing speed, yet emitted no sound of wind. Only an increasing number of finger beams assailed him. Although these beams could not penetrate his black golden vest, Qin Yu's head was vulnerable to such onslaughts. He could only flicker, striving to evade, and when evasion was impossible, he relied on his vest for protection. The final move. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly gleamed with determination. With a surge of energy, he transformed into a streak of light, charging directly towards Zhen Su. Haha, rather than fleeing, he has come to deliver himself to death. Zhen Su's heart surged with exhilaration, a smug smile creeping onto his face as the blood-soul claw tore through the air, aiming for Qin Yu's head. A flash ignited in Qin Yu's eyes. The flaming fist gauntlet. With a brilliant glimmer, Qin Yu's hands were enveloped in light as the gauntlet shielded his fists. Extending his left hand, he boldly met the blood-soul claw in a fierce confrontation. Seeking death, Zhen Su scoffed inwardly. His blood-soul claw was of superior celestial quality. What could he fear? In fact, the speed of the claw accelerated slightly. Zhen Su was suddenly astonished. Qin Yu's left hand was actually holding firm against his right hand's blood-soul claw, as if the gauntlet was extraordinarily peculiar, impervious to even the formidable tearing force of the claw. At that moment, Qin Yu's right fist was already on the offensive.
Bang!
Zhen Su's left hand served as a barrier against Qin Yu's right fist. However, the latter was adorned with the fiery gauntlet, compelling Zhen Su to rely solely on his formidable innate true energy for defense. Do you think this will spare you from my wrath? A cold smirk crept across Zhen Su's lips, as golden streaks of energy flickered between his blood-soul claws and his left fingers amidst their stalemate. At such a close range, the radiant energy was inescapable for Qin Yu. Zhen Su could hardly contain his exhilaration, envisioning the moment Qin Yu's head would burst. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes glimmered as he brandished the mid-grade spiritual weapon, the flame sword. Whoosh! Ah! Zhen Su's anguished cry pierced the air. In a stunning turn of events, a black short sword materialized in Qin Yu's previously immobilized right hand. Its razor-sharp edge effortlessly severed Zhen Su's left hand, swiftly transitioning towards his throat. At such proximity, evasion was futile. Zhen Su bellowed, stifling the excruciating pain of his severed hand, as his protective energy surged violently. A fierce glint ignited in Zhen Su's eyes. Realizing there was no time to evade, he placed his faith in his protective energy. Simultaneously, his resolve hardened, causing the golden energy of his blood-soul claws to intensify and erupt forth, aiming to obliterate Qin Yu's head. Such a lethal golden energy was beyond Qin Yu's capacity to withstand. In this life-or-death moment, Qin Yu resolutely slashed through Zhen Su's protective energy with the fiery iron, directing the strike towards Zhen Su's throat. In that very instant, Qin Yu's left hand, adorned with the fiery gauntlet, unleashed a penetrating fist strike aimed directly at the center of the blood-soul claw. Splatter! Blood gushed forth. It was the blood gushing from Zhen Su's severed throat, as well as the crimson stream flowing from the gaping wound in Qin Yu's left arm, accompanied by the blood that erupted from his mouth. In that fleeting moment, Qin Yu, utilizing the fiery gauntlet's striking digits, caused a tremor in Zhen Su's palm, which, in turn, affected the blood-soul claw. Consequently, the trajectory of the shooting energy spikes shifted abruptly, two of them piercing Qin Yu's left arm while others struck his chest. His left arm bore two clean holes, blood streaming forth. Though protected by a black gold vest, the proximity and force of the energy spikes still inflicted internal injuries, forcing Qin Yu to spit blood. A close call indeed. Gazing at Zhen Su, who lay dead from the throat slash, Qin Yu inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with fresh air before exhaling slowly. The timing of the fiery sword's deployment was impeccable. Had it been drawn earlier, Zhen Su's cunning would have surely thwarted any chance for Qin Yu's dagger to inflict harm. It was only through the successive emergence of the fiery gauntlet and the fiery sword that Zhen Su was caught off guard. Even so, Qin Yu had come perilously close to disaster. Little Black. Qin Yu suddenly noticed the black eagle that had appeared before him, its gaze fixed intently upon him. During the close-quarters battle with Zhen Su, the two had decided each other's fate in an instant, leaving no time for the black eagle to intervene. Yet, the eagle was no ordinary creature. It had perceived Qin Yu's peril. It felt a pang of regret for not being able to assist him. Little Black, I am unharmed, Qin Yu gasped, taking in the sight of his wounded arm. The internal injuries are manageable, yet the two gaping wounds on his left arm raise grave concerns about the severity of his condition, and the prospect of recovery remains uncertain. Qin Yu senses that the bones and tendons of his left arm have sustained significant damage. Casting a glance at the lifeless bodies of the three, he swiftly retrieves the iron box containing the celestial map along with the key, and then takes the head of Zhen Su before mounting the back of the Black Hawk. With a powerful beat of its wings, the Black Hawk ascends into the heavens, leaving the city behind. Deep within an unnamed gorge lies a secluded estate, inhabited by numerous formidable practitioners, with over 10 innate masters among them. Surrounding the estate are bamboo groves and a meandering stream, where a middle-aged man sits quietly on a bamboo chair, sipping tea and admiring the scenery, lost in thought. Suddenly, two elder figures, one clad in gray and the other in blue, approach him from behind, both of whom are late-stage innate masters. Report to the leader, Zhen Su is dead, the gray-clad elder respectfully announces. Oh, The middle-aged man pauses momentarily with his teacup in hand. Elaborate on the details. Report to the leader. Zhen Su was killed alongside his two subordinates, Nalan Dan and Nalan Feng. Moreover, remnants of a silver mask were found at the scene, which likely belonged to the silver-ranked assassin known as Meteor. The blue-clad elder elaborates. A silver-ranked assassin? Meteor? The middle-aged man sets down his teacup and rises to his feet. Oh no, that Meteor should now be considered a gold-ranked assassin. Immediately investigate any information pertaining to this Meteor. The ability to eliminate a late-stage innate master along with two early-stage innate masters would certainly pique the interest of even the leader of the Heavenly Net. Understood. Two elderly men bowed in compliance. The middle-aged man murmured softly, Yuer has been out for such a long time. Why has there been no news at all? He turned around, his brow furrowed, revealing that this enigmatic leader of the Tianwang was none other than King Qin Yu of the eastern town. Waste, waste, waste. With a violent crash, the inkstone was hurled to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Xiang Guang was utterly overwhelmed by rage. The man with the hooked nose felt a tremor in his heart. As a spy leader privy to the Emperor's myriad secrets, any failure would lead to a singular fate, elimination. With a swift mental shift, the hooked-nosed man immediately bowed and said, Your Majesty, according to our investigations, the gold medal task assigned by Tianwang was indeed the assassination of Zhen Su. Although we do not know who accepted the task, based on the evidence at the scene, we can ascertain one thing. The assassin who killed Zhen Su was a silver medal killer. Utter nonsense. I am all too aware of Zhen Su's prowess. A silver medal killer? Preposterous. His subordinates, the Nalan siblings, could likely handle it with ease. Both Nalan siblings are innate experts, and Zhen Su's strength far surpasses theirs. You expect me to believe that he was slain by a mere silver medal killer? Do you think I am a fool? Xiang Guang glared fiercely at the man with the hooked nose. The man with the hooked nose managed a bitter smile. To speak the truth seemed to invite disbelief. Your Majesty, Zhen Su possesses formidable strength, and even his subordinates are far inferior. His security arrangements are solely his own doing, and his subordinates are unaware. On this occasion, he was murdered, and a silver mask of an assassin was found at the scene. However, his subordinates speculated that the perpetrator was likely a gold medal assassin, employing the silver mask to deceive Zhen Su, leading him to underestimate the threat and ultimately fall victim to a fatal attack. The man with the hooked nose hastily remarked. Xiang Guang pondered for a considerable time, and noticing the apparent disbelief in Xiang Guang's demeanor, the hooked-nosed man quickly added, Your Majesty, there is another possibility. It could be that King Qin Yu of the eastern town, feeling obstructed by Zhen Su, dispatched an exceptional assassin to eliminate him. As for the fragments of the silver mask, they might have been a ruse orchestrated by King Qin Yu to mislead us. The hooked-nosed man thought to himself, King Qin Yu, I apologize, but in this critical moment, I must shift the blame onto you. He understood fully that Xiang Guang had long harbored suspicions regarding Qin Yu. Thus, attributing any misdeed to him would likely yield success. Indeed, it must be Qin Yu. He desires rebellion but fears detection by Zhen Su. Hence, he sent someone to carry out the assassination. Yet, concerned that I might uncover his involvement, he resorted to using a broken silver mask. How foolish. Why not a shattered golden mask instead, which would have made it far easier for me to believe him? Xiang Guang muttered to himself, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Nevertheless, I am not so easily deceived. Qin Yu, your treason is unmistakable. With your slaying of Zhen Su, you have clipped one of my wings. Very well, very well. Xiang Guang's rage was palpable. Zhen Su was of paramount importance to him. For over 20 years, if Xiang Guang had ever doubted anyone's loyalty or suspected treachery regarding precious treasures, his concerns had always centered around Zhen Su. He entrusted all those challenging matters to Zhen Su, who consistently exceeded his expectations. With Zhen Su by his side, Xiang Guang felt completely at ease. However, Zhen Su has now passed away. Although the leader of the spies still commanded numerous agents, none could compare to Zhen Su's prowess. With Zhen Su's death, Xiang Guang felt as if he had lost a vital wing. How could he not feel furious? How could he not grit his teeth in anger? This enmity he attributed to Qin Yu. For many years, he had been plagued by nightmares, only to uncover Qin Yu's treachery. Now, the one he valued most, Zhen Su, had also fallen victim to Qin Yu's machinations. The man with the hooked nose felt a subtle relief, realizing that Xiang Guang would no longer direct his wrath towards him. Serving beside the emperor was akin to walking alongside a tiger. One had to tread with utmost caution. Yes, I take my leave, the man with the hooked nose bowed. Meanwhile, Xiang Guang remained in the imperial study, fixated on the shattered inkstone, utterly motionless. Although his gaze was fixed on the broken artifact, it was evident that his mind was occupied with other thoughts. A moment later, footsteps echoed from outside. Yen, enter, Xiang Guang commanded. The door opened, revealing a tall, sinister young man, Yen, the leader of the Balong army. While the spies merely gathered intelligence, the Balong army operated clandestinely to eliminate all adversaries threatening the imperial Xiang family. Yen, possessing an eerie demeanor, appeared youthful, yet he had reached the innate realm over 40 years ago. Typically, an innate master could live for 500 years, and upon entering this realm, the aging process slows considerably. Your Majesty, Yen slightly bowed. Xiang Guang pondered for a moment, then resolutely declared, very well, inform Zhu San that I have acquiesced. However, all materials from the demon beast, the saber-toothed tiger, must belong to me, especially the 16 sharp swords. Not a single one may be absent. Yen raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips, and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Zhu San has assured that upon receiving a piece of the celestial map, he will deliver the entire carcass of the saber-toothed tiger without retaining even a fragment. That is satisfactory, Xiang Guang replied with a cold smile, confident that Zhu San would not dare to play tricks on him. The saber-toothed tiger, resembling a colossal feline, bore 16 long, sword-like spines on its back, each exceptionally sharp, wielding power comparable to superior celestial-grade weapons. Moreover, the tiger's claws could be transformed into formidable weapons. Capturing one was akin to acquiring a living treasure. However, Xiang Guang recognized that the situation was somewhat complicated. The boundless wilderness lay to the extreme east of the continent, adjacent to the Chu Dynasty. The 3 counties of the eastern domain were precisely those bordering the boundless wilderness, and generally passage into the wilderness required traversing these 3 counties, which were under the domain of Qin Yu. In the past, Qin Yu would not dare to brazenly seize anything, but the present circumstances were uncertain.
Yan.
Instruct your father to personally lead a team of experts to the eastern domain to negotiate with them, Xiang Guang commanded with gravity. Yen promptly responded, yes, with my father taking the lead, there shall be no mistakes. Xiang Guang suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha! This is merely the second piece of the celestial map. Without the complete trio, one cannot unravel the enigmatic techniques of the ethereal. Throughout history, many prodigious individuals and even cultivators have possessed all 3 pieces, yet none have comprehended the mysteries contained within. Possessing just one piece is utterly futile. However, exchanging a worthless piece of the celestial map for a ferocious beast would still be worthwhile. Yen bowed and replied that Zhu San is merely an aficionado of treasure. He simply wishes to collect a piece for his own amusement. Very well, Yen. This time we must not entertain even the slightest error. If I capture the saber-toothed tiger, it shall provide me with numerous superior celestial weapons. Not only Elder Yu but also dispatch several innate masters. Remember, there must be no room for mistakes, Xiang Guang declared emphatically. If the carcass of the saber-toothed tiger is seized by Qin Yu, I shall have unwittingly adorned him with fine weapons, while I remain empty-handed. Such an occurrence is intolerable, he added resolutely. Rest assured, Your Majesty. My esteemed father will ensure that you are not disappointed, Yen assured with a bow. In a secluded courtyard of a remote township within the eastern region's 3 prefectures, Qin Yu had purchased a modest residence. After becoming a silver-ranked assassin, he earned a considerable sum, allowing him to acquire several living quarters across the eastern region for his convenience. Aunt Zhang, do not take the dishes to the hall. Simply place the meal on this stone table. Today, I shall dine in the courtyard, Qin Yu said with a smile, having returned to his true form, while the black eagle had wandered off in search of food. The elderly lady depicted herein is a resident of a nearby hotel, where Qin Yu has taken refuge to recuperate his health. Typically, he requests the hotel staff to deliver meals directly to him. Qin Yu enjoys a certain degree of freedom, especially since his father, Qin De, along with his elder brothers, are occupied with preparations for an uprising, leaving him with no role to play. Fortuitously, the mysterious elixir known as Meteor Tears has provided a purifying flow that aids in his recovery. Otherwise, the restoration of his left arm would be uncertain. Casting a glance at his injured limb, Qin Yu could not help but reflect on his plight. His arm had been grievously pierced by the deadly energy from Zhensu, resulting in 2 gaping wounds. Yet, under the influence of the Meteor Tears, his injury has been mending at an astonishing pace. In merely 3 days, the once horrifying holes have transformed into mere faint scars. Upon hearing this, the black eagle raised its head in disdain, clearly looking down upon the typical hen. It seems rather proud. For the past 3 days, while recuperating, Qin Yu had not taken the time to thoroughly examine the celestial map. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed towards the inner room, prompting the curious black eagle to blink and follow closely behind. With a swift motion, Qin Yu extended his hand like a claw, seizing a massive stone slab that lay on the floor of the inner room. With a simple flick of his wrist, he cast the stone aside. Beneath this enormous slab were 2 iron boxes, from which he retrieved one. The celestial map, though he had heard of it, he had never laid eyes upon it. A grin spread across his face as he deftly tapped the iron box multiple times. With a satisfying click, a keyhole appeared. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Yu smiled and produced a key from his pocket, the very key he had liberated from Nalan Feng. In the beginning, Nalan Feng had observed the key's placement with utmost clarity. As the key smoothly turned within the lock, a satisfying click echoed. Hearing that anticipated sound, Qin Yu smiled and opened the iron chest, revealing 2 items within: a secret letter and a square piece of jade. The jade emanated a gentle, iridescent glow, distinctly unlike ordinary jade, possessing an extraordinary allure. Was the secret letter intended for Xiangguang? Qin Yu tore open the envelope and extracted the letter. As he perused its contents, his expression subtly shifted. The letter primarily addressed 2 matters. The first concerning the celestial diagram, and the second detailing Qin De's rebellious activities, elaborating with remarkable precision, even including information about some specialized troops in the eastern region's 3 counties. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, realizing the gravity of the situation. How astutely Zhensu had investigated. There were many details that even he was unaware of. If Xiangguang were to uncover this information, it would indeed spell trouble. Fortunately, he had intercepted it. Certain specialized military units could play pivotal roles during warfare. Unconventional troops must strike unexpectedly. Should the enemy become aware of their existence and prepare accordingly, the element of surprise would be lost. Regrettably, Xiangguang would remain oblivious to this intelligence, for Zhensu was already deceased, and the letter had been intercepted. Even if Xiangguang appointed others to lead the espionage in the eastern region's 3 counties, discovering the truth would prove challenging. After all, Zhensu's predecessors had served for over a decade without acquiring significant intelligence. Finding a spy of Zhensu's caliber was no simple task. With a firm grip of his right hand, Qin Yu summoned a powerful energy that disintegrated the letter into fine dust. The letter has been destroyed. The old scoundrel Xiangguang shall not learn its contents. Qin Yu mused darkly, a glimmer of cold light igniting in his eyes. He was acutely aware that it was that old rogue Xiangguang who had caused his mother's demise. How could he not harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Xiangguang for the murder of his mother? Suddenly, 2 sharp sounds jolted Qin Yu from his thoughts. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Xiao He, do not act recklessly. Your beak is quite sharp. Do you wish to shatter the heavenly map?" As he spoke, Qin Yu hurriedly pushed Xiao He away. Fortunately, nothing was damaged. He inspected the heavenly map, and to his relief, the square jade remained unscathed, prompting a sigh of relief from him. Turning, he cast a disapproving glance at Xiao He, who, in turn, flapped his wings and shook his head, exuding an air of pride. The 3 square pieces of jade comprising the heavenly map had endured countless years of transmission. This treasure was no ordinary jade and was not easily broken. "I shall not waste any more time with you. I need to study this heavenly map in earnest," Qin Yu declared as he exited the inner chamber, stepping into the courtyard. At night, Qin Yu relished the experience of bathing in starlight. The late hours under the starry sky held a unique charm. Though darkness had only just begun to descend, it did not hinder Qin Yu's examination of the heavenly map. The upper portion of the square jade bore the inscription Heavenly Map 1, rendered in the common script of the Qianlong Continent. Below this inscription were 36 tiny illustrations, each depicting a peculiar action performed by a person. Qin Yu found these actions to be rather strange, at least in his eyes. Aside from these 36 images, there was nothing else present. What exactly is this Tongtian diagram? The first piece of the Tongtian diagram consists merely of 36 illustrations, and the individuals depicted within these illustrations do not exhibit any discernible internal energy trajectories. They are simply 36 peculiar postures. Could it be that mastering these movements suffices? Qin Yu pondered. He understood that the three pieces of the Tongtian diagram had passed through countless hands over the years, yet the mystery behind it remained unsolved. If it were as simple as mimicking the illustrated movements, it would have undoubtedly been deciphered long ago. Qin Yu racked his brain, exploring every possible avenue of research, expending the entirety of the night in contemplation. By the time the moon hung low among the willow branches, he had yet to conceive a viable solution. Casting aside his doubts, he resolved to experiment and determine whether practicing these movements would yield any benefits. He abruptly stood up. Qin Yu possessed a formidable spiritual awareness, and he had memorized the various postures described in the 36 illustrations with remarkable clarity. Without delay, he began to learn the movements in their prescribed order, his body demonstrating exceptional flexibility. However, despite this, Qin Yu still found the process of learning these strange postures quite peculiar. Nevertheless, he persevered, diligently practicing each movement. His outstanding flexibility allowed him to learn these oddities with surprising swiftness. As he proceeded through the sequence of movements, the rate at which he absorbed energy far exceeded his previous experiences with internal energy cultivation. The internal energy, which typically emanated from the dantian, was now being directly infused into his body by the natural spiritual essence of the universe, rather than dispersing as before. This essence surged into his muscles and bones, facilitating a continuous process of absorption and transformation. Qin Yu remained unaware of certain truths, yet he recognized one thing. He had developed a fondness for this sequence of movements. The human body is a treasure trove, harboring mysteries that many dedicate their entire lives to deciphering without success. Within the depths of Qin Yu's muscles, the fundamental cells that comprise his body had diverged from those of an ordinary individual. Years of relentless training at the limits of endurance, combined with the absorption of inner strength and the miraculous essence of Meteor Tears, had instigated remarkable transformations in the minutest cells of his being. At this moment, as Qin Yu diligently practiced these movements, his cells began to absorb the ethereal energy of the universe, once again undergoing metamorphosis. Each cell resembled an insatiable abyss, devouring the influx of this energy instantaneously. Although the celestial essence enveloped Qin Yu entirely, manifesting as a mist, it was still insufficient for the needs of his body. The sheer volume absorbed by a single cell raises the question of how many cells resided within him, illustrating the boundless potential of human beings. The 36 enigmatic images of the celestial diagram indeed wielded extraordinary power. Containing his excitement, Qin Yu devoted himself wholeheartedly to mastering these 36 movements, striving for perfection in each gesture down to the minutiae of his fingers, ensuring every detail mirrored the original precisely. He discovered that the more accurately he executed the motions, the swifter his absorption of the celestial energy became. Initially, he found the movements to be quite awkward. However, as he continued to practice and refine them, he soon felt an unparalleled sense of comfort coursing through every muscle and sinew of his body. The moon gradually descends beyond the willow treetops, and the sky begins to brighten. Yet, Qin Yu remains engrossed in his series of movements, which have become increasingly fluid and natural. Although the gestures are peculiar, he now executes them with a grace that dispels any sense of awkwardness. Smooth and effortless, Qin Yu finally experiences the exquisite sensation of mastery. As he unfolds the 36 movements, he reaches the fundamental state of fluidity and naturalness. At this moment, what astonishes him most is the transformation of the ethereal energy enveloping his body. No longer a mist, it has coalesced into 36 streams of energy, each the width of an arm, permeating his being at an accelerated pace compared to before. By the time he attains the realm of being surrounded by these 36 streams, 3 full days and nights have elapsed. For an entire 3 days and nights, Qin Yu has neither eaten nor drunk, wholly absorbed in this sequence of movements. Only now, as he pauses, does he recognize the remarkable changes within his body. He feels invigorated, devoid of any sense of hunger. This sensation is truly delightful. A radiant brilliance ignites in Qin Yu's eyes, and he is filled with excitement. Regardless of the mysteries contained within the heavenly map, the mere surface of these images has already bestowed upon him such profound transformation. This alone is immensely satisfying. At this moment, even if he were to forfeit the first piece of the heavenly map, Qin Yu would remain unconcerned, for the 36 images are now indelibly etched in his mind. Naturally, he does not believe that the secrets of the heavenly map are as simplistic as those 36 illustrations. Had it been as straightforward as merely studying these images to achieve success, countless individuals would have unraveled their mysteries long ago. Moreover, Qin Yu did not believe that mere body refinement could elevate him to the legendary status of that individual from yore. Little Black, Qin Yu called out with a smile as he spotted the black hawk dozing in the courtyard. Suddenly, Little Black opened its eyes, and upon realizing that Qin Yu had finally ceased his training, it excitedly flapped its wings. After 3 days of relentless training, it had been utterly bored. It was about time to submit a mission. If he delayed any longer, the Sky Network might deem his mission a failure, Qin Yu mused. With that thought, he retrieved the iron box containing the head of Jinsu and mounted the Black Hawk before departing from the small town. The Black Hawk soared through the skies with astonishing speed. Now I too am a golden-ranked assassin. After undergoing a transformation, Qin Yu, adorned with a golden mask and carrying a substantial amount of silver notes, exited one of the branches of the Sky Network. He chuckled, reflecting on how the head of the Sky Network had warmly greeted him upon recognizing him as the assassin Meteor, an unprecedented gesture. As he submitted his mission, the head of the department was exceedingly cordial. In contrast, during previous submissions, the staff had maintained a cold demeanor, offering only formulaic service. It was no wonder Qin Yu felt a sense of astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, the status of a golden-ranked assassin was immensely elevated, with distinctions even among those of the same rank. Killing a practitioner in the early innate stage qualified one as a golden-ranked assassin. The same held true for those who dispatched practitioners in the mid and late stages. However, these 3 categories of golden-ranked assassins were not to be equated. Qin Yu has slain Jinsu, a formidable expert at the late stage of the innate realm. Even among the elite assassins, Qin Yu holds a distinguished position. Naturally, the personnel in charge of a minor branch would greet such an exceptional individual with utmost enthusiasm. As soon as Qin Yu exited the branch, the head of the Tianwang branch immediately commanded, "The assassin Meteor has just departed. Swiftly investigate his identity." Although Tianwang has regulations against probing into the identities of any external network members, given that a gold medal assassin is an innate adept and the order comes directly from the Tianwang leader, they felt compelled to investigate Meteor's identity. However, as their operatives attempted to follow, they found, "Sir, there is no sign of Meteor on East Street. Sir, there is no sign of Meteor on West Street." The officer was instantly perplexed. How peculiar. Could it be that Meteor has the ability to transcend the earthly bounds? Why can we not locate him? Indeed, Qin Yu possesses such extraordinary capabilities. At this moment, he is seated upon the back of a black hawk, soaring high in the vast sky, invisible to those on the ground. The Black Hawk flies at an astonishing altitude and speed, rendering the task of tracing Qin Yu's identity nearly impossible. In the lofty expanse of the ninth heaven, Qin Yu revels in the brisk winds. His father has consistently barred him from participating in his grand designs, yet now, having attained the status of an innate adept, Qin Yu's heart swells with excitement at the prospect of his father learning of his prowess. Moreover, he is the first innate external martial artist ever to emerge from the Qianlong Continent. In his youth, lacking understanding, he believed his father's absence signified a lack of affection, which propelled him to diligently cultivate his skills. Upon reaching adulthood, Qin Yu came to understand the stark reality. His father was wholly engrossed in the plan to eradicate the Xiang family. His elder brothers were also complicit in this endeavor, and Qin Yu yearned to assist his father. However, his father rejected his offer on the grounds of his insufficient innate prowess. At long last, Qin Yu ascended to the realm of innate masters. With a swift flight towards Yanjing City, he shattered the golden mask, discarding all items that could unveil his identity as an assassin. Subsequently, he employed the technique of transformation of form and bone, reverting to his original appearance. A sense of anticipation surged within him. It seemed that Xiao He was attuned to Qin Yu's emotions. With a sharp cry, it flapped its wings, accelerating further into a streak of black light, heading straight for Yanjing City. At this moment, autumn had fully settled in. The winds stirred, and with them, the fallen leaves danced. The tranquil Baisha town, however, was graced by the presence of some extraordinary individuals. Within an ancient estate, the forces of Zhu San, the wealthiest man in the Qianlong Continent, converged with a formidable team dispatched by the Emperor of the Chu Dynasty, Xianguang. Both factions approached with utmost caution, though their strengths were not of the same caliber. Strangely, Zhu San's contingent consisted of only one innate master, and even he was merely in the early stages of his innate cultivation. In stark contrast, Xianguang's emissaries were seasoned experts, with multiple innate masters among them. "Greetings. I am Yifeng. We have brought our goods. What of yours?" A strikingly handsome man, adorned with a mischievous smile, declared directly. This Yifeng was none other than the younger brother of Yi Yen, the commander of the secretive Ba Long army, and served as its deputy leader. The leader of Zhu San's group was a portly old man, who smiled and addressed the assembly. "Is there any cause for concern? We are but a small number, and we would never deceive you. Bring forth the complete carcass of the saber-toothed tiger." With a commanding shout, four burly men emerged from the room, carrying the lifeless body of a 5-meter-long dark red tiger. Its 16 sharp fangs unmistakably identified it as the saber-toothed beast. Indeed, such creatures are remarkable. Even after a considerable time, there was no hint of decay from the corpse. Yifeng smiled faintly and remarked, "How impressive." The old man shook his head and replied, "Mr. E, while it is true that the physical form of such beasts resists decomposition, we have sprinkled some longan powder on the saber-toothed tiger's corpse, which has preserved it in such pristine condition." Yifeng expressed his admiration. "Ah, longan powder. The wealthiest man in the world truly lives up to his reputation. Now that we have verified the goods, let us take a look at what you have to offer," Yifeng said, waving his hand. A person behind him promptly presented a jade box. Upon opening it, a square piece of jade radiated a spectrum of colorful light. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the jade, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his gaze before he looked up with a smile, saying, "No need for further examination. We trust in the royal reputation." "Excellent. May our collaboration flourish. And our esteemed employer will undoubtedly have many business dealings with the royal family of the Xiang clan in the future." Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. "Come. Take away the saber-toothed tiger's body," Yifeng commanded, and immediately, four individuals stepped forward to lift the enormous carcass, while the old man accepted the celestial map. The cooperation between the two parties was marked by sincerity and immense pleasure. At that moment, a faint, almost imperceptible mist began to waft through the air, causing individuals to collapse helplessly one after another. The 4 robust men carrying the corpse of a saber-toothed tiger also fell instantly, their bodies bleeding profusely from their orifices, leading to their immediate demise. This was dire. The mist was toxic. The voice of the portly elder echoed simultaneously. In a mere moment, everyone on the side of the elder, except for himself, succumbed to the poison and perished. Meanwhile, on Yifeng's side, a substantial number of his men fell as well, leaving only 8 standing, all of whom were innate masters among the contingent. These innate masters were capable of holding their breath and employing the technique of innate fetal breathing, rendering the toxic mist ineffective. Even if they inhaled a small amount, their innate true energy enabled them to swiftly expel the poison. "Qin De's men." Yifeng's voice turned icy. "Qin De, concerning the emperor's affairs, how dare you meddle? Are you attempting to rebel?" His voice resonated loudly, spreading beyond the courtyard. This was the territory of the 3 counties in the eastern region, Who besides the Eastern Prince Qin De would be privy to such matters? Even if someone knew, who would possess the audacity to intervene? Rebellion? That scoundrel Xiang Guang has Zhen Su's assistance. He must be aware of the prince's affairs. Although the situation has escalated to this point, we shall still maintain the facade. For now, we will not publicly annihilate the Xiang family. However, as long as we eliminate all of you, Xiang Guang will lack sufficient evidence. An aged voice emerged. Led by Lian Yan, 3 individuals entered the courtyard. Observing their fearless demeanor in the presence of the toxic mist, it was evident that they were all innate masters. However, there were merely 3 of them, while Yifeng's side boasted 8 individuals, one of whom was a robust old man, a master of innate prowess. Yet even Yifeng's countenance was grim. Zhen Dong Wang, our boss is. The rotund elder was about to utter something, but suddenly, whoosh, a flicker of cold light flashed, and the old man widened his eyes in death. A black-clad elder behind Lian Yan smirked coldly, dispatching an innate master with a single strike, leaving the plump elder utterly defenseless. Zhen Dong Wang Qin's faction comprised 3 individuals, 2 late innate masters and Lian Yan, a superlative expert who had achieved the consummate stage of innate mastery. The consummate stage is the pinnacle of late innate mastery, and once attained, one is poised to face the 4-9 heavenly tribulations. Indeed, Zhen Dong Wang's strength was formidable. However, to attempt to seize something with merely 3 individuals was a gross underestimation of us, Yifeng remarked coldly. Behind Yifeng stood 7 companions, among whom only one was a late-stage innate master, while the rest were predominantly mid to early-stage innate practitioners. Yifeng himself was only at the mid-stage of innate mastery. In terms of strength, the 3 formidable masters dispatched by Qin De, particularly the consummate Lian Yan, were unmatched. Brothers, let us not waste words with them. Let us strike directly, Lian Yan said indifferently. Understood, Senior Lian. The 2 black-clad elders bowed respectfully. In Qin De's ranks, Lian Yan held a position of great esteem, and regardless of their prowess, all experts addressed him as Senior Lian, a title reflecting both his formidable strength and extensive experience. A glint of cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Surround them, and eliminate the late-stage innate master first. In an instant, the 8 innate masters, including Yifeng, surged towards Lian Yan, who remained motionless with a faint smile. Behind Lian Yan, 2 elderly figures clad in black swiftly joined the fray. Suddenly, Lian Yan vanished from sight. The sole late-stage innate master among Yifeng's group sensed the impending danger and, driven by fear, struck fiercely with his blade diagonally backward. With a resounding thud, Lian Yan materialized before him, smiling slightly. Your reflexes are rather impressive. Abruptly, a brilliant flash of blade light erupted. The late-stage innate master hastily raised his weapon to defend, yet a piercing innate blade aura penetrated through the blade itself, invading his body. With a thunderous explosion, the body of the late-stage master shattered. The lone late-stage innate master had perished, prompting a slight smile from Lian Yan. However, before he could sheath his weapon, Lian Yan's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly evaded, yet a sharp whistling sound still pierced the air, leaving a trace of blood on Lian Yan's face, halting the chaos. A middle-aged man dressed in pink observed Lian Yan with a smile. It's you, he softly uttered. Lian Yan's eyes flickered with a fierce light. Father, Yifeng exclaimed, bowing deeply upon recognizing the middle-aged figure, who was none other than Elder Yu, the true leader of this expedition and the father of Yifeng, the commander of the Balong army, and the previous leader of the Balong army. Elder Yu, known as Qin Yu, remarked, Lian Yan, your brilliance remains undiminished. I was merely a moment too slow, and you have already dispatched a late-stage innate master. However, this time there is no escape for Lian Yan.
Yifeng you simulate faintly.
Radiant as a vibrant peach blossom, a cold light flickered between her slender fingers. Lian Yan cast a glance at Qin Yu, his eyes radiating an unprecedented brilliance, which would certainly intrigue Qin Yu if he were present. Typically, Lian Yan exuded a calm demeanor, often sitting quietly at Yunwu Villa, rarely displaying excitement, particularly not in such an animated manner as now. Qin Yu, do you remember the battle from 160 years ago? Lian Yan inquired with a smile. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before breaking into laughter. Lian Yan, Do you recall that battle from 160 years ago? Back then, you were far too weak, unable to protect your own daughter and wife. Fortunately, the men from the King of the East arrived in time, allowing you to preserve your life. This time, there will be no escape. Achieving the innate realm grants one a lifespan of up to 500 years. Both Qin Yu and Lian Yan have lived for centuries, having reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. Yet, they have not encountered the tribulation of the 4 nines. Some who attain the great perfection of the innate realm may face the 4 nines tribulation the very next day, while others may wait until their old age without ever encountering it. This is a matter of perception. It cannot be forced. Why run? After waiting for over a century, this day has finally arrived. A sudden fierce glint flashed in Lian Yan's eyes. You have slain others. I shall deal with Qin Yu. Yes. The 2 elderly men in black immediately bowed in acknowledgement. Yet, Lian Yan's piercing gaze was fixed upon Qin Yu, an overwhelming and formidable aura bearing down upon her. The oppressive energy was both tyrannical and fierce, causing the dagger at Lian Yan's waist to tremble slightly. Qin Yu furrowed her brow ever so slightly before extending her delicate fingers, greeting Lian Yan with a smile. The 2 stood in confrontation, neither daring to strike first. Achieving the pinnacle of innate perfection typically demanded over a century, unless one possessed rare celestial treasures or unparalleled martial arts. Only through the mastery of top-tier techniques like the ancestral dragon technique or the acquisition of extraordinary treasures from the primordial realms could one hope to attain such heights within decades. Suddenly, anguished cries erupted amidst the chaos of battle. 2 elder men clad in black advanced upon Yifeng and his 6 companions, severed limbs soaring through the air, blood staining the ground. Though the black-clad elders sustained some injuries, they managed to slay one and incapacitate another amidst the onslaught. Yet, Qin Yu and Lian Yan paid no heed to this turmoil. Clang! Lian Yan's battle blade was abruptly unsheathed, unleashing a dazzling arc of lethal light that swiftly closed the distance to Qin Yu, slicing through her figure. With a swift motion, Lian Yan grasped his weapon, his form darting like lightning, pursuing the blade's trajectory towards Qin Yu. The blade's brilliance passed through her corporeal form, which then dissipated into nothingness. A sudden scream pierced the air as one of the black-clad elders found a small puncture appear at his brow.
Moments later.
He was torn to shreds by Yifeng and his companions. Qin Yu re-emerged on the other side, her fingers delicately pinching a needle adorned with intricate embroidery. Lian Yan, you must realize that my speed is unparalleled, she remarked. With a subtle flick of her sleeve, Qin Yu spoke softly, but suddenly, his expression changed as he realized that Lian Yan had vanished. Instantly, Qin Yu closed her eyes. In a swift motion, Qin Yu also disappeared, followed by the resonant clang of metal striking metal. The 2 figures materialized before the onlookers, only to vanish once more in an instant. The sound of clashes echoed. Pong, 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 pong. Their speed reached an unimaginable limit, rendering them invisible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Lian Yan's laughter erupted, brimming with dominance and bravado. Lian Yan, I never expected you to possess such skill. Qin Yu's voice, slightly softer yet equally poised, resonated. Blood splattered across the sky, but their movements were so swift that the others could barely discern them. Suddenly, the 2 figures reappeared, standing in a standoff. A small hole appeared in Lian Yan's chest, blood trickling forth. Qin Yu, too, bore the marks of battle. Her hair disheveled and a conspicuous knife wound marred her abdomen, blood flowing profusely. Lian Yan's gaze was fixed intently on Qin Yu. Is heaven aiding me? At last, I have found you. Ha ha ha. Qin Yu, let us engage in a thrilling battle. A blinding golden radiance erupted from Lian Yan's being, transforming him into a figure as brilliant as a golden sun. His body was enveloped in a formidable protective aura, the intensity of which far surpassed that of Zhen Su from before. Qin Yu sensed Lian Yan's overwhelming presence and unyielding momentum, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. You are quite a formidable old man, Qin Yu remarked with impatience, as silver-black radiance began to emanate from her body, causing her hair to rise, each strand shimmering with a sharp brilliance. The embroidery needle in her hand, however, remained inconspicuous.
Sudan Li, a deafening explosion reverberated.
and the air within a 10-meter radius around Qin Yu and Lien Yan erupted violently. The remaining black-clad elder, who was already grievously wounded after having slain one of the 4 attackers led by Yi Feng, found himself at a disadvantage. Although he was at the late stage of innate mastery, facing 4 adversaries all at the mid-stage was an arduous task, especially in his injured state. Then, a series of explosive sounds echoed, causing the ground of the courtyard to erupt, sending dust and debris soaring into the air. The overwhelming force compelled Yi Feng and his 3 companions, as well as the black-clad elder, to retreat momentarily, halting their combat as they focused their gazes upon the center of the courtyard. A rain of arrows piercing the heart. Qin Yu's piercing voice rang out as her flowing silver hair transformed into a barrage of lethal arrows targeting Lien Yan. A trace of arrogance graced her features, as she aimed to imbue each strand of her silver hair with enough force to breach Lien Yan's protective aura. A feat that was, alas, unattainable. Her true lethal move lay concealed within the strands of her silver hair, the embroidery needle. With a resounding thud, Lien Yan's battle blade descended, but Qin Yu's long hair ensnared the weapon, preventing Lien Yan from delivering the blow. Simultaneously, countless strands of hair shot toward Lien Yan like arrows, concealing within them 10 formidable embroidery needles, imbued with a terrifying energy. Lien Yan detected the presence of the needles, yet he chose not to evade, for he no longer wished to flee. When vengeance was exacted, his continued existence became a burden on his spirit. Ah! Lien Yan suddenly threw his head back and laughed uproariously, his mirth resonating through the heavens. Ah! A mournful cry echoed as Qin Yu's head was severed from his body. His wide, incredulous eyes filled with disbelief, and his hair was cleaved. Qin Yu's head tumbled to the ground, collecting dust, while the onlookers, including Yi Feng, stood in stunned silence. Lien Yan, too, bore 10 gaping wounds in his chest, each inflicted by sharp needles embedded within him, yet he laughed nonetheless. At that moment, he wielded a dark red battle knife, a mid-grade spiritual weapon forged from the blazing iron of the Stone of Flames, which Lien Yan had long kept concealed within his being. Initially, he had relied on his previous weapon, but at the critical juncture, he suddenly unveiled this mid-grade spiritual weapon, cleaving through silver hair and severing Qin Yu's head in one stroke. Qin Yu was exceptionally swift. Had he known earlier of Lien Yan's formidable weapon, he might have fled long before. Perched upon the back of a black eagle, soaring through the azure expanse, Qin Yu felt an exhilarating rush. Such a potent aura. Xiao Hei, stop! Qin Yu distinctly sensed a terrifying force below, though the distance from the skies to the ground was vast. The intensity of that aura was overwhelming, perceptible even to a typical innate master. Qin Yu's sensitivity allowed him to discern it clearly. It was the aura of Grandfather Lien. With keen discernment, he realized this. Xiao Hei, descend! Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu commanded, and the black eagle plunged downwards. In mere moments, Qin Yu beheld a modest courtyard from the heights above. At this moment, Lien Yan decisively severed Qin Yu's head. Ha ha ha! Lien Yan laughed heartily, yet tears streamed down his face. Qin Yu noticed multiple puncture wounds in Lien Yan's chest, inflicted by 10 embroidery needles. With his profound medical knowledge, Qin Yu immediately discerned that these wounds were perilously close to vital organs. The sight of those gaping holes struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly stunned. Grandpa Lien, Qin Yu's hoarse voice echoed as he leapt from the back of the black eagle, landing beside Lien Yan. Upon seeing Qin Yu's descent, Lien Yan's face broke into a faintly benevolent smile. Xiao Yu, you actually came. To see you before I depart, fate has been kind to me. Despite suffering grievous injuries, Lien Yan's demeanor belied his condition. Grandpa Lien. Qin Yu was at a loss for words, tears cascading down his cheeks as he beheld the horrific wounds. Xiao Yu, do not weep. Life and death are but natural occurrences. I have lived long enough. My passing is of little consequence. Lien Yan gently wiped the tears from Qin Yu's face, attempting to console him. Suddenly, Lien Yan's brow furrowed slightly, and he sank to the ground.
Grandpa, come?
Let me take you to find a doctor, Qin Yu implored, preparing to lift Lien Yan onto the back of the black eagle. Xiao Yu, do not trouble yourself. You know well, given my injuries, that my time has come. My condition is dire, It is only through the profound innate energy within me that I can converse with you for this brief moment. Lien Yen replied with a smile. Qin Yu bit his lip, reluctant to admit it, yet he recognized that his grandfather's words held true. At this moment, Lien Yen was solely relying on a breath of innate true energy to sustain himself. Father, hurry, eliminate that old man in black, and then take down that old immortal. The resentful voice of Yifeng echoed. Yifeng too discerned that Lien Yen was gravely injured, devoid of any capacity for resistance. A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Xiao Yu, do not act rashly. Retreat quickly. The four of them are all at the mid-stage of innate mastery, and that old man in black is under your father's command. He is also severely wounded and cannot hold out much longer. Lien Yen hastily advised Qin Yu. Although Qin Yu had reached the innate realm, Lien Yen was unable to perceive it. In the continent of hidden dragons, masters gauge each other's strength through sensing the qi within. Upon reaching the innate realm, one possesses innate true energy, which is quite straightforward. However, Qin Yu was unlike any other innate master. He lacked innate true energy within him. His strength lay in his physique, his power, and his speed. Thus, even Lien Yen could not ascertain Qin Yu's true capabilities, as the strength of one's muscles is challenging to evaluate accurately. Grandfather Lien, rest assured, I am confident in overcoming them. Grandfather Lien, let me share a secret. I have cultivated my external skills to the innate realm. The innate realm of external skills is entirely distinct from that of internal skills, yet it is even more formidable. At this moment, Qin Yu's thoughts were solely focused on bringing a glimmer of joy to Lien Yen. Lien Yen's eyes brightened. External skills have reached the innate realm? Throughout history, no one has ever achieved this level in external skills. Upon seeing the sincerity in Qin Yu's eyes, Lien Yen understood that he was not being deceived. However, a man on the brink of death finds solace in words, and soon tranquility envelopes him. Ah! A piercing scream echoes as the already gravely wounded elder in black is slain by four formidable innate masters. Ha! Old fool! You dared to take my father's life. I shall ensure your demise is torturous. I will see you suffer unendingly. Yifeng's gaze, filled with intense hatred, fixated on Lien Yen, his handsome visage contorting into a grimace. At this moment, Lien Yen's countenance turned pale. Qin Yu's expression shifted as he realized Lien Yen was on the verge of collapse. He swiftly embraced him. Silence! Qin Yu's voice rang out sharply, a chill emanating from his eyes that pierced Yifeng like a dagger. He wished to spare Lien Yen any disturbance in his final moments. Yifeng, momentarily taken aback by Qin Yu's admonition, found himself entranced by that piercing gaze. Qin Yu looked upon his beloved grandfather, wishing only for him to depart this world in peace. Lien Yen gazed at the heavens, his eyes lost in a reverie, recalling the first encounter with his beloved at the Golden Phoenix Pool. Dew-kissed blossoms mirrored in the water, misty reeds brushing against the azure, the warm ripples of the spiritual pond. Golden willows swayed in the breeze, while colorful boats drifted along the distant shore. A thousand-step rainbow bridge, uneven with the flight of geese, led directly to the water palace. Encircling the golden embankment, playful fish and dragons danced amidst vibrant spring silks, the air alive with the sounds of jubilant music. In the capital of Yanjing, the Golden Phoenix Pool, the silhouette of his beloved lingered still. The sound gradually diminished. When Lien Yen passed away, a smile graced his face. Young as he was, Qin Yu had not yet traversed the depths of life's experiences and could not fully comprehend his grandfather's heart. Yet, he sensed that Lien Yan's departure was one of relief and serenity, devoid of sorrow. Grandfather, Qin Yu whispered, trembling softly. From childhood to adulthood, the one who spent the most time accompanying Qin Yu was Lien Yen. Initially, while at the Wang residence, it was Lien Yen who raised him, and upon arriving at Yunwu Manor, it was still Lien Yen who nurtured him. It can be said that the time spent with Lien Yen far exceeded that spent with his father. Qinda, have you finished mourning, little one? Yifeng scoffed coldly. However, Qin Yu barely acknowledged Yifeng's presence, while Yifeng, filled with rage, was momentarily stunned by Qin Yu's earlier furious rebuke. Naturally, this ignited both shame and anger within him. Yet, he was not a frivolous heir. At that moment, the deepest resentment in his heart was directed at Lien Yen. For Lien Yen had slain his father. Father, I have been unfilial. Now I shall avenge you. Yi Feng knelt before the corpse of Qin Yu, then rose with a chilling command. Act. Kill that boy. That old man dared to take my father's life. I shall ensure he suffers 1,000 deaths, tormenting his very remains in vengeance for my father. Yes. The 3 mid-stage innate experts immediately bowed, viewing Qin Yu, a mere boy, as insignificant. What did you just say? Qin Yu gently laid Lien Yan's body down and slowly rose, his icy, piercing gaze fixed on Yi Feng. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. What of it? I will have that old fool skinned alive. A sinister smile crept across Yi Feng's face as he turned to his 3 subordinates. You 3, convey to that boy the consequences of meddling in affairs that do not concern him. Brothers, I can handle this little brat alone. One of the shorter men chuckled wickedly. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, cold glimmers escaping from within. You shall meet your demise. The short figure flickered, and the long knife in his hand slashed toward Qin Yu with a speed surpassing that of the Nalan siblings. Alas, the current Qin Yu had made considerable advancements since the day he vanquished Jin Su. Suddenly, dark red gauntlets materialized around Qin Yu's fists, medium-grade spiritual artifacts, the blazing fist gauntlets. With a swift motion, he created 3 afterimages, and with a resounding clang, the divine-grade battle knife shattered into fragments. The iron fist that had obliterated the weapon transformed into a streak of light, piercing directly toward the throat of the short figure. The penetrating strike. The short figure, astonished by the knife's destruction, failed to react in time as Qin Yu's fists, imbued with the force of thousands of pounds, converged at a single point. With a resounding thud, a gaping hole appeared in the short one's throat. With wide eyes, the figure collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again, still unable to believe the unfolding reality. You 3 shall prepare to accompany my grandfather in his burial. Power surged throughout Qin Yu's being. Even the strength within his very cells began to boil. What could be the might of an external martial artist at the innate realm? His eyes were icy, radiating with murderous intent as they fixated on the trio before him. The death of Lien Yen had filled Qin Yu with rage and a sense of injustice. Now, these 3 had evidently become the targets for his wrath. Moreover, they were affiliated with Qin Yu, the one who had slain his grandfather. Merely a little brat. One of them scoffed. The short one was careless. Do not let him intimidate you. Yi Feng abruptly tossed his head. Then, like a venomous serpent, fixed his gaze upon Qin Yu. Thin man, ugly fellow, let us 3 join forces and eliminate this brat. Upon hearing Yi Feng's command, his 2 subordinates nodded in agreement, their astonishment lingering from the earlier loss of their companion to a single strike from Qin Yu. Only by uniting their strength would they muster the courage needed for the confrontation. The 3 men focused intently on Qin Yu, their innate true energy beginning to surge violently around them, enveloping him entirely, rendering him akin to a turtle trapped within a jar. With a resounding crash, Yi Feng discarded his dark iron armguards and greaves, which clattered heavily against the stone courtyard floor. The sudden noise caused Yi Feng and his companions to pale in shock. They had underestimated Qin Yu's incredible speed, which he had displayed while burdened. A talented scholar of old had once toiled for 10 years in solitude. Qin Yu's eyes momentarily glistened with unshed tears. With a swift motion, he vanished without a whisper. Ah! Qin Yu gritted his teeth and unleashed a powerful punch directed at the thin man's abdomen. With the strength to lift over 3,000 pounds, his punch delivered an astonishing impact exceeding 10,000 pounds, generating a terrifying force. The thin man's abdomen quaked violently, yet he remained unbroken. However, his eyes bulged, and blood streamed from his 7 orifices as his internal organs were utterly shattered by the force of the blow. Under such an overwhelming impact, the thin man's innate true energy proved insufficient to withstand it. One punch was all it took to fell a mid-stage innate master. Grandfather, quickly open the door. It's me, Xiao Yu. I have something important to discuss. Please open the door. Qin Yu called out anxiously, and in a moment, the lights in the room illuminated. Little Yu, your grandfather has just dozed off when you woke him, a gentle voice remarked as the door swung open. A kind elderly man, draped in a coat, peered before Qin Yu. That night, Grandfather Lien meticulously elucidated the distinctions between internal and external martial arts. as well as the differences among postnatal masters, innate experts, and celestial beings. Under the endearing words of Grandfather Lien, Qin Yu was unveiled to a realm of cultivation. Beware, you ugly fiend!
Yifeng shouted fiercely.
As a beam of cold light shot directly towards Qin Yu. Without a hint of evasion, Qin Yu unleashed a punch, producing a resounding clash of metal. The embroidered needle shattered into fragments, while Qin Yu's form darted like a gust of wind next to the fiend. The fiend swung a knife viciously towards Qin Yu. The fiend suddenly let out a chilling scream as Qin Yu delivered a powerful kick, shattering the fiend's knee with terrifying force. Then, with a single hand transformed into a claw, he seized the fiend's spinal vulnerability, the pressure of his fingers penetrating through the blazing fist wrap to target the spine's critical point. A piercing scream erupted as the fiend collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, blood seeping from his mouth. Scenes from Qin Yu's past flashed incessantly in his mind, memories of moments shared with Lien Yen, evoking a smile on Qin Yu's face, reminiscent of a child encountering a beloved elder. It was a smile that emanated from the depths of his heart. Raising his gaze, he looked at Yifeng with that very smile. You are the last one left. As Yifeng beheld the genuine smile radiating from Qin Yu, a chill gripped his heart. In the fleeting moment, 2 innate mid-stage masters had been extinguished, and Yifeng, merely an innate mid-stage practitioner himself, felt an overwhelming urge to flee. In an instant, Qin Yu transformed into a blur of afterimages. Go to hell. Stop pursuing me. Just die. Yifeng screamed in terror, simultaneously launching a flurry of embroidered needles toward Qin Yu. As the cold, gleaming needles hurtled toward him, an intense light ignited in Qin Yu's eyes. He was suddenly reminded of the gruesome sight of his grandfather, riddled with holes from such needles. A primal roar erupted from him, sending a tremor of fear through Yifeng, who could feel the sound drawing ever closer. No matter how he summoned the innate true energy within him, his speed paled in comparison to the relentless pursuer behind him. With no hope of escape, Yifeng let out a desperate scream, abruptly turning to face Qin Yu, gripping the needles tightly as he lunged forward. The sounds of impact resounded. Crack, crack, crack. As the needles shattered, his arms crumbled, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The cacophony of destruction was accompanied by Yifeng's agonized cries. Qin Yu's iron fist obliterated the needles and shattered Yifeng's limbs, culminating in a powerful thrust of his fist, aimed directly at Yifeng's forehead. The forceful penetration surged into his skull. Withdrawing his hand, Qin Yu turned away, striding toward Lien Yen without casting a glance at Yifeng. With a thunderous crash, Yifeng collapsed to the ground, blood seeping slowly from his mouth and nose. He was already lifeless. In a fleeting moment, the 4 mid-stage innate experts were vanquished by Qin Yu. Having cultivated the first segment of the heavenly diagram consisting of 36 illustrations, Qin Yu's strength significantly increased. Nonetheless, even with the addition of a mid-grade spiritual weapon, his power merely equated to that of Jinsu. Logically, even if he were to emerge victorious, it would not be so effortlessly achieved. However, Qin Yu's forte lay in group combat. He harbored no reservations about facing multiple opponents. Although there were 4 adversaries, thanks to Qin Yu's agility, he invariably confronted only one at a time during genuine engagements. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps resonated from beyond the courtyard. Accompanied by the rush of wind, an elderly man clad in blue, leading a contingent, made his entrance into the courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the blue-clad elder's expression shifted dramatically. Qin Yu, raising his gaze ever so slightly, cast a cold glance at the elder. The latter, upon recognizing Qin Yu's countenance, immediately knelt and proclaimed, "Your Highness, I apologize for my tardiness." Tardiness? Qin Yu echoed softly, his heart brimming with indignation. Had they arrived a moment sooner, perhaps his grandfather would not have perished. Yet, they had arrived too late. Moreover, Qin Yu had previously encountered this blue-clad elder in the presence of his father and recognized him as one of his father's most trusted confidants. Equipping himself with dark iron arm guards and leg guards, Qin Yu cradled Lien Yen in his arms. With a resounding howl, the black hawk transformed into a streak of ebony light, swooping down. In a flash, Qin Yu mounted the creature's back. The black hawk, sensing the sorrow within Qin Yu's heart, refrained from its usual playful antics. Instead, it flapped its wings vigorously, hastening towards the royal palace of Yen capital. The elderly man in blue gazed as Qin Yu vanished into the horizon atop the Black Hawk, his brow slightly furrowing. He then commanded his subordinate, quickly, lift the saber-toothed tiger and hasten to deliver it to the royal residence. The elderly man himself retrieved the second piece of the celestial map. Although Lien Yen had perished, the demise of Qin Yu was not overly lamentable. However, he shared a profound bond with Lien Yen. The elderly man's brow deepened in concern, clearly sensing that the situation was turning dire. Within the royal residence of Yanjing, beneath an ancient tree, Qin De and Su Yuan sat across from one another, quietly engaged in a game of Go. Your Highness, you have lost again, Su Yuan remarked lightly, placing a white piece down with a smile. Qin De observed for a long moment before shaking his head with a smile. Su Yuan, your skill in Go has become increasingly exquisite. I find myself unable to contend with you. Su Yuan glanced at Qin De and replied, it is not that my skills have improved, but rather that your Highness is unable to maintain tranquility today. Qin De sighed. Indeed, I feel an incessant fluttering in my heart today. I am constantly worried about Lien Bo's situation. Logically, given Lien Bo's current strength, coupled with 2 innate masters of the late stage, resolving this matter should pose no challenge. Rest assured, the strength of Senior Lien is formidable. Few from Xiangguang's side could inflict harm upon him. Su Yuan responded with a smile. Suddenly, Qin De rose, looking up towards the sky. However, his smile froze as he beheld Qin Yu carrying another person. With a thud, Qin Yu leaped from the back of the Black Hawk, landing gracefully on the ground, steadfastly holding Lien Yen, and gazing levelly at Qin De without a hint of movement. Qin De gazed at the pale visage of Lien Yen cradled in Qin Yu's arms. His complexion suddenly drained of color. He struggled to compose himself as he approached step by step, the smiling yet wan face of Lien Yen coming into view. Father, Grandfather Lien has passed away. Qin Yu's voice, calm yet imbued with profound sorrow, pierced the air. How could this be? Grandfather Lien possessed a spiritual artifact. Tears welled in Qin De's eyes momentarily, and after a brief pause, he suddenly inquired of Qin Yu, is there someone named Qin Yu among Xiangguang's ranks? Qin Yu shook his head, replying, I do not know. I am unaware of their identities. Observing the numerous puncture wounds on Lien Yen's body, Qin De sighed. These are wounds inflicted by a needle. Only Qin Yu from Xiangguang could wield such a needle and harm Grandfather Lien. At last, Grandfather has found his release. Having traversed many tribulations in his life, Qin De could discern the unspoken burdens of Lien Yen's heart. The one who had slain Grandfather Lien had met his own demise at the hands of the latter. Qin Yu recounted how he had felt the intense energy of the battle between Lien Yen and his adversary while riding on the back of a black eagle, witnessing Lien Yen strike down his opponent and then laughing triumphantly towards the heavens. Taking a deep breath, Qin De nodded slightly. Grandfather Lien has indeed found his liberation. You need not mourn excessively. Rather, you should rejoice for your Grandfather Lien. After speaking, Qin Yu turned and walked towards his designated secluded courtyard. Within the solitude of the courtyard, he sat quietly on a stone bench, gazing at the willows swaying gently before him. The fluttering branches evoked memories of his childhood, where he and Lien Yen had frolicked in this very spot. As Qin Yu moved with grace, he began to dance within the courtyard, executing the 36 movements depicted on the first Tongtian diagram with an instinctive fluidity. His mind was devoid of distractions, and he performed those actions at an astonishing speed. The ethereal energy of heaven and earth, thick as an arm, coiled around him in a vibrant embrace, enveloping him like an armored shell before permeating into his being. Silent tears streamed down Qin Yu's cheeks, yet his pace quickened with each passing moment. This was not merely a practice. It was a cathartic release, a natural rhythm that intensified as the 36 movements accelerated. Ultimately, he transformed into a gust of wind, darting across the secluded courtyard. The celestial energy grew increasingly dense, and as Qin Yu's velocity heightened, the very essence of this energy thickened. At the moment he drifted like a gentle breeze, the 36 pillars of ethereal energy shimmered with a faint silver light. As these luminous pillars merged with his body, A violent tremor coursed through his muscles. A piercing agony, akin to being torn apart, surged from within him. Suddenly, he halted, his facial muscles quivering, tears welling in his eyes as he threw his head back and let out a heart-wrenching roar. It was unclear whether the anguish stemmed from his body's torment or the pain in his heart. He continued to howl, his voice echoing endlessly until his breath was spent. Finally, he ceased, panting heavily. "Ewer," came Qin Du's voice from outside. Sitting motionless beside the stone table in the courtyard, Qin Yu remained still, lost in his thoughts. Seated for an entire day and night, Qin Yu oscillated between smiles and sorrow. However, at this moment, a gentle smile graced his lips, as if a soft breeze had swept away all grief and melancholy. Slowly rising to his feet, he gazed at the sky. With those who have departed, dwelling in sadness serves no purpose. Even you, grandfather, watching from above, I shall not disappoint you, Qin Yu reassured himself calmly. Then, a soft rumble emanated from his stomach, eliciting a chuckle from him. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a day and night, and hunger had taken its toll. With that, he commanded his servants to bring forth some food. In a nearby room, Qin Du scrutinized the military map affixed to the wall. "My lord, young Master Yu has just instructed the servants to deliver some food. Judging by the demeanor and tone of the third prince, he appears to be recovering well," Su Yuan remarked, approaching Qin Du with a smile. "Oh?" Qin Du's furrowed brow relaxed as a smile broke upon his face. "Yu's resilience assures me that he will not succumb to despair." With this news, a weight lifted from Qin Du's heart. "Very well. We need not concern ourselves with him any further. Su Yuan, come examine this area. If we were to deploy 30,000 fierce tiger troops here." Thus, Qin Du and Su Yuan engaged in earnest discussion. Meanwhile, as Qin Yu savored the sumptuous feast, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. His father aspired to great achievements, and he was determined to partake in them. Previously, he had been dismissed on account of not being a congenital master, yet now he had attained that very status, and furthermore, he had become an unprecedented master of external skills. The thought of revealing this to his father ignited a spark in his eyes. For many years, Qin Yu had toiled in earnest, awaiting his father's affirmation. A master of innate external skills, this would undoubtedly astonish and earn the admiration of his father. At that moment, although Qin Yu recalled this matter, he was engulfed in the anguish of losing his beloved, leaving him little room for contemplation. Furthermore, it seemed that the faster he practiced, the more substantial the essence of the heavens and earth he absorbed became. "Yes, let me try again." A resolution formed in Qin Yu's mind as he swiftly finished his meal, tossed aside his chopsticks, and transformed his body into a fleeting breeze, darting around the secluded courtyard. Speed. Qin Yu's training movements accelerated dramatically, as 36 pillars of spiritual energy entwined, enveloping him in a protective armor. As his velocity increased, the density of the energy pillars intensified. A glimmer of silver light emerged, sparse yet luminous, adorning the pillars like scattered stars. "This is the speed." Qin Yu's eyes sparkled. He immediately restrained his pace, acutely aware that the strands of silver-tinged energy merging into his body caused his muscles to undergo rapid transformations, cells tearing apart only to mend again. An intense pain surged from deep within, rendering Qin Yu's complexion pale. Fortunately, he refrained from further increasing his speed. The current silver light was manageable, and he could endure the localized pain. However, should the silver light intensify, enveloping his body in excruciating agony, even Qin Yu would find it unbearable. The entirety of Qin Yu's muscles continuously absorbed the scintillating silver light, which he discerned to be an exceedingly refined form of energy, far more potent than the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. The metamorphosis of his muscles progressed at a distinctly palpable pace, while the energy column perpetually replenished its vitality, seamlessly integrating into Qin Yu's being. Indeed, it was evident that the heavenly chart was far from simplistic. It could not merely absorb a modicum of heavenly spiritual energy. He pondered the mysteries that might lie within the second and third segments of the heavenly chart. Yet, instinctively, Qin Yu elevated his efforts. Instantly, the shimmering starlight upon the energy column intensified, and the discomfort within his body escalated. Although a slight frown creased his brow, a hint of a smile graced his countenance. As time elapsed, after 2 days, the silver light coursed through every fiber of Qin Yu's body. When the silver light traversed the same regions once more, he found the excruciating pain had dissipated, replaced by a tingling sensation, and the advancement of his muscles had slowed in comparison to their initial rapid progress. Remarkably, within just 2 days, Qin Yu's muscular strength had more than doubled. Accelerate once more, he urged himself, continuing his exertions. For a full 2 days of relentless activity, he experienced no pangs of hunger. The absorption of such copious amounts of spiritual energy was more than sufficient to replenish his energy reserves. As Qin Yu's speed escalated, the silver light within the energy column surged anew. The air, imbued with silver light, permeated his muscle fibers, swiftly traversing from one muscle to another until it was entirely absorbed. Was it true that the faster he moved, the more of that extraordinary silver light he would receive? Very well, he resolved to maintain this pace. Qin Yu ceased to accelerate, maintaining a steady pace while performing these movements. With each motion, 36 luminous pillars of silver energy permeated into Qin Yu's being, evoking waves of exquisite tingling sensations throughout his body, as his muscular strength gradually escalated. Just as Qin Yu was immersed in this delightful experience, Su Yuan's voice resonated from outside the secluded courtyard. "Xiao Yu, it has been 3 whole days. Why have you not eaten at all?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu became momentarily distracted, causing his movements to naturally slow. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the silver light enveloping Qin Yu intensified dramatically, its density seemingly doubling. "Su, uncle," Qin Yu managed to utter, only to feel an overwhelming surge of tingling within, becoming acutely aware of the astonishing change that had just occurred. It appeared that the actions depicted in those 36 diagrams were far from simplistic. "Xiao Yu," Su Yuan's voice called out again. Qin Yu hurriedly replied, "Su uncle, I am focused on my cultivation. Do not worry. I have enough food and water here. Please, do not allow anyone to disturb me while I remain in this secluded courtyard. I wish to concentrate on my training." Essentially, to enter seclusion. Seclusion is a practice where masters prepare provisions to avoid interruptions, allowing them to dedicate themselves entirely to their training in a tranquil environment. Seclusion? Su Yuan mused for a moment, but being an extraordinary individual himself, he smiled and replied, "Very well, Xiao Yu. I shall immediately arrange for some food and water for you. Rest assured you will not be disturbed." "Thank you, Su uncle." After Qin Yu finished speaking, he awaited the servants to bring him food and water. Subsequently, he resolved to enter solitary meditation, deeply contemplating the mysteries concealed within the 36 diagrams of the heavenly chart. In his secluded abode, he was entirely undisturbed. Qin Yu transformed into a series of ethereal shadows, ceaselessly moving within his sanctuary. However, something was amiss. Although his speed had diminished, the density had not increased. Just moments ago, Qin Yu furrowed his brow. At that moment, he had employed the technique from the 36 diagrams, causing his motions to decelerate. Yet, the 36 columns of vital energy enveloping his body had lost even their silvery gleam. Qin Yu was acutely aware that when he first heard Su Yuan's words and began to slow down, the silvery light of the columns of spiritual energy had surged in density, as if those silvery rays had seamlessly merged into his very being like flowing sand. Could it be? A sudden realization struck Qin Yu. Instantly, he hastened his movements once more, and the 36 spiraling columns of energy emitted points of silvery light that continuously integrated into his body. This velocity was precisely what Qin Yu had initially deemed optimal. But abruptly, his speed diminished again. The winds stirred, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth quivered. The density of the silvery light surrounding Qin Yu's body surged dramatically. With a sudden widening of his eyes, he observed the concentrated silvery light, akin to a cascade of fine silver sand, merging into him. These luminous silver particles infiltrated every muscle, bone, and meridian of Qin Yu's body, unleashing an overwhelming sensation of tingling ecstasy that spread throughout him. Exhilarated, Qin Yu could not help but cry out in delight. The sensation was indeed an unprecedented delight, surpassing the comfort of a massage 1,000-fold. However, in but a fleeting moment, the density of the silvery points abruptly diminished, even falling below the initial pace of normal movement. In hindsight, a consistently rapid speed proved futile, while a continuously slowing pace was decidedly worse. Initially swift, the 16th action suddenly decelerated, yielding remarkably excellent results. Qin Yu pondered. Could it be that the movements should oscillate between speed and slowness, with rapidity where necessary and languor where appropriate, intertwining harmoniously for optimal effect? Upon this realization, Qin Yu promptly embarked on experimentation. He began by maintaining a constant speed, then abruptly accelerating or decelerating during certain actions to discern whether they were best performed quickly or slowly. Yet, as Qin Yu delved deeper into his research, he found himself increasingly troubled. For instance, while it was indeed correct to decelerate during the 16th action, there existed a delicate balance. How much should one slow down? And to what degree should one accelerate? Furthermore, the movements were not rigid. They required mutual adjustment. The transition between two actions posed its own challenges, with the right hand positioned lower in the third action and elevated in the fourth. The mere trajectory of these transitions warranted meticulous study, as different paths yielded varying outcomes. In summary, relying solely on these 36 intricate diagrams to distill a flawless technique proved to be an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Through countless studies, Qin Yu devoted himself to a profound understanding of the art. As time passed, after a full month, he finally began to grasp the true method of cultivating this technique, leading to the emergence of a brand new celestial diagram skill. A month later, one could observe Qin Yu's figure drifting within his secluded courtyard like a gentle breeze. His movements, swift yet seemingly languid, created illusory afterimages that danced around him, an extraordinary spectacle. Most astonishing of all, a shimmering silver armor manifested upon his body. Or rather, it was not armor per se, but 36 pure silver energy columns entwining around him, resembling a protective shell. These silver columns continuously merged into Qin Yu's being, while simultaneously absorbing the ambient spiritual energy from the world around him. Ah, what exhilaration! Suddenly halting, his body surged with vitality, and the 36 silver energy columns vanished without a trace. The density of the silver light points transformed from mere specks to a complete formation of luminous columns. Over the course of the month, Qin Yu experienced remarkable changes in his physique, with both strength and speed multiplying several times over. With his eyes gently closed, he envisioned a flawless sequence of movements crafted from the 36 diagrams, each posture unfolding in his mind with varied rhythms of speed. At last, Qin Yu had successfully deciphered the first volume of the celestial diagram technique. His eyes snapped open, radiating a blinding brilliance. He pondered the mysteries that might lie within the second and third volumes of the celestial diagram. In Qin Yu's heart, hope began to blossom. As his physical form continued to evolve, he reveled in the exquisite sensations that accompanied such progress. Naturally, he yearned for the other two pieces of the celestial map. His father, having acquired the second piece of the celestial map, must have placed it within the treasured vault. A smile crossed Qin Yu's face at the thought. He was indeed qualified to enter this vault. Should he wish to retrieve any treasures, all he needed was to inform Qin De. From within his bosom, Qin Yu retrieved the first piece of the celestial map and, with a slight smile, remarked, "This first piece of the celestial map has lost its significance for me. I shall discreetly deposit it in the treasured vault." He wished to keep his identity as the assassin Meteor hidden from his father. While Qin De might not necessarily be aware that the first piece had been obtained by the assassin Meteor, it was better to be cautious. Thus, Qin Yu intended to conceal it in an inconspicuous corner of the treasured vault. Throughout an entire month of cultivation, Qin Yu had abstained from food and drink. Reflecting on this now, he was quite astonished. As far as he knew, achieving the state of fasting required an extraordinary rate of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Thanks to the Meteor Tears, Qin Yu had already been absorbing this essence at an impressive pace. Now, having practiced the mysterious techniques of the first piece of the celestial map, the essence he absorbed transformed into silvery specks of light. Such rapid progress in cultivation was undoubtedly a blessing. Regardless of the reasons behind it, whether the enigmatic Meteor Tears or the mysterious techniques of the celestial map, the principles eluded his understanding. Qin Yu chuckled to himself. Subsequently, Qin Yu departed from the solitary courtyard and made his way directly to the residence of Qin De, intending to at least greet him before entering the treasured vault. Upon arriving, Two guards stationed outside Qin Yu's abode knelt on one knee and stated, "Your Highness, please allow us to convey your message. You wish to see His Majesty." Qin Yu replied promptly, "I wish to see my father." One of the guards responded, "Your Highness, the prince has been in seclusion for half a month and has yet to emerge. It was his decree that no one is to disturb him during this period." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his father was indeed in seclusion. "Very well, continue your watch," he said with a smile before turning away to head towards the treasured vault. It was of little consequence if he did not speak with his father. With a series of clicks, a stone door appeared on the wall of the side chamber, leading to the treasured vault. Qin Yu stepped inside, and the stone door turned, sealing shut behind him. The treasured vault was a modest chamber adorned with two counters crafted from ancient sandalwood, each displaying an array of precious treasures. At the center of the chamber, there was a bamboo chair accompanied by a natural tea table. Against the wall at the front of the room, an ancient incense burner emitted a gentle waft of smoke, infusing the space with a serene ambience. The first piece of the heaven-connecting map must be concealed within the crevice between the left counter and the wall, thought Qin Yu as he approached the corner. He retrieved the invaluable first piece of the heaven-connecting map from his bosom, examined it closely, and then deftly inserted it into the narrow gap by the wall. Qin Yu rose to his feet, a satisfied nod gracing his countenance. When father discovers this celestial map, he shall be none the wiser as to the year or month, he mused, concealing his identity as the assassin Meteor from his father. In Qin Yu's eyes, this was not a matter worthy of pride. After placing the first segment of the celestial map, he surveyed the treasures upon the ancient wooden counter and soon noticed a jade box resting there. A sense of intuition surged within him. This was precisely what he had been searching for. With a smile, Qin Yu lifted the lid of the jade box, revealing a square jade slab, enveloped in a gentle, radiant glow. At first glance, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the first piece. As he held this new celestial map in his hands, he noticed inscribed at the top the word Celestial Map 2. Ecstasy surged within him. This was the second piece. In his understanding, the three pieces of the celestial map were undoubtedly interconnected. Having mastered the first, acquiring the second was ideal. The third might pose challenges to his cultivation. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled as he regarded this second celestial map, his full attention now devoted to it. 36 images. Indeed, as I anticipated, there are still 36 images, though they differ entirely from those of the first piece. Having undergone a transformation, Qin Yu's spirit had significantly strengthened, even granting him spiritual awareness. With a mere sweep of his consciousness, he effortlessly committed the sights before him to memory. What Qin Yu yearned for most were the 36 images, while he had not contemplated much beyond that. Moreover, pondering excessively would not guarantee success. Even now, Qin Yu firmly believed that the mysterious martial arts spoken of by the legendary Battle of the Immortals were not merely the images on the surface of the celestial diagram. Anyone with a modicum of intellect would arrive at the same conclusion. If it were that simple, surely someone would have comprehended it long ago. Most importantly, could mere physical training enable one to attain the formidable prowess of that enigmatic figure? Having acquired the second piece of the celestial diagram along with its 36 images, Qin Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He chuckled, eager to explore the treasures within the secret vault more thoroughly. With a smile, Qin Yu expanded his consciousness, enveloping the entire treasure trove. His mental reach extended several hundred meters, making it effortless to cover such a small chamber. Such a large eye of the beholder was indeed captivating. That whisk seemed rather unremarkable. Qin Yu mused playfully, only to have his grin abruptly freeze. No, it couldn't be. Qin Yu's consciousness discerned a secret with startling clarity, leaving him momentarily speechless. He foolishly extended his hand and retrieved the second piece of the celestial diagram from the jade box once more. Subsequently, he pressed a small mechanism on the edge of the box, and with a crisp sound, he effortlessly unveiled another layer within the jade box. To his astonishment, the box was not a single layer but rather two. He had initially assumed its thickness was merely at the base. The second layer revealed a square jade piece, its gentle luminescence and the clarity of its inscriptions revealing to Qin Yu the identity of this jade. It was the third piece of the celestial map. Good heavens, could my fortune truly be this splendid? At this moment, Qin Yu was utterly exhilarated. He had unexpectedly acquired all 3 legendary pieces of the celestial map. Naturally, the mysteries contained within eluded him, for his sole interest lay in the 36 enigmatic images. With a long sigh, Qin Yu mused, "What a relief! Had it not been for my spiritual probe, I would have remained unaware that another piece of the celestial map lay beneath this jade box." This third piece was akin to the first 2, possessing its own unique set of 36 illustrations. Qin Yu immediately began to meticulously memorize these images. Unbeknownst to him, when Qin Shi Huang had once obtained all 3 pieces of the celestial map, he too had attempted to decipher their mysteries. However, he soon realized that the actions depicted bore no practical application, leading him to abandon his efforts. The Qin dynasty fell, and amidst the chaos, the first and second pieces of the celestial map were lost, leaving only the third piece, which had been safeguarded by the Qin family for millennia. Inde, having acquired the second piece, naturally placed it alongside the third. 3 days later, at noon, Qin Yu was in his secluded courtyard, diligently practicing the movements of the 36 images contained within the second piece of the celestial map. His motions were at times swift and at other times languid. During his rapid movements, he surpassed even the fastest pace he had achieved while cultivating the first illustration. Conversely, in his slower moments, he descended to a pace far slower than his most leisurely practice of the first illustration. Yet, even with his movements languid, Qin Yu manifested several phantoms. An odd spectacle indeed. While outsiders remained oblivious to the cause, Qin Yu was acutely aware. He had been cultivating a mysterious physical enhancement technique, which he provisionally named Tongtian Shengong. This practice exerted its influence within a radius of 2 to 3 meters around him, causing the air enveloping his body to warp and thereby creating the illusion of phantoms. Surrounding Qin Yu were 36 ethereal pillars of energy, which had transformed from a silvery hue to a blend of silver and gold. He sensed that, upon the complete mastery of the second segment of the Tongtian map, these 36 silver pillars might very well transmute into golden ones. His Highness the Third Prince, the royal heir, has emerged from seclusion and summons you to the Mingshan Pavilion, came the voice of a servant from beyond the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu ceased his cultivation. His father had emerged from seclusion. He dabbed his face with a towel and stretched languidly, feeling a surge of power ripple through his robust muscles like mercury coursing within. Through this practice, Qin Yu's physical form had advanced remarkably, elevating both his strength and speed to unprecedented levels. At this moment, even facing Jinsu, he could effortlessly dispatch his opponent. After flexing his facial muscles and smiling, Qin Yu departed the secluded courtyard, making his way toward the Mingshan Pavilion. In total, 9 individuals comprised the upper echelons of Qinda's faction: Qin De, Su Yuan, Qin Feng, Qin Zhang, Qin Yu, the household steward Gumin, and the elderly figures clad in blue and gray, alongside the cultivator Feng Yuzi. The Mingshan Pavilion itself was surrounded by a mysterious barrier devised by Feng Yuzi, ensuring that no sound could escape its confines. Qin De and Feng Yuzizi wore serious expressions, and upon sensing the gravity of the atmosphere, Qin Yu felt that the matter at hand was of great significance. Qin De cast a sweeping glance over the assembly before speaking. The urgency of this gathering indicates that there is a matter of utmost importance. However, whether this matter is favorable or adverse, even I find it difficult to ascertain. A faint wry smile adorned Qin De's face, mirrored by Feng Yuzizi beside him. "Father, what could possibly distress you so?" Qin Zhang inquired immediately, while Qin Yu, Qin Feng, and the others looked on intently at Qin De. With a helpless shake of his head, Qin De replied, "It has only been a little over a year since I achieved the pinnacle of innate perfection. Yet, during my recent seclusion, I suddenly sensed that in a little over half a year my 49 heavenly tribulation will arrive." The 49 heavenly tribulation, the first tribulation for those aspiring to become cultivators, colloquially known as the minor heavenly tribulation. Everyone was rendered speechless. A superlative expert who had attained innate perfection was apprehensive of the 49 heavenly tribulation, while others yearned to endure it to become cultivators themselves. Yet, the 49 heavenly tribulation is not easily encountered. Some have reached innate perfection and waited for decades, even centuries, without experiencing it. Conversely, Some who have just reached innate perfection can sense the impending arrival of their forenine heavenly tribulation. This phenomenon is merely a reflection of one's comprehension of the natural way of the heavens. It is surprising that Qin De, who has trained for decades and surpassed even Lian Yan in martial prowess, could sense the approach of the forenine heavenly tribulation. But is this truly a boon? To traverse the forenine heavenly tribulation, especially in the realm of the potential dragon continent, where cultivation methods are so perilous, without the aid of a cultivating master, the chances of survival are exceedingly slim. As the time for the tribulation approaches, the prospect of Qin De failing the trial and perishing on the spot casts a shadow over the situation. However, should he succeed, the Qin family would gain another cultivator, significantly enhancing their power. Regrettably, the likelihood of success in such an endeavor is exceedingly slim. How could it be otherwise? Even the esteemed elder has not encountered this forenine heavenly tribulation throughout his many years. Su Yuan's mind became chaotic. He had followed Qin De for many years, and their bond transcended the mere master-subordinate relationship, resembling that of brothers. The forenine heavenly tribulation, the chances of success are dismally low. Among the three major tribulations faced by cultivators, each is more formidable than the last. Father, Qin Yu, along with his brothers Qin Feng and Qin Zheng, gazed at Qin De with anxious eyes. The forenine heavenly tribulation signifies the potential demise of their father in mere months. Although they cherish their father dearly, they must concede that the tribulation is exceedingly arduous. Yuer, Fenger, Zhenger, you two elder brothers have grown into men, yet you still exhibit such trepidation. As men, we cannot flee from the forenine heavenly tribulation. We must face it head-on. Should we succeed, it would be a joyous occasion. If we fail, it will not be the end of the world. Qin De's resolute visage exuded a sense of nonchalance. But, Father, this forenine heavenly tribulation. Qin Yu's heart ached at the thought. With their grandfather having recently passed, the idea of losing his father to the tribulation was unbearable. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Yuer, I am well aware of the dangers associated with the forenine heavenly tribulation. Your grandfather also met his end during this very trial. Yet, evasion is not an option. A man must confront his fate. Even in death, one must strive valiantly. Qin De's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. Observing Qin De's gaze, Qin Yu could only nod in acknowledgement. Today, I have summoned everyone to make arrangements for future matters. From this day forth, all affairs of the Qin family shall be overseen by Zhang Heir. In other words, from now on, I shall only provide guidance from behind the scenes, while the decisions will be determined by Zhang Heir himself, Qin De proclaimed decisively. Yes, father. Qin Zheng responded without any hint of excitement. For the past few years, it had generally been Qin Zheng who managed and made decisions, so Qin De's words signified a complete transfer of authority to him. Among Qin De's three sons, the eldest, Qin Feng, excelled in military command. The second, Qin Zheng, was adept in governance, while the youngest, Qin Yu, enjoyed a life of freedom, as Qin De had never imposed any constraints on him, allowing him to pursue his desires without hindrance. Feng Heir, you must strive diligently, for in our Qin family's army, your rank is determined entirely by your military achievements. Qin De fixed his gaze upon Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, as he was naturally gifted and exceptionally skilled in warfare, commanding an army of 100,000 at such a young age. Although his status as the heir played a role, his personal prowess remained paramount. You heir. Qin De looked at Qin Yu. In truth, Qin De felt most indebted to his youngest son. Yet, in this moment, he did not wish to dwell on overly sentimental sentiments. After gazing at Qin Yu for a long while, he slowly said, You heir, pursue whatever you wish. Your father will not impose restrictions upon you. However, I wish to impart one piece of advice. Remember, act upon what you believe to be right. As sons of the Qin family, do not cower in fear or shy away from death. Upon hearing these words, a surge of fervor ignited within Qin Yu's heart. Indeed, father, Qin Yu declared with unwavering determination. Qin De smiled, and at that moment, Feng Yuzi interjected, The prince and I have already conferred. When the time comes in half a year, and the Qin family's affairs are running smoothly, Both the prince and I will lead a contingent of innate experts to the secret location to confront the heavenly tribulation. As for the 3 young masters, they shall not accompany us. Yes, I have already made my decision regarding those who will accompany me. At that time, Steward Gu and several other innate experts, along with other skilled individuals, will join me. Zheng, the 3 of you are forbidden from following. Qinda's words were resolute, leaving no room for dissent. As Qinda faced the heavenly tribulation, who could ascertain whether Xiangguang would receive word of it? Once informed, Xiangguang would undoubtedly dispatch experts to thwart them. The innate experts accompanying Qinda would be in peril. He could not risk his son's safety. Qin Zheng, as the future king of the East, overseeing significant authority, must not encounter any misfortune. Qin Feng, the commander of the military, cannot be treated as an ordinary guard. Any mishap involving him would have dire consequences. As for Qin Yu, "Father, I shall accompany you," Qin Yu proclaimed boldly. "I understand that following you bears great danger, and my elder brothers are burdened with crucial responsibilities that cannot afford to falter. However, my role in military affairs is minimal. I am inept in governance and military matters." "Absolutely not," Qinda interjected fiercely, cutting off Qin Yu's words. "Why not?" Qin Yu immediately rose, demanding, "Why is it not permissible, father? Do you not recall what you just said? If one believes it is right, one must act upon it. The sons of the Qin family must not cower in fear or dread death. I am determined to accompany father to the afterlife, for I believe it is the right course of action. Death does not intimidate me. I merely wish to journey alongside my father." Qin Yu fixed his gaze upon Qinda, exhibiting no inclination to retreat. "Do you comprehend the peril that lies ahead?"
In the implored.
"I am unaware of how many innate masters are under Xiangguang's command, but I am not concerned about that. However, they possess 2 formidable celestial beings. 2. Your Uncle Feng can only contend with one. Should both celestial beings arrive, the danger will escalate tremendously. Do you grasp the gravity of the situation? Danger? Must one cower before danger?" Qin Yu replied with a serene smile, leaving no room for Qinda's refusal. Qinda shook his head. "You are all who are going are masters, innate masters. What purpose would your external cultivation serve? Your presence would be of no benefit. Rather, during a perilous moment, you may endanger us all. Thus, I urge you to relinquish that thought." "Innate?" Qin Yu chuckled. After becoming an innate master, he longed to share this news with his father. However, the sorrow from Lian Yan's demise caused him to forget, and he subsequently resumed his training of the technique within the heavenly diagram. Meanwhile, Qinda entered seclusion, leaving Qin Yu without the opportunity to convey his achievement to his father. "Prepare yourself," Qin Yu suddenly bellowed, his form transforming into a streak of lightning as he lunged towards the elder clad in blue. The blue-robed elder and the gray-clad elder were both supreme experts under Qinda's command, of the same caliber as Lian Yan, typically overseeing the affairs of the heavenly network. The blue-robed elder, a consummate innate master, possessed formidable strength and observed Qin Yu's advance with a smile, extending his hand. "Humph!" With a cold snort, Qin Yu caused the very air to tremble. His right fist transformed into a thunderous force, having mastered the first piece of the celestial map and now cultivating the second. For the first time, he revealed his true power, and after enduring a lengthy transformation of his physique, one could only wonder what level he had attained. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The elder in blue sensed the impending danger and immediately surged his innate true energy, his right palm shimmering with a golden hue.
Fist met palm.
A resounding impact echoed as the elder felt an overwhelming and terrifying force. It was pure physical strength, devoid of any true energy. That dreadful power coursed through his palm, raw and formidable. The elder instinctively recoiled, and with a crack, the railing shattered. He finally collided with the barrier set by Feng Yuzi, coming to a halt. All eyes turned to Qin Yu, filled only with astonishment. Qin Yu remained expressionless, fixated on Qinda. "Father, tell me, do I possess the qualifications to accompany you?" An innate master, the first innate external martial artist in the history of the Hidden Dragon Continent. Surely that counts as an innate master. His voice reverberated, leaving those present in stunned silence. An innate external martial artist. Throughout history, When one spoke of external martial arts, it was associated with arduous struggles, fruitless endeavors, and a lack of prospects, often deemed to only reach the limits of postnatal development. Yet from this day forth, those present realized that external martial arts could also ascend to the innate realm. How formidable! Should the third prince employ a mid-grade spiritual weapon, one could hardly say whether any among them could stand against him. At this moment, the elderly man in the blue robe still felt a sharp pain in his right arm. Qin Yu's strength had now far surpassed the realm he attained during his battle with Shinsu. Through the arduous practice of the heavenly profound art, and after undergoing a transformation through mysterious silver and golden light, Qin Yu had undergone a profound metamorphosis compared to the self who once fought Shinsu. Qin De gazed at Qin Yu, and no one could fathom the tumult within his heart. This third son, whom he had never harbored much hope for, who practiced the most arduous and seemingly futile external arts, had, at the tender age of 18, achieved such a terrifying level of power without his father even realizing it, becoming an unprecedented innate master of external martial arts. After a prolonged silence, Qin De slowly shook his head and declared, "No." As he contemplated revealing his status as an innate master to his father, Qin Yu felt an exhilarating rush. He yearned for his father's acknowledgement and praise. At last, he could demonstrate to his father that he was not a worthless individual. No. Qin Yu's eyes misted over as he reflected on his relentless efforts since the age of 8, toiling day and night with rigorous training. He had known no joy alongside his peers, no care from his parents, nor even a single companion of his age. For a decade he persevered, combining his diligence with a modicum of fortune, ultimately achieving his current level of strength. Throughout those 10 years of arduous cultivation, Qin Yu had never uttered a word of complaint. What was his motivation? Was it not to reach the innate realm of martial arts, to assist his father, to bring him joy, and to instill pride in him? Father, did you not just say that reaching the innate realm would suffice? My strength now far surpasses that of an ordinary innate master. Even against those at the pinnacle of the innate realm, I believe I can hold my own. Why am I still forbidden from accompanying you? Qin Yu's eyes were ablaze with fury and resentment as he gazed at his father. The intensity of his gaze caused a slight tremor in Qin De's heart. Calm yourself, Yuer, Qin De admonished sharply. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu replied, "Very well. I shall remain calm. Father, please elucidate the reasons behind this. If you cannot persuade me, I shall not relent." "All right," Qin De conceded. "Should I embark on the tribulation, I will undoubtedly choose a secluded location, and your Uncle Feng will accompany me. Naturally, the news of my tribulation will be kept under wraps. There are 2 scenarios. First, if Xiang Guang and his cohorts are unable to discern my tribulation, and no one interrupts me, that would be ideal. Your presence or absence would be inconsequential. Second, if Xiang Guang learns of my tribulation, and the 2 great immortals arrive, Yuer, although your strength is commendable, the powers of those who have undergone the 49 heavenly tribulation are beyond your imagination. Qin decide, though it is merely the 49 heavenly tribulation, the disparity between an ordinary innate master and a true cultivator is akin to heaven and earth. A single strike from a cultivator's flying sword can effortlessly sever your head. Should you go, it would serve no purpose and could lead to your untimely demise. Thus, in both scenarios, your presence would provide no assistance and could indeed endanger your life. Yuer, this is why I cannot permit you to accompany me." Qin Yu listened in silence. However, the silence he exuded was imbued with a chaotic aura. The stronger the soul, the more potent the energy it radiated. Although Qin Yu remained unaware of it, the atmosphere he generated was palpable to all present, leaving them oblivious to his thoughts. Xiao Yu, both Qin Zhang and Qin Feng turned their gazes towards their younger brother. "Father, do you still remember?" Qin Yu disregarded his elder brother's queries and continued, "Before I turned 6, you cared for me so deeply, often accompanying me. During that time, I was blissful, free from worries. In my heart, Father, you were the most sagacious and formidable. Yet, that fateful year when I turned 6, I was sent to Yunwu Villa." Qin Yu lowered his head, his voice subdued, as if he were conversing with himself or perhaps sharing his thoughts with Qin De. Everyone fell into a hushed reverence. At Yunwu Villa, I was but a solitary child of 6. The only company I had were servants and guards. No one was there to play with me, leaving me in profound solitude. I would watch the sun rise and set, yearning for the day when father would come to visit. I lost count of the disappointments until finally, father arrived, though he departed almost immediately, leaving me to continue my vigil. Yet I waited in vain. For 2 whole years, father visited Yunwu Villa only once. Qin Yu's voice remained steady as he recounted his tale. The attendees envisioned a 6 or 7-year-old child, yearning for his father's arrival amidst the cyclical rise and fall of the sun, only to be met with repeated disappointment. Qin's lips moved slightly, but he uttered not a single word. He found himself at a loss for words. Among my 3 sons, he felt the deepest remorse for the youngest, as he had spent the least amount of time with Qin Yu, offering the least concern and companionship. I pondered, why does my father not come to see me? Have I been disobedient, inciting his anger, or am I simply too insufferable? If I have faltered in any aspect, could he not simply inform me? I am capable of improving. Yet, I am not foolish. My elder brother practices martial arts, while my second brother studies matters of state. Father frequently guides them and often visits them. It has finally dawned upon me that father believes I am incapable of achieving greatness. Thus he neglects me. Qin Yu bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with a flicker of light. After much contemplation, I resolved to cultivate myself into a formidable expert. However, my dantian could not store internal energy, limiting me to external training. During my first year, teacher Zhao Yunxing instructed me, beginning each day at dawn with rigorous training that pushed the boundaries of my physical limits. Each session left me in excruciating pain and utter fatigue, and there were moments when I felt I could bear it no longer. Yet, the thought of one day bringing joy to my father spurred me on, compelling me to grit my teeth and persevere. Qin Yu spoke softly. Meanwhile, Qin's eyes glistened with moisture. At the age of 16, father revealed to me certain secrets, and I finally understood that his seeming indifference stemmed not from a lack of love, but from his own burdens that left him little time to attend to me. Observing my father, elder brother, and second brother toil for the significant matters of the future, I, a scion of the Qin family, found myself idle, merely an onlooker. That night, father declared that only upon reaching the innate realm would I be permitted to lead troops into battle. In that moment, I resolved, no matter the obstacles, to become an innate master. A sudden smile graced Qin Yu's face. 10 years, a full decade, and I have finally succeeded. I possess luck, as well as relentless dedication. Yet regardless of the circumstances, I have attained my current realm. Qin Yu abruptly lifted his head, an imposing aura radiating from him. Throughout history, it has been said that external martial arts lack prospects, that one can never reach the innate realm. However, I remain unyielding in my beliefs. I have persevered diligently, and indeed I have accomplished it. A hint of pride adorned Qin Yu's countenance. At merely 18 years of age, achieving a level comparable to the consummate masters of innate martial arts, how could he not feel pride? Moreover, he had trained in the notoriously more challenging external arts. As a master of innate external martial arts, I have progressed significantly beyond my initial entry into the innate realm. My strength has soared to new heights. I yearn to share this news with my father, for I believe that once he learns of my prowess as an innate master, he will regard me with the same favor as my elder brothers, granting me opportunities to assist him. Qin Yu gazed intently at Qin De, and suddenly his expression turned somber. Ha ha! I was mistaken, profoundly so. Qin Yu's emotions surged as he addressed Qin De with fervor. Father, when my abilities were limited, you did not require my assistance, and I bore no resentment. I gritted my teeth and labored diligently. Yet now, having far surpassed the average innate masters, achieving such strength, you still refuse to let me aid you, relegating me to the sidelines while you face peril, and I remain untroubled. Father, do you believe this to be concern for my well-being? No, not in the slightest. It only deepens my sorrow. The relentless toil day and night, forsaking the merriment of my peers, sacrificing everything, pouring my heart and soul into cultivation for a decade. 10 years. What, pray tell, have I truly accomplished in this decade of arduous training? What significance is there to the realm I have attained? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Qin Yu's face. The goal, The unwavering ambition of the past 10 years now reveals itself to be nothing but an illusion, leaving him in profound sorrow. Father, I am acutely aware of the formidable nature of the forenine heavenly tribulation, should you fail to transcend it. Qin Yu's body trembled at the thought. He could scarcely fathom the devastating blow of losing his father. If you are no longer here, what purpose does my decade of perseverance serve? My cultivation appears utterly futile. Regardless, Father, if only I could be of some assistance to you, then I would die without regrets. Yet, you deny me the opportunity, not a single chance. You merely declare that my participation would be of no consequence. Oh, Father, you have not even granted me a chance. How can you be so certain of my ineffectiveness? Why must it be so? Qin Yu bellowed at Qin De, his eyes aflame with anguish. Suddenly, an eerie laughter escaped him. I understand now, Father, that I, your third son, have always been deemed worthless in your eyes, have I not? Regardless of my endeavors, I am of no utility, even should I attain the innate realm. The past was futile, and the present remains so, Father. I surmise that even if I were to lead an army as an innate master, you would scarcely regard me with any esteem. Qin De found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, even in the event of a future grand conflict, which may involve legions numbering in the tens of thousands, the role of an innate master would be negligible. Qin De had never truly considered the significance of Qin Yu's contributions in such a monumental struggle.
Observing de Qin De's expression, Qin Yu chuckled softly.
I am indeed the most useless one, the most ineffectual of all. Regardless of my efforts or the heights to which my cultivation may ascend, I shall always remain the most insignificant. How absurd it is that after all these years, I ponder what I have cultivated for, what purpose it serves. Qin Yu laughed heartily, yet soon found himself silently weeping, tears streaming down his face. Qin De gazed at his third son, whom he had never truly invested emotional energy into, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and heartache. Yet, as he opened his mouth, no words escaped. He was at a loss for what to say. Indeed, in Qin De's mind, Qin Yu held no value in his plans, and Qin Yu's words rang true. How foolish I am, truly foolish, Qin Yu lamented with a wry smile. Xiao Yu, Qin Zhang and Qin Feng were about to speak, but Qin Yu raised a hand to halt them. Taking a deep breath, he met Qin De's gaze and calmly stated, Father, I apologize for my outburst. For the first time in many years, the suppressed emotions within him erupted unchecked.
My son.
Qin Yu raised his head and let out a piercing cry, as a streak of black lightning descended from the heavens. Qin Yu's figure darted like lightning, leaving behind several afterimages as he ascended onto the back of the dark eagle, soaring 10 meters into the air. Perched upon the eagle's back, he suddenly leaned forward, embracing the creature's neck. Throughout the years, Little Black had remained a steadfast companion to Qin Yu, and nestled against its warm feathers, Qin Yu found solace. Meanwhile, Qin De's complexion was pallid, resembling that of a frail individual. He gazed skyward, acutely aware that Qin Yu had departed, likely for a duration of at least 6 months. This period may very well represent the final 6 months of Qin De's existence. The words of Qin Yu struck him like daggers, etching deep wounds into his heart. Yet, Qin De understood that his son bore an even greater anguish. Despite his overwhelming sorrow, Qin De felt an even more profound sense of guilt, an insatiable remorse. Could he, in this lifetime, ever hope to atone? Atop East Lawn Mountain, a golden figure moved with astonishing speed, appearing as ethereal and elusive as mist. Beside it, a massive black eagle occasionally flapped its wings, its sharp gaze fixed intently upon the golden silhouette, which was none other than Qin Yu and Little Black. After more than 20 days of relentless training, Qin Yu had neither rested nor eaten, yet his spirit flourished, sharper and more resolute than when he had departed from the royal residence. Suddenly, the golden figure came to a halt, and the 36 golden pillars of energy dissipated entirely, revealing Qin Yu's solitary form. The second celestial diagram, comprising 36 illustrations, had been wholly completed. As Qin Yu gazed upon his skin, he noticed a faint golden aura pulsating beneath the surface at the slightest exertion of strength, a remarkable phenomenon that indicated he had ascended to a new realm of physicality. Power? Qin Yu found it increasingly difficult to quantify the force of his body in conventional terms. "Xiao He, let us depart," he called to his companion, who responded with an excited series of cries. Qin Yu then mounted Xiao He's back, and with a powerful beat of its wings, they soared away from Donglon Mountain, embarking on a new journey. Within the confines of the Skynet division, winter had fully set in, with snowflakes cascading from the heavens. The courtyard of this division was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, and as Qin Yu walked upon it, he left only faint footprints that vanished almost immediately under the falling snow. "Mr. Meteor, please take a seat," a charming woman said, placing a mission list before him. Qin Yu opened the Gold Tier mission and briefly scanned the profiles of the targets. He accepted missions not based on the strength of the individuals but rather their character. Should they be malevolent, he would proceed, and should they be virtuous, he would refrain. Of course, he had no inclination to protect the virtuous. Gold Tier mission number 6. Qin Yu stated coldly. The alluring woman promptly marked the task and, with a playful wink, teased Mr. Meteor, "With the snow falling so heavily, why not stay the night? You may depart when the snow has ceased in the morning." As she spoke, she extended her slender right hand, taking hold of Qin Yu's. "Release me," Qin Yu replied calmly. The enchanting woman covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "Mr. Shooting Star is truly." Just as she was about to continue, a jolt of energy surged from Qin Yu's hand, causing her to involuntarily release her grip. Qin Yu turned and stepped into the swirling snow. The alluring woman gazed at the figure engulfed by the falling snowflakes, and suddenly, that figure transformed into several afterimages before vanishing from her sight. "To dare come and kill me is tantamount to seeking death. Ghost Flame Hand, eliminate him," declared a stout man with an air of arrogance. Qin Yu, adorned with a golden mask, bore a faint, cold smile. Indeed, a bald, one-armed man scoffed at Qin Yu. "As a renowned assassin, you display such foolishness by confronting us openly rather than striking from the shadows. To perish at the hands of my ghost flame, you should feel honored." Qin Yu shook his head slightly, thinking to himself, "Mid-stage of innate strength, far too weak." Whoosh! Qin Yu transformed into a streak of light, darting past the bald, one-armed man, who stood there in stunned disbelief. Moments later, 2 agonized screams pierced the air, and Qin Yu's figure vanished, having completed his mission and prepared to depart. "My right hand! Ah, my right hand is gone!" The ghost flame hand stared in horror at his remaining hand. Qin Yu's speed had been so extraordinary that he had no chance to resist. With a swift hand strike, he severed the only hand he had, and with astonishing speed, he delivered a precise strike that decapitated the stout man. Subsequently, he floated away, carrying the severed head. From beginning to end, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Indeed, after successfully cultivating the second piece of the heavenly map, his strength had ascended to an entirely new level. With the removal of the dark iron arm guards, leg guards, and the black gold vest, my speed has reached a level that likely rivals that of the most accomplished innate masters. A confident smile graced Qin Yu's face. After cultivating the second piece of the heavenly chart, his strength surged, and his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. In terms of physical resilience, ordinary dark iron weapons could scarcely inflict harm upon him. His defensive capabilities have now matched those of the black gold vest. Thus, Qin Yu decided to shed the black gold vest, along with the dark iron arm guards and leg guards, as the burden of weight training held little value for someone of his elevated status. Mr. Meteor is indeed swift. The task is completed in no time, the woman attending to Qin Yu remarked with a flirtatious smile. After receiving his reward, Qin Yu perused the task list and declared, "The third task of the gold medal category." Over the span of 3 months, Qin Yu astonishingly undertook 9 gold medal tasks, averaging 3 per month, all of which he accomplished with ease. His adversaries fell before him, dispatched without hesitation, regardless of their skill level. Among them were even 2 late-stage innate masters. Remarkably, Qin Yu did not resort to the Yen Qi sword or the Yen Qi gauntlets. He relied solely on his bare hands to vanquish his foes, who offered no resistance whatsoever. With his current prowess, even unarmed, he could contend with innate masters at the pinnacle of their abilities. The transformative effects of the silver and golden hues from the 2 pieces of the heavenly chart have been profound, elucidating the reasons for Qin Yu's remarkable advancement. Has Mr. Meteor truly ceased accepting tasks? The woman receiving Qin Yu expressed her confusion, observing that he had undertaken 9 consecutive tasks. She had assumed he would continue to accept more assignments. Had she truly wasted so much time on such trivial endeavors? These missions lacked any semblance of challenge. After collecting his reward, Qin Yu calmly uttered a few words before departing, evidently exhibiting a transformation in his demeanor, no longer as indifferent as he had been 3 months prior. From behind the task reception hall, a figure approached, gazing at Qin Yu's retreating silhouette with a slight frown, murmuring, "No challenge? Not even for a late-stage innate master." In an unnamed forest, Qin Yu had resided there for over 2 months, diligently practicing the 3rd piece of the heavenly chart. Drawing from his experience with the previous 2, he found this 3rd piece surprisingly effortless to cultivate. Yet, to his astonishment, the 3rd heavenly chart was entirely distinct from its predecessors. It generated a purple innate qi that permeated and fused throughout his entire body. Be it his dantian, muscles, bones, or meridians, the innate qi existed within every part of him. With a powerful surge, Qin Yu, enveloped in 36 columns of purple energy, descended like a bolt of lightning from the heavens, driving his right leg forcefully into the ground. Strangely, the earth showed no signs of damage. However, it resonated with a subtle vibration. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed as the land within a radius of several dozen meters erupted, shrouded in a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, a massive pit, measuring several dozen meters across and 10 meters deep, lay before him. The 1st and 2nd celestial diagrams reached completion in merely a month, yet the 3rd celestial diagram astonishingly consumed over 2 months. Qin Yu paused, and the 36 purple energy pillars surrounding him dissipated, while the singular purple aura enveloping his body gradually receded. From the outside in, the 3rd celestial diagram proved to be the most formidable, not only enhancing his physique but also generating a unique innate purple true energy characteristic of this profound art. It has been 6 months. The moment of my father's tribulation approaches. Qin Yu sighed inwardly, his elation over his significant power increase fading away. Throughout this half-year, he had pondered the purpose of his existence. Was it merely to follow the ordinary path of marrying and begetting children before fading into oblivion? No. Qin Yu could hardly accept such a fate. From a young age, he had set his sights on becoming a master, capable of aiding his father. Yet now, perhaps I have been mistaken from the outset. One cannot live solely for others, as it only burdens oneself and places immense pressure on my father. Slowly, Qin Yu approached a small lake nestled within the forest. Gazing at the shimmering azure waters, his mind was awash with contemplation. Despite dedicating himself to cultivation and undertaking missions over the past 6 months, he had been incessantly reflecting on the question, what is my purpose in life? Deep within him lay a yearning, a subtle desire that he had hesitated to fully unleash. Qin Yu relished the exhilarating thrill of life and death struggles, the euphoria of transcending limits. Cultivators, distant immortal islands, the realm of cultivation. This is the yearning that lurked within Qin Yu's heart. Upon hearing Feng Yuzi's description of the world of cultivation, Qin Yu was filled with an insatiable desire for it. In the past, his strength was insufficient. However, the opportunity presented by the heavenly chart ignited a spark within him. He took a deep breath, longing for the life of a cultivator, ascending to the lofty heavens and plunging into the depths of the sea, battling fierce beasts, competing with fellow cultivators for treasures, and challenging the very forces of nature in pursuit of the limits of existence. Qin Yu yearned for a life that was fervent and brimming with passion. Yet, to choose such a path required not only strength but also unwavering determination. It necessitated the prowess of a cultivator and the resolve to embrace solitude. His father and brothers could not accompany him on this adventurous quest, nor could they wander alongside him. Would Qin Yu be willing to part from his father and brothers? Remember, if one believes in something, one must act upon it. As a son of the Qin family, he must not cower or fear death. His father's words echoed in his ears, prompting Qin Yu to suddenly smile. Yes, in this life, why should he be timid? Moreover, his past existence was misguided. He should not live for others, for that only burdened both himself and his father. He must live for himself. His father had an elder brother and a second brother, so he would pursue his own path, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. Little Black, once my father has transcended his tribulation, I shall seek my own life. Will you accompany me? Qin Yu gently patted Little Black's head. In response, Little Black spread its wings and lightly patted Qin Yu's back, nodding continuously. Qin Yu couldn't help but smile. Regardless of the circumstances, he would at least have Little Black by his side. Little Black, let us depart. A mundane existence is but a waste of time. Let us explore the Sky Network tasks to see if any present a challenge. With that, Qin Yu leapt onto the back of Little Black, who promptly unfurled his wings, transforming into a streak of light before vanishing from sight. Seated in the main chair was Qin De, accompanied by the Elder in Blue, the Chief Steward Gumin, and Feng Yuzi, all of whom took their respective places. The location had been chosen. Everything was nearly in place, awaiting the arrival of 37 days. Qin De spoke coldly, increasingly aware of the impending calamity as the days drew nearer. 37 days hence would mark the day of his tribulation. The Elder in Blue nodded, stating, within the vast wilderness, there is an abundance of demon beasts, many of which have reached the golden core stage. Even if Wu De Wu Xing becomes aware of the tribulation appearing in the wilderness, he would likely presume it to be the demon beasts undergoing their own tribulations. Thus, should His Highness succeed in his tribulation, the Xiong family will find themselves at a disadvantage, lacking a master like His Highness on our side. The location chosen by His Highness is indeed most astute, Gumin concurred. Your Highness, I take my leave, Gumin said, bowing respectfully, while Feng Yuzi merely cupped his hands in acknowledgement before both departed. The Elder in Blue and the Elder in Gray were the two principal figures of the Sky Network. Generally, Qin De referred to them by their code names, Blue and Gray, never having called them by their actual names. On this occasion, as they journeyed to the site of the tribulation in the wilderness, Qin De had invited the Elder in Blue to accompany him, while the Elder in Gray remained to oversee the operations of the Sky Network. Blue this time, a contingent of 5 late-stage innate experts will be dispatched from the Dark Arrow originally overseen by Uncle, he instructed. In the realm of Tianwang, efforts are underway to seek out several adept practitioners of the late innate stage within the internal network, while simultaneously extending an invitation to the assassin known as Meteor. A faint smile graces Qin De's lips, echoed by the subtle amusement of the elderly man in blue. The Tianwang organization is divided into internal and external networks. However, individuals from the external network are not directly under their control and can only be invited. Qin De, the leader of Tianwang, has been keenly observing the assassin Meteor. This assassin possesses formidable strength, having effortlessly completed 9 consecutive missions, some of which targeted practitioners at the late innate stage, all of whom met their demise at his hands. It is believed that his power has reached the pinnacle of the innate stage. The elderly man in blue remarked on this point. At present, Qin De's requirement is for unparalleled experts. He once conveyed to Qin Chang and Qin Yu that practitioners at the pinnacle of the innate stage lack any means of resistance when compared to cultivators. This statement holds some truth but is not entirely accurate. In a one-on-one confrontation, that may be the case. However, if 5 or 6 pinnacle innate experts were to join forces, particularly when equipped with mid-grade spiritual artifacts, the situation would be vastly different. The speed of pinnacle innate experts is lightning fast. Should 5 or 6 of them launch a simultaneous assault, it would indeed prove challenging for a golden core stage cultivator to respond effectively. If their corporeal form were to be destroyed, the cultivator would face utter annihilation. While cultivators possess profound mastery over true essence, their physical structure resembles that of ordinary humans. Thus, if their heart were to be shattered, for instance, they would still meet their end. What Qin De requires are experts at the pinnacle of the innate stage, or at the very least those at the late innate stage. However, the attainment of innate perfection is exceedingly rare. According to Qin De's assessment, the assassin known as Meteor is indeed a master of innate perfection, and from the nature of the tasks he undertakes, he appears to be trustworthy. Lan Yi, you shall extend a personal invitation to him, and should the need arise, employ a degree of force to subtly intimidate him. Naturally, the location of the tribulation must remain undisclosed, as must my identity. We shall simply ensure he accompanies us when the time comes, Qin De stated. He harbored no fear regarding the enigmatic assassin Meteor. Even if he were an adversary, it mattered little, for he would never allow Meteor to uncover any secrets. Yes, I shall personally extend the invitation, Lan Yi replied with a bow. Qin Yu found it peculiar. During the last mission, the head of the Tianwang branch had informed him that the esteemed Grand Elder of Tianwang wished to confer with him. As a premier assassin within Tianwang, he was well aware that there were two Grand Elders. Thus, he wondered what business this Grand Elder had with him. As per the arrangement, Qin Yu arrived at a tea house, only to find it devoid of any patrons. A slight furrow appeared on his brow. Why has Mr. Meteor not yet arrived? Laughter echoed from the second floor. With a swift motion, Qin Yu vanished without a sound, effortlessly materializing at the staircase's entrance, his speed almost terrifying in its swiftness. What astonishing speed! And without a whisper of wind. Lan Yi, the elder, was taken aback. He recognized that even he could not match such velocity. He gazed towards the staircase, where a figure stood, approximately 175 meters tall, exuding an air of cold severity. However, the elder in blue felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the person before him. As Qin Yu gazed at the figure ahead, his eyes widened in recognition. The so-called Grand Elder of the Heavenly Net was none other than the enigmatic elder in blue who occasionally appeared beside his father. Both the blue and gray-clad elders were known for their secretive movements, rarely seen within the royal palace, and only a handful, including Qin Yu, were aware of their existence. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Net? A cryptic smile played at the corners of Qin Yu's mouth as he addressed the elder in blue. The leader of the Heavenly Net turns out to be a spark ignited within Qin Yu, and he smiled faintly before taking a seat directly opposite the elder, eschewing any formalities. The elder in blue chuckled softly and began, Mr. Meteor, like a dragon whose head is unseen, has accomplished 9 gold medal tasks flawlessly over the past 3 months. When I first learned of this, I was utterly astonished, only later to discover that within our external network of the Heavenly Net, there exists such a remarkable talent as Mr. Meteor. Gold medal tasks? They posed no challenge at all. I seek a worthy opponent, yet none can be found, which is truly. Qin Yu spoke with an air of arrogance. In order to conceal his true identity, he had defined the assassin Meteor as a supreme master devoted solely to martial arts, indifferent to all else. Is it truly devoid of difficulty? Has Mr. Meteor already attained the pinnacle of innate perfection? The elder in blue countered. Suddenly, Qin Yu erupted into laughter. Grand Elder, why not test it and see? It is rare to encounter a master of your caliber. As he spoke, Qin Yu's right hand abruptly launched into action. From a young age, Qin Yu diligently trained his finger strength while simultaneously enhancing the dexterity of his fingers. After numerous breakthroughs, his finger strength has reached an astonishing level. With a swift motion, Qin Yu extended his right index finger, conjuring the illusion of dozens of finger shadows. The elder in blue was taken aback, and he too extended his right index finger, a blinding radiance emanating from its tip. Bang! Their fingers collided head-on, resulting in a stalemate. Ha! Indeed, Mr. Meteor is formidable. I am truly impressed, exclaimed the elder in blue, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He was tasked by Qin De to invite Qin Yu, primarily to ascertain the extent of his abilities. From this display of finger strength alone, the elder was entirely convinced that Mr. Meteor's prowess was not inferior to his own. The Grand Elder did not unleash his full power. I too am merely fortunate, Qin Yu remarked nonchalantly. He discerned that the elder in blue was not employing his complete strength, yet Qin Yu was also holding back. He was confident that by utilizing the purple innate true energy acquired from the third piece of the skyward map, he could undoubtedly vanquish the elder in blue. Mr. Meteor possesses such formidable strength. It appears he is indeed qualified for a significant task, the elder in blue remarked mysteriously. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, aware that the persona of Mr. Meteor he was portraying was one who pursued martial arts and sought the ultimate limits. Oh, just now you tested my abilities, and now you claim I am worthy of this task. It seems this task is quite extraordinary. Pray do tell, Qin Yu inquired. The elder in blue responded enigmatically. Extraordinary? Mr. Meteor, there are several experts of your caliber participating in this task. Once involved, life and death become inconsequential. Oh, a tremor coursed through Qin Yu's heart. He was acutely aware of his current strength. In the eyes of the blue-robed elder, the assassin Meteor was a consummate master of innate perfection. However, the elder's assertion that several others of his level were joining this task implied the presence of multiple consummate masters. What kind of task could it be? Qin Yu felt a premonition stirring within him. Do they truly require several experts like me for such a challenging mission? Could it be an assassination of a celestial being? Qin Yu chuckled. The blue-robed elder shook his head and replied, "It is not an assassination of a celestial being. Rather, it involves serving as a bodyguard for an individual for approximately 1 month. If you are willing to participate, your duty during that month will be to ensure the safety of your employer." The blue-robed elder fixed his gaze on Qin Yu, scrutinizing his reaction. "A bodyguard? They would have me serve as a bodyguard." Qin Yu responded coldly. The blue-robed elder, brimming with confidence, assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Meteor, you have often complained about the lack of challenge in your tasks. This assignment will undoubtedly present difficulties, and the adversaries you encounter will certainly meet your expectations. Most importantly, upon successful completion of the task, we can offer you a divine weapon of superior quality. A superior divine weapon, in the eyes of mere mortals in the Qianlong Continent, is the pinnacle of weaponry. As for spiritual weapons, they are typically possessed only by cultivators. Qin Yu obtained that piece of stone-fire iron, yet it was only through the refinement of Feng Yuzi that he acquired a spiritual weapon. How could an ordinary person ever obtain a spiritual weapon? The blue-robed elder's mention of a superior divine weapon as the task's reward is indeed an exceedingly high remuneration. The allure of a formidable weapon holds immense appeal for a martial artist. If one must feign, it should be done convincingly. A flicker of intrigue danced in Qin Yu's eyes. The elder clad in blue, perceiving Qin Yu's expression, sensed an opportunity. He promptly remarked, "Mr. Meteor, such tasks are exceedingly rare. If you wish to participate, meet me here in this tea house in 3 days, and I shall guide you." Protect whom? And to where? Qin Yu pressed for clarification. The blue-clad elder shook his head, replying, "I can only disclose that the individual in need of protection is referred to as Mr. Ng. As for the rest, there is no need for you to inquire further. Simply accompany us when the time comes." The elder fixed his gaze upon Qin Yu, awaiting his response. "Mr. Ng?" A surge of realization washed over Qin Yu, affirming his suspicions. "Very well, I shall accept this task. In 3 days at this tea house." Qin Yu chuckled heartily before leaping through the second-floor window, his form blurring into a series of fleeting shadows until he vanished entirely. The blue-clad elder watched the scene outside, nodding with a smile. In the depths of night, within the imperial study, the emperor received a clandestine message concerning dark chess. A handsome, refined middle-aged man handed over a letter, which Xiangguang promptly accepted. As he unfolded the secret missive, a frown creased his brow. "What? Qin De intends to undergo the 99 heavenly tribulation, and it is to occur in less than a month." Xiangguang's expression fluctuated dramatically. Qin De had long been a source of concern for him. Until Qin De was eliminated, he would remain as unsettled as a fishbone lodged in his throat. Now, upon learning of Qin De's impending tribulation, a sense of panic enveloped him. He both yearned for Qin De to fail and perish during the trial, yet simultaneously feared that success would elevate Qin De to the ranks of a Golden Core Master. If that were the case, the Qin family would possess 2 formidable immortals. Should the Qin family rebel, the threat would be significantly magnified. Xiangguang contemplated for a considerable time before raising his gaze to the distinguished middle-aged man before him, inquiring, "Mr. Lan, Wuxing Wuda explicitly stated that they only pledged to protect us. Persuading them to intervene would be quite challenging. By the way, Mr. Lan, did our ancestor leave any explicit instructions?" Mr. Lan offered a slight smile, then retrieved a small jade vial from his robe, placing it before Xiangguang on the table. "Your Majesty, this is the Qi Shengdan. I believe you are now aware of our ancestors' intentions." Upon hearing the term Qi Shengdan, Xiangguang was taken aback, a flicker of ferocity crossing his face. "The last Qi Shengdan? How could our ancestor part with it?" "Very well, rest assured, Mr. Lan. Please convey to our ancestor that I shall not disappoint him." Wuxing Wuda's greed is truly excessive, yet to eliminate Qin De, such measures are necessary. Regardless, it is imperative that Qin De does not succeed in transcending. Otherwise, with 2 Golden Core experts on their side, the ensuing conflict, combined with the armies of the 3 regions in the eastern domain, would severely diminish the strength of my Xiong family, even if a rebellion does not succeed. That would be an unworthy cost. Xiang Guang tightened his grip around the jade vial. Mr. Lan nodded slightly and then exited through the main door with great poise. Xiang Guang, in the imperial study, remained awake throughout the night, and by the break of dawn the following day, he departed the palace accompanied by a secretive expert. In a tranquil estate, 2 celestial beings, Qin De seeks to rebel and obliterate the legacy of the Xiong family for all eternity. Now, as he approaches the formidable tribulation of the 4-9 heavens, the Qin family has already acquired the presence of a celestial being, Feng Yuzi. Should Qin De successfully transcend this trial, they will possess 2 celestial beings, which would be detrimental not only to my Xiong family but also to both of you. Xiang Guang spoke to the 2 men clad in azure. Wu De and Wu Xing, practitioners of the arcane arts, have been safeguarding the Xiong family for several centuries, holding positions of great esteem. Wu De's long hair cascaded freely, embodying a nonchalant elegance, and his prowess had reached the late stage of the Golden Core, marking him as an undeniable master. In contrast, Wu Xing's long hair was neatly tied with a ribbon, and his striking white eyebrows and piercing eyes lent him an air of formidable authority. Wu Xing's cultivation had attained the mid-stage of the Golden Core, placing him on par with Feng Yuzi. Senior brother, our agreement with Xiangyang was merely to protect the Xiong family, was it not? Wu Xing remarked to Wu De. Xiangyang, a sovereign of the Chu Dynasty, was a ruler whose brilliance was comparable to that of the legendary Xiang Yu. Although Xiang Yu was the founding emperor, he met his demise at the hands of vengeful experts from the Qin dynasty. While he conquered the realm, he was unable to govern it effectively. Following his death, his only son, Xiangyang, ascended to the throne of the Chu dynasty. Xiangyang possessed both literary and martial prowess, rivaling that of his father, and was even more adept at statecraft. Wu De and Wu Xing were invited by Xiangyang during his reign. Junior brother, Wu De glanced subtly at Wu Xing, prompting Wu Xing to fall silent. Wu De then turned his gaze to Xiangguang and smiled. Xiangguang, if you have something to say, speak plainly. There is no need to be so reticent. What do you wish us to undertake? Xiangguang, filled with excitement, implored, might the 2 esteemed immortals assist me in eliminating Qin De? Oh, to slay him, Wood replied with a faint smile, yet chose not to elaborate further. He neither declined nor acquiesced, instead retreating to a nearby corner to leisurely peruse a book. What a farce. Cultivators defy the heavens. They are hardly benevolent or altruistic. Most are steeped in selfishness, extending help only to close friends, while they harbor no obligation towards strangers. Engaging in endeavors devoid of personal gain is undoubtedly a fantasy. Xiangguang cursed inwardly at the 2 avaricious old men, yet he overlooked the fact that these cultivators had no reason to assist him without cause. Forcing a smile, he asserted, "Rest assured, esteemed immortals, should you aid me in dispatching Qin De, the Xiong family will express their profound gratitude." Wood and Wu Xing remained utterly unresponsive. Wu Xing cast a scornful glance at Xiangguang, mocking the notion of securing assistance with promises of future compensation. Such tactics held no sway among Wood's disciples. Xiangguang's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a determined bite of his lip, he produced a jade vial from his robes. Instantly, Wood and Wu Xing's eyes brightened. Xiangguang hastily declared, "Esteemed immortals, within this jade vial lies a spirit pill, a precious qi shangdan. I offer this to you, provided you eliminate Qin De for my family. Is that agreeable?" Wu Xing raised an eyebrow, exchanging a knowing glance with his elder brother, Wood, and both erupted into laughter. Xiangguang, leave this matter to us brothers. It is merely a Qin De. Humph. With both of us taking action, their side has only a Feng Yuzi, who will undoubtedly be unable to withstand our combined might. Rest assured. Wu Xing laughed heartily as he took the jade bottle. Xiangguang felt a pang of regret but still managed to force a smile. Then I shall await the good news from the 2 esteemed immortals. By the way, esteemed immortals, Qin De's tribulation site is the Qinglian mountain range at the edge of the primordial wilderness, though I am uncertain of its precise location. The day of the tribulation should occur within a month. Oh, the Qinglian mountain range? Wu De furrowed his brow slightly. Qin Yu, employing the method of transforming shape and bone, altered his appearance to that of the killer meteor and proceeded directly to the designated tea house. As for Xiao He, Qin Yu, wary of his true identity being revealed, instructed Xiao He to soar at an altitude of 10,000 meters. At such a height, even Qin Yu's keen eyesight could not discern clearly, let alone his spiritual perception, which only extended a few hundred meters. Xiao He, however, remained far beyond that range. Nevertheless, Xiao He's vision was remarkably sharp, allowing him to clearly see Qin Yu below, even from 10,000 meters up. One can only imagine the extraordinary acuity of Xiao He's eyes, surpassing that of an ordinary eagle. Upon entering the tea house, Qin Yu cast a glance around and soon noticed an elderly figure in black robes seated in a corner. This black-robed elder was none other than the blue-robed elder. The elder rose, seemingly oblivious to Qin Yu, and walked past him, exiting the tea house. "Mr. Meteor, please follow this old man." The blue-robed elder's voice echoed in Qin Yu's ear. Qin Yu followed the elderly man in blue, the two of them weaving through a narrow alley before entering a secluded courtyard. This courtyard had evidently been prepared in advance by the old man. Within it resided a magnificent silver-feathered golden-eyed eagle. "Mr. Meteor," the old man chuckled, "this golden-eyed eagle is a creature I have raised myself. Come. Let us ascend upon its back." The silver-feathered golden-eyed eagle let out a low cry, then unfurled its vast silver wings. The eagle's size was significantly larger than that of a typical hawk. Although Little Black was an unconventional hawk, its size was comparable to that of the silver-feathered golden-eyed eagle. With wings spread wide, the elder in blue and Qin Yu settled side by side upon the eagle's back, and then they soared skyward, heading eastward. Despite the golden-eyed eagle being of a similar size to Little Black, its speed was far inferior. Qin Yu mused internally that the eagle's broad back offered ample space, allowing them to sit comfortably without feeling cramped. As they flew high in the sky, the strong winds whipped around them, yet they remained seated with remarkable steadiness. "Mr. Meteor, remember, when we meet the employer, refrain from asking unnecessary questions. You need only know that your task is to protect Mr. Ng," the elder in blue advised. "Let me inquire." "I have no desire to ask," Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. After a half-day's flight, the golden-eyed eagle swooped down directly into a secluded courtyard. The elder in blue was the first to leap off, entirely unaware that at that moment, Qin Yu's eyes had brightened, as his spiritual awareness had distinctly sensed the presence of individuals within the courtyard. "Mr. Ng, Mr. Meteor has also arrived," the elder in blue announced respectfully, as a dozen or so individuals emerged from the room within the courtyard, led by Qinda and Feng Yuzi, followed closely by Gumin and others. In this instance, the esteemed General Gumin led 5 adept warriors from the Dark Arrow, while the elder clad in blue commanded another 5 from the Heavenly Net, accompanied by the assassin known as Mr. Meteor. Mr. Meteor, also referred to as Qinda, approached with a smile. Qin Yu gazed at his father, having surmised the nature of the mission upon hearing the elder's remarks, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the Heavenly Net was, in truth, backed by the Qin family. In response to Qinda's greeting, Qin Yu offered a slight nod, stating, "Mr. Ng, as the employer, I shall do my utmost to ensure your safety." Qinda nodded in agreement, then proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, all preparations are complete. Let us embark." He made his way towards a magnificent silver-white tiger, adorned with wings, the regal aerial beast known as the Flying White Tiger. "Mr. Meteor, I hold you in high regard." Qinda suddenly turned to Qin Yu with a smile, to which Qin Yu responded politely with a faint smile, while Qinda mounted the Flying White Tiger. "High regard?" Qin Yu chuckled softly, unaware that the Mr. Meteor in question was indeed his third son, Qin Yu himself. He continued to accompany the elder in blue as they ascended upon a golden-eyed silver eagle, while the other innate experts either shared mounts or rode their own steeds. The group of 15, led by Qinda, soared into the sky, heading eastward. Ultimately, I found myself alongside my father, a twist of fate most intriguing. Having sought something in vain on that day, little did I expect that the identity of the assassin meteor would grant me my wish. This serendipitous turn of events had indeed blossomed unexpectedly. As I observed my father riding the Flying White Tiger ahead, a smile unconsciously crept upon my lips. Qin Yu was utterly unaware of the precise location of this tribulation. At present, his role was merely that of a bodyguard. After soaring through the skies for nearly 3 days and nights, with brief intermissions to replenish their provisions, the group finally arrived at their initial destination, a small town on the outskirts of the wilderness known as Qin Shi City. Descend. With Qin Du's authoritative command, the small aerial cavalry unit promptly followed suit, diving towards the eastern part of Qin Shi City. Meanwhile, Qin Yu sensed that Xiao He was also soaring thousands of meters above them. Since he was 7, Qin Yu had been accompanied by the fledgling eagle, Xiao He, and now, at the age of 19, they had been inseparable for nearly 12 years. Over this time, the bond they shared had deepened to an extraordinary level of telepathic connection, an experience that transcended mere words. "Mr. Ng, shall we stay here for the night?" inquired the elder in blue robes, addressing Qin Du. The 5 assassins from the Skynet, under the elder's command, were solely devoted to their leader, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the leader was a member of the Qin family. To mitigate unforeseen circumstances, Qin Du instructed the elder and Gumin to refer to him as Mr. Ng. "We shall rest for the night. Tomorrow we embark on foot into the wilderness. Therefore, let us all ensure we are well rested tonight," Qin Du remarked with a smile, before turning to Gumin. "Elder Go, please arrange accommodations and meals for everyone." "Certainly, Mr. Ng," Gumin replied with utmost respect. That evening, the group dined in the relatively spacious courtyard before most of them retired for the night, for the following day would mark their entry into the primordial wilderness. Neither the forces of the Celestial Network nor the Hidden Arrows bore any resentment towards this impending journey. Even in the face of death, they remained unafraid, for they had long been instilled with unwavering beliefs during their training. Among them, however, was an outsider, a killer known as Meteor, who had achieved the pinnacle of innate perfection. Under a sky adorned with sparse stars and a luminous moon hanging in a corner, Qin Yu lay awake, gazing up at the silvery orb. He had not anticipated that his father would choose the primordial wilderness as the site for his tribulation. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. The deeper one ventured into the wilderness, the more formidable the beasts encountered. Yet, he believed his father would not designate a location deep within the wilderness for the tribulation. Suddenly, a frown creased Qin Yu's brow, interrupting his wandering thoughts, for someone was approaching. "Mr. Meteor, why are you awake at such an hour? Do you have something on your mind?" Qin Du inquired with a warm smile as he approached. Another voice chimed in, "Mr. Ng, considering the presence of beasts in the primordial wilderness, even though we shall not delve into its depths, encountering such creatures could still pose significant danger. Mr. Meteor might also sense the peril of this journey." Feng Yuzi stepped forward as well. Qin Du, unfazed, replied, "Mr. Meteor, if you feel it is too dangerous, you are certainly free to decline this mission. We shall not blame or ridicule you, for the primordial wilderness is indeed a treacherous place." Qin Du did not disclose to Qin Yu the location he had chosen. The Qinglian mountain range lies merely on the fringes of the wilds. Where the deeper one ventures, the more perilous it becomes. As a colossal mountain within the border, even if ferocious beasts inhabit it, Qin Du's strength would easily suffice to confront them. Abandoning the venture? Certainly not. I am merely pondering whether we shall encounter any demonic beasts during our foray into the wilds. Some of these beasts are on par with innate experts, while others rival the celestial beings, and some even surpass them. Should I encounter a demonic beast of near-celestial caliber, engaging in a life-and-death struggle, who would emerge victorious, myself or the beast? Qin Yu remarked with an air of indifference. Feng Yunzi casually drew a line, establishing a simple barrier to mute their conversation. "Brother Feng, what are your thoughts on this Mr. Meteor? I sense a trace of you within him," Qin Du said, his brow slightly furrowed. At Qin Du's level of prowess, he had begun to develop a form of spiritual perception. It would be impossible to deceive him solely through the technique of body transformation, as typical innate experts possess the ability to wield it. Moreover, Feng Yunzi, a practitioner with even greater spiritual awareness, was at his side. Feng Yunzi frowned slightly, stating, "When I probed Mr. Meteor with my spiritual sense, I detected a resonance with Xiao Yu, initially leading me to believe he was Xiao Yu. However, I later discerned that Mr. Meteor possesses an exceptionally unique form of innate true energy, which exhibits a terrifying capacity for tearing. Xiao Yu is an innate external martial expert and lacks internal power. Thus, this Mr. Meteor cannot possibly be the same person. Qin De nodded in agreement, stating that he had also sensed the presence of this Mr. Meteor, which felt notably more substantial and distinct from that of Xiao Yu. The essence of an individual is determined by their soul. The enigmatic Meteor Tears had infiltrated Qin Yu's being, and unbeknownst to him, a subtle infusion of this mysterious energy had melded with his soul, gradually fortifying it over a span of 6 months. Ample time for significant transformation. This was the reason why, upon reuniting after such an extended separation, neither Qin Yu nor Qin De could assert with absolute certainty that Mr. Meteor was indeed Qin Yu. Furthermore, Qin Yu had previously mentioned that innate external martial artists rely on physical strength, while Mr. Meteor possessed authentic innate energy. Qin De was unaware that this violet innate energy was a result of Qin Yu's cultivation of the 3rd volume of the celestial diagram. Nonetheless, an instinctive feeling told him that this Mr. Meteor was deserving of trust. Qin De smiled gently, gazing up at the luminous moon in the night sky, and he thought of his estranged 3rd son, Yuer. Father owes you much, yet I wonder if I shall ever have the chance to see you again. The impending cataclysm of the 4-9 heavens loomed over him. Despite his thorough preparations, he could not guarantee success. By the following dawn, the 15 individuals set forth on their journey, entering the primeval wilderness on foot. Among them, even the weakest possessed late innate stage abilities, each adeptly utilizing lightness techniques as they traversed the rugged terrain. Throughout the journey, Qin De frequently engaged in conversation with Qin Yu, seemingly harboring a fondness for the enigmatic meteor gentleman. After traversing a winding path for 3 days, the group finally arrived at the boundaries of the vast wilderness, which was boundless and far larger in area than the combined expanse of several other nations. Upon entering the wilderness, Qin De and his companions followed a map, hastening along certain safe routes. Within this untamed realm, each beast possessed its own territory, and the map guided them through the interstices between these domains. Of course, with their formidable strength, they were not intimidated by the beasts lurking at the wilderness's periphery, yet they were reluctant to squander their energies unnecessarily. Thus, after over 5 days of winding travel, they ultimately reached their destination, the Qinglian mountain range, a colossal expanse stretching for hundreds of miles. However, in the context of the wilderness, such a distance was hardly remarkable. The Qinglian mountain range, with its extensive stretch, shall serve as an ideal location for our tribulation, Qin De exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he surveyed the undulating peaks. After such a lengthy journey, they had arrived at the Qinglian mountain range without incident. Mr. Ing, allow me to take charge of finding the site for the tribulation, Wind Yunzi offered with a smile. His spiritual perception extended slightly beyond that of Qin Yu, reaching up to 1,000 meters, making it particularly advantageous for scouting in the unfamiliar terrain of the Qinglian mountain range. I am grateful for your assistance, Brother Wind, Qin De acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, Feng Yuzi led the way, with others following closely behind into the depths of the Qinglian mountain range. This mountainous region, belonging to the primordial wilderness, harbors numerous ferocious beasts. The spiritual energy in this realm is far more abundant than in other areas of the Qianlong Continent, which accounts for the formidable nature of the creatures dwelling here. Qin Yu accompanied Feng Yuzi, advancing steadily while surveying the surroundings. During their quest for a tribulation site, Qin Yu encountered a troop of monkeys, a unique unicorn cheetah that had attained the innate realm, and even a celestial white tiger of the same level. However, none dared to provoke these mystical beasts, as the primordial creatures sensed the prowess of Qin De and Feng Yuzi, refraining from confrontation. After nearly half a day of travel, as twilight began to envelop the sky, Feng Yuzi's expression brightened with a hint of excitement. Ah, what a remarkable discovery. Everyone follow me. With that, Feng Yuzi dashed towards an unassuming cave nestled within the distant mountains, and Qin De, Gumin, Elder Lan, and the others followed suit. Upon entering the dark cave, they were engulfed in complete darkness, devoid of any light. Luckily, they all possessed the ability to see in the dark. As they ventured further, the cave's diameter gradually diminished, at one point constricting to the extent that only one person could bend down to enter. They navigated through the narrow, winding passage for nearly several dozen meters before the cave widened again, ultimately accommodating several individuals side by side, with light emerging ahead of them. The cave served as a passage, and as the group emerged, they beheld a vast expanse of grassland, encircled by towering stone walls. This verdant expanse stretched for several miles. Seemingly only the entrance they had traversed marked their arrival. Of course, if one were a cultivator, they could soar in from above. The area was overrun with wild grass and scattered blossoms, not particularly remarkable in its allure. Chief Gumin chuckled. Upon observing the surroundings, Qin Yu also found little merit in the scenery. The landscape was unremarkable, the ground cluttered with weeds and wildflowers, with a few wild horses grazing in the distance. However, after a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu experienced a sudden wave of dizziness. There was something peculiar about this place. Instantly, he recalled the art of the Qimenduanjia formation. Yet the profundity of such formations was vast, and given his limited study, he could only claim a superficial understanding. The natural illusionary formation, subtly infused with the principles of the Bagua, was indeed exceptional. Allow me to make a few adjustments. Feng Yuzi laughed heartily, and then a crimson flying sword erupted from his palm. The fiery blade expanded abruptly, transforming into a colossal sword nearly 10 meters in length, which he wielded with ferocity against the rocky wall, slicing through it as though it were mere tofu, reshaping the stone face. Mr. Ing, with the assistance of this natural Bagua formation, I shall further establish a counter-Bagua formation around you. The combination of the opposing formations will harness the natural energies of the surroundings to protect you, significantly enhancing the odds of success in your tribulation. Feng Yuzi proclaimed with mirth. Upon hearing this, Qinda's countenance brightened, and he expressed his gratitude, saying, I am most grateful for your assistance, Brother Feng. Subsequently, Feng Yuzi devoted himself to arranging the restrictive formation, striving to ensure that Qinda's tribulation would proceed with greater certainty, while the others were confined within the bounds of the formation. The Wood brothers, Wu De and Wu Xing, arrived early at the Qinglian mountain range, employing their sword techniques and bringing along 2 elder companions each. These 4 elders were not ordinary individuals. They were all consummate experts at the peak of the innate realm, hidden masters of the Xiong family. On one of the mountain peaks in the Qinglian range, the 6 of them temporarily resided. One white-haired elder, leading the 4, addressed Wu De and Wu Xing, saying, according to our intelligence, Qinda has likely been in the Qinglian mountain range for several days. We should begin searching for the location where he intends to transcend his tribulation. Wu De, with flowing long hair, smiled slightly, while the composed Wu Xing remarked, there is no need for haste. The Qinglian mountain range is only a few hundred miles long. With our flying swords and the probing of our spiritual consciousness, we can ascertain their whereabouts by nightfall. Wu De proposed, then let us conduct a thorough search tonight to determine where Qinda is hiding. Wu Xing, with a hint of pride on his face, replied, indeed, my senior brother's prowess far exceeds that of Feng Yuzi. With your spiritual awareness, Feng Yuzi will be completely unaware of our presence. He felt no concern regarding this mission, believing that the only significant challenge would be Feng Yuzi, who was merely a mid-stage golden core cultivator. As for the others, Wu De and his brother regarded them with indifference. Once a cultivator envelopes themselves in true essence, even the so-called superior celestial-grade weapons would prove ineffective. In the deep of night, under the luminous moon, Qinda and Qin Yu sat side by side, engaged in conversation. Mr. Meteor, I have long been curious about the purpose behind your rigorous cultivation. Qinda smiled as he spoke, having spent several days in the Qinglian mountain range, where he found a kindred spirit in the enigmatic Mr. Meteor. Qin Yu chuckled and replied, rigorous cultivation? The first person that comes to mind is my father. However, he quickly recalled his current identity and continued, I cultivate diligently, firstly for the sake of my family and secondly to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Given that Qinda was unaware of his true identity, Qin Yu openly expressed his innermost thoughts. Oh, the pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts? Qinda inquired with curiosity. Qin Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. In truth, I yearn for the world of the cultivators, where one can soar through the skies on a sword, traversing thousands of miles with ease, or unleash a single strike that can slay foes from afar, to challenge the heavens and battle ferocious beasts. He grew somewhat animated, then shook his head with a sigh. Alas, my strength remains woefully inadequate. I believe you will undoubtedly achieve your aspirations in the future. Qin De reassured him with a smile. Perhaps, Qin Yu mused, looking at his father, feeling a gentle warmth in his heart. Since entering Yunwu Mountain Manor at the tender age of 6, this time spent with his father had been the longest interaction they had shared, engaging in frequent, friendly conversations over the past few days. A colossal bagua, naturally formed by the entire valley, was set up with a formation foundation by Feng Yuzi, infused with true essence to fully activate the power of this natural bagua. This magnificent formation absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, channeling it through 8 pathways towards the center of the valley. In the heart of the valley lies a small reversed bagua formation, where Qin De sits cross-legged at its center. The natural colossal bagua absorbs the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, which flows through 8 channels into the reversed bagua. After 3 days of absorption, the reversed bagua is now filled to capacity, and at this moment, a terrifying power circulates within it, ready for Qin De to activate at any moment to form a protective shield. Listen closely, you 13, Feng Yuzi spoke, fixing his gaze upon Qin Yu and his companions. Alongside Gumin and the 5 members of Dark Arrow, the Elder in Blue, and the 5 from Tianwang, a total of 13 individuals were present, all attentive to Feng Yuzi's directives. The natural colossal bagua had yet to be activated. However, once it was, an illusionary realm would manifest, affecting all present. Therefore, I will first set a small bagua formation upon each of you. This way you will remain unaffected by the illusions, Feng Yuzi instructed the group. Both the natural colossal bagua and the reversed bagua surrounding Qin De are interconnected through Feng Yuzi's true essence, completely under his control. As long as he employs his true essence to establish a bagua formation on the others, the grand formation will not influence them. If enemies approach, I will immediately activate the natural colossal bagua to impede them. Once they enter the formation, they will be subjected to the effects of the illusion, while you will remain unaffected. Thus, you must seize the opportunity to eliminate the adversaries, Feng Yuzi stated clearly, his gaze firm. Everyone understood that while the enemies would be susceptible to the illusions, they themselves would not, presenting an opportune moment for combat. Of course, it is not guaranteed that enemies will appear. I merely offer this as a caution. However, it is imperative that you remember one thing. Under no circumstances should anyone approach Mr. Ng. Feng Yuzi spoke earnestly, and the others nodded in agreement. From that moment on, Qin De immersed himself in the practice of the reversed bagua, diligently striving to reach his optimal state in preparation for the impending 49 heavenly tribulation. Naturally, he ceased all conversations with Qin Yu. Days passed, and after 3 days of rigorous training, Qin De finally concluded his practice. Tonight, the tribulation would arrive. He addressed the gathered individuals. The skies are gradually darkening. Seated cross-legged in the center of the valley's reversed bagua formation, Qin De was surrounded by Feng Yuzi, Qin Yu, and others who sat at varying distances from him. As time ticked away, the 15 individuals in the valley felt the weight of the approaching tribulation, their hearts taut with anticipation. Father, Qin Yu softly turned his head to glance at the tranquil Qin De. At that moment, Qin De's expression was one of serene composure, causing a tremor of apprehension to ripple through Qin Yu's heart. The might of the tribulation was daunting. For mere mortals, resisting its force was an arduous task, even against the weakest of the 49 heavenly tribulations. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not allow anyone to disturb you. Qin Yu's gaze sharpened with determination. Esteemed guests, the 49 heavenly tribulation is a minor tribulation, consisting of 4 bolts of heavenly lightning. During this period, we must ensure that Mr. Ng remains undisturbed by anyone. Furthermore, do not entertain the notion of assisting Mr. Ng against the heavenly lightning. The tribulation is specifically aimed at the one undergoing it. Any attempt to intervene will not aid Mr. Ng but will instead subject you to the punishment of the lightning. Feng Yuzi cautioned the assembly, drawing upon his own experience with the 49 heavenly tribulation. The assembled individuals took his words to heart. Brother Feng, do not be overly anxious. My choice to undergo tribulation in the Qinglian mountain range is known to but a few. It is unlikely that anyone will intrude upon this moment. Qin De opened his eyes with a smile, remaining lighthearted even as the heavenly tribulation approached. Suddenly, a violent wind surged, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The clouds above the valley, stretching for hundreds of miles, were swiftly whisked away, leaving no trace behind. Concurrently, the sky above the valley began to shift in hue, transforming into a deep crimson. The tribulation is imminent, Feng Yuzi exclaimed, causing a ripple of tension to spread among the crowd, with Qin Yu's heart racing uncontrollably. The dark red sky loomed ominously overhead, instilling a profound sense of pressure. The crimson heavens began to whirl, resembling a colossal vortex in the sea, as vivid serpentine bolts of purple lightning emerged seemingly from nowhere, only to be drawn into the massive whirlpool. The vortex intensified, and the spiritual energies of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of miles became utterly chaotic. Enormous electric serpents twisted and turned within the swirling maelstrom, and gradually, the vortex ceased its rotation, transforming into a purple tribulation cloud. The dark red sky, the purple tribulation cloud, and the flickering electric serpents within it captivated the gaze of all in the valley, including Qin Yu. Faced with such terrifying celestial might, Qin Yu felt as though a great weight pressed upon his heart, rendering him breathless. Gritting his teeth, he glared fiercely, casting a glance at his father. "Father, you must succeed," Qin Yu fervently hoped. Boom! A tremendous clap of thunder resounded, as a serpentine bolt of purple lightning, reminiscent of a mythical dragon, descended upon the heart of the valley, targeting Qin De. Those present understood that the 4-9 heavenly tribulations comprised 4 formidable bolts of lightning, each more formidable than the last. This was merely the first, yet its overwhelming might hinted at the terror that lay ahead. Qin De stood resolutely at the center of the reversed Bagua formation, activating its intricate array. Rays of light continuously flowed along the perimeter of this formation, ultimately coalescing into a protective barrier defined by the contours of the reversed Bagua, safeguarding him completely. Harnessing the natural energy of the colossal Bagua, and through the amplification effect of both the positive and negative Bagua, it took 3 full days to achieve perfection, resulting in a formidable protective barrier. With a thunderous crash, the purple lightning struck the azure shield above him. The spiritual energy of the azure heavens and earth within the reversed Bagua surged eagerly, causing the shield to tremble. However, it steadfastly withstood the initial bolt of heavenly wrath. Observing this spectacle, Qin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The natural Bagua was indeed powerful, as the barrier it formed was capable of withstanding the first bolt of lightning without faltering. A glimmer of joy flickered across Feng Yuzi's countenance. At that moment, not far from the valley, Wood and Wu Xing stood upon colossal flying swords, accompanied by 2 elders each. "Brother, Qin De has actually survived the first bolt of lightning, and he has also discovered the location of the natural Bagua. He has indeed encountered a stroke of fortune," Wu Xing remarked with a cold smirk. Wood, indifferent, replied, "There is no need to dwell on such matters. The 4-9 heavenly tribulations consist of 4 bolts of lightning, each more potent than its predecessor. The first is merely an appetizer. For Qin De to endure all 4 will be an arduous challenge. Moreover, even if he successfully endures the tribulation of the 49 days, he will undoubtedly be gravely injured. At that juncture, it would be a mere triviality for us to eliminate him given our prowess. Typically, one who triumphs over such trials emerges in a severely weakened state. A mere fledgling at the nascent stage of the Golden Core is no match for the mid-Golden Core expert Wu Xing or the late Golden Core adept Wu De. Esteemed seniors, may we now make our move?" inquired Xiang Dong, the leader among the 4 venerable elders, who are known within the Xiang clan as the 4 death gods, designated by the cardinal directions of East, South, West, and North, all bearing the surname Xiang. Wu De nodded slightly in response. "Junior brother, the second bolt of heavenly lightning is now gathering strength. Once it strikes, they will undoubtedly be distracted by the tribulation scene, allowing us to launch a swift and decisive assault to obliterate them." Indeed, senior brother Wu Xing echoed, his excitement palpable. The violet tribulation clouds churned ominously, a formidable aura instilling trepidation among the onlookers in the valley. The impending second bolt of lightning promised to be significantly more powerful. With a low growl, Qin De summoned forth a dragon-shaped protective aura, which had nearly materialized, a testament to his mastery of the ancestral dragon emperor's art at its innate pinnacle. Simultaneously, A dark red long sword manifested in his hand, a mid-grade spiritual weapon, serving as his reliance during the tribulation. Most of Qin Yu's attention was riveted on his father, while Feng Yuzi, the elder in blue, and others were equally concerned about Qin's tribulation. Their breaths held, the atmosphere palpably tense. Suddenly, the sky trembled. Boom! Once again, a violet thunderbolt descended rapidly from the heavens. This strike even more formidable than the first, its purple radiance more blinding. In an instant, it had struck down. Qin Yu and the others immediately felt a surge of tension. At that very moment, the voice of Feng Yuzizi suddenly resonated in the ears of the other 13. "We are under attack." Startled, Qin Yu and the others realized that Feng Yuzizi refrained from shouting out loud out of concern for disturbing Qinda, thus opting for a mental transmission instead. Simultaneously, Feng Yuzizi formed hand seals, activating the natural bagua formation of the valley, as streams of true essence surged through the array. "Haha, Feng Yuzizi, do you truly believe such a formation can hinder my brothers? Are you lost in a dream?" laughed by Mei Wuxing, his voice booming as he descended from the sky, standing upon a colossal sword, flanked by 2 elders. Beside him, the long-haired Wuda also rode a giant sword, accompanied by 2 elders as they plunged downwards. 2 cultivators. Qin Yu gasped in astonishment but soon gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with determination as he fixated on the 2 immortals. He resolved to fight, vowing that no matter what, he could not allow them to disrupt his father's tribulation. Simultaneously, a resounding boom echoed as the second thunderbolt, carrying a terrifying might, struck the bagua shield. Instantly, the shield quivered violently, akin to the surface of a turbulent water body. The power of the thunder and that of the shield clashed and countered each other, while various talismans began to emerge from within the shield, manifesting on its surface. "This is bad." At this moment, Qin Yu expanded his spiritual awareness, also diverting his attention to his father. He could clearly sense the rapid depletion of the shield's energy. Suddenly, the bagua shield shattered, and the mystical symbols floating upon its surface vanished, marking the collapse of the protective barrier formed by the opposing trigrams. Fortunately, the energy from the second bolt of heavenly thunder had also been expended. "Qinda, you are indeed fortunate to have discovered this natural bagua site, which has neutralized 2 bolts of heavenly thunder. Alas, the fourth 9 heavenly tribulation comprises 4 bolts, and the latter 2 are substantially more formidable than the first 2. Wu Xing, with his white brows accentuating a fierce demeanor, commanded, "Junior brother, do not squander time. Engage." "Understood, elder brother. You 4 eliminate those innate masters. I shall contend with Feng Yuzi." A glint of determination flashed in Wu Xing's eyes as the 4 elders exchanged knowing nods before simultaneously leaping from their flying swords, charging directly into the natural bagua array. Clad in gray robes, the 4 elders possessed formidable strength. "Be cautious. This formation harbors illusions. Slay while keeping your eyes shut," Xiang Dong warned as he entered the array, realizing the dire situation. "Yes, elder brother." The other 3 elders responded immediately. At their level, even fighting blindfolded was not a challenge. Although they lacked spiritual awareness, they possessed a vague sense of perception and could discern positions by sound. In an instant, all 4 closed their eyes and remained motionless within the formation. The 4 innate grandmasters posed a significant challenge. Quick as a flash, Feng Yuzi contemplated the situation and promptly issued orders. "Gumin, you lead the Wu Xing troops to confront Wu Xing. I shall handle Wuda. As for the other 4, let the rest deal with those 4 elders." At this moment, ominous clouds once again rolled down, and faint rumbles of thunder echoed in the sky, heralding the gathering of electric energy. The impending storm grew ever more potent, and the time required to accumulate this electrical force lengthened. Qinda was wholly prepared to confront the tribulation, his mind unoccupied by the ongoing battle. "Ha ha!" Wood laughed heartily before fixing his gaze upon Feng Yuzi. "Humph, Feng Yuzi, you, a mere mid-stage golden core cultivator, dare to challenge me?" Fury surged within him at Feng Yuzi's earlier words. After all, he was a late-stage golden core cultivator, and the disparity was vast. "Feng Yuzi, have you even sent a few innate experts to confront me?" "Ha ha!" Wood laughed in rage, for in his eyes, innate experts could hardly breach his defenses. Feng Yuzi's arrangement was a clear affront to his prowess. Feng Yuzi merely smiled coldly, remaining silent. His possession of a mid-grade spiritual weapon was a well-guarded secret. A mid-grade spiritual weapon possesses power several times greater than that of a low-grade one, akin to a child wielding a firearm who could slay an adult with a blade. Such is the advantage of superior weaponry. Kill! Wood and Wu Xing suddenly bellowed in unison. Their figures moved like lightning, with Wood soaring forward on his sword towards Feng Yuzi, while Wu Xing also propelled himself into the grand formation on his flying sword. Although the array was influenced by illusions, Wood and Wu Xing disregarded these superficial effects, relying instead on their spiritual senses to perceive the truth. This natural 8 trigrams formation merely utilized the geography to create simple illusions. Under the scrutiny of their spiritual senses, every detail became apparent. True top-tier illusion formations could even affect spiritual senses, but alas, Feng Yuzi lacked such power. Ah! With a resounding explosion, a piercing scream simultaneously echoed, blood splattered, and one individual collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Everyone was momentarily stunned, including Wood and others who took slight notice. The 4 formidable assassins dispatched by the Xiang family witnessed the shocking demise of their third brother, Xiang Shi, at the hands of an unknown assailant. Third brother. Xiang Dong and the other 2 were instantly engulfed by rage. They had spent over a century together, their bond deeper than that of blood brothers, even possessing a unique sense of connection. The moment their third brother perished, they felt it acutely. Now, with his sudden death, they found themselves in a state of confusion, unaware of the perpetrator due to the mirage's influence. Mr. Meteor, I am in awe. The voice of the elder in blue resonated in Qin Yu's ear. Qin Yu smirked. Identifying by sound? How can one discern if there is no sound to hear? He had just executed his movement technique without a whisper of wind. Although the 4 assassins from the Xiang family were masters at the pinnacle of innate perfection, possessing some sensing ability, once Qin Yu concealed his own aura, they could not detect him. Concealing one's aura requires the stillness of internal energy, rendering one undetectable. However, in the heat of battle, when everyone employs innate true qi or essence energy, how could one possibly suppress their aura? Yet, Qin Yu could, for he had not utilized his purple innate true qi. He relied solely on his physical prowess. Xiang Dong and the others were utterly astonished. The mirage rendered them unable to see anyone else, while Qin Yu's side remained unaffected by the formation. The recent death of Xiang Shi instilled a profound fear within them. Disturb my father during his tribulation, and perish. The voice of Qin Yu resonated directly in Xiang Nan's ears. Startled, Xiang Nan was taken aback. His father? Before he could comprehend the situation, a sudden punch struck his left chest, akin to a colossal hammer crashing down, shattering his heart instantly. His eyes bulged, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Second brother. Xiang Dong cried out in anguish. Second brother. Xiang Bei exclaimed urgently. Who dares to emerge? Let us engage in an honorable duel. Xiang Bei's fury escalated. Within mere moments, both of his brothers had perished. That wretch was indeed troublesome, moving without a whisper, devoid of any detectable aura. Wu Xing's spiritual sense locked onto Qin Yu, and he bellowed, "You boy, prepare to meet your demise." Qin Yu glanced at Wu Xing, a flicker of surprise coursing through him. Should he employ the Yan Qi sword and the Yan Qi gauntlets? He pondered deeply. The offensive power of cultivators was formidable. In a critical moment, he would need to rely on the 2 mid-grade spiritual artifacts. Without them, he had no hope of contending with a cultivator. However, using them would likely reveal his true identity. 5 Elements Division Commander, form the formation. Gumin's voice rang out simultaneously. The 5 late-stage innate experts of the hidden arrows positioned themselves before Qin Yu. In order to slay Qin Yu, Wu Xing would first have to eliminate these 5. With a sinister grin, Wu Xing declared, "A few mere ants wish to perish. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As he spoke, Wu Xing pointed towards a flying sword, which immediately shot toward one of them. Meanwhile, the late-stage Golden Core expert Wu De and the mid-stage Golden Core expert Feng Yuzi finally engaged in a fierce collision. Boom! A terrifying sound erupted, accompanied by a fiery red flying sword and a golden one. The two swords clashed in a fierce and powerful confrontation. Wood wore a smile, for his strength far surpassed that of Feng Yuzi, and he relished the direct confrontation. However, as the violent clash ensued, Wood's expression suddenly paled, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, as he gazed incredulously at Feng Yuzi. Your flying sword. Feng Yuzi, equally pale, yet with a glimmer of divine light in his eyes, coldly retorted, Wood, today I shall make you understand the vast disparity between inferior and medium-grade spirit weapons. At this moment, Feng Yuzi was brimming with confidence. The power of a cultivator's attack resided in their spirit weapon. Their prowess with flying swords determined their attack strength. Suddenly, one of the generals from the Five Elements faction produced a dark red short knife, deftly blocking the flying sword while swiftly dissipating the impact with a graceful movement. Wood was taken aback as the Five Elements generals simultaneously drew their short knives, surrounding him with lethal intent. Staring at the 5 medium-grade spirit weapons advancing towards him, Wood was astonished. Medium-grade spirit weapons, heavens, so many of them. He dared not rely on his true essence to shield himself, for the attack power of medium-grade spirit weapons was not something a mere protective barrier could withstand. Moreover, he possessed only one flying sword, which could at most eliminate one opponent in an instant, while he faced 5 adversaries. With a swift motion, Wood leaped onto his flying sword and soared into the sky. He could only take advantage of the fact that the 5 Elements generals were unable to fly. The eyes of Wu Xing and Wu De ignited with fervent brilliance. A mid-grade spiritual weapon, such a treasure could hardly be obtained with their meager strength, even on the distant Immortal Islands. The sudden appearance of numerous mid-grade spiritual weapons exhilarated them. Junior brother, senior brother. Wu Xing and Wu De transmitted their thoughts to each other almost simultaneously, fully comprehending one another's intentions. They resolved to fight fiercely. Even if it meant sustaining severe injuries, obtaining a mid-grade spiritual weapon was worth the cost. What had begun as a mere jest now transformed into a fierce determination. For the sake of the spiritual weapon, enduring injuries was justifiable. Once these two cultivators unleashed their full might, their offensive capabilities were markedly intensified. With a thunderous roar, Wu De pointed his finger, transforming his flying sword into a colossal blade that shattered the foundation of a formation. Simultaneously, from within the sword surged forth numerous formidable sword energies, violently obliterating a section of the mountainside, thereby dismantling the entire natural 8-trigram formation and causing the illusion to vanish without a trace. The illusion is broken. Brothers, avenge yourselves. The culprit is that cloaked youth.
Wu De Bellobed.
Xiang Dong and Xiang Bei immediately opened their eyes, their gazes fixating on Qin Yu. With a resounding crash, a massive purple dragon descended from the heavens, exuding an oppressive aura that weighed heavily upon all present, aiming directly for Qin De in the heart of the valley. This marked the third bolt of heavenly thunder, and at that moment, Qin De was devoid of protective barriers, relying solely on his own strength. Father, part of Qin Yu's focus remained on Qin De. Prepare to meet your end. Xiang Dong and Xiang Bei's eyes blazed crimson, their inner power surging forth as they unleashed their most formidable attacks towards Qin Yu. As the two figures advanced menacingly, Qin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, emanating a glint of cold light. Suddenly, a subtle smile curved at the corners of his mouth, and like the wind, he swiftly darted in the opposite direction. At this moment, Qin Yu chose not to engage in battle. Instead, he raced towards the far end of the valley. The two formidable adversaries, Xiang Dong and Xiang Bei, were instantly incensed. Do not let him escape. The deaths of their brothers had kindled an intense hatred within them towards Qin Yu, and with their furious shouts, they too pursued him. Father, you must succeed. Why did Qin Yu refrain from combat? It was because he found himself unable to fully immerse in the fight. The third bolt of heavenly thunder had already descended. As he moved at an astonishing speed, his spiritual awareness remained attuned to Qin De. Surrounding Qin De was a dragon-shaped aura of vital energy, and in his hand, he wielded a mid-grade spiritual weapon, a dark red longsword. The power of a mid-grade spiritual weapon was formidable. Previously, Feng Yuzi had managed to withstand the fourth tribulation with merely a low-grade spiritual weapon, albeit with the support of his cultivation sect. Qin De raised his chin towards the purple heavenly thunder, his dark red longsword bursting forth with blinding brilliance. With a thunderous crash, the heavenly thunder struck down. With a mighty shout, Qin De lifted the dark red longsword to defend himself, channeling streams of innate true qi into the weapon. The purple lightning collided with the longsword, causing it to tremble violently. Yet, the mid-grade spiritual weapon proved incredibly resilient. The thunder of the fourth tribulation could not sever it. In but an instant, the purple lightning dissipated, leaving only a few serpentine arcs of electricity dancing upon the dark red longsword. Qin De's complexion paled slightly. With this mid-grade spiritual weapon, navigating through the fourth tribulation is indeed much more manageable. At this moment, Qin De's confidence surged as he felt assured of his ability to withstand the final bolt of heavenly lightning. Energy surged within him, causing the sword in his hand to radiate an increasingly intense and blinding heat. Qin Yu's previously anxious heart now found solace, for his father had finally navigated the third bolt of heavenly lightning safely. Scoundrel, if you possess any skill, do not flee. Xiang Dong and Xiang Bei, their eyes filled with fury, relentlessly pursued Qin Yu. However, bereft of any burdens, Qin Yu's speed surpassed that of even an accomplished innate master. Ha ha! Two jesters. Receive my punch. To their astonishment, Qin Yu, who had been sprinting at breakneck speed, suddenly pivoted. His fists darting forth like dragons emerging from their lairs, striking at the two. Xiang Dong and Xiang Bei, their energies already surging to their limits, rejoiced at the sight of Qin Yu standing his ground. They summoned all their energy and launched powerful punches towards him. With over a century of cultivation between them, their combined might was formidable. As their fists collided with Qin Yu's, a resounding impact echoed through the air, creating visible ripples. Qin Yu's body was propelled into the air, his muscles vibrating from the violent force. Yet, thanks to his exceptional control over his physical form, he absorbed most of the impact, leaving only a negligible strain on him. Exchanging glances filled with bloodthirsty excitement, Xiang Dong and Xiang Bei recognized the strength of their opponent. While it seemed that Qin Yu could contend with one of them individually, they were confident that united, they would overwhelm him. Kill! Xiang Dong and Xiang Bei transformed into two bolts of lightning, surging toward Qin Yu with an overwhelming ferocity. Qin Yu, however, merely scoffed. Having cultivated the third segment of the celestial diagram, he not only generated a violet innate true energy but also underwent a transformation of his physical form, rendering his bodily defenses impervious to ordinary Shen iron weaponry. In their previous encounter, he had relied solely on his physical prowess. Like a gentle breeze, Qin Yu effortlessly evaded the two assailants with a graceful movement. Great Elder, you and your companions can focus on that cultivator. I can handle these two old geezers alone. Qin Yu's voice resonated throughout the valley. Upon hearing this, the elder clad in blue let out a hearty laugh, saying, Mr. Meteor, the four directions killing gods are quite renowned. Since you've dispatched two, I shall leave the remaining two in your capable hands. Children, form the dual Mirage 5 Elements formation. With the elder's commanding shout, 5 heavenly net assassins and 5 dark arrow experts paired off one-on-one. Although the dark arrow experts wielded mid-grade spirit artifact daggers, the heavenly net assassins were unarmed. Nevertheless, the so-called dual Mirage 5 Elements formation was an advanced transformation based on the 5 Elements formation. The 10 individuals surrounded Wu Xing, yet only 5 engaged in combat at any given moment. The dark arrow experts and heavenly net assassins alternated their assault sequences. At times, 3 dark arrow experts would strike alongside 2 heavenly net assassins, and at other instances, 2 dark arrow experts would team up with 3 heavenly net assassins. In essence, there were always 5 participants in action simultaneously. So many mid-grade spirit artifacts. Wu Xing fumed, relying solely on his spiritual awareness and swift movements to evade their relentless attacks. What infuriated him the most was that these 10 individuals were utterly unafraid of death. Even in demise, they were determined to drive their mid-grade spiritual weapons into his vital points. At that moment, the valley was divided into 3 formidable battlefields. One was the confrontation between Qin Yu and the duo of Xiang Dong and Xiang Bei. The second involved the cultivator Wu Xing facing off against 5 adept archers, accompanied by 5 formidable experts from the heavenly net. The third battlefield, however, boasted the most intense atmosphere, where Feng Yuzi, wielding a mid-grade spiritual weapon, clashed fiercely with Wu De, who possessed a low-grade spiritual weapon. The thunderous sounds of their battle echoed, shattering rocks and causing cliffs to collapse. Meanwhile, the Elder in Blue and Gu Xian lurked not far from the cultivator Wu Xing, ever poised to launch a surprise attack. Those two old codgers were preparing for death. Qin Yu sneered. Such brazen arrogance. Xiang Dong scoffed, as he and Xiang Bei transformed into two streaks of light, charging toward Qin Yu. Suddenly, a resounding voice called out, "Mr. Meteor, I come to aid you." Gumin streaked like lightning directly toward Xiang Bei. To avoid being caught between foes, Xiang Dong and Xiang Bei swiftly separated. Xiang Bei confronted Gumin head-on, while Xiang Dong pressed his assault on Qin Yu. Qin Yu furrowed his brow slightly, questioning whether Gumin was meddling unnecessarily. Yet, given that he had come to offer assistance, Qin Yu refrained from voicing any objections. Extending his hand into a claw-like form, Qin Yu's purple true energy surged, causing his right hand to shimmer like amethyst, piercing through the air as it reached for Xiang Dong. Upon seeing Qin Yu's crystalline hand, Xiang Dong instantly sensed impending doom. This brat had been concealing his true strength. Xiang Dong's eyes widened, but it was too late. Qin Yu's claw shot forth like a bolt of lightning, its trajectory erratic yet utterly silent, and in an instant, it was upon Xiang Dong. Crack! With a chilling crack of bones, Qin Yu's right claw moved with an ethereal grace, encircling Xiang Dong's right hand, and in an instant, shattered his wrist. Xiang Dong perceived only a fleeting purple specter before the searing pain coursed through his wrist, gradually dulling his consciousness. In a mere heartbeat, Qin Yu had crushed Xiang Dong's wrist and pierced his throat with a flick of his fingers, the swiftness of the assault rendering Xiang Dong unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Indeed, this enigmatic purple innate energy was profoundly mystical. It not only allowed for external attacks like typical innate energy but also melded seamlessly into the very fibers of muscle, further enhancing my speed. A flicker of excitement danced across Qin Yu's face. A piercing scream erupted, followed by a muffled groan as Xiang Bei collapsed to the ground, while Gumin was hurled into the air, severely injured and powerless. His body soared upwards with a lack of strength, only to descend fortuitously towards the position of Qin De, who was bracing himself for the final strike of heavenly thunder. The ominous storm clouds churned violently, their oppressive aura foretelling the imminent descent of the fourth bolt of lightning. "Chief Gu!" Qin De exclaimed upon witnessing Gumin's grievous state, instinctively reaching out to catch the falling figure. "Your Highness, I am fine," Gumin managed to respond, his complexion pallid and breath faint. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Qin De's face turned ashen as he spewed forth a torrent of blood, shocking all present. Gumin's formidable strike had landed squarely upon Qin De's abdomen. "Ah! Qin De, I see that this time you are as good as dead," Gumin exclaimed, his form flickering as he evaded capture, his face alight with exhilaration. In that very instant, the once howling Xiang Bei rose to his feet, brimming with exhilaration. Min, after a century of covert endeavors, had indeed achieved a monumental success today.
Xiang Bei lauket heartily.
Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu felt an intense tension grip his heart. "Father!" He yearned to cry out, yet his voice faltered, leaving him to fret and worry for his father in silence. Meanwhile, Qin Yu cast a glare filled with murderous intent at Gumin and Xiang Bei. "Gumin, you scoundrel!" The Elder in Blue roared in fury. Qin De gazed at Gumin, a wistful smile creeping onto his lips. "Gumin, I chose to undergo my tribulation in the Qinglian mountain range, and only a handful were aware of this. Yet somehow, it reached the ears of Xiang Guang, who dispatched two formidable celestial beings. At that time, I harbored suspicions of a traitor among us. However, the few who knew included you, the Elder in Blue, and Su Yuan, all of whom I trusted implicitly. I could not conceive any of them as a turncoat. Yet,
In the sighed heavily.
Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted from within the dark red clouds in the sky, as if the very air was being compressed, and the oppressive aura surged to an unprecedented intensity. Everyone realized that the fourth bolt of heavenly lightning was about to descend. At this moment, Qin De was already gravely injured. Although the fourth bolt was imminent, Qin Yu's gaze fell upon the blood lingering at the corner of Qin De's mouth. Observing his father's pallid visage, a fiery rage ignited within Qin Yu's veins, his eyes gradually turning crimson. A surge of malevolent intent spiraled relentlessly in his heart. Upon accepting this task, when Qin Yu discovered that the objective was indeed as he had surmised, his own father, he was overwhelmed with joy. Deep within, he had resolved to ensure that his father would remain undisturbed at all costs. However, the situation had dramatically changed. His father was gravely injured, and the formidable fourth heavenly thunder was about to descend. What could be done? How could he possibly respond to such a calamity? Qin Yu's heart was a tempest of anxiety and guilt. The odds of surviving the fourth heavenly thunder under such severe conditions were exceedingly slim. Yet, he could not assist others in transcending their tribulations. It was all his fault. Had he eliminated Xiang Bei sooner, Go Min would not have had the opportunity to feign injury and approach his father. Although others did not blame him, Qin Yu was consumed by self-reproach. He had initially vowed to protect his father from any disturbance, yet now his father lay wounded by another's hand. You are all doomed, utterly doomed. Qin Yu's gaze fell upon Xiang Bei and Go Min, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Clenching his fists, his innate purple energy surged violently within him, infusing his entire being. His formidable physique absorbed this primordial energy, transforming him as if he were sculpted from amethyst. Suddenly, he unleashed the most potent form of his purple innate energy, enveloping himself entirely in a radiant violet glow. With a swift motion, a piercing shriek echoed as a purple silhouette hurtled towards Xiang Bei in a straight line. Upon witnessing this violet apparition and sensing its formidable aura, Xiang Bei realized that this was none other than Qin Yu, the very one who had slain his three brothers. In Xiang Bei's eyes, there was a glimmer of madness. The task had been completed, and he could not fathom how Qin De, gravely injured, could possibly endure the fourth celestial thunder. The deaths of his three elder brothers weighed heavily on him. Even if he managed to escape, the anguish would be unbearable. Let us perish together. As he beheld Qin Yu charging towards him, Xiang Bei let out a furious roar. The violent innate true energy within him erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, akin to a bomb, as he invoked the ultimate technique of the Overlord's reversal. In that fleeting moment, all the power within Xiang Bei, who had achieved the pinnacle of innate perfection, detonated entirely. Meanwhile, Qin Yu collided with him like a meteorite. With a force capable of obliterating all, he bared his teeth, refraining from using fists or feet, instead elevating his energy to its zenith. The purple true energy fused with his flesh, forming a protective aura around him. He then hurled himself at Xiang Bei with unprecedented speed, intent on crushing him to death. With a thunderous crash, Xiang Bei's entire being erupted upon impact, flesh scattering and blood painting the skies, while Qin Yu, resembling a purple comet, passed through Xiang Bei's body. All onlookers were left in a state of shock. To kill through such a collision, they gazed at Qin Yu, the enigmatic assassin known as Meteor, and marveled at the sheer terror of his assault, capable of slaying an innate perfection master merely through impact. Self-detonation. Self-detonation. Alas, the strength of my flesh surpasses your wildest imaginings. A cold smile danced upon Qin Yu's lips. Though Xiang Bei's final explosion was formidable, any other innate master would have surely perished. Regrettably, Qin Yu is an unprecedented master of innate external martial arts, possessing a physique that surpasses the imagination of others. Furthermore, after undergoing continuous transformations through 3 segments of the Tian diagram technique, his physical strength has nearly reached that of an ordinary celestial-grade weapon. When combined with the miraculous purple innate true energy and the protective vital energy, even celestial-grade weapons would find it impossible to breach Qin Yu's defenses.
Yemin, you
Are utterly unforgivable. Qin Yu's gaze fixed upon Go Min, who felt a shudder under Qin Yu's intense scrutiny. He then chuckled, Mr. Meteor, you are merely an assassin. Why risk your life for this Qin De? Your task's reward is simply a superior celestial-grade weapon. Should you assist me in dealing with them, the Emperor will bestow upon you even greater rewards. Boom! A terrifying thunderclap resonated. As the final bolt of heavenly lightning, the fourth, surged forth like a colossal purple dragon from the storm clouds, descending directly towards the ground. In an instant, everyone, including Qin Yu, ceased their attacks, their attention drawn to Qin De. With a low shout, Qin De's face flushed crimson. Suddenly, a thunderous roar emanated from within him, as a nearly corporeal golden dragon formed of energy erupted from his body, soaring into the air to confront the fourth bolt of heavenly lightning. Boom! The clash between the purple lightning dragon and the golden energy dragon unleashed a tempestuous force, wreaking havoc in its wake. In mere moments, the golden energy dragon dissipated, while the purple lightning diminished by more than half, yet the remaining purple lightning continued its relentless descent. Bang! The dark red longsword pointed towards the heavens, directly confronting the violet lightning that struck down upon it. The sword emitted a blinding radiance, and Qin De's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling violently. In but a moment, the power of the lightning dissipated. Subsequently, Qin De collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Had he succeeded? Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. The implication of this scene was unmistakable. Qin De had successfully transcended his tribulation. Despite being gravely injured, with the aid of the innate 8 trigrams formation and the medium-grade spiritual longsword, he had managed to endure the trial. However, seeing him sprawled on the ground clearly indicated the severity of his wounds. The ominous clouds of tribulation in the sky gradually dispersed, restoring the dark red sky to its former starry splendor, with countless stars illuminating the night for all to behold. Qin Yu was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of joy. Although his father was gravely wounded, he had nonetheless survived the fourth 9 heavens tribulation. With the treasures of the Qin family, recovery would be swift, and Qin De would soon attain the golden core stage, becoming a true cultivator. Go Min. Qin Yu cast a glance at Go Min, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Go Min, however, furrowed his brow as he regarded Qin De. I never anticipated that he, like the first emperor of old, has mastered the ancestral dragon's guardian to such an advanced level. Even without a medium-grade spiritual weapon, I believe Qin De would have been capable of overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, Go Min shuddered, sensing the murderous aura not far away. He turned to see it emanating from Qin Yu. Recalling the scene where Qin Yu had slain the 4 directions killing god, Go Min knew he was not a match for him, seething with resentment. If I had a medium-grade spiritual weapon, would I fear this assassin, Meteor? In the initial stages, Qin De utilized the stone flame iron to forge a medium-grade spiritual weapon. Due to limitations in materials, he crafted a battle blade for Lian Yan and a longsword for himself, leaving only enough to produce 5 short blades, which he bestowed upon the 5 subordinates of the Dark Arrow to form a battle array. Consequently, neither Lan Yi nor the others possessed medium-grade spiritual weapons. The quantity of stone flame iron was finite. Initially, a short sword and a pair of gauntlets were forged for Qin Yu, along with Feng Yuzizi's flying sword, consuming 1/5 of the material. Qin De's own longsword consumed another 1/5, and Lian Yan's battle blade accounted for yet another 1/5. The 5 short blades consumed the remaining 2/5. As for Lan Yi, Go Min, and others, they were left without medium-grade spiritual weapons. Although Lian Yan perished, the remaining medium-grade spiritual weapon was ultimately given to Qin Feng by Qin De. Ah, foolish, oh so foolish. Inde. You are preparing for death, yet I must express my gratitude for the medium-grade spiritual weapon you have bestowed upon me. Surrounded by the 5 formidable experts of the Dark Arrow and the 5 from Tianwang, Wu Xing suddenly erupted in wild laughter, appearing almost deranged, as if a cunning strategy had dawned upon him to counter these reckless masters. In the face of such overwhelming odds, Wu Xing's demeanor transformed into one of unrestrained arrogance. 10 mere ants, perish. His eyes gleamed with a chilling light as torrents of true essence, as thick as arms, surged forth from his being, manifesting like azure dragons swirling in every direction. Yet they did not engage the 10 assailants, leaving them in bewilderment. The multitude of true essence dragons spread across a radius of several meters, encompassing all 10 masters within this domain. Suddenly, Wu Xing's expression contorted with fury as he bellowed, "Explode! Explode! Explode!" Boom! 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 With Wu Xing's thunderous shout, a series of explosive sounds erupted, as the essence of true energy detonated violently. Although the 10 advanced innate masters possessed formidable strength, They were utterly unable to withstand such a ferocious explosion generated by true energy. Cries of agony rang out, severed limbs soared through the air, and blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, the 10 masters who had previously troubled Wu Xing were obliterated. Wu Xing had never employed such a method of attack before. The explosive power of true energy, while considerable, was insufficient to breach the defenses of a cultivator's true energy. Cultivators typically relied on flying swords, concentrating their true energy within them to unleash the most potent strikes through the formations inscribed upon the blades. It was only after witnessing Xiang Bei's self-detonation that Wu Xing was inspired to create an explosion using the true energy within his own body. True energy transcends innate qi by an entire level, its might rivaling that of Xiang Bei's self-detonation. While this explosion may not pose a significant threat to cultivators, it was certainly formidable enough for innate masters. Indeed, the 10 masters were left utterly shattered, with not a single intact corpse remaining. 5 mid-grade spirit artifacts, short swords, now lay scattered upon the ground, as 3 streaks of light surged forth. One belonging to Qin Yu, another to the Elder in Blue, and the last to Feng Yuzi. They all rushed to seize the 5 mid-grade spirit artifact short swords. "Junior brother, quickly!" Wu Da's voice echoed in Wu Xing's ears, as a flying sword shot forth at breakneck speed, aimed directly at Feng Yuzi. Feng Yuzi countered with his own sword, resulting in another clash of titans as the 2 formidable masters became entangled once more. "Begone!" Wu Xing bellowed, his commanding voice echoing as he waved his grand sleeves. 5 mid-grade spiritual artifacts were effortlessly drawn into his grasp, subsequently vanishing into his storage bracelet. The 2 streaks of light that surged towards him were forcefully repelled by his overwhelming true essence. Qin Yu flickered in and out of view, deftly dispersing the formidable force. The Elder in Blue was sent reeling backward, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. "You are merely a mortal, yet you aspire to seize mid-grade spiritual artifacts. What a delusion!" Wu Xing regarded Qin Yu and the Elder with palpable disdain. Cultivators, having transcended the limitations of ordinary mortals, often looked down upon them with an air of superiority. "Well done, junior brother. Ha ha, mid-grade spiritual artifacts." Wu Da chuckled heartily, his excitement growing as he clashed with Feng Yuzi. "You rely on mid-grade artifacts to bully me with my low-grade ones, achieving mere parity. Once I refine that mid-grade artifact, we shall see how you contend with me." Boom! 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 The earth shuddered as rocks shattered and walls crumbled amidst the continuous explosions. As Wu Da spoke, he remained locked in combat with Feng Yuzi, who, with a stoic expression, said nothing. The loss of 5 mid-grade spiritual artifacts was indeed a significant blow. Their battle raged with unrelenting ferocity. "Senior, I am of the Xiang family. I implore you to eliminate Qin De, Lu Xing, and the Elder in Blue."
"Ye min boved respectfully."
Wu Xing laughed heartily. "Very well. Today I am in good spirits. I had already promised Xiang Guang to deal with Qin De, and the other 2 insignificant ants shall be eradicated as well." At this moment, Wu Xing felt an unparalleled sense of ease and exhilaration, having acquired a mid-grade spiritual weapon, while the only other cultivator, Feng Yuzi, was effectively restrained. Wu Xing harbored no concerns. He could eliminate anyone at will. He drew forth a mid-grade spiritual short sword and immediately performed blood recognition. Henceforth, the short sword belonged to Wu Xing typically. To truly master a spiritual weapon, a cultivator must not only perform blood recognition but also refine it with their inner true fire to gain complete control. However, Wu Xing had no time to squander at this moment. In the dark valley, the cold wind howled. Suddenly, Gumin heard a voice, and alarm surged through him, but in an instant, his head felt as if it had been struck by thunder. Gumin's head exploded like a watermelon, and a figure emerged. Qin Yu coldly gazed upon Gumin's corpse. "You!" Just as Wu Xing had completed the blood recognition, witnessing this scene ignited his fury. "You despicable brat! How dare you kill this old man while I was performing blood recognition?" Wu Xing was consumed by a mix of shame and rage. Regardless of the circumstances, Gumin was one of his own. Yet, within Qin Yu's mind, he urged himself, calm down, Qin Yu, you must remain composed." At this critical juncture, on the battlefield, Feng Yuzi was entirely ensnared by Wu Xing. It was exceedingly difficult for him and the blue-clad elder to eliminate Wu Xing. With the acquisition of the mid-grade spiritual weapon, Wu Xing's strength had increased beyond that of moments prior. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had just endured for bolts of heavenly lightning and was gravely injured, meditating with closed eyes. The sole opportunity lay before him. A cold glimmer flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. The only chance rested in his mid-grade spiritual weapon, the flame sword, and the flame gauntlets. The offensive power of a mid-grade spiritual weapon is sufficient to penetrate the defenses of a cultivator. However, he has but a singular opportunity. Should Wood detect that he possesses such a weapon, he would never allow him to approach. This is precisely why Qin Yu refrained from utilizing the Yan Qi sword and Yan Qi gauntlets earlier. Even without the mid-grade spiritual weapon, he was capable of dispatching those few individuals. It is his only trump card. Ha! Let every one of you perish. Suddenly, Wu Xing erupted into laughter. A dark red light shot forth, causing the radiance enveloping the blue-clad elder to dim. In an instant, the elder collapsed with a thunderous crash, lifeless. Faced with the assault of a cultivator, he stood defenseless without a spiritual weapon. Wu Xing was exhilarated as he beheld the dagger in his hand. This individual is remarkably formidable. A single strike and only one chance remains. The Yan Qi sword and Yan Qi gauntlets can only be employed when he is close enough. Qin Yu clenched his jaw tightly. The death of the blue-clad elder did not incite rashness within him. He must seize this singular opportunity. Should he falter, it would mean his demise, and his father would inevitably perish as well. There is no room for error. Zhen Dong Wang Qin Yu, your power in the mortal realm is considerable, yet alas, you shall still fall by my hand. At this moment, Wu Xing was brimming with confidence, lightly waving his hand to launch the dagger towards Qin Yu. In that instant, there was no sound of wind. However, Wu Xing's spiritual sense detected Qin Yu's form moving at an astonishing speed, closing the distance of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Boom! With a swift gesture, Wu Xing unleashed a surge of true essence that erupted explosively. Simultaneously, a brilliant purple radiance enveloped Qin Yu's form, rendering his skin akin to resplendent purple jade. The explosion of true essence failed to inflict harm upon him. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within, Qin Yu launched a powerful punch towards Wu Xing. As Wu Xing beheld the approaching fist, a thought flickered in his mind. This fellow is aligned with the Qin faction. He might very well be a hidden pawn, possibly even wielding a medium-grade spiritual weapon. Regardless of the circumstances, a risk must not be taken. In a flash, a deadly resolve surged within Wu Xing. Qin Yu's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as the blazing sword, Yan Qi, materialized in his grasp. However, before Qin Yu could fully wield the sword, Wu Xing had already evaded to a distance of several meters. Witnessing the emergence of the Yan Qi sword in Qin Yu's hand ignited a fiery rage within Wu Xing. You little brat! How dare you scheme against me? Fueled by anger, he narrowly dodged at the last moment, a chilling realization washing over him. Had he not acted swiftly, the consequences would have been dire. This thought left him shaken yet even more enraged, as a torrent of true essence surged into his medium-grade spiritual short knife. A dark red beam of light shot forth from Wu Xing towards Qin Yu. With no choice left, Qin Yu hastily raised the Yan Qi sword in defense. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying energy emanating from the short knife. The force was sharp and possessed a formidable tearing quality, striking directly at Qin Yu. With a resounding crash, Qin Yu was sent soaring like a rag doll, blood spraying from his mouth, before he fell helplessly to the ground with a thud. As Feng Yuji engaged in a fierce battle with wood, his spirit suddenly caught sight of a remarkable scene, sending a jolt through his heart. The flame sword, that was indeed the flame sword wielded by the killer meteor. Could it be Xiao Yu? No, that cannot be. Xiao Yu specializes in external martial arts. How could he possibly possess true energy? Yet, the aura of this killer meteor bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Yu's. Could it truly be? At this moment, although doubt clouded Feng Yuji's mind, he found himself unable to disengage, for Wood relentlessly pursued him. Defeat. A pang of anguish surged within Qin Yu. He could not comprehend why, at the precise moment he unleashed his lethal strike, Wood seemed to retreat almost simultaneously. Did he somehow anticipate his move? Qin Yu was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. A metallic taste filled his throat as blood threatened to surge forth once more. Earlier, in a fit of rage, Wood had clearly unleashed a deadly attack, channeling an immense amount of true essence into his short blade, which was also a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Qin Yu's flamesword was of the same grade. However, the short blade harbored an overwhelming force of true essence, and the potency of such an attack through a mid-grade spiritual weapon was indeed formidable. The disparity between their skill levels was stark. Streams of pure energy emanated from Meteor Tears, beginning to envelop Qin Yu's body, as his injuries healed at a terrifying rate. Regrettably, Wood was aware of his possession of a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Was the heavens truly intent on severing his father's path to survival? Lying on the ground, Qin Yu cast a glance at the distant Qin Da remained undisturbed, eyes closed and seated in meditation, oblivious to the fierce battle that had just transpired. At this moment, Qin Da was entirely absorbed in the profound transformation occurring within him, oblivious to the external world. Having endured the tribulation, he emerged gravely injured, yet his innate vitality underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. In his inner vision, the dantian resembled an infinite expanse, where streams of water flowed ceaselessly. These currents began to converge, forming a sphere. Qin Da recalled that when the first emperor transcended his tribulation and manifested the golden elixir, he understood the method as well. Thus, he commenced the secret technique. The water coalesced into a water sphere, initially substantial in size, suddenly diminished by half, only to expand slightly thereafter. This cycle of contraction and expansion continued, causing the sphere to shrink progressively, its hue shifting gradually towards gold. After a meticulous process of 99 transformations, a pale golden orb, akin to a dove's egg, materialized. This was the golden elixir. Surrounding it were swirling currents of energy. Finally, success was attained. A wave of relief washed over Qin Da as streams of true essence surged forth from the energy currents surrounding the golden elixir, coursing through his entire being. Although the golden elixir had been formed, his internal organs had sustained considerable damage, making it exceedingly challenging to mend even with the true essence. At this juncture, Qin Da slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a startling sight, a dark red brilliance. Bang! Qin Da instinctively channeled his true essence, directing his sword to fiercely block the dark red light. In the blink of an eye, he evaded to a safe distance. Remarkably, he had just formed his golden core, yet his speed was astonishing. Alas, having only recently achieved this stage, his strength remained insufficient. Moreover, his injuries were severe. Sigh! It seems you shall be the shortest-lived cultivator, having barely become one only to face imminent death. Wu Xing soared through the air, standing proudly upon his flying sword. Qin Yu exhaled deeply. He had just witnessed Wu Xing attempt to assassinate his father, which stirred his anxiety. Unfortunately, he was gravely injured, and even at his fastest, he could not match the swift descent of the short blade. Thankfully, in the nick of time, Qin Da had formed his golden core. At this nascent stage of his golden core, however, Qin Da was still heavily wounded. He wielded a mid-grade spiritual sword, while Wu Xing, in the mid-stage of his golden core, was unscathed, brandishing a low-grade flying sword alongside a mid-grade short blade. Wu Xing's experience in manipulating true essence far exceeded that of Qin Da, rendering this battle a mismatch of levels. As Qin Yu pondered this, a sense of urgency enveloped him. Yet, he realized his own strength paled even in comparison to his father's. You wish to kill me?
In the scoffed.
Now acutely aware of the battlefield's dynamics, Feng Yuzi was ensnared by Wu Da. The assassin Liuxing lay grievously wounded, and all his other subordinates had perished. Left with no allies, he was compelled to rely solely on himself. Humph! A mere fledgling cultivator dares to be so arrogant. I shall kindly send you on your way. With a derisive chuckle, Wu Xing wasted no words, unleashing his mid-grade short blade in a flurry of dazzling strikes, each one faster than the last. Bang! 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 In an instant, Qin Yu had only taken 2 breaths, yet the two had exchanged blows countless times, their ferocity nearly rivaling the legendary clash between Feng Yuzizi and Wood. However, Qin Yu's expression gradually shifted as he distinctly observed blood beginning to trickle from the corner of his father's mouth. With each confrontation, Qin De's internal injuries grew increasingly severe. A boisterous laughter erupted from Wu Xing, whose attacks intensified as he keenly discerned the gravity of Qin De's condition. Physical wounds, after all, are exceedingly difficult to mend. Amidst this fierce battle, blood continually seeped from Qin De's mouth. "Get away!" Feng Yuzizi exclaimed anxiously, urgently amplifying his sword strikes in an attempt to rescue Qin De and facilitate his escape. "Dream on," Wu De cackled, channeling his inner power into his sword with reckless abandon, leveraging his profound strength to firmly impede Feng Yuzizi. "Father." As Qin Yu observed his father's complexion growing increasingly pallid and his injuries worsening, his heart felt as though it were being gnawed upon by 1,000 ants, panic and anguish rendering him breathless, his heart aching and his mind spinning in a haze. With a sudden, powerful shout, Qin De's face flushed crimson as his long sword met Wu Xing's short blade in an explosive clash. As he spoke, the short blade in his grasp gleamed anew, infusing with streams of true essence. "Cease this!" Feng Yuzizi, sensing the dire situation, shouted with fervor. Yet Wu De, consumed by madness, stubbornly held Feng Yuzizi at bay. Upon witnessing his gravely injured father crumpled on the ground and the increasingly radiant short blade, Qin Yu's heart jolted violently. In that fleeting moment, the memories of the past 19 years surged through his mind like a lightning bolt, compelling him to ponder the purpose of his arduous training throughout those years. To demonstrate his worth, to instill pride in his father, and to show that he, like his elder brothers, was equally valuable. Die. Wu Xing murmured, his hand moving slightly as the energy-infused dagger transformed into a dark red streak, hurtling toward the severely wounded Qin De. Wu Xing's eyes drooped slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he prepared to witness Qin De's demise. At the moment Wu Xing was about to strike, Qin Yu dashed toward Qin De with utmost speed. By the time Wu Xing launched the dagger, Qin Yu had already moved at remarkable velocity. Though separated by over 100 meters, Qin Yu was merely a few dozen meters from Qin De's side. Despite this proximity, the dagger's speed was overwhelming, rendering Qin Yu unable to intercept it. The only thought racing through his mind was to seize the dagger. Seize it! Qin Yu's heart let out a desperate cry as he pushed his speed to its utmost limits. Yet it still proved insufficient. Pain surged within him, akin to being gnawed at by countless ants. His head felt as if it might explode, and his eyes turned a fiery crimson. Suddenly, a chilling clarity flooded his mind. In that instant, the world fell utterly silent, time itself seemed to freeze. 3 sets of images from the Tongtian II materialized in his consciousness, a total of 108 images, from the first to the last, imparting a profound sense of enlightenment. With a resounding force, 36 silver energy columns, 36 golden energy columns, and 36 purple energy columns erupted from Qin Yu's body, intertwining to form a perfectly harmonious tricolor armor. As the sensation of time freezing dissipated, the dagger continued its swift trajectory. It was merely a fraction away. Qin Yu, attuned to his own pace, instinctively gauged the minuscule distance. Suddenly, with a whoosh, enveloped by 108 pillars of energy, Qin Yu surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, doubling his speed in an instant as he appeared before Qin De. With a forceful thrust, his hands extended, the blazing gauntlets materializing seamlessly upon his wrists. Like the talons of an eagle, Qin Yu seized the shimmering dagger in his grip. This time, Wu Xing had unleashed a lethal strike. The energy coursing through the dagger was formidable and terrifying. Boom! Though Qin Yu's blazing gauntlets intercepted the dagger, streams of blade energy still erupted from it, striking Qin Yu's form. The tricolored armor he donned appeared imposing, yet it was merely an ethereal gas, lacking any true defensive capability. Countless waves of blade energy rained upon him in an instant. Despite Qin Yu's formidable physique, he was still pierced through the abdomen, revealing a ghastly wound from which blood flowed profusely, the rapid loss of blood causing him to stagger momentarily. The blazing gauntlets! At this moment, as Qin De struggled to rise, he caught sight of the gauntlets adorning Qin Yu's hands and was momentarily stunned. How could the assassin Meteor possess the blazing gauntlets, which were supposed to belong only to Yuer? Qin De recalled the day he and Feng Yuzi had speculated about the identity of the assassin Meteor. Could it be? A jolt coursed through Qin De's mind, but Yuer lacked true energy, after all. Raging, Wu Xing darted forward with a flicker of movement, pointing a single finger, and his original flying sword immediately shot toward Qin Yu. Severely wounded in the abdomen by the blade energy, Qin Yu had no time to evade the impending attack. With a swift motion, a flying sword pierced through Qin Yu's chest, breaching his heart just moments after he grasped the dagger. Streams of luminous tears surged forth to mend the wound. Yet alas, the heart remains a vital organ of the human body. "Father," Qin Yu called out to Qin De, mustering a faint smile, his voice reverting to its original timbre. "What?" Qin De's expression shifted dramatically. The assassin Meteor was indeed his own son. "Farewell. It seems I still hold some significance." Qin Yu forced a smile, though the grievous wound in his chest caused his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. Suddenly, a glimmer of resolve and ferocity ignited in Qin Yu's eyes. "Let us perish together." Wu Xing had arrived. With a thunderous roar, Qin Yu's face contorted into a grimace as he reached the pinnacle of speed with the dagger in hand. The shadows of dragon claws blurred before him, while 108 energy columns pulsated vigorously around his form. In an astonishing display of swiftness, Qin Yu's claws surpassed the dagger's earlier velocity, plunging directly into Wu Xing's chest. With a fierce grip, Qin Yu crushed Wu Xing's heart in an instant. How is this possible? Wu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the hands that had pierced his own chest, struggling to comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, the flying sword had pierced Qin Yu's chest, breaching his heart. Even a cultivator would succumb to death. Yet how could Qin Yu endure for so long? "Junior brother."
Wu de shouted in a frenzy.
Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry echoed, and a streak of light descended from the heavens, revealing Xiao He. The little black creature soared too high. By the time it realized that Qin Yu was facing a life-threatening crisis, it was too late to descend swiftly. The creature let out a frantic wail and plunged downwards with all its might. Qin Yu felt his heart pierced. Even the meteor tears could not mend it in an instant. Darkness gradually enveloped his vision, and he found it increasingly difficult to breathe. He knew he was dying. The light in Qin Yu's eyes began to fade. He was on the brink of death. Simultaneously, his form began to transform, reverting to his original appearance. At that moment, Qin Yu could no longer maintain the guise of changing form and bone. Witnessing this transformation, Qin De felt a pang of heartache, as if his very soul were being wrenched. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. Qin Yu gazed at Qin De, and a faint smile graced his face, only for his eyes to dull completely thereafter. "Yuer has died." Qin De trembled all over, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. "But you have not given me a chance, not a single opportunity. You merely say that my participation is of no consequence. Father, you did not grant me even the slightest chance. How can you be so certain of my ineptitude? Why? I am indeed useless, the most useless of all. No matter how hard I strive, no matter the heights to which I ascend in my cultivation, I will forever remain the most ineffectual. It is laughable. All these years, what have I cultivated for? What purpose has it served?" The echoes of Qin Yu's voice lingered in Qin De's ears, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He vividly recalled the final words his son had left him. "Farewell. It seems I still possess some worth." A profound sorrow welled up within him as he let out a heart-wrenching roar to the heavens. At that moment, the sky abruptly transformed into a dark crimson hue, reminiscent of the onset of a heavenly tribulation. However, this time the expanse was even greater, casting a shadow over the entire firmament, with fiery red clouds at its center, resembling ominous calamity clouds. Suddenly, a small black figure spread its wings and swept Qin De aside, incessantly crying out in mourning. Tears, glistening like pearls, streamed from the eagle-like eyes of the small black creature, yet Qin Yu lay motionless. Cast aside by the small black entity, Qin De found himself slumped on the ground. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the crimson calamity clouds, and a colossal beam of light descended from the sky, so immense that it would require 3 or 4 adults to encircle it. This enormous, fiery red beam crashed down like divine retribution, targeting none other than Qin Yu. At this moment, Qin Yu's hands remained embedded in Wu Xing's chest, while the small black creature clung tightly to him, resolute in the face of the terrifying light descending from above. Boom! The beam struck Qin Yu and the others, enveloping them within its vast circumference. Yue! Qin De suddenly regained his senses, realizing that regardless of the circumstances, even if his son had perished, he could not allow him to remain unrecognizable. However, as the light dissipated, the area that had been struck, along with the weapons they had wielded in battle, vanished entirely. There was nothing left. Yue! Qin De clenched his jaw tightly, his entire being trembling as vivid memories flooded his mind. The scene of his son confronting him replayed incessantly. Ha ha! I am utterly useless, the most ineffectual of all. No matter how hard I strive, no matter the heights I attain in my cultivation, I shall forever remain the most inept. How laughable it is. After all these years, what have I cultivated for? What purpose does my training serve? An abyss of sorrow enveloped Qin De's heart, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. A man may shed tears, but only when the heart is truly broken. Xiang Guang. Wood. Qin De's gaze suddenly fixed upon Wood, his heart brimming with hatred. If it were not for Xiang Guang, if it were not for those two cultivators, how could his son have perished given his strength? Ignoring the injuries to his body, Qin De's true essence surged as he charged towards Wood with his sword drawn. Wood, who had previously matched Feng Yuzi in strength, was taken aback by Qin De's frenzied assault. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin De was still in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, wielding a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Coupled with the madness of Feng Yuzi at that moment, Wood swiftly summoned his flying sword, disregarding everything else, and fled with lightning speed, vanishing into the void. His offensive prowess and flight speed were beyond what Qin De and the others could hope to pursue. Witnessing Wood's escape, Qin De, consumed by rage and despair, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His internal injuries were grievous. Your Highness, please, remain calm, Feng Yuzi urged, attempting to restrain Qin De. He understood the gravity of Qin De's wounds, yet the latter's eyes burned with intense hatred. Would Xiangguang, my wife is dead, and now my son has perished. Xiangguang, would I, Qin De, hereby vow that if I do not slay you, may I, Qin De, find no resting place in death. Qin De's teeth ground together, his crimson, frenzied gaze instilling a profound dread. As dusk descended and the sun sank in the west, its rays, though not blinding, illuminated the entire earth. Yet, within the courtyard of the East Town King's residence, an air of cold desolation prevailed. Qin Feng, Qin Zheng, Su Yuan, and Feng Yuzi were seated around a stone table, while Qin De stood alone in the courtyard, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing upwards at a willow tree. This courtyard was a unique retreat belonging to Qin Yu within the royal residence, and this willow tree had been planted by Qin De and Qin Yu during their childhood. Not a trace of mirth graced the faces of Qin Feng, Qin Zheng, or Su Yuan. Little Yu had perished. When Qin Feng and Qin Zheng first received the news, they were utterly stunned, unable to fathom that their youngest brother had met such a fate, and in such a gruesome manner, reduced to nothingness by a bolt of lightning. They still recalled their solemn oath to protect their beloved brother, yet they realized that this promise could never be fulfilled. All plans were hastened. Zhenger, do we have 6 months to prepare the provisions, armor, and weapons? Qin De's voice suddenly resonated in the empty courtyard. Su Yuan, will the steps of the Flying Eagle plan be completed within this 6-month time frame? Qin De continued to inquire. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, Your Highness, according to our initial plan, we should have had 2 years for preparation. Accelerating this to within 6 months may prove rather challenging. However, over the past decade, progress has been ongoing. If we accelerate, it is still feasible to initiate all plans within half a year. Very well. Qin De suddenly turned around and addressed the others. In that case, let us allow for a slight leniency. We shall launch a full-scale offensive in 7 months. According to the plan, we must unify the entire Chu Dynasty within 6 months. A chilling glint flashed in Qin De's eyes. Yes, my lord. Qin Feng, Qin Zheng, and Su Yuan immediately rose and bowed in obedience. They then swiftly departed. My lord, you should focus on recuperation. You still bear injuries. Feng Yuzi sighed softly, shaking his head. Qin De turned once more to gaze at the willow tree. Recuperation? Do I possess such leisure? How can I rest easy without subduing the 4 counties of the western regions, annihilating the Xiang family, and vanquishing Xiang Guangwu, sending his soul into disarray. Feng Yuzi could not help but chuckle wryly. However, he was not overly concerned. With the elixirs in the royal residence, coupled with Qin De's current early-stage golden core strength, his internal injuries would fully heal within a month. Feng Yuzi nodded and then soared into the sky on his flying sword. In 7 months, an army of 100,000 shall surely trample the 4 counties of the western regions and eradicate the Xiang family. Qin De muttered to himself, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Get out! A thunderous shout echoed from within the house, causing Xiang Guang outside to tremble. Xiang Guang felt quite oppressed. Upon hearing of the immortal's return, he had eagerly rushed over, longing to ascertain whether Qin De had indeed survived and escaped the palace. His heart had been racing with excitement all the way there. However, just as Xiang Guang was about to speak, he was abruptly silenced. The Qi Shengdan had been a reward from Wood for the assassination of Qin De, and without the successful execution of this task, Xiang Guang found himself engulfed in frustration and helplessness. Your Majesty! A eunuch beside him immediately bowed in deference. Be gone! Xiang Guang waved his sleeve dismissively, casting the eunuch aside, and then forced a smile, addressing the immortal, my esteemed senior. Xiang Guang, a mere child, finds your mood today rather unpleasant. I shall not disturb you. Wood's voice cut through the air coldly. Xiang Guang swallowed hard, managing a dry smile as he inquired, esteemed senior, did I not present the Qi Shengdan to you previously, requesting assistance in eliminating Qin De? I am curious to know whether he still breathes. Regardless of the outcome, I must pose this question. Yet, Xiang Guang held no belief that Wood would dare to harm him. Suddenly, the door was thrust open with great force, crashing against the wall. Wood, with his long hair flowing and a face suffused with rage, stormed out, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment, fixated entirely on Xiang Guang. The latter, taken aback by Wood's menacing demeanor, retreated repeatedly. Do not speak to me of Qin De. In taking on this matter, even my junior disciple has lost his life. You dare bring up the Qi Shengdan and mention Qin De to me? Get out. Do not presume that because you are a descendant of the Xiang family, I would hesitate to act against you. The fury emanating from Wood enveloped Xiang Guang like a tangible force. The bond between Wood and his junior disciple, Wu Xing, was profound, forged over hundreds of years, making Wu Xing's demise an immense blow to Wood. Furthermore, the 5 mid-grade spiritual weapons, including a short blade, which Wu Xing had initially acquired, were obliterated by a sudden eruption of light. On this occasion, Wood gained nothing, and moreover, he had lost his disciple, which naturally stirred his wrath. Exalted One, please temper your anger. I shall take my leave and not disturb your rest. In utter fear, Xiang Guang hastily fled with his entourage from Wood's abode, leaving in a state of utter disarray. In the boundless wilderness, the true expanse of this primordial realm remains a mystery to all. The deeper one ventures into the wilderness, the richer the spiritual essence of heaven and earth becomes, and concurrently, the more formidable the beasts of the wild. Approximately 100,000 miles from the wilderness's edge, there lies a vast lake, beside which stands an enormous edifice. This structure, only 2 stories tall, around 8 to 9 meters, boasts an astonishingly large footprint, exceeding 100 meters in both length and width. Inside this magnificent building, each room is adorned with opulence, featuring various lights that have never graced the Dragon Continent, radiating a myriad of colors. Within a spacious hall of this building, the floor gleams with a pure silver hue. On this silvery surface lies a young man with a wound in his abdomen, accompanied by a middle-aged man with white eyebrows and a black eagle. They are none other than the missing Qin Yu, Wu Xing, and the black eagle. Under the watchful gaze of Qin De, Qin Yu's eyes dimmed completely, his heartbeat and pulse ceased, and he stopped breathing altogether. Is this what it feels like to be dead? Qin Yu faintly recalled the mournful cries of Xiao He, yet he found himself utterly voiceless, unable even to move a finger. However, his soul consciousness persisted, and as his bodily functions halted, the essence of his spirit began to tremble. An irresistible force emanated from the external realm, directly impacting Qin Yu's soul, seemingly intent on siphoning it away. Suddenly, a surge of warmth erupted from the location of the Meteor Tear mark on his chest, enveloping Qin Yu's consciousness in a tender embrace. Felt delightful, akin to being cradled in warm water. This was the sole sensation Qin Yu experienced, as the hot stream effectively isolated him from the alluring force, ensuring that his soul remained anchored within his corporeal form. Encased in the warmth of the meteor tears, Qin Yu remained oblivious to the happenings outside, even as a crimson beam of light descended upon him, eliciting not the slightest awareness. Simultaneously, the meteor tears emitted a continuous flow of healing energy that surged into Qin Yu's wounds, gradually mending his injuries. However, the gaping wound in his heart healed at a painfully sluggish pace, yet it persevered in its gradual restoration. Moments turned into minutes, and minutes into hours, as Qin Yu's soul reveled in the warmth, akin to an infant drawing sustenance from this nurturing energy. His essence gradually became more corporeal, transforming into a vibrant, seven-colored disk, resplendent and captivating. Surrounding his soul, energy flickered like lightning. As it absorbed the warmth, these flashes grew ever more vigorous. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. The substantial wound on Qin Yu's abdomen bore no trace of scarring, a testament to the efficiency of the healing process. However, the heart, being the most challenging to mend, had consumed the entirety of that time. While ordinary physical wounds would vanish within mere half-days, the heart required a full week for its restoration. Throughout this period, Qin Yu's soul remained enveloped in warmth. Qin Yu's eyes suddenly opened wide. His hands were still plunged into Wu Xing's chest, who was undoubtedly lifeless. With a swift motion, Qin Yu pulled his hands out and, simultaneously, shook them vigorously, causing the blood to spatter. With a great heave, Qin Yu sprang to his feet, surveying his surroundings. His gaze quickly landed on Xiao He, who was nearby, staring at him in a daze. Moments later, Xiao He excitedly cried out, emitting a series of eagle-like shrieks as it swiftly approached, its enormous wings enveloping Qin Yu while it continued to vocalize joyfully. "Haha, Xiao He, enough. Wow, you've splattered your drool all over me." Qin Yu and Xiao He playfully bantered with one another. "Welcome, master. I never imagined that you could be revived even after having your heart pierced. This truly astonishes Xiao Xing." A melodious child's voice resonated throughout the expansive hall, startling both Qin Yu and Xiao He. Qin Yu extended his consciousness, discovering that the architecture of this place was exceedingly peculiar, starkly contrasting with the structures of the hidden dragon continent. Yet he found no sign of any person. "Who are you?" Qin Yu inquired. "Did you save me?" "I am Xiao Xing, but it was not I who revived you." "You saved yourself," the sweet voice replied once more. "Could it be that the meteor tears brought me back?" Qin Yu pondered silently. The meteor tears were indeed remarkable. At this moment, he could not fathom how he survived despite having his heart pierced. It is well known that even among cultivators, those below the void stage would inevitably perish if their heart were to be pierced. If one possesses the prowess of a void-empty realm or higher, the piercing of the heart leads to the annihilation of the flesh, leaving only the Yuanying spirit to pursue the path of immortality. It is unheard of for one to survive after such an injury. Setting aside this conundrum for the moment, Qin Yu composed himself and inquired, "You are Xiao Xing, but who is Xiao Xing? Why did you initially address me as master? Please elucidate everything. Moreover, what is the nature of this peculiar lighting?" Qin Yu gazed upward, where a vast, square, transparent entity radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, resplendent in its beauty. "Xiao Xing is the steward of this residence, an artificial intelligence," the voice explained with a bright enthusiasm. "This villa was constructed by its first owner, Lei Wei. I accompanied Master Lei Wei as we traversed the cosmos, while he continuously refined his understanding through cultivation. Originally, we inhabited a technologically advanced universe, where this villa was forged by Master and subsequently stored within a storage ring. During one perilous adventure, Master was drawn into a black hole, and upon emerging, we found ourselves in an entirely different universe. Master then entered one of the planets, which happens to be the very planet you inhabit. Yet, a frown creased Qin Yu's brow. Artificial intelligence? Villa? Technology? Black hole? Planet? He was utterly bewildered and could not fathom how he had arrived in this place. Though he began to grasp some concepts, the terminology of technology remained obscure to him. "Xiao Xing, Why do you not manifest and converse with me directly? Qin Yu queried, entirely unfamiliar with the notion of artificial intelligence. Please wait. Xiaoxing lacks a physical form and can only communicate through a virtual projection. Before Qin Yu appeared a spectral image resembling a small kitten, leaving him utterly astonished, his hand instinctively reaching out. However, his fingers merely passed through the ethereal form of the kitten. This virtual apparition appeared so lifelike at first glance, yet only upon touch did one realize it was but a figment of imagination. The master is from the continent of hidden dragons and knows nothing of technology. A voice chimed in. The former master of the Thunder Guard had prepared a tome, penned in the language of the continent of hidden dragons, inviting him to peruse it at his leisure. Just notify me when you wish to turn the page, it continued. Before Qin Yu floated an ancient book, also a projection. He gazed at it blankly, and after a considerable time, he finally swallowed hard and began to read intently. As he delved into the text, a novel civilization, starkly different from the realm of cultivation, unfolded before him. The Thunder Guard was a figure of remarkable intellect. This tome, spanning hundreds of thousands of words, enlightened Qin Yu to the essence of technological civilization. At the very least, he comprehended the operational intricacies of this villa. So it was that he had been transported into this dwelling. A smile graced Qin Yu's face as he grasped the entirety of the situation. To cultivate the star transformation, one must achieve the pinnacle of external prowess, attaining the innate perfection, which involves fully mastering the 3 celestial diagrams. The hallmark of reaching this zenith is the manifestation of a tricolored armor enveloped in 108 columns of energy. Once the tricolor armor is complete, the magnificent and colossal teleportation array will sense it, directly transporting Qin Yu into the preordained villa. Simultaneously, Little Star will instinctively adopt Qin Yu's blood for the purpose of establishing a master-locking bond. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. He held a deep admiration for this Thunder Guard. It was evident that the Thunder Guard was the one who had slain a formidable master of the Great Completion stage, several scattered immortals, and dozens of transcending tribulation and void stage mysterious experts. The origins of this master were even more peculiar, as he hailed from beyond this realm of cultivation. Should he seek an audience with this elder? Little Star, grant Little Black access to the villa. Also, once I dispose of this fellow's corpse. Upon glancing at Wu Xing's lifeless body, Qin Yu made a startling discovery. Wu Xing was deceased, yet his flying sword, dagger, and storage bracelet lay abandoned beside him. While Qin Yu did not place much value on the flying sword and dagger, the storage bracelet intrigued him, for he had never encountered one before. Seizing the storage bracelet, Qin Yu realized it was now an unclaimed item, as its previous owner had perished. He promptly dripped his blood onto it, which was completely absorbed by the bracelet. How astonishing! There was a space within it as vast as a room. As soon as he donned the storage bracelet, Qin Yu felt an immediate connection to its internal space. Filled with joy, he discovered that, with a mere thought, items could materialize in his hands and vanish back into the bracelet, proving to be exceedingly convenient and profoundly mysterious. Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the storage bracelet. Xiao Hei, from now on you may roam freely within this villa. Come, let us bury this unfortunate soul. With a firm grip, Qin Yu seized Wu Xing's lifeless body and strode out of the hall. Master, follow me. Take this path. That room was the martial arts hall. The silver walls and flooring surrounding it were crafted from a unique mineral collected by the master during his travels across the universe on a planet with exceptionally high gravity. Its hardness is remarkable. Even the so-called top-grade spiritual artifacts of this realm can leave only a mere mark. Xiao Xing spoke with pride. Qin Yu silently marveled at the extraordinary resilience of those silver stone walls and floor. Little did he know, Lei Wei had traversed the cosmos, encountering many peculiar planets, some of which possessed such immense gravity that even he dared not approach. Exiting the main hall, they arrived at a spacious indoor swimming pool, and by walking around its edge, they departed the villa. It is truly magnificent. As Qin Yu stepped outside, he was greeted by a shimmering lake, its azure waters lapping gently against the verdant grass that framed its banks. The villa was nestled beside this picturesque lake, and beyond the grassy expanse lay a vast forest, teeming with various wildlife. Looking back at the villa, it appeared as though it was an extension of the mountains themselves. With a smile, Qin Yu remarked, "The term villa seems rather awkward. Since this abode was constructed by the esteemed Lei Wei and resembles a mountain, let us henceforth call it Leishan Residence." He chose a name reflecting the cultural essence of the potential dragon continent. Subsequently, Qin Yu buried Wu Xing's body not far away. The Thunder Mountain residence is vast, comprising 2 levels. The lower level features a martial arts training hall, a living room, a room for forging weapons and alchemy room, and a storage area, with a swimming pool at the forefront and a rear garden at the back. The garden is adorned with flora from exotic planets. The first level is devoid of technological indulgences, serving solely as a space for cultivation and the arts of forging and alchemy, while the second level offers a stark contrast. It includes a bathroom, kitchen, entertainment room, bedroom, and study, places designated for relaxation and leisure. At this moment, Qin Yu is in the martial arts training hall. Meow. Just a moment. Little Star, the cat, flicked its tail and vanished. Simultaneously, the walls of the training hall became alive with the images of cosmic stars. In an instant, Qin Yu felt as though he was amidst the universe, the ground beneath him appearing as an abyss, with no visible surface. Is this the cosmos? A sense of curiosity stirred within Qin Yu, yet at that moment, a figure materialized before him. The silhouette stood with its back to Qin Yu, hands clasped behind, letting out a long sigh before turning around. Proud and formidable, this was Qin Yu's first impression of the Thunder Guardian. The Guardian suddenly smiled faintly and said, "Greetings. If you see this image, it means I, the Thunder Guardian, have indeed failed to transcend the tribulation. I am a prince from an empire in the Milky Way, yet I have no affection for royalty. Rather, I am enamored with interstellar adventures and cultivation. In our realm, cultivators exist solely on one planet, Earth. A truth I only discovered after reaching a certain level of mastery. In my earlier years, I relentlessly pursued cultivation and eventually acquired a tome titled The 3 Celestial Images, which consists of merely 3 pages, each adorned with 36 illustrations. To cultivate the 3 celestial diagrams, one must first attain a physical state of innate perfection. I endeavored tirelessly, overcoming numerous challenges, and ultimately achieved success. I relinquished my status as a prince and embarked on interstellar adventures aboard my spaceship, all while diligently practicing the 3 celestial diagrams. At long last, the fateful day of the heavenly tribulation arrived, and I was fortunate enough to withstand it. However, I lacked the subsequent cultivation methods. As I roamed the cosmos, I encountered the concepts of golden elixirs and nascent souls, yet I had never acquired any cultivation techniques. They were exceedingly rare. In the absence of established methods, I resolved to forge my own path. I understood that cultivation is a pursuit of the Tao of Heaven. But what is the Tao of Heaven? Is it merely the attainment of the golden elixir and the cultivation of the nascent soul? A hint of pride and confidence adorned Lei Wei's visage. No, I do not subscribe to that notion. I believe the Tao of Heaven embodies the most primal and natural essence, rather than being a contrived human construct. Observing the natural evolution of the celestial bodies, I gradually gained insight and began to devise a new cultivation technique, derived from the transformations of the cosmos, which I named celestial transformation. Qin Yu's heart stirred. Could celestial transformation be that enigmatic technique? Lei Wei continued, after enduring a series of brutal adventures, I eventually discerned the existence of Earth, the foundational stronghold of cultivators across the universe. I spent a century on Earth acquiring several cultivation techniques, yet, in my estimation, none could compare to my own creation, celestial transformation. Lei Wei naturally exuded an air of disdainful superiority. I departed from Earth, embarking on a ceaseless adventure across the cosmos. Eventually, I was drawn into a black hole, an immense force that no human strength could withstand. I found myself in a new realm, where I discovered a recently encountered planet, one of colossal proportions, vastly exceeding that of Earth by thousands of times. Upon entering, I was astounded to encounter an overwhelming number of cultivators, numbering in the tens of thousands. Lei Wei smiled wistfully. Young one, within my study, I possess a collection of cultivation techniques, all belonging to various cultivators. I have gathered quite an assortment, including those from Earth and this world. Should you wish to cultivate, you may utilize them. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, pondering whether Lei Wei intended to impart the technique known as star transformation. Young one, Lei Wei continued, star transformation is an incomplete technique, traversing a path never before walked by others. After wandering the universe for millennia, I finally devised the 6 foundational realms: nebula, meteor, star core, planet, tribulation, and star. However, the star realm is merely a figment of my imagination, and since then, I have discovered nothing further. Should you pursue my cultivation method, even if you successfully navigate the tribulation and attain the star realm to ascend to the celestial domain, you would find yourself without any further techniques to cultivate. Lei Wei spoke with a serene smile. Qin Yu was now acutely aware of the drawbacks of star transformation. While reaching the tribulation stage was feasible, the star realm was merely a construct of Lei Wei's own imagination. As for what lies ahead, there are no established techniques remaining. Once he embarks on this path and cultivates to the stellar realm, he must continue to innovate, for other practitioners are focused on the nascent soul stage, and their methods will be of no assistance to him. Yet, is it truly so effortless to create one's own techniques? A failed creation could lead to the peril of losing both body and spirit, with the soul scattering into oblivion. Stellar transformation, haha. Is the cultivation of this stellar transformation a blessing or a curse? It is difficult to ascertain. Well then, little one, the choice is yours. Should you choose not to cultivate, I implore you to seek out a successor for me when the opportunity arises. Alas, stellar transformation requires one to first attain the pinnacle of external cultivation, based on the 3 heavenly charts. Finding a successor may prove to be a challenge, but this is a matter for you to ponder in the future. Lei Wei sighed with a bittersweet smile, murmuring, galaxy, dreamlike stars. And then, his figure completely vanished. Qin Yu pondered for a moment, and then a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He swiftly departed from the training hall, ascended to the 2nd floor, and entered the study. Within the study lay numerous paper-bound tomes, among which were texts on astronomy and geography, as well as various cultivation manuals. It was quite peculiar that Lei Wei had chosen to transcribe diverse cultivation techniques into paper-bound books. The tome atop the stack was Stellar Transformation. Blessing or misfortune. Upon reaching the stellar realm, one could ascend. Even if I were to lack cultivation techniques in the future, can my master Lei Wei create, yet I cannot? Without a hint of challenge, the endeavor would be utterly devoid of interest. Cultivating such techniques would undoubtedly stir the blood and ignite passion. Qin Yu seated himself in a chair and opened Stellar Transformation. The golden elixir and the primordial infant undoubtedly represent the path of cultivation. What, then, is the pursuit of the heavenly way? Observing the evolution of the universe, I have devised this unique technique, which can be regarded as a pathway to spiritual transcendence. This technique is divided into 6 major realms, beginning with the first, the nebula chapter. Typically, after a cultivator successfully overcomes tribulation, the boundless elixir field transforms the innate true energy into a liquid state, which must congeal into a sphere akin to water before being refined into the golden elixir. But must it be so? Must one truly gather it? The first principle of my stellar transformation is dispersion. It involves reverting the innate true energy back into a gaseous state, spreading it not only throughout the elixir field but even extending beyond the body. With the elixir field as the heart and the body as a bridge, one connects the universe with the innermost self, co-evolving with the natural heavenly way. As Qin Yu gazed upon this technique, a surge of excitement and fervor welled within him. Those cultivators, obsessed with forming the golden elixir and nurturing the primordial infant, incessantly absorb spiritual energy, refining it within their elixir fields. Such a petty approach. To truly unite with heaven and earth, one must likely reach the void opening stage, experiencing the primordial infant's separation from the body to gain even a fleeting sensation of it. Yet, right from its inception, stellar transformation embraces dispersion, transforming into a gaseous state, using the elixir field as the heart and the body as the bridge, absorbing the celestial energies of the universe. Very well, Master Lei Wei, I shall pursue the practice of stellar transformation. Even if I reach the final stellar chapter and discover no further techniques, I will persist in creating and perfecting it. Should I meet with failure, I shall ensure that a successor continues the cultivation, passing it down through generations, until one day, a disciple shall achieve complete success. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with determination as he tightly clutched the book of stellar transformation. Engaging in this practice necessitates the awareness that failure and the potential for madness may accompany the creative journey. Yet, could Qin Yu truly harbor fear? To be timid and apprehensive, to dread death, would that still be the Qin Yu we know? Approaching the brink of death, Qin Yu instead felt a surge of exhilaration and fervor. This was the essence of a life brimming with passion, a life devoid of regrets, a life perfected. What a vast storeroom it was! Upon opening the door to the storeroom on the first floor of Leishan residence, Qin Yu was taken aback by its size, reminiscent of the martial arts hall. However, what astonished him even more was the sight within. The storeroom was filled with a myriad of gemstones: crimson, emerald, golden, silver, obsidian, alabaster. An array of colors and glimmers radiated forth, resembling a captivating treasure trove. Qin Yu's immediate impression was that these stones were exceedingly precious crystals, none inferior to the fiery iron he had encountered before. Master, a voice echoed. Once, when the master of Lei Wei drifted through the cosmos, he arrived at a peculiar planet. This planet not only possessed immense gravitational pull, but was also adorned with various rare crystals. The master excavated many of the more remarkable specimens. According to the lore of the cultivation realm, these were deemed top-tier crystals, suitable for forging exquisite spiritual artifacts. Suddenly, a small kitten materialized, floating beside Qin Yu, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Top-tier crystals for crafting spiritual artifacts. Qin Yu recalled the words of Feng Yuzi, who had mentioned that on the overseas immortal islands, even a single superior spiritual artifact was of great value, let alone the trove of premium crystals that now filled the storeroom. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Qin Yu reached out a hand to grasp one, but then, bang! Before Qin Yu's hand could even touch the crystalline stones, a force of rebound surged forth, causing his entire body to tremble. He instinctively dissipated the repulsive energy. Beside him, the little star exclaimed, "Master, the former Thunder Guard master once imparted to me the wisdom that possessing treasures can be a sin. If your cultivation has not reached the star core stage, you must absolutely refrain from utilizing these exquisite crystals." Ah, my master truly considers all aspects. Cultivators may resort to violence over a mere fine crystal, let alone these superior ones. Qin Yu mused with a faint smile, though his expression soon turned pained. Yet, to possess a mountain of treasures and be unable to use them is indeed quite frustrating. The little star flicked its tail with satisfaction and declared, "Meow. Master has long prepared everything for you. Look, over there on the counter there lies a ring, the spatial ring. This ring is far superior to your storage bracelet, with a much larger capacity." As the little star continued to speak, Qin Yu promptly approached and seized the ring. He activated it with a drop of blood, and as he adorned himself with the spatial ring, he immediately sensed its extraordinary qualities. The vastness of its internal space was astonishing, to say the least. Just how expansive was this spatial ring? Upon closer inspection, Qin Yu was taken aback. While the storage bracelet offered a space no larger than a room, this spatial ring measured over 10,000 meters in length and width, with a height also exceeding 10,000 meters. Truly incomparable. It could easily accommodate an entire mountain. The little star swayed its tail with pride, asserting, in the realm of cultivation, when it comes to forging, the Thunder Guard master claimed that if he were to say second, no one would dare to proclaim themselves first. The Dream Ring, crafted by the master of Lei Wei to commemorate his home planet, is regarded as one of the finest spatial rings. The master asserted that the spatial capacity of this dream ring far exceeds that of the so-called foremost spatial ring of the cultivation realm, the Mingshu ring. A thought crossed Qin Yu's mind, and the dream ring vanished, concealed from sight. Such a treasure must not be displayed, for his strength was undeniably insufficient. Furthermore, one must rely on the discerning eye of others to recognize the ring's true value. Henceforth, he would settle for a commonplace storage bracelet to maintain appearances. Otherwise, the dream ring could attract unwanted attention and potential theft. Qin Yu understood the wisdom of concealing wealth, particularly as he remained one of the weaker practitioners within the cultivation realm. Although the dream ring was hidden within him, it posed no hindrance to his use of it. There are still some items within. Qin Yu suddenly realized that the dream ring contained several treasures. Upon closer inspection, he discovered various crystals, Yet these appeared less valuable than the exquisite crystals he had encountered in the storage room earlier. Little Star exclaimed with pride, "Master, those are medium-grade and some upper-grade crystals, left for you by the Master of Lei Wei to aid in your crafting endeavors. Additionally, there is a vial of spirit elixir, Bijou Dan, intended for healing injuries." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu chuckled. Injuries? At the very least, he perceived that the Bijou Dan could be considered a fine elixir, yet its efficacy certainly paled in comparison to his own Meteor Tears. Qin Yu harbored an indescribable sentiment for the Meteor Tears, which had saved his life. Qin Yu has cultivated the 3 heavenly maps and has achieved the realm of the 3-colored armor, with 108 streams of energy swirling around his body. However, he has yet to perceive the impending arrival of the heavenly tribulation. He understands that this requires an insight into the heavenly principles. 7 days have swiftly passed. During this time, Qin Yu has perused numerous texts on cultivation, which elucidate the path to sensing the onset of heavenly tribulation after attaining the innate great perfection. He has diligently practiced some of the methods described within these tomes. In the midst of a serene azure lake outside Thunder Mountain, Qin Yu stands motionless, his feet seemingly suspended on the water's surface. Surrounding him are the 108 streams of energy. Previously, he needed to execute the movements prescribed by the 3 heavenly maps to conjure the silver, gold, and purple energy streams. However, during the climactic battle at the Qinglian mountain range, he experienced a breakthrough that enabled him to manifest the 3-colored armor even in stillness. To stand upon the water without sinking at all is an enlightenment he has only recently grasped. His mind delves into the ethereal, effortlessly merging with the cosmos. Within a radius of several miles, he can vividly sense the vitality and vigor of every plant and creature. In just 7 days, Qin Yu's progress has indeed been astonishing. Suddenly, a jolt reverberates through his consciousness, causing him to lose the previous state of tranquility and plunge into the water. With a swift motion, he slaps the surface of the lake and rises once more, standing triumphantly atop the water. In this moment, Qin Yu is filled with exhilaration. 5 months remain until the 4th 9 heavenly tribulation. Truly, this is splendid news. In Qin Yu's eyes, there was a glimmer of excitement. A vast energy had seeped deep into his consciousness, illuminating the moment of his impending tribulation. This sensation was indeed profoundly mysterious. Meanwhile,